I totally was not hiding. Whew. Yeah, right on time. Nothing was delayed, everything is alright, everything is normal. It's normal circumstances. Yeah. Well, hello all. About, I don't know, 8 months ago, I asked the conlanging world to send me their most cursed, nightmarish linguistic creations for the 4th time. Over 120 people sent me their worst. Out of those, 87 of them then went on to the voting round, where the people of the world chose which ones they thought were the most cursed of the batch. Then, those top 30, the highest voted ones, went to me, Eternal, the Ngatrons, the YouTube members, the Big Lang members, the Discord moderators, and the people who had achieved the rank of God on the Discord server. We all came together and we voted on which ones were the best in their communication, presentation, and overall cursedness. And so, with that, I present to you all the 4th Cursed Conlang Circus! Let it begin. All right, here we are at the first session of the 2025, or I guess I should just call it the 5th Cursed Conlang Circus, because I don't know how long this judging is going to take. So, hello, welcome. Here I am. We've got yes, exactly. We've got Eternal here. We've got various patrons, Discord mods, Ngods, Big Lang members in the audience here, and we are going to begin judging this year's batch of Cursed Conlang submissions. Again, the audience here in our in this judging session is going to be voting, giving scores out of 100 to each of the 3 criteria, the communication, the cursedness, and the presentation of each of the languages that we watch. And we are going to get through as many as we can do in the next less than 4 hours, preferably. Yes, and we could take breaks and stuff, and it'll be a good time. All of these submissions were voted by the people. These are the top 30 that we will be going through over the next several sessions. I don't know how many we'll get through today. Depends how long they take. But these were all the ones that had the highest vote counts by the people. And they are not going to be presented in vote count order, though. These have all been randomized, so we're going to watch a random member of the top 30 most voted submissions starting in a second.
So let's take a look at the first submission.
Nice.
Copy link address, not text, which is Colloquial Time Bee.
All right, Colloquial Time Bee is our first submission. Let's see what we got.
Sorry. It's not Colloquial Time Bee, it's Colloquial Time Bee.
Oh yeah, the cool Time Bee.
Sorry.
Yes, Time Bees. Whether that's a spelling bee or the physical bee, I do not yet know.
I think it is probably a physical bee, but we'll see.
Let's find out. Again, if the audio somehow disappears, just let me know. But here we go. Our first submission. Let it begin. Okay. Oh,
there's no audio yet, is there?
No, not yet.
No, okay.
I see. Okay, he's not been seen since. Anything locating him would be greatly appreciated.
Institute of Paralinguistics, Marvin speaking.
Assistant Marvin, 'tis I.
Professor, long time no see. How's the research?
Astonishing, abso-credulous. As you know, I've been traveling through Bohemia, studying the linguistical properties of honeybee dance maneuvers. I had just annotated a proof showing their status as a missing link between Latin and Plains hand talk when something most extraordinary happened. There was this hole in the air, a gated way of some kind.
You mean like a portal?
Oh, don't be stupid. Anyway, this air hole, as I have dubbed it, sucked multiple hives of bees into what I believe to be an alternative dimension, along with several pieces of my field lab. Another air hole opened the next day, depositing the bees as well as my equipment. But according to the usage hours on the equipment, it had not been 24 hours, but 3 gonzillion years.
Good God! And the bees were still alive?
Number ever.
Yes, but they are not as they were, not at all. They have become changed, displaying strange time powers and communicating in the most complex of ways.
Shit.
Communicating? You mean like a real language?
Yes, it is truly extraordinary. They have completely taken over the countryside. I am calling you from my bunker now, from whence I have studied these time bees for 3 days now. Look, I'll share my screen with you, for I have prepared a PowerPoint to display my wondrous discoveries.
Oh, God.
You can do that on the phone?
Of course I can. Here we go. Behold! Now, as you know, regular honeybee communication happens through a system of dances with 2 main parts. One part is a discordant round dance, which simply communicates to the other bees that something interesting has been found. But then comes the more organized waggle dance, the frequency and direction of which indicates the directionality and distantionality of the interesting thing.
Yes, and I can really see the Latin connection too.
Forget Latin, for these are no ordinary bees. They are time bees, with time powers.
God damn.
It was like distantionality. Okay, yeah, old-fashioned pronunciation. But wait, that is a weird way to say distance.
Yeah,
Like the
distantionality.
pronunciation so much that I didn't even realize that it wasn't.
I love having a powered point.
Yeah, the powered point
yeah.
in the countryside.
I also like the comment in chat which says, which SCP designation does this one have?
I feel like we're lacking those, yeah.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I'm getting Kidder vibes from this.
Yeah.
I can see it, yeah.
They made a powered point in the countryside after their fielded lab fell through the gated way.
Exactly.
The air hole.
Legendary. That's beautiful.
Aired hole.
I love the nether aired hole that takes me to the other countryside. All right. Anyway, let's see where this is going.
That language, which I have dubbed Colloquial Time Bee, or CTB for short, is much more complex and sophisticated. In fact, it is not spoken by individual bees at all, but by the entire hive all at once.
Oh, God.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And do these time powers affect their language at all?
Affect it? It is the very basis for their system of grammar. See, the bees conceptualize time as a line running from past to future. Their complex time powers have given them the ability to place words at specific locations on this line while speaking. Thus, they place the subject of the sentence furthest to the left, the object to the right, and the verb sandwiched between them. Can you believe it?
Wait, that kind of just sounds
The
like...
consonants of Colloquial Time Bee are bzzz.
Okay.
Now, with such a small inventory, you may well wonder how they manage to say much of anything at all, but it's really quite simple. See, the language seems to have descended mostly from the organized waggle dance, which, as you may remember, encodes information in its frequency. What the
no.
time
I see where
bees
this is going.
do is simply to modulate this frequency in order to build words. Thus, the true phonemes of CTB are tonal, represented by small and large changes in pitch, a repetition of the previous pitch, and sliding versions of the aforementioned. It seems also that a precise doubling or halving of the previous frequency indicates a change of words, though I believe that this also happens regularly, in time with the rhythmical pulsing of the underlying commotion of the hive. Indeed, the harmonic qualities of this pulsing also seems to carry some meaning, since a change in this harmony usually coincides with a boundary between different parts of speech.
Oh, like a chord change?
What? Anyway, as you may remember, the wiggle dance also encodes information with its directionality, effectively pointing at whatever it's being spoken of. And yes, I know that it's actually more complicated than that, and it's kind of to do with relativity to the sun, but I don't care. Anyway, this
I
is
do
retained
care.
in CTB. Indeed, the language has only one pronoun, which simply refers to whatever is being
Pronoun.
pointed to. It also seems like the subject of a sentence can often be implied by merely pointing at it, while the verb is being performed. Pointing at something while saying a noun or adjective may thus also mean there is a blank. Another interesting aspect of highest noteworthiness is that both the waggle
God.
dance and circle dance seem to have survived within the language as interjections of sorts. The waggle dance, rendered as a single pitch with pointing, effectively seems to mean, hey, look over there! While the circular dance survives as a sort of discordant buzzing that mostly just sounds like static and seems to simply mean, wow! Fascinating. Do you have any recordings of this language being spoken? What? Are you crazy? I don't want to be time-stung.
God damn it.
However, I have prepared a simple demonstration using a primitive photosynthesis device. Now, since I am not a collective of 2 million or so bees, no matter what my mother says, I cannot fully perform the pointing motion. So, for the sake of this demonstration, simply pretend that the hive is constantly pointing at this here humorous photomograph that my great-great-granddaughter sent me.
How old is this guy?
Okay. Okay.
I think you just have to be non-binary because NB stands for numerous bees.
Oh my god.
Got him. Okay. This is beautiful. Does this mean the? Yep. Here comes the.
I believe that is the translation. Yes, let's play some of it.
Here it comes.
I might need some aid in staying on time. I don't have time powers at the end of the century, so let's see. Here we go.
Oh God.
The demo shall commence forthwith.
Is this another
And
language?
now
that's
to
actually
rock
wrong?
and roll.
Let's see. Oh shit.
Yep.
Oh God. ends with
Oh,
"Behold the
wow,
serpent."
Professor. That was really something. Of course it was. Now, I hope that you can understand how this proves why
Oh, no.
the Altaic theory.
Oh God.
Oh, piss! What is it, Professor? It's the time bees! They've breached the bunker! Oh, shit! Oh, piss! Oh, beam so shit! Oh, beam time stung! Well, that just happened.
The Institute of Paralinguistics.
Oh my God.
That's beautiful.
Or are you feeling it now, Marvin?
God damn it! The bite of 87 is just always going to be in my
God.
recommendation.
Yep. Nothing that can be
It's
done
literally
about
a
that.
year
Okay.
later, it's still there. Okay, anyway.
Too rough
Right.
and too rude.
The professor kind of reminded me of like Rogue's card from like Deltarune.
It reminded me of the professor from Luigi's Mansion because it's just like, egad.
I won't
time
mention
you,
that
yep.
translation had no right into being such a bob, but I wanted in my
Yeah,
voice just for
yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
This one's
I'm
fun.
giving it 100 for the presentation, honestly.
I might do the same. That was awesome.
Oh god, I accidentally undid the way again.
Very nice. Also, there are. I should have mentioned this before we started, but again, there are the themes, right? There's non-human
Yes.
and there's future evolution. This is definitely non-human, and I
Yeah.
guess, and while there was time travel involved, I don't think it is like
No.
I don't think a component of it is evolution. So not that one.
No.
But non-human, yes, very good, very good.
I wanted to say I really like the way that the presentation was like formatted. It looked like it was like different like angled like slides that were like scanned in.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was a really nice touch, and I wanted to point that out.
That's why they were.
It gives like
Yeah.
science paper.
Yeah, and it was like in all black and white, like the scanner as well.
Biblically
I
accurate
see.
professor.
Yeah.
I see, yeah, honestly.
I wonder if you can speak this at the same time as Concord.
Looks like multiple music-based languages could just be spoken at the same time to create like a really big like.
If you're like
song.
throat singing, so that you can do like through
Yeah.
that one.
Oh, and lyrics in a third language.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Create seraphim.
It's just like a synth solo. See?
After strong start, I agree. It is Mikulang.
Oh, okay. Mikulang. All right. Let's see what we got.
In 1992, the Japanese government put together a special task force for the express purpose of catching whichever entity was wreaking havoc on technological infrastructure in Tokyo, switching bits, changing stoplights, crashing banks' softwares. The government was concerned about the optics of the situation, and with Y2K on the horizon, they wanted to deal with the problem as soon as possible. The task force was placed under the supervision of the agency known as Yamaha, and we got to work. After 7 years of havoc, we finally caught it. Running with our hypothesis that it was a living thing made of pure electromagnetism that fed off of electricity, we created a special cage in which the walls were coated with the paint so dark that light could never pass through or reflect, and placed 20 car batteries with charge sensors so we could see how they were depleting. Suddenly, the batteries began to discharge at a rate so quickly you'd think we were running a yacht off of them, and we shut the cage. We transported it back to our laboratory, getting ready to study it. To our surprise, once we got it back to the lab, it used the speakers of some computers nearby and began to speak.
Because of demon.
And it was beautiful. And it was terrifying. And it said, "Hey, I'm sure whatever was going on in that story was super interesting, but before we hear what the entity said, I should probably explain the language it spoke so that we can fully appreciate the beauty and horror that those scientists experienced. Hi, I'm Solar, and this is Mikulang. My entry to the
Dead.
circuit.
Yeah, the circuits.
Yeah.
Let's start with how to pronounce this language. We can't! Each word is made up of 4 different features. A contour, a voice, a dynamic level, and a frequency pattern that seems to mimic a Japanese monosyllable. There are 10 contours: mid-flat, low-flat, high-flat, rising, falling, rising bend, falling bend, delayed rising, delayed falling, and ornamented. 6 voices: Miku, Len, Rin, Luca, Kaito, and Mako. 4 dynamic levels: modal, breathy, growl, and dynamic. And then 64 of these monosyllable patterns. So for this word, it would be a breathy word pronounced by what we would call Hatsune Miku, with a rising contour that sounds similar to the Japanese syllable shi. This being said, there are over 15,000 possible words in this language, and here's all of them pronounced at the same time. This leads us into another fun aspect of the phonology. Seeing as the entity isn't restricted by having a mouth, it can pronounce multiple words at once. So this is both the word and the word pronounced at the same time. This usually occurs as a result of scoping, which is a syntactic funny that I'll get into soon. But first, let's talk about some small details and caveats. Firstly, not all words emulate a monosyllable. Some words emulate whole Japanese words or phrases, such as the abstract model word or the ablative case marker. These words will be squeezed such that they will take up the same amount of time as other monosyllabic words. As well as the fact that the entity tries to emulate Japanese phonetics at all, was attributed to the time the entity spent in Japan before being caught. Secondly, while the entity can control any type of speaker system, it's only when it gains control of headphones or earbuds can it properly express some grammatical concepts, which are expressed as a word fluttering between left and right channels in a stereo system. And lastly, there are 2 words that are phonemic silence, those being the copula and the word thing, i.e. an argument that is an element of every set. These aren't that common in practical sentences, but they have some uses as syntactic repair strategies. And speaking of, we should talk about syntax, because it's pretty rough. Ultimately, sentences are SVO, with adjectives following the nouns that they describe. And that's all I can talk about without getting into predicates. So, every non-modal word is capable of being a predicate, i.e. every word that does not denote temporal positioning is capable of expressing some relationship between some number of arguments. There are 3 types of predicates: copular predicates, action predicates, and functions. Copular predicates, when not functioning as arguments, describe the relationship between something that exists and itself. So, describes a relationship of being like bone marrow between something that exists and itself.
Verbs confirmed.
This makes sense, right? Good, because now we're moving on. Action predicates, when not functioning as arguments, describe the relationship between something that exists and some other number of things that exist. For example, describes a relationship in which something loves another thing. And finally, functions simply are predicates, in which, when given a set of items, denote some item within the set. So, denotes, when given some set of items, the one that is closest. These different classes of predicates are not as solidly set as in some human languages, and as such, each of these above examples, when treated as one of the other kinds of predicates, can function as one of those predicates. I can say, and it means that I am the concept of love, whatever that means to the speaker. And I theoretically could pick out the of a set of things. Now, how do we tie these together with arguments? Well, first we need to understand how syntactic structures in this language work. After not finding out much about the language, the remaining scientists brought on some linguists and computer scientists to help figure out what was going on. And what they found was that the syntactic structure, while appearing similar to the syntactic model of the era, doesn't cleanly map on to the semantics of XBAR. As such, the linguists and computer scientists decided to create a model of syntax that properly defines the semantics of the structures. And this is what they came up with. A structure that obtains a model phrase similarly to the complementizer phrase, dominating a predicate phrase, which contains the core predicate of the sentence, and some number of argument nodes, which appear to be shorthands of copula predicates. These A nodes get placed into positions analogous to the human model, with subjects generating in the specifier position of the predicate phrase, direct objects being placed as a sister to the predicate head, and any number of indirect objects or obliques being placed in adjunct positions.
I love those mysteries.
Even the language of inhuman entities is best described functionally by XBAR.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk? Anyway, logical phrases function similarly to conjunctions insofar that they link multiple items of the same class together. However, they seem to be extremely similar to logical operations such as and, or, not, if, and only if, and if then. This was lost on the linguists, and it was at this point in the study of the language that computer scientists were brought on. And now with that quick detour into LPs finished, A nodes do seem to have some semantic effects on predicate phrases, and as such we should take a look at them. A predicate phrase functioning as an argument is incapable of taking complex tense, aspect, and telicity semantics, and are always understood to refer to the action in a general sense, separate from any temporal meaning. If it weren't for A nodes, and the case marker serving as the scope of the A node, then a sentence would be replete with floating, ambiguous, argumentless predicates. And there is a model that does convey the semantics of an A node, however, the entity is hesitant to generate entire sentences in positions that A nodes would occupy. Although, it does frequently do so when generating non-finite predicates with multiple arguments. Predicate phrases dominated by A nodes are generally where we see functions, since judging something based off of a set is usually done regardless of temporal influence. It's when a predicate phrase is the complement of an M head that it will take on temporal semantics, and this will influence the semantics of all A nodes based on that temporal model. Okay, I keep saying model, so what does that mean?
The snake is infinite, of course.
Model words function as a canon for the truthfulness of a statement. A certain model word being used will tell a listener as to under what conditions the statement is true. These tend to encode temporal, aspectual, and telicity meanings. However, they also have pragmatic meanings. For example, the present continuous atelic model also is used for phatic expressions such as I welcome you or I greet you, even though the latter would be more properly marked with the present continuous telic model word. This attention to politeness, however simple it is also attributed to the entity spending a lot of time in Japan and picking up the culture. There are 7 temporal models and 2 pragmatic models, each of which can be combined with each other using logic phrases. Anyone watching who knows a little bit about semantics might recognize the terminology of models and functions, and have been groaning and writing angry comments already. For those of you who don't know, predicate logic is a language used to explain meaning in language. Essentially, everything described as a predicate above in predicate logic is a predicate, and predicate logic, and language in general, combines these predicates to express meaning. Making these formulas is the easy part. The harder part is how we interpret these formulas. At the end of these logical phrases, there are superscript letters, and when actually describing logical phrases, the model, or the superscript M, is assumed to be made up of every single thing that exists, and every single relationship that is capable of being described between everything that exists. And as such, if we can modify the arguments of each predicate in a way that can make each of the predicates true according to this model, then the formula is true. So, in this example, if we can modify x and y to both refer to something that exists and all of the predicates are true, then this formula is entirely true. And this just means that it's a valid thing to say, given some world. Now, usually human languages have methods of restricting modes of...
What was that?
Satisfiability is the term in logic. If a formula has a variable assigned that makes the formula true, it is satisfiable.
Eternal, I get the feeling that you and N3 might be the only people who actually understand.
Yeah, this is also because they're calling it computer science. It isn't computer science, it's more really just logic. So if you are a mathematician, for instance, then this will make sense to you, or if you're a logician. If you're a computer scientist, probably too, but it's less computer science, it's really just logic.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting this.
I don't understand anything.
If you're a linguist with some experience in semantics, this will probably also make sense to you because semantics also uses logic quite a bit.
Yeah, I forgot a lot of the symbols, but I remember a lot of the content.
I will say it feels mildly similar to core dot logic, and I keep thinking about that one time I had an assignment where I had to do type inference in core dot logic, and that was truly terrifying.
Possible interpretation, and we see this show up in the formula above, where this arrow means if then. So this reads, there is some x where if x is coffee, then there is some y where y is milk, and that x does not need y. Or in natural human language, it would be read as some coffee does not need milk. What happens here is that this coffee predicate restricts the practical parts of the model such that it can only describe relationships to this x. This sounds like topicalization, doesn't it? Well, this is exactly what...
One thing that I do take issue with here is that the scope of these quantifiers it's written a bit sloppily. Like, I would prefer if they placed parentheses around the formula that's qualified by the qualifier, because it's not entirely clear whether it's supposed to be there is an x as like exists x, f of x, and that entire thing implies that, or whether the quantifier quantifies the entire formula. And those are completely different things usually. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
What happens in human languages when we say the first argument of a verb. It's just that languages that use topicalization can choose how to restrict the model, whereas languages that don't can't. So why am I talking about topicalization? This language hasn't been shown to use topicalization. Has it? Well, I haven't been fully honest with you. This language features huge amounts of topicalization, even to the point of topicalizing whole model phrases. But topicalization in this language isn't quite the same as in human languages. So when human languages do this, it tends to follow some patterns. Usually the argument that is the most pragmatically salient will be topicalized. This isn't the case, however, in Mikulang. Mikulang will prefer to topicalize the argument that creates the most restriction on the model. So usually predicates that can only refer to one item, abstract models, and even logic phrases will be topicalized. Because of this incongruity in purpose, the computer linguists were hesitant to define this phenomenon as topicalization and were more inclined to define it in terms of gender or class. Since one of the core functions of noun, class, or gender is to restrict the possible meanings of the sentence for the sake of the listener, and this seems to be the core use of topicalization in Mikulang, computer linguists studying the language deemed that it was closer to gender and named it denotation gender. As for how this works, every sentence generates with a model phrase with an M head, but there is another MP above this with no phonetic content. Then, the most specific argument raises into this position. Most notably, this occurs after binding, so there are plenty of spots where pronouns occur long before the actual argument is bound to. In cases when context may not be enough to discern what a cataphor is referring to, spectrograms have found a second much...
I might be detecting a little bit of discombobulate influence in here.
Yeah.
A little bit of a... Which one was that? Is that a little bit of dissection in there? A little something like that?
Well, dissection just shuffles around everything. This is a bit closer to disconnection, I believe.
Yeah, disconnection. So many of them. God. Yeah, I'm detecting the influence in here. I could feel it.
quieter word being spoken, which computer linguists have considered to be the highest A node present. When all present arguments denote the same level of specificity, such as in the sentence, I love you, then either one may be raised to this position, and the choice of which is usually the most pragmatically salient. Okay, now that we're done with that deep dive, let's hop into the kiddie pool for a second. Arguments do have some morphology. Kinda. Mikulang, through its interaction with Japanese, has picked up its case particles, most of them having similar meanings to their Japanese counterparts. However, cases like the lative e, comitative to have derivational meanings, the lative carrying a reflexive meaning, and the comitative carrying an attributive meaning. The most notable derivation is of the nominative ga and the topic wa, where the former is only used for stative meanings with atelic models, or any of the non-temporal models, and the former is used for non-stative atelic and telic meanings. All of these case markers don't actually sit in their own syntactic space. They will be pronounced at the same time as everything dominated by the A node the case marker generates in. This can lead to intense four-word chords in which multiple cases can be pronounced at the same time. This case stacking is fairly common and usually occurs alongside functions, where the function generates under the A head, and the argument proper generates as an A node in the subject position of the function with some other case marking. In the case that the bottommost A node would share the same case, it's simply omitted. As a final note on case marking, there is something that behaves similar to case that is only assigned to proper nouns. Computer linguists call this evocative, although it seems to have been taken from Japanese honorific marking. There are three forms of the word, one corresponding to chan or kun, one corresponding to san or sama, and one corresponding to senpai. The assignment of each form seems to be random, or at the very least confused from actual Japanese culture. This will always cause an A node to generate immediately under another A node that carries a syntactic case. Pluralization, unlike case marking, seems to have been developed separate from Japanese influence, as it holds no syntactic positioning. Plural marking is always realized as a fluttering from a right to a left channel in a stereo system, or as quick flicking on and off of the speaker in a mono system. Alright, I think that's all we need to know about Mikulang to properly understand the first words it ever spoke to humans. Now, where were we? There. It used the speakers of some computers nearby and began to speak. And it was beautiful. And it was terrifying. And it said,
Its first words were what a majestic surface. Oh god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god. Okay, that's a pretty dang good payoff. Holy crap. In that big chart of all the language families of the Cursed Conlang Circus, this
we
could be
began
next
to study this language.
Colloquial Time
Well,
Bee.
who was left of us? Most left because they saw no reason to continue now that I was trapped. Others reached out to me after leaving and grieved their meaningless existence, knowing that something so beautiful existed that they could never hope to understand. But the rest of us needed to understand. We gave it a speaker to use as its mouth and studied it for years.
Oh god.
Once we had figured out most of its language, we went before the Prime Minister with our findings. He seemed more interested in upping the country's GDP, though, and had us tear apart the recordings to find consistent voices, pack them up, and sell them. So we did just that. Yamaha sold these vocal synthesizers under the name Krypton Fuchsia Media in 2004. But my partner and I needed to know more. We kept studying the language until in 2007, it stopped responding, stopped eating, stopped doing anything. For all we know, it had died, and we moved on, lived our lives. But we still had one unanswered question.
Oh God.
If it was the only one of its kind, why did it need language? Until this speedrun was uploaded in 2014.
What the?
You get invisible wall?
What?
Please say you got invisible.
No, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
What? What was that?
The bit flip, Super Mario 64 run, no.
Oh my God.
What?
That's crazy.
All right.
Okay, well, there you have it.
There you have it. Any questions about this one?
I
what?
did.
What?
I did really,
was really
like
cool.
the music that they used in it,
Yeah.
and then it just
Yeah.
transitioned to the translation.
Complete contextual dissonance.
The
Like,
first
that was
thing
good, that
ever
was
said.
good.
The vibe. Yeah.
I will say,
Nice.
Yeah. I
think
wanted to highlight that, like, I think this was a really interesting use of the second theme in a way that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I think the way that it kind of incorporated just kind of general Japanese grammar structures and things like that, and like it was just not what I originally had thought of when I thought of like how the second theme could be interpreted, and I love it. I think this is great.
on to the next one. This one was 20 minutes. This one is also on the shorter side. It's about 9 minutes. It has 2 videos, so I'm assuming the second one is the translation. And this one is Safetylang.
Oh, I've seen this in my recommended like a lot.
I think me too, yeah.
All right, let's see. All right. Oh boy, there's crimes in this one. Looks like I need a disclaimer too.
Oh dear.
All right, here we go.
4 months ago, I had an idea.
God.
The sound of me forgetting to add
I can make a language out of you. Then I proceeded to do absolutely nothing with it.
Circus.
Okay, so assuming I can get this released in
God.
time, this is my entry into the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus. Now, this video might be a bit lower quality, even for my standards. As against my better judgment, I decided to still go ahead with the video, even though the deadline is in like a week.
Oh, God.
Why? Because I
Why do
hate
people do
myself. So, what silly idea will I present to you all today?
Oh, I see.
Behold, Safetylang, the language that might actually violate the Geneva Conventions.
Oh God.
Yeah, I made a language based on safety
God.
data sheets. To speak it, you must first familiarize yourself with the NFPA 704 and GHS chemicals labeling guidelines.
Oh God. Oh
Done?
no.
Oh, so you don't want to slog through pages and pages of legalese concerning safety regulations?
No, let's do
Nerd.
that. Let's do that.
Okay, I'll summarize it very quickly. NFPA 704 labels are these things. Also known as safety diamonds, they contain 3 scales from 0 to 4 for how much the chemical will ruin your day. Blue field is for health, red for flammability, yellow for instability. And there's also the extra spot for additional problems the compound can cause. So, this is water, this is ethanol, and this is something a chemist sees in their nightmares. It is also parts of words like USB or music, but we'll get to that. The GHS, or the Global Harmonization System, concerns these symbols. You've probably seen at least one of these in your life, but those are only the surface level. Underneath these symbols are hazard statements, which are way more specific, detailing things like routes of exposure or severity of danger. And the hazard statements are what the language is concerned with, not the symbols. Speakers of this language also differentiate things not accounted for by the hazard statements, like radioactive compounds, as well as biohazards of different biological safety levels, but that's just in the biochemistry dialect. So the equivalent of a phoneme in this language is a chemical substance that fits the right criteria, either with a safety diamond or its hazard statements. So, having established an equivalent of a phonetic inventory for this language, I wanted to come up with a bunch of words. But there's one small problem. Not all of these can actually exist. With NFPA, I just brute forced it. I opened basically every single website, PDF, or Excel sheet that I could find. I even learned the Wikipedia data scraping interface to get as much info as possible, and then I just listed which ones existed. I also decided that you can mix two substances to allow for more fire diamond combinations. The mixture's fire diamond takes the highest value for every parameter. The hazard statements were way more difficult. Right out of the bat, there's way more flavors, but a lot of them are just more severe versions of others, so I split them up into groups. Each phoneme can only have one hazard statement per group. Some of you might have already noticed problem 2. If something melts your skin, there's a high chance it's not going to play nice with your eyes either. Not all of these connections are obvious, and even if they were, there's still over 70 hazard statements to cross-reference, which would take way too much time. So at this point, like any normal person, I decided that this is just a joke language, and no one would even notice if I made stuff up. Yeah, no, I found this database, downloaded it in pieces because trying to do more than about 7,000 substances crashes the website, and wrote a program to do statistical analysis to see which hazard statements correlate with each other, and use that to generate my words.
Oh my god.
You may ask, how does the code work?
I love RStudio.
Barely, but it did give me this pretty graph and this list of randomly generated words. Okay, so to sum up, a syllable in this language is made from 2 components. The safety diamond on the left, which can be made from up to 2 chemicals, and the hazard statement on the right, which can contain up to 3. This syllable is the actual name for the language, literally translating to communication in the specified language. And it can be made from these chemicals. No, I have no idea why it's shaped like a shameful hospital visit. Don't ask. Oh yeah, did I mention you speak this language just by pouring the substances into one big container like you're a little girl at the recess making a potion from whatever she can find lying around?
It's just a
and the other person understands what you're saying by... Moving on to the lexicon. This language has just under 7,000 words, which I think is probably one of the biggest lexicons in the circus. I have not checked, and I refuse to. There's a reason for this. All the words in this language are symbols described in ISO 7000, 7001, and 7010. I also included ISO 14617 because I didn't want it to feel left out. This also means the vocab has a few weird quirks. A lot of the verbs come pre-negated, most of the terms are highly technical, and the closest thing you can use to talk about feelings is the general concept of emojis. This is great if you want to say manually or electrically operated directional control valve with spring return in just one word, but it sucks if you're trying to translate a more abstract text.
I've become the serpent. Oh, God.
Okay, there's only a few important bits of grammar.
That's beautiful.
Let's start with the fact that this language is agglutinative. Most of the affixes are based on the ISO standards I mentioned, but I did add a few for simplicity, like some of the case affixes. But to really understand how they work, we have to talk about valency. Not this valency, this one. Yeah, each word or affix has its own valency value, and also electronegativity score. And the most electronegative part of the word has to be stoichiometrically balanced with the rest of it. So the verb to smile is formed from the negation affix, and the stem verb to not smile. Like this. Now there are also valency changing operations. If you want to make a scene that's passive, you just have to do a redox reaction and change the valency of the object and the subject. Oh, and for tense and aspect, you also have to change the valency of the verbs, which I'm sure is not going to be confusing at all. Speaking of verbs, this language has polypersonal agreement. The verb must have the right affixes to agree with the gender of the subject, object, and indirect object.
Oof.
Oh yeah, the nouns have genders, but they are really straightforward. It is based on what danger the noun poses, and there's a small, completely ordinary number of them.
Oh, God.
You just have to pick which one of the ISO 7010 warning signs best fit the noun.
Fibonacci pyramid of...
So a jellyfish belongs to the warning jellyfish gender, a dog belongs to the warning guard dog gender, the sun belongs to the warning optical radiation gender, and this construction, which means life, belongs to the gender warning automatic startup. Now let's take a closer look at this monstrosity. Starting with this thing. So, to use this language to communicate anything remotely useful to a regular person, you need to mangle the lexicon. And these are the torture implements. These affixes modify the meanings of the word they attach to in various ways. But on its own, this will often not be enough to say what you want. This is where the charge affixes come in. You can think of them as a construct state used to compound words and for denoting possession. So any word with an unmatched positive charge will link with the next possible word with unmatched negative charge, and vice versa. The last thing I'm going to cover is word order. And it's none of the SVO or VSO nonsense. Just like everything else in this language, the word order is safety first. If you prioritize the listener's safety, it would be polite to inform them of the things which pose them the most danger first. And since you're trying to communicate with them by waging chemical warfare, being polite is the least you can do. So to be grammatically correct, you need to say the words in order from the most to least dangerous. In this example, acid is the most dangerous, then falling, and then a rock is the least dangerous. Here's an example for you to practice at home. Okay, ready with your guesses? That's right, a baby comes first, because in the animal kingdom, man is
the most dangerous game.
Okay, I believe this is everything. Let's now move on to the required translation text.
The most dangerous game. Oh god. Oh no.
No.
What's about to happen?
What?
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Please, no.
Mustard gas language.
Don't do this at home.
Do not try at home. Oh god.
Why is there Minecraft written?
I
Key
have
part.
no idea.
Oh, that's the recreation of the audio.
Wait, okay. That one will come later.
God, MP2, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh god. Wait a second. Oh god. Wait. Alert hose animal that outputs value equal to the target value for purpose of viewing. Wait, oh, so these are each individual word. Oh god. What the hell? It will not weave itself into the woven fabric device of infinity with great certainty.
I am gonna say I'm very happy that they didn't actually pour all of those things.
Yes.
into
Yeah,
one.
that's.
Yes.
I mean, I'm seeing some high numbers on here. They would have been dead.
Yeah, I feel like that would have at least caused a fire.
Just no
They just pour
steps.
them all in.
High nuclear radiation.
Legal
At
to
least.
acquire, so.
To not
Buy
walk.
drugs for your conlang.
If we
True,
wanted
on one,
to...
they did say they were trained idiots in the disclaimer.
Oh god. Jesus. Wait a second.
Gosh.
Or coil itself like a wire into a wheel of braking and reuse without end. Like you die so many times over at this. Look at this one. 3, 4,
Not
4.
reuse.
Oh my god.
And reacts with water.
Yeah, it reacts with water. Oh god. Oh, this is brutal.
Jaw surgery.
Just showing. Like,
I guess that explains why we had a word for jaw surgery in the lexicon.
Yeah, that would do it. That would do it.
Contains biological materials of animal origin.
Like a delimers mobile jaw into its biological material of animal origin.
Whoa, that's metal as hell.
Jaws.
God.
There's like ticks. There's like
Protection against
tick bites. And it gets cancelled out, so it just means bites.
Oh, is that what they mean by things get pre-negated?
Yeah, the pre-negation.
Yeah.
It's chemically balanced
What?
against the tick part of the bites.
I really love the semantic broadening.
Yeah. Warning
Like
strong.
obligatory. Your only roots are like extremely specific. It's like the
Literally.
anti-tokipona.
Operation
Literally.
Irrealis.
I do
God.
like how some of these are like very clearly hand drawn, like on the
I was
screen,
thinking
too.
that just now too.
Just like fancy diagrams, and then just like just whatever this is. Just it's beautiful, beautiful. I like the Geiger counter that was briefly going off.
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
Bite of 87 is
It's always gonna be there. What? I don't know.
Yeah, that was already there last year.
All right, well, there you have it. There you have it,
God.
Safetylang.
That was awesome.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah, that was
non-human. Oh, God.
That was a good one, yeah. Good.
Anyway, yeah.
On to the next one. Is The Secret Language of New England by Rhea.
It's Rhea.
Oh,
This
I'm
one's
so
been in my
excited for this one.
recommendations a lot, but I've been avoiding it because I didn't want to watch anything before judging.
Yeah,
Same.
me too.
Yeah, same here.
So here we go.
Mhm.
Let's see. Kendall Morse and Marshall Dodge. Okay.
I love Down East Maine. I mean, not only do I love the accent and the linguistics, of course, but I also love the folklore. I love nothing better than to come back home after a long day at work and binge some dime store adventures, or to go and brew a cuppa and feel like I really am in the kitchen with Kendall Morse. If you go and crack open a book of New England folklore, you're going to find everything in there from farcical tales of teaching fish how to breathe in the air, to tame religious satire, to a tale of a man tearfully digging up his vampiric wife's body, removing her organs, and burning them.
What the hell?
I like to imagine sometimes that I'm in old-fashioned Maine, maybe sometime around the turn of the 20th century. Picture it with me. You're walking alone late at night down the dirt roads of some small town in Washington County. As you pass by the driveway of a house, you hear two middle-aged men yarning on the veranda. You're going to keep going on your way, but their conversation catches your interest. So after you've passed them by, you make a turn around the corner of their yard, keeping just out of view. Crouching down in the brush, blanketed by shadow and leaf, you instinctively start to hold your breath, as if that'll help you stay quiet. And you listen. This is what you hear.
Bert and I went out to sea on a riverboat so as we could take shortcuts around the coast through the shallow water, owing to riverboats having such flat bottoms, see? Yeah. Well, by and by, we got caught in a fog, and when the sun went down, we were practically navigating by potatoes. We kept on forwards, hoping we'd find a lighthouse, and by, the sea started getting real rough, and we was getting tossed around this way and there, going over bumps and rolls. I felt like we never felt before until, bang! We run aground. And we decided we'd wait till morning before...
You might be a little bit confused at this point.
Okay.
Yes, you are watching the right YouTube channel, and yes, this is my submission for the 4th annual Close Conlang Circles. Based off my previous year's submissions, you might be expecting some silly bits or droll witticisms. That's not what you're going to get this year, alright? Because I'm not Rhea Dawn. My name is Curtis Kaler. I'm a Maine storyteller, vampire hunter, folk singer, sea captain, lobsterman, ex-town selectman, and linguist from the state of Maine in the far northeast of the United States of America, in Washington County. I'm here to tell you all some very important information. Vampires have been a part of the folklore of New England for centuries now, long as the Yankee used the vampire to explain such things as death and disease in his homeland, which is already full of various mythical creatures. But unlike most fearsome critters in the folklore of Maine, vampires are actually... What's that? Oh, I see. Sorry.
I thought that was a real knock. Holy crap.
Well, it seems like we've got to be talking about language on this channel, so best we move on. The way people speak in Down East Maine can be some hard to understand if you're from away. The closer to the coast you are and the further east you go, the thicker the accent gets. Down in Machias, where I'm from, my uncle makes just about as much money being a translator for tourists as giving them the damn tours. The language I'm about to describe to you is found all over New England, as are its speakers, but I'm going to be describing to you just one dialect, the dialect as it is spoken in this language in Down East Maine. This is a language that's some hard to understand even if you are a local. I mean, hell, that really is the whole point of it.
For now, we are going to refer to this language as NEVS. I understand, of course, that it is customary to describe the phonemic inventory of a language first and build up from there. I hope you'll excuse me for glossing over that for now. Just trust the process. All words in NEVS can be divided into a handful of parts. First, every word has 4 slots which operate as word-level suprasegmentals. Each one of them is very different and can be filled by a number of different things. I can't tell you yet about their specific nature, but I can tell you that for the first slot there are 3 possible values, for the second there are 9, for the third there are 4, and for the fourth there are 5. Besides that, we now move from the 4 suprasegmentals to the actual segments of the word. Each timing slot has 2 variables which must be given values. Like before, we'll just number the possible values. The first slot has 8, and the second has 5. The word can be as many segments long as it needs to be, and the segment level values can always be different for each segment. The way that we're going to write this is so. First, we'll write down the values for each segment level slot. Since there are 2 of these values, every second digit will indicate a new slot. Then the last 4 digits will be appended to indicate the values of the 4 word-level slots.
At first you might be wondering, if a word can have 6 unique phonemic slots from just one segment, does that mean that most words in NEVS are quite short? Well, you would think so, logically, but in practice that's just not how the language has turned out. Now let's explore the grammar of NEVS using the translation text. Firstly, we can see that the word serpent has been translated into a multi-word phrase. This is because in the language of practical use, snakes just aren't brought up that often. In fact, the language would never really be used in the context which this text implies, with people commenting on things in real time. It's just not what it would be used for.
Anyway, we then get graceful, which takes the same case marker as the nominal that it's modifying, as per usual. Fang is in the genitive, and thus we are talking about a graceful haver of fangs. Also in this sentence, we get our first verb, intransitive to sit. In this case, the aspect is realis, the mood is indicative, the evidentiality is first hand, and the person is third person. This indicates that the speaker has witnessed the act of sitting being done by a third person, in this case the serpent, which has begun and may or may not have finished. In English, this first sentence is phrased as an exclamation, a sort of rhetorical question seeking the listener's affirmation. The closest approximation to this in NEVS is a new sentence, either translated as I know that or we know that. This could be translated back into English as a separate rhetorical question, don't we know it? In the next sentence, we can see the first use of a morpheme very unique to this language, the ditto morpheme. Time is of the essence when this language is spoken, and so the ditto morpheme appears instead of the usual suffixes, to indicate that for the marked word, its non-derivational morphology is exactly the same as the most recent word in the conversation with which it shares a word class. In NEVS, there are only 3 word classes: nominals, which include modifiers, verbs, and a small closed class of particles. Eternity is a nominal, and the immediately prior nominal is thread, so eternity must have the same case as thread, the genitive marker. Thus, we can see that the NP is the weaver of the thread of eternity, or the loom of infinity. We also have to communicate the idea that the verb to weave surely won't happen. This is done via the use of irrealis aspect, improbable epistemic mood, inferential evidentiality, and third person. Basically, the only new grammar that we see for the rest of the text is in the use of a new ditto morpheme, ditto to. This is basically the same as the ditto morpheme, but instead of referring to the last word in the same word class, it refers to the second last word in the same word class.
You've probably noticed by now that there are a few slightly uncommon things about NEVS's grammar. These are all by design. This is not a naturalistic language. This is a language that's been designed for a specific purpose, and that purpose is planning. That's why there's only an aspectual distinction between future and non-future. In reality, this is a verbal distinction between planned events and events which have already come to pass. Of course, person marking is also very useful in making plans, not to mention evidentiality and mood, especially epistemic modality, which comes in handy talking about the possibilities and probabilities of different events in plans.
I'll be the first to say it. I've been a little bit evasive thus far, mentioning concrete details about this language. I mean, hell, you don't even know how it's pronounced yet, do you? I feel as though we've gotten to a point in the process where I can disclose some further details.
In this dialect of NEVS, a single word is phonetically an entire story told in the dialect of old-fashioned Down East Maine, specifically a yarn. A sentence is phonetically made up of a series of yarns. Conversations consist of speakers peacefully sitting and exchanging yarns, sometimes for hours at a time. Let's dig into those phonemic slots I was telling you about earlier. If we see each segment of a word as a sentence in Down East Maine English and each word as an entire English yarn, we can describe the 4 word-level supersegments as operating on the nature of the entire monologue. These slots are the type of yarn, the topic of the yarn, the people in the yarn, and the overall mood of the yarn. On the segment level, the 2 variables which must apply to each English sentence are blueness and ambiguity. Let's look at our very first word, hava. Of course, we have the underlying 3 segments with these values, all under the influence of these 4 suprasegmentals. The first segment manifests as an English sentence with no blueness and no ambiguity. The second segment manifests as an English sentence with no blueness and pragmatic ambiguity. The third segment manifests as an English sentence with no blueness and intonational ambiguity. And of course, these 3 sentences must come together to form a yarn which is grounded, concerns locations within the state, concerns people personally known by the speaker, and has an aura of wit or cleverness to it. That's only the first word. That's why the ditto morphemes exist. That's why the language is pro-drop. That's why the most common suffix for any given word class is 0. And that's why the language is agglutinating rather than analytic. This language takes an incredibly long time to speak. Its information density is unspeakably low. To add to this, the constraints of how these NEVS segments can be turned into English sentences are specific but also sparse, meaning that the same word in NEVS can sound like numerous different English sentences but still mean the exact same thing. By extension, this would mean that if the same word popped up multiple times in a conversation, an outsider wouldn't be able to tell that anything was being repeated at all.
So in short, a conversation in NEVS sounds exactly like a conversation in English. They're almost indistinguishable by sound alone. And that is by design.
Hold on.
It's been clear to us from the...
Let's go back and look at those sentences again, shall we?
Yeah. But still mean...
God. So the first one I think is more sensible. My father was a deep sea river. And one time he accidentally went to Massachusetts, as one does, and left as soon as he'd realized his mistake. Understandable. That was the only time we were ever glad it was running out of air. God.
I mean, for what it's worth, I have accidentally gone to Massachusetts before.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens
that does happen quite often, actually.
And option 2 is my grandmother was at the Boston Tea Party. She was the first bag they threw overboard.
Oh, God.
I was thinking about the first sentence. How do you accidentally end up in Massachusetts as a deep sea diver?
Just swam.
I don't know.
They never said it was related.
Yeah, I don't know how specifically as a deep sea diver, but the way I did was I was trying to go to Rhode Island and I took the wrong highway exit.
Oh, felt.
and then I got to the same highway exit number, but in Massachusetts, and they were really confused when I asked for directions, and then I found out I was in the wrong state.
That's something you would definitely notice in Arizona. I don't think you could accidentally end up in another state from
New
Arizona.
England moment.
Yeah,
TBH.
The landscape
It is a New
doesn't
England
look post-apocalyptic anymore. You know you've left the state.
Okay.
I do like the small explanation on the bottom in the brackets. I didn't quite understand what was going on, but then reading this in the bottom, I'm like, okay, I see like why these are interpreted as different things when they are technically kind of considered the same thing. You know what I mean?
A 2-sentence farcical witty yarn utilizing wordplay concerning people known by the speaker. Both sentences are tame. The first sentence is unambiguous, and the second is lexically ambiguous. Yeah, so the levels of ambiguity go from, I guess, the lowest level all the way up to pragmatic. Like, I don't know what the steps are exactly. Lexically is one of them, and then pragmatically was another one.
Translation is going to be like 5 hours long.
I think it's about to happen. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We still got a couple minutes. Okay, let's keep going.
The exact same thing. By extension, this would mean that if the same word popped up multiple times in a conversation, an outsider wouldn't be able to tell that anything was being repeated at all.
So in short, a conversation in NEVS sounds exactly like a conversation in English. They're almost indistinguishable by sound alone.
Oh, God.
And that is by design. It's been clear to us from the beginning that vampires must be capable of planning, from the way they coordinate their attacks and execute them, but you know, we've never busted a gang of vampires mid-plan. We've never caught them conversing in some shadowy corner somewhere. It turns out the entire time, when we were wondering how these vampires were making their plans, they were happening right before our eyes and under our noses. They were using a cant. By design, it sounds exactly like English conversation. So if you walk past two people having a conversation in NEVS, you won't be any the wiser that they're planning an attack on you or your family. You wouldn't be any the wiser. That's not all, of course. Language is also immune to infiltration, because no human would have the mental faculty necessary to keep track of all the moving parts of a conversation in NEVS. No human would have the mental fortitude to be patient enough. That's the trick of NEVS. NEVS is short for New England Vampire Speak.
The full moon.
Is this whole video in like mean something in any
this language is used for planning. So, in real life, we would never be able to speak about current events and make timely observations and exclaim things like, "Oh my God," in New England Vampire Speak. That's just not what the language is used for. Let's listen now to the recording, the translation of the text, to the first two sentences of the text, because if we had tried any more of the text of the translation, it would have taken far too long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just going to go with this for now. Be aware that this translation does contain some mild sexual references. It is rated PG and contains the humor characteristic of old men from the countryside.
Oh no.
Just be aware of that. Without further ado, this is New England Vampire Speak.
Several minutes.
Oh, wow, it really is.
Some time ago, I was in a bar in Penobscot County, and the word spread around I was from a pretty poor part of Maine.
Yeah.
Eventually, this one lady come up to me and said, "Is what they said true, that you were born in a log cabin?" I said, "No, ma'am, 'tisn't. But my father moved into one just as soon as he could afford it."
That's insane.
That reminds me of the time my old man took my grandfather, who was afraid of flying, up in his plane for a ride, and as a joke, he pretended to dive bomb some guys playing a game of football beneath them, and then he pulled up at the last moment. After he'd done that, he laughed and said to my grandfather, "Half the people down there probably thought there was going to be an accident." My grandfather said, "Half the people up here did have an accident."
Holy
God.
You know, that reminds me of the time we saw this pretty lady in town. My friend said, "Oh, her front side is like the Mhoi-tzwlaa-d and her back side's like Lead Mountain."
Blueness for sexual...
Careful there, or your front side will start looking like Lead Mountain, too. I know you wouldn't fucking like that one. That reminds me. The town drunk from down there. He drank a quart of whiskey every day. His one wish. Said he wanted to be cremated when he died.
Well, one day the old son of a bitch finally died, and a certain someone remembered him. Remembered his one wish, so they cremated him. It took about 3 days to put the fire out. There was this farmer who, every time someone called a donkey, he would correct them and call it an ass because he thought that was the animal's proper name.
How long is this story?
There was one occasion on which this particular gentleman's faithful packet had moved on from this mortal coil. The farmer's neighbor, having perceived said farmer excavated his paddock for the purpose of burial, inquired thusly, "Is that a donkey hole you're digging?" The farmer just glared at him and said,
"This is like, again, I'm thinking of that family tree that one person made. I forgot who made it. This is gonna be like in the same like branch as Robin Hood in terms of like just like massive like abstraction of communication. It's crazy."
I wonder if still want to hear all the story.
Okay, we don't have the time to listen to all of it. That's a bit too much.
I'll listen to the rest of it on my own time, but we probably should move on because that's insane.
Yes.
That's beautiful, Rhea. That's awesome.
God,
holy crap! At least let's hear like
13 miles over ground on a heavy autumn dew. Listen to that. There's hardly any wind tonight. Very
Comment
tranquil.
on the weather being nice. Ends turn by drinking and commenting on their drink.
Nice and hot.
Nice and hot.
Marshall?
"Yes, Kendall?"
I think there's someone in the bushes.
Hey!
Oh God! And there it is.
Oh no!
Oh
I like all their back channeling.
Yeah.
I don't know if I fully like got if that was part of the like communication being languaged, but regardless, it was good.
That was crazy. That was really good. Oh my God.
For at least part of it, I was kind of more paying attention to the English than the actual conlang.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This sounds like a modem, like a dial-up shake, like what those sounds meant if they were speaking by actual.
I mean, I think that was like how people in Maine spoke like 100 years ago. Like in terms of like, the
I
actual
totally
sound.
trust. And I trust you to get that part right, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
That
It's all about like phonetics and stuff.
Particularly in English.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me mark this one as done. The next one is the language without a name.
Second hasata tapiensiram vinocin? Eram. Hastodudu verotach tu sövka inje wokimus yushkate. Chim yistru yer anrasigwopte.
Okay.
Shejegova kumer para chero kavurish. Koshnamie jemenhich pirmia amuse matererva. Eci jersesam. Nuvisravem koshnash tu sororin. Chies poltarimu jenas arjeverwa. Vietene setadwa. Vinocisz? O, rom. Hen meszka mansi jera chidgarem. Nu hen irotwasen gazam. Czy hastotudu viwara? May chioranu sampe wara. Chio hastarzi.
Oh God. Oh God.
Ivikas shantia veji pirmiu. E fanraka en harpien chreczka vasra. Tumen manjino divaka viru dienu hasarsika. Shi sam hatekria e sajeu. Sekoshi sira ich nokto vipikain? Ega ebiguva.
Oh God.
Is this thing on? Okay, hi. Sorry for the cold open. Let me explain what's happening here. I'm in the kingdom of Tarech right now. They sent for me to solve an odd linguistic problem of theirs. I was giving the briefing by Adon in the carriage right here. Basically, some of their subjects have been acting very strange, walking around in a spiral pattern while muttering in an unknown language, and not responding to anything. Tarechi, their own names, nothing. They just walk around in spirals and talk to each other in a garbled mystery language. The king wants me to translate their language so he can know if they're plotting against him, and he wants me to report my findings to him each day, so I'm on a bit of a time crunch. Oh, yeah, I should give you a brief explanation of the local language while I've got time. Tarechi is a mostly synthetic head final language. I'll explain it in more detail later, but right now I'll just give you the basics. The word order is almost always SOV with adjectives before nouns and adpositions after. The consonants are ma, na, pa, ta, cha, ka, fa, sa, sha, cha, va, ra, ya. As you can see, there is no voice distinction and no RL distinction. The vowels are a bit more annoying. There are 7 monophthongs.
Yeah, I have a feeling something cryptic is happening here.
O, A, and each can be either long or short. There are also a couple odd diphthongs, ye and uo. Tarechi used to have a simple 5-vowel system with a load of diphthongs and triphthongs, and when it flattened out, it left this mess, kind of like French. The syllable structure is CVC, with no consonant clusters larger than 2 allowed. Onto the grammar, there are no articles, nouns decline for case and...
What'd you say?
Vowel system's not too bad.
Yeah.
This is way tamer than French.
I have a feeling something is going to happen here.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, this language has a name.
From the Germanic,
because this is Tarechi. This is the language that they were speaking first. This isn't even it yet. So something's gonna happen. Just keep going.
Number but not gender, and adjectives agree with them, but with more simplified endings. Like nouns, pronouns don't have gendered forms. Verbs have the most complicated set of endings, conjugating for person and number, 4 tenses, and active and passive voice. Got all that? Okay, good. Like I said, I'm low on time. Okay, the infected are starting to show up. I've set up a recording station, and I'll check back once I've got some audio recordings. Okay, the audio is all recorded for the day, and it's weird. Let me just show you. Fisr mora, chichifach spoffin, son noc rariri, son noc bet krpamat kriri.
Oh God.
Totach chu ash can na kariri, ka chich kapr. Ash kak kiriri, ukuchachits, o meni mashiki chamr. Ash can mat perfich, The good news is that a lot of it is very similar to Tarechi, actually. I'll explain what I mean in a moment. First, let's just look at what we have here. All the words are very long, and most contain at least one sequence of stuttering. Each word, however, can be broken up into sections and based around the stutters, and many of them closely resemble Tarechi root words, which makes me think this may just be a very garbled form of Tarechi or some new language that derives heavily from it, which is a good sign. The phonology, as far as I can tell, is pretty similar as well. Ta seems to have shifted to tsa, the approximants have all hardened, and the retroflex tap has become an alveolar trill. Ra and sa seem to be able to function as syllabic consonants as well, which is weird. The vowels retain Tarechi's front rounded vowels, but I don't know about the length distinction. I still can't figure out exactly how everything is pieced together yet. There are no pronouns, articles, any short words at all, so I think they're most likely encoded somewhere in the long strings. The other thing is, based on the guesses I made about the words' meanings, the subject of these conversations gets a bit weird. This one seems to focus on eating, but it uses words that I've never heard used for regular dinner, more like some kind of cannibalism. There are some patterns. I haven't identified any names or proper nouns at all, and a large portion of the words I've been able to identify are verbs. It all just seems like nonsense, but there are patterns here, and I think I can work with that. I don't know, I need more time. I'm about to go in for my first audience with the king. They said they don't want me filming inside, but I'm gonna try to slip a microphone in with me. Korjishan. Sergiakom, Sanivisa. Husatwan Fratuva, te Chiarampite Kresh? May Sanivisa, Tokanintaritus Pirasa Vanza Surumte, Che Karmazasa, Kivira Seramani Usurute. Che Seritusif, Che Sorantontiamo, Vefanrishmo? And some Sanivisa. They told me to wear a mask. They're worried whatever is causing the infections might be airborne. I just got back from my first meeting with the king, and he seemed really anxious. I don't know, it was weird. So, about the glitchy phonology, there are two main patterns I found that are consistent throughout all the recordings. There's the consonant stutter, which I already mentioned, which is usually 3 long, but is sometimes 5 or 6. That might be important. The second is kind of tonal, but the tones can also apply to the syllabic consonants, I think. There's a rhythm to the tones, I think. Most words end in a rising tone. I think that's important. If we use the stutters to break the words into chunks, I think we can find a pattern in the way the words are structured. I'm going to keep working on this now that I have a place to start from. I think I'm going insane. I'll check back once I have more. Okay, it's been a few hours. I don't know exactly what everything means yet, but I have a pretty good idea of what everything does. I figured out the parts of speech. So most of the roots that correspond to Taraji nouns go at the beginning of words, and almost all of the words have a verb as their last root. The different roots are separated by a stutter, but only when their parts of speech are different. And the different parts of speech have different tones. Most of the roots have 2 syllables, the verbs all have a tone on the last syllable, and many on the first as well. The nouns have a tone on the first syllable, but not the last, and the adjectives and adverbs have no tones. I think every one of these words is a predicate, with a verb and an object, but no subject, meaning all subjects have to be in the form of an object. I'm still missing a lot of information, like what the tones themselves mean, how to arrange the sentences, etc. I think I can figure it out.
Okay.
I sense a de-evolution happening.
Yeah, something's going on here.
Spent all night working. I think I got everything figured out. King wants to hear from me again. Leaving recording on. Sinivise, risani virte kranzi. No. Kipani chifesatau.
God.
Murakiru chamu. Murakiru chamu. Sidas khas khas lachtas na vatra. Aki Stenkes escantaina. Cirta fimanefi. Veta. Izan. What just happened? Atatlazat na vatra. Sech klevche.
The date is different.
What?
So the plague ended.
Okay.
I got the footage of whoever saved everyone, but I still don't really know what happened. Everyone returned to normal, and they forgot whatever they'd been speaking while infected. All that's left of it are my recordings and notes. I mean, I should be happy, right? But I can't stop thinking. That's an extinct language now. It didn't even exist for long enough to have a name. Anyway, even though I don't really remember much of it, it appears I did figure out the grammar, probably because as the infection began I learned to speak it, so I can finish translating that sample. Here it is, one more time. The language without a name. Fisr mora, chi fac spof fin, son no cerariri, son no trpet skrpamat tsekriri, Zotze chu ashkenin na kariri kachi kapr ashkek kiruriri ukuchachits omenime shiki chemr ashkemetr pifich sumunimeme skoni chemu chich chemu Vstr mrče ashkek kochu morakiru chechemu. Wow, that's fun to say. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I feel like I should tell you to subscribe because it really worked last time. Like wow, where did you people come from? In all seriousness, this video took a lot out of me. I wasted too much time during the summer, and a vast majority of what you're seeing came together in literally the last couple of days. By the end, I had to exhaust myself to even get anything out on time at all. By the way, this isn't a metaphor for anything. Who said anything about college applications? I'll wrap up here because you're probably tired of me yapping, but I do have more to say about these languages since I was both hasty and vague in this video, which is never a good combination. If I made anything unclear, just ask in the comments and I'll answer your questions, and I'll probably do a full conlang showcase on Taraji sometime. Okay, that's it for me. Bye.
All right. Well, there you go.
Oh.
So, the next one is Wakey-Wakey, which is a 30-minute submission.
Dear God. I've seen people talk about this one a lot.
The following presentation, otherwise known as a cursed conlang, is incredibly
Hey, wake up. Stop dreaming. The presentation is about to start. Stop mumbling.
Thank God.
Get up.
Oh, thank God. No, otherwise it would have been disqualified.
What's that? You're trying to make words? How about you're too tired to remember how to English correctly? Listen, buddy, there is no language out there that lets you mumble up nonsense and make up everything as you go.
Hi, my name's Flaming Fish, and this is Wakey-Wakey. As you know, this language is natively spoken by over 90% of the world's population, and while it is an auxiliary language, there is no documentation about it anywhere. Even though I only started learning this language 2 months ago, I feel like I have a duty to share this with you. How could I deprive the world of a language optimized for when you wake up?
Pause if you want to read.
Phonology. Wakey-Wakey has 2 forms of harmony that combine to make 4 registers for each word. So for example, we have non-creaky and creaky, as well as non-nasalized and nasalized. These combine together to make 4 forms for each sound. Each word has only 1 form. If a word is FPLOG, which most of them are, they will always be non-nasalized and non-creaky. The register that it's in has a few grammatical properties, and it also changes the way it's spelled. Each sound is a trigraph of 3 key mashes, with the key mash being based off of the row that the register is. These are the sounds in Wakey-Wakey. Pretty much none of them are in my native English, so I'm probably going to mispronounce all of them, especially the ones that can't be pronounced. And the vowels are I. Syllable structure is a consonant, then a vowel, then either, but it has to have 3 sounds in it. Maternal trees. I'm going to be using English words as an example just to make it easier to...
What?
The consequences of conlang critic.
Why is it green?
Literally.
Why is it green? I guess one way to describe this is every syllable must be long. It must be close. Well, you can have open ones. It can end with a vowel. It just needs to be long, so it needs to have a consonant or a vowel at the end.
I'm confused of why the Soylent Green filter was applied.
I have no idea. What I did notice, though,
maybe we'll find out.
Trees are green.
In the pie chart at the start, I think amongst the other 10% were K-Bop and Basque Icelandic Pidgin or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Phonemic video editing. Yeah, that's the plot twist.
Maybe we find out.
All right, let's see.
Describe. When something is a daughter of something else, it describes it. So for example, if we have black as a daughter of dog, black modifies its mother, makes black dog. Each time you create a new node, you coin a completely new name for it. This is not something in the vocab, this is just something that you come up with yourself. For example, dog, you gave it the name Wooby, and black, you gave it the name Gooby. To actually add something to the tree, to the diagram, what you would say is you say the mother's name, the daughter's name, and then the type. We'll go over this later. Let's say you have the word dog in the tree, and you want to say that it's black. You take the dog's name, Wooby, and then you create a new name for the black node. We'll call it Gooby, and then you say its type, which is the word black. In this situation, you would say Wooby, Gooby, Black. The names that you give the nodes can be used again. The names here work as identifiers, and you can use them whenever you want. Let's say after a while you realize, wait, I want to specify that the dog is cute. Well, you can add a second node here, say Wooby, Blibbity Bobble, cute. You just said that the dog is cute, even way after you stopped talking about the dog. You can always go back to something you've said. Also, let's say you want to describe something else that is black, you can use the word gooby again. Maybe it's the same kind of shade of black that the dog is. Conversations in Wakey-Wakey are like a brainstorm. You can modify the thing that your conversation partner is saying. All of it fits under the same tree.
Cool.
For example, you might say that there is a cat, and then the other person might add on that it's female. This also means that you can refute or negate things that other people are saying. However, once the conversation ends, you can no longer use these words because the new person that you're talking to won't know what you're talking about because they weren't there for the rest of the conversation. This means that you effectively have to start over from scratch every time you start a new conversation. There is also one special word Nga. This word does break phonotactics, but that is a small price to pay for how cool it is. When you say nga, all of the vocabulary gets reset. It essentially acts as a, sorry, I was too tired to pay attention. Could you repeat what you just said? You can also redefine pre-existing words in the vocabulary. Let's say, for example, you're in a debate and you want to make an evidentiality system. You can edit the old word for verb phrase and change it to say verb phrase that I saw firsthand, and then make a new word that means verb phrase that I heard via word of mouth. By doing that, now the other person will have to use those new words that you made. And since you changed the original one, they can't go back to just say verb phrase. Wait, if everything is part of one sentence and one tree, how do you actually convey information? Restrictiveness. Remember those registers from earlier? Well, they actually have grammatical properties. When something is not creaky, it is restrictive. And when something is creaky, it is non-restrictive. The words that these have are fun police versus awesome sauce, because non-restrictive words are cool. Restrictiveness is basically whether a word adds information or narrows something down. I'm going to split the sentence, the black dog ran, into one where black is restrictive and one where it's non-restrictive. We have two sentences. The dog that is black ran versus the dog who is black ran. Native English speakers know that this one matches this one. They pretty much say the same thing, maybe slightly different. However, an English speaker will tell you that the dog who is black ran is not the same as the black dog ran. When you say the black dog ran, it's like you're saying there's many dogs and I'm talking about the black one. When you're saying the dog who is black ran, it's there's a dog, it's black, and it runs. This one is adding extra information while this one is narrowing it down. That is how it works in Wakey-Wakey. When something is awesome sauce, it is adding information. When it's fun police, it's narrowing it down. It's being specific. When a word is nasalized, it is not like other girls. This makes it negated. Let me give an example. I'm just kidding, you get it. Wait, what was this language about again? If you really want to map out a conversation in Wakey-Wakey, you're going to have to utilize a second tree. You know how I said mother name type earlier? I lied. Children need two parents, a mother and a father. So far, we've only given names and relationships between nodes, but they don't actually have any semantic meaning yet. This is what we use fathers for. When you have a son of a father in the paternal tree, it essentially acts like a copy of its father. This is how you can actually have semantic meaning. I'm gonna give a quick example. Right now we have two trees, the maternal tree and the paternal tree. For nodes, I'm just gonna be referring to them by letters because I don't really feel like doing actual language words. Let's say you managed to make the word dog. So first off, in the tree, we're going to say that you did noun phrase, and as a son of noun phrase, you had the node Y, which means dog. And then here in the maternal tree, you actually need to give semantic meaning to Y. And we're gonna skip this step, but basically, you did a bunch of crazy shenanigans and you managed to make Y mean dog. Now let's say you want to make a second dog. Well, since you already have dog here, instead of redoing all of these steps, you can just copy Y. So as a son, instead of a son of noun phrase, we have it as a son of Y. In this, we're gonna call it Z, and we'll maybe have it be like black dog. Now, this doesn't actually have any information yet. We are calling it black dog. It doesn't mean black yet. Right now, all it means is dog. Let's say that we want to have a color system in place if we want to use more colors later. We're gonna make W. W will also be a noun phrase. W is gonna mean color. Now let's say we want to make the color black. Well, we do so. As a son of W, of color, we have a new kind of color, black. We're gonna call this V, which means black. Now every node needs a mother and a father. Since we're going to apply V to Z anyway to make Z mean black dog, we can just put it here now and then describe V as being black. We could have added V as a separate branch here, but since we're adding it to Z anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna add it to Z to save time. So now V means black, and Z finally means black dog. Perfect. But there's more that we can do here. If you ever want to talk about another black dog, you can make a son of Z, and then boom, that'll be another black dog that you can talk about. We're not going to do that right now. What we are going to do right now is try to create the concept of a brown dog. Its father is going to be Y, because we're talking about a new dog. It's very easy to run out of space. So we're just going to have this snake around here, and we're going to have this be S, which is going to be brown dog. Doesn't mean brown dog yet, but it will. We just have to go through a few steps. Then we add it to the maternal tree. We're just going to add it like up here. Then we're going to want to make it mean brown. How do we make the word brown? That's right, a new son of color. We're gonna call this one T. T is gonna mean brown. On the maternal tree, we're gonna add T to S because it's faster, and then we're gonna have it mean brown. So now we have Y meaning dog, Z meaning black dog, W meaning color, S meaning brown, and V meaning black. We can now reuse these anytime we want. Want to make a new color? Son of W. Want to make a new black dog? Son of Z. Want to make a new color that's kind of like black? Son of V. There's one last interesting thing we can do here. Changing the father changes all of its sons. Let's change Y to instead mean little dog after we did all of this. Now, instead of Z meaning black dog, it now means like black puppy. S, instead of meaning brown dog, it means brown puppy. When you change the father of something, all of its sons change with it. It's not like a one-time copy. They're linked, you know? However, when you change the son, you do not change the father. It's only from father to son. There may be an instance where the mother and the father are the same. For example, for the concept of infinity, you could have something that is recursively defined as something bigger than itself. When you do this, you have a strong single mother who fulfills the role of the mother and the father. And thus, you don't actually have to say the father. You can just omit it. It's null. When you've just woken up, it's really difficult to remember stuff. An English speaker who just woke up will probably have an easier time remembering words like this or that, rather than words like fruit or mustalloy. This distinction is called deictic versus anaphoric. Deictic words are words that all have to do with the context, the surrounding, like this, that, here, now, there. While anaphoric words are all about the information that is abstract, like the gym, the desk, the library. You know, it's stuff that you probably don't have in your current context, very abstract, arbitrary concepts. Wakey-Wakey has almost exclusively deictic words. This is because it is a lot easier to remember deictic words because you're using them equally all the time. The word orange, like the color, is very useful in English for when you want to describe something that is orange. However, if you don't need to say the word orange, then it's just another vocabulary word that you have to remember. Meanwhile, in Wakey-Wakey, all words are pretty much equally useful or very similarly useful because they all describe stuff around you. Deictic words are useful in every context because they describe stuff that is in the context. Whoa, hold your horses, fun police. This still is an actual language. Even though Wakey-Wakey uses mostly deictic words, they're not all deictic. There are very few anaphoric words. Any arbitrary concept should theoretically be possible in Wakey-Wakey because when you're speaking Wakey-Wakey, it's not just you in a void. You have a physical presence and you are surrounded by a bunch of stuff, especially when you're in a bedroom, which is the most often place you speak it in. Yes, theoretically, if you were in a blank void and you were nothing and your conversation partner was nothing, this language wouldn't be possible. But also, you're in a blank void. Why would you want to speak Wakey-Wakey in a blank void? Let's consider Starmok, Tamarian, and 2 colons from CCC entries. Those are languages and they all revolve around the context of a story. It's still considered a language just because the 3 languages have a big enough story. My argument is that when you're in a bedroom or when you're just existing in the world, there is so much around you that you can refer to that it is possible to describe any concept.
Pause if you want to read.
Remember, the best defense is a good offense. If this isn't a language...
Wait, what was that? Wait, hang
on.
on.
I think it was an example of what they're talking about.
Oh.
That's
so much around you that you can refer to
through.
that it is possible to describe any concept.
Pause if you want to read.
Remember,
okay,
the best defense is a good offense. If this isn't a language, some of the other CCC languages aren't either. Everything is based off of this. This is just the null phoneme. It's nothing. It just means phrase. Whenever you start a conversation, it's a child of that, basically. Then we have nominal phrase, which is essentially like the stuff. This is anything at all. It just kind of means like thing. You add on stuff to it to describe stuff. Verb phrase, is like an action, usually a relationship between 2 nominals. And then adpositional phrase. This is where things get weird. Let's take the phrase person animal. We have animal as the mother and person as the daughter. Person is modifying animal. Now this would probably seem like maybe an ape because it's an animal that is like a person. But what if we wanted person to modify it differently? This is where adpositional phrases come in. They tell you how the daughter affects the mother. Let's say that we have the adposition of. Now this becomes the animal of the person. And this could mean something like pet. Note that this works differently differently from how sometimes in syntax trees you'd have of first, and here of is below this. If you're confused about this, we'll go over this a little bit later. Okay, those weren't the only words in the vocabulary. There's a lot more that we're going to go over, but I don't really think it's very useful for me to write down all of them here, so we'll just go through most of them and see what they do. Safetylang and Wakey-Wakey. Oh my gosh, they're fluent. In Wakey-Wakey, you have words for near and far, as well as words for partial and somewhat. This creates 6 kind of core distances that are most often used, but of course, you could always create more. Near is arm's length, partial near is a dart throw, somewhat near is like where you could hear someone if they were to call out to you without straining their voice. Full far is just like beyond, it's the abyss, it's incredibly far away. Partial far is within maybe walking distance, somewhat far is within view. Left and right are how you make angles. In this language, angles are actually made up of 2 angles. Since we have conflicting terminology, let's call these things angles and this arc section in Arkansas. The S is like Puerto Rican Spanish where it's kind of pronounced, kind of not really. To create an Arkansas, you keep bisecting an Arkansas with left and right. Usually it's implied to start from the first person's facing direction. So for example, let's say we say left here, we bisect it, and then we only keep the left side. So now we're working with this, and our new angle is facing this way. Let's say we want to say right. Well, we bisect it again, we keep the right side, so then we kill this. Now we are facing in this direction. We can keep going. Let's say left this time. Take it out, get rid of the right side, we keep the left. Now we're going in this direction. You can just keep bisecting it until you get the perfect angle that you want. To do this, you would just add the words left and right as daughters of each other and just keep going down in a chain. Sometimes angles are also made by giving 2 points, for example saying from point A to point B, and because of this, you never say that an angle is from the first person's perspective, because if you say that, then you're saying it is from the starting point of the first person. Because of this, it is always implied to start from the first person. Oh, actually, I forgot to mention something, but I already drew something else. When you have 2 points, then you can know the direction and the distance. When you have a distance, a point, and a direction, you can know the final point. And you use that point in space to describe like the thing you're describing. Like, oh yeah, that thing over there at that direction, at this angle from my starting point. Unfortunately, this language has verbs. I know this may offend some of you. I know a lot of you are Cursed Conlang Circus participants, and I'm sorry if this is disturbing or upsetting, but it's just what it is. The verbs work pretty simply. You have active verbs and passive verbs, as well as the verb phrase we went over earlier. But active and passive are kind of like whether you're like consciously putting effort in or if it's kind of just happening.
Pause if you want to read.
You can apply somewhat impartial to these, pretty self-explanatory. You also have agent markers and patient markers. Those are adpositional phrases. Some of you awake viewers may have noticed a huge issue with this. Remember how the son has all of the attributes of its father in the paternal tree? What truly happens is the son copies all of the daughters of its father. However, we don't mark this in the maternal tree because it's big and can lead to infinite diagrams due to recursion. Because of this, doesn't it make it useless to copy a verb for reuse if it carries over the subject and object information it was last used for? Actually, no. When this happens, 2 things don't get copied over: the father's adpositions and any awesome sauce information. Since subjects and objects are almost always awesome sauce, they aren't copied when making the son of a verb. If a subject or an object is an awesome sauce, then it acts more of a modifier anyway, so it's useful to carry over. Adpositions. I mean, I'm calling them adpositions. I don't know what they're actually called. You'll probably recognize a lot of these, kind of like cases, but there's a few special ones that we need to go over. Remember, an adposition works by detailing the relationship between its mother and its grandmother. Purple is a daughter of brown, and blue is an adposition and a daughter of purple. The relationship between purple to brown is described by blue. Let's say blue is genitive here. This could mean brown is of purple. Qualitative is an interesting one. Let's say we have you, followed by Rudop, followed by the qualitative adposition. This guy's name is Rudop, by the way. Say hi. Now, when you have the qualitative, you take an attribute that is shared by both. In fact, you end up taking all the attributes, so sometimes you have to narrow it down even more. But the major attribute that you, the viewer, share with Rudop is that you're cute. So right here, we can write cute. This node right here no longer means you. Even though its father is the second person, it actually means cute. If we wanted to describe a majestic looking snake, we could say that it is cute by using this second person Rudop qualitative. Now you can kind of see how adpositions are really, really powerful. The last thing we have to go over is what I'm going to be calling anti-context. I don't really know if there's a good term for it, so I'm just calling it this. It essentially acts like a gnomic or something that is generally the case, but not necessarily within the current context. For example, if you want to describe a cake eater, you would say someone is eating cake, and then you would use anti-context. Be like, they're eating cake generally, but not necessarily in this context. That's about it. We can get to the translation now. There's a lot of steps that go into translating the sentence, what a majestic serpent. For example, you're going to need to translate the word. What are you doing? Are you locking into frame? My guy. I'm almost done, please. I need to get this done before sundown. As I was saying, there's a lot of steps that go into translating. There's a lot of steps that go into translating what a majestic serpent. For example, you need to translate serpent, but obviously there's no word for serpent. So you're probably gonna have to do the thing that is generally in grass. How do you translate grass? Well, that's the thing that's below you, and that is near. But how do you translate below? Well, what you can do is you can go the direction from the eyes to the mouth. How do you translate eyes? Well, that's the thing that you used to see. How do you translate see? To see, it's the thing that is far away from you. It's a active verb phrase that the first person is doing that is somewhat active. To translate mouth, it's pretty much the same thing, action from first person to second person that is speech, you know, and mouth is instrumental. And then for majestic, we went over this earlier, you're a cutie, Rudop's a cutie, we do the qualitative thing. Oh, and I'm also not translating the rest of the text. This entire sentence took me over a month. All right, translation time. The context is, I am standing on grass. There are sometimes snakes here, and Rudop is on my left. Obviously, you and I have mouths, ears, all of that. We're physical beings, and that you, the viewer, are attractive.
I think we get the point. That's crazy. It's a massive translation. I think this is the end over here. Holy crap.
I think when they have the Mexico filter.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Mexico filter's coming.
That's kind of it. I probably got...
Wait, whoa. Oh man. That's the real interesting
Oh, wow.
part. Holy crap. Oh my god. The core word.
It's just a syntax tree. It's a syntax genealogy.
It's a family tree. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's
I really like that.
Syntax, it's more of a semantic tree, if anything.
It's like a semantic like family tree.
All of that wrong, but I'm not doing this again. After watching this video, you are now a wakey-wakey master. You're just gonna be fluent. So you wake up and then suddenly you can just speak your heart's desire. No need to deep back into the trenches of your mind to try to figure out the actual words you need to say. I'd like to thank everyone who helped make this possible. That's really mainly Agma Schwa, of course, for hosting the competition. Eternal for helping organize the rules and telling me what I can and can't do. There was a lot of that. I appreciate you, especially letting me only do like the first sentence. Huge thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks to my parents for like letting me have the time to do this and like putting up with me while I was practicing. As you can tell, I'm very small. I still live with my parents. Thank you to all the people on the CCC chat. It was fun getting all your inspiration and suggestions, and I really appreciate all of you. That seems like it's it, so sweet dreams, so long, and thanks for all the fish.
Beautiful. Cynthia made that? Oh, God.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
Oh god. So,
Wow.
all right,
There you
let's
go.
talk about this one
Holy crap.
while I open the.
As a person
thing.
who is tired, I can't speak this, so
So,
keep that in mind.
debunked. Just...
Yeah.
I
So,
think it's really
my-
interesting that this is kind of just like a system to create words out of
It
like
is
anything,
really
sort of.
just- yeah. Really just a weird form of variable assignment where you can define new
Yeah.
words in terms of existing ones. That's really most of what it is.
I do like how there's scopes for conversations, and when you have another conversation, it changes the scope, and you need to redeclare the variables.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
On to the next one, which is, I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Let's find out.
Medjedic?
Medjedic?
More
Yeah, there you go.
fish. I
Like
see.
that.
Wait,
Two
isn't that
fish
just
team,
the one that was
cancer,
in the
neuro-
recommendations
It might have been, yeah.
on the side there?
Medjedic.
Okay.
But you know what else is recommended? The Bite of 87.
It's on the top as well.
Of course. it is.
Wait for someone to make up the Bite of 87 Conlang next year.
Agma, just so you know, you can set a video to not be recommended anymore if you'd like.
No, this is important.
God.
This is very, very important.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Important too.
Here we go.
According to ancient Egyptian mythology, the god Osiris was hacked to death by his brother Seth, who then scattered his body parts across the land. Osiris's wife, and also sister, Isis, was able to recover the pieces, put them back
Egyptian
together, and resurrect him. Except there was one piece he wasn't able to find. His penis. That had been eaten by a fish known to the ancient Egyptians as the Medjed. According to the Medjedian mythology, eating the divine phallus gifted that fish with intelligence and the knowledge of magic and language, lifting him above the other fish and beasts of the Nile. They believe that this fish was the first Medjed from whom they all descend. Could this overlap in mythology be more than a mere coincidence, like mainstream archaeologists argue? Does it perhaps suggest that the two are based on the same true story? Or
I
that
don't
the
think
ancient
we know at
Egyptians
which
were the
point it started being fake.
Yeah, literally. Who knows?
Also, do we want subtitles? I don't think we need them.
No, I think we're okay. I guess it was just on automatically. All right.
So we're on by default, sometimes not so.
Yeah, interesting. All right.
self-gifted with advanced technology, allowing them to talk with fish. Ancient ichthyology theorists say fish, and believe that the evidence may be found within one of the
This is all
very
ancient
gifts
aliens.
that the
Beautiful.
Medjed received, their language.
Oh god.
Medjedic is a language in the Middle Momirian family. It's spoken almost exclusively in the parts of the Nile near the modern city of El Banasa, once the site of the ancient Egyptian settlement of Per-Medjed, where the Medjed fish was worshipped. Its speakers are the Medjedian people, named after their supposed ancestor. They are members of the species swafish, scientific name Oxyrhynchus swai, an unusually intelligent momurid. This is a presentation about their language. Before we can talk about them and said language, we need to talk about momurids, because I'm pretty sure most of you are currently asking what on earth that is. Well, it's these guys and gals. Momurids are the
by the way.
The what?
It's Oxyrhynchus. Why? Oxyrhynchus is the name of that city in Egypt. It's not the name of a fish.
God.
Oh god.
I'm gonna be so for real. I misheard Mamurid as Lemuria somehow at first, and I was terrified at the direction this video was gonna go in for a hot
We were
second.
already on an ancient alien.
Although I can tell you the Medjed is in fact real and worshipped as an Egyptian deity.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's good context. Thank you.
All right.
Members of the Momuridae family of fishes, native to waterways across much of Africa, including the Nile. They're also sometimes known as elephant fish because, well, look at them. The size and appearance vary a fair bit between species, with lengths anywhere from 5 centimeters up to 1.5 meters. What groups them together is a collection of weird traits, most of which aren't really relevant to talking about Medjedic. I will mostly stick to talking about the ones that are. Momurids live in habitats with poor visibility. One of the weird traits that they evolved to do so is that they're electric. Yes, like an electric eel, but also not like them.
Oh yeah, I know.
Electric eels are what's known as strongly electric, meaning their saps have enough juice to stun and harm. Momurids are weakly electric. Their electric organ discharges, or EODs, maxing out at a few volts at most. Not enough to sap anything, but still useful for navigating and communicating in dark and murky water. As the name suggests, EODs are produced by the electric organ. Like in the case of almost all electric fishes, in Momurids, this organ evolved from muscle tissue. In their case, muscles in their tail. Muscle cells are actually already electric. In fact, pretty much all cells are. All the fish's cells, and your cells, maintain a voltage difference across their cell membranes by moving ions in and out of it. Some cells, like nerve and muscle cells, are set up in a way that allows them to have rapid changes in the voltage, called action potentials. That's what the electrical signals in nerve cells are. In muscle cells, they're used to signal and coordinate contractions. In the electric organ, the muscle cells evolved into electrocytes, little disc-shaped cells that form long stacks connected in series. They lost the ability to contract and instead became optimized for generating action potentials and for firing them in sync.
It's crazy.
Because of this setup, when they do fire, all the tiny voltages of the action potentials of all the individual cells sum up to a still small but meaningful voltage. Importantly, the signal this generates doesn't propagate outwards as electromagnetic waves. It creates an electrostatic field around the fish, with current flowing through the water between the head and tail of the fish. Because all the cells have been synced up to discharge at once, there's no way to vary the discharge. The shape of the EOD is determined by the physiology of the electric organ and the ion channel proteins of the electrocytes. EODs are said to be stereotyped. They basically always look the same for a given individual, only changing slowly over time with things like age, sex, and hormonal influences. It also means that their shape are in large part determined by genetics, and so can be acted on by evolution. As a result, it can vary a lot between species, with different lengths and number of faces. Although long in this context is still only like 20 milliseconds. For our friends the Medjed, their EODs are around 0.8 milliseconds long and look like this. Before we talk about how EODs are sensed and used, a quick note on another important distinction between types of electric fishes. There are two types, pulse and wave. In wave-type species, like South American knife fishes, the time between discharges is about the same duration as the discharges themselves, resulting in a continuous quasi-sinusoidal signal, aka like a wave. Momurids are pulse type. Their interdischarge interval, or IDI, is much longer than the duration of the discharge itself. Sap, long pause, sap, long pause, sap, long pause, and so on. Okay, so how do you sense electricity? Well, if you're a Momurid, you do it with your 3 different types of electroreceptors. These are tiny organs embedded within the skin across much of the fish's body. And when I say tiny, I mean that diagrams of them show individual cells. The first type is the ampullae of Lorenzini. You might have heard the name before in relation to sharks. This is the most basic and primitive type, and not super relevant to us. They're used for passive electrolocation of weak, low-frequency fields, like those generated by the muscles of other animals. The second and third type are Momurimasts and Knollen organs, both of which have evolved to detect high-frequency signals like those found in EODs. Momurimasts are used for active electrolocation. When a fish fires its electric organ and makes an EOD, the electric field around it is distorted by objects in the water. The Momurimasts in the skin of the fish detect these distortions, creating a sort of electrical image of its surroundings on its body. How and by how much the currents are distorted by objects depends on how electrically conductive those objects are. Objects that are more conductive than the water focuses the current increasing the amplitude and changing the waveform. Objects that are less conductive than the water causes a decrease in the amplitude, but keep the waveform the same.
I just want to mention
that also means...
I love how this is an actual biology class, like so far.
Yeah.
Aside from linking it to that Egyptian story, which is also real, by the way, nothing that has been said is like part of the cursed This is all just actual biology.
Yeah, I'm just learning a lot right now. This is
yeah.
And this fish is real.
Yeah, we're just learning about fish.
Yeah.
God.
Happy to learn about fish. This is crazy.
I agree.
That objects that have the same conductivity as water are essentially invisible. Mamurmasts are distributed across the back and belly of the fish and are especially concentrated in the head region. Some species even have one or more fovea where they're especially dense. In species with the admittedly goofy-looking chin appendage, called the schnauzen organ, there's often a fovea near its tip, which makes sense because it's used to probe the environment and search for small invertebrates to eat. Knollen organs are used for electrocommunication. Unlike muramasts, which will respond more strongly to higher amplitude signals, knollen organs respond the same regardless of the amplitude, and they only respond once to the same signal. They're also just more sensitive and will respond to a wider range of frequencies. Perfect for detecting the EODs of other fish and the time between them. See, since there's no way to vary the waveform or amplitude of the EOD, all the information has to be encoded in the IDIs, i.e. the length of the pauses between them. We'll get into how the communication part works once we actually start talking about the language. One thing that's worth mentioning is that the range of electrolocation and electrocommunication are both kind of short by our standards. Electrocommunication is typically only really possible between fish up to around a meter apart. Electrolocation is even more short-ranged, really only being useful within one body length, which, for the swafish, is around 20 to 25 centimeters. Speaking of swafish, they belong to the Mamurinae subfamily. Specifically to the uncreatively named clade A. Clade is just a fancy biology word for a group of organisms with a shared common ancestor. This is important because in species within this clade, a certain part of the brain called the exterior-lateral nucleus has evolved increased size and complexity. This is one of the brain regions involved in processing electrocommunication signals. The extra brain power allows members of clade A, like the Medjed, to extract not only the time between EODs, but by comparing the signals from knollen organs on different sides of the body, they can also extract the waveform itself. This allows them to access the information encoded in it about the identity, age, and sex of other fish. They're basically real-life Pokemon, always saying their own name. Staying on the topic of fish brains, while the swafish has obviously evolved certain brain traits to have human-level intelligence, much of the hardware in its head is still very much like that of its relatives. Mamurids communicate using sequences of pulse intervals, or SPICE for short. These are, well, sequences of pulse intervals. Set patterns of IDIs that communicate the behavioral state or intent of the fish. Pauses, long stretches with a higher frequency called regularizations, briefer bursts of various lengths, and more complex patterns like scallops and rasps. All of these are achieved with a fairly simple setup. The signal to the electric organ to fire is ultimately given by the command nucleus in the fish's brain, which is connected to two other parts of the brain called the pre-command nucleus, PCN, and the dorsal posterior nucleus, DP, which are both connected to the ventral posterior nucleus, or VPD. A signal from the DP results in an acceleration, a burst of shorter IDIs, while a signal from the PCN results in a scallop, a sudden very brief drop to very short IDIs. A signal from both results in a rasp, a combination of the two, with a brief drop to scallop length IDIs followed by a longer period of acceleration length IDIs. The VPD inhibits the DP and PCN, which is how you get pauses called cessations. Signals from other parts of the brain to the VPD and to the PCN and DP allows for regulation of the base rest IDI duration. One of the major evolutionary innovations that allows swafish to have a full-on language was more precise and conscious control over this EOD generating brain machinery. Medjedic's phonemes are all single individual EODs and some amount of time preceding it. In other words, the only contrast in the language is phonemic length, and the part that gets lengthened is the silence. There are two types of phonemes, depending on what the length is relative to, idios and echoes.
Okay.
In idiophonemes, derived from the Greek prefix...
we finally leave real biology after, what's that, 12
That's wild.
Oh.
I like how it's just a completely seamless transition from a 20-minute or 10-minute explanation of biology.
I would have had me believing that
language.
these fish had human intelligence, in real life.
This phonology section might still be completely real signals, just with the falsely interpreted.
Oh man, let's find out.
Idio, meaning one's own, the length of the phoneme is the IDI, i.e. it's relative to the speaker's own previous discharge. In Medjedic, the durations typically used in speech are between 9 to around 85-ish milliseconds. That lower limit is set in stone, as it's the result of the physiological limit on how rapidly EODs can be produced. The upper limit is more arbitrary, being primarily a result of the preferred resting durations of the species. There is also a single phoneme, the cessation, that's around 105 milliseconds. Between 85 and 105 isn't used for talking. The range from 9 to 80 is divided into 3 sub-ranges. The scallop range from 9 to 10 milliseconds, the buzz range from 10 to 60, and the hum range from 60 to 80. Again, these are typical numbers and can vary between speakers, but they aren't arbitrary either. Like in other mamurids, they appear to correspond to populations of high-pass, band-pass, and low-pass neurons in the exterior lateral nucleus. Like the cessation range, the scallop range only contains a single phoneme, the scallop. The buzz and hum ranges are further divided, the buzz range being divided into 7, denoted with dotted tone letters, and the hum range into 5, denoted with normal bar tone letters. The typical durations for these are shown in this table. A quick word on the orthography. It might seem weird to use the high tone letters to denote longer durations. That's done entirely to match the look of the graphs, like the ones I showed of spies earlier, where the x-axis is a timeline and the y-axis is the durations of IDIs.
I love it.
These durations are baselines. Each syllable in Medjedic has a baseline duration that any idiophoneme in it is relative to, with the exceptions of cessations and scallops. For each baseline, in addition to the baseline duration itself, there are 4 phonemes that are shorter than it, and another 4 that are longer than it. So 9 phonemes per baseline, plus the cessation and the scallop, for a total of 110 idiophonemes. Note that the percentages for the hum and buzz ranges aren't the same, and yes, some of them do in fact overlap. And now, it's time for the obligatory part of the video, where the presenter lists all the phonemes of the language. The list will start with a short sine wave signal, so that the first phoneme has something to be relative to. The first phoneme starts when the sine wave ends. YouTube still doesn't have a way to transmit extremely small shocks to your viewers. Also, you don't have electroreceptors. We will just have to settle for turning the electrical signal into audio so you can actually perceive it. Just keep in mind.
God. MP3.
And the audio is not the actual language. Medjedic's idiophonemes are...
That scared me.
Oh, these are sounds I really like to hear in my headphones.
Yeah.
I really like hearing these in my headphones.
How else are you going to learn to talk to the Mormirids? Come on.
True.
Yeah, we're going to get an entire text of this. So that will be...
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Honestly, in order to more easily distinguish them, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe we should turn on anti-fluency mode.
It's fine.
I don't know.
We have enough footage to go through. We're not slowing things down.
Yeah. Okay.
The audience could always do that.
Yeah, like Kat said, this is phoneme inventory readout speed run.
God.
Very true.
Imagine dunking your head underwater in the Nile and hearing a fish not talking but just releasing a beep. Just...
Yeah, no, it wouldn't make a sound. It's an electric signal, so unless you can sense electricity,
I
you
hope
won't be
you
able
have
to perceive
ampulae of Lorenzini.
Yeah, there you go. I do. I have.
Maybe
I have an array of it. You think this is all like hairs? They're actually. They're actually
Maybe you could.
You're actually a catfish. That's what your facial hair is.
I've been
just
catfishing
whiskers.
you all along.
Whoa.
Because each of these phonemes has its own pitch in a way, since faster pulses are higher pitched.
Yeah.
You could have you could play music with this, so it might just be another one of those where the translation is musically sound.
This is like the rap.
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I feel like this is gonna be like those videos where like they plug electrodes into a mushroom and it just plays like random.
I love those.
Yeah, that's
It
awesome.
could play the Among Us riff. I hope it does.
Oh, I'm sure we will. All right, let's.
Phoneme preceding the current one. How do you start talking? Which is a good question. And yes, this is a segue. The solution to this problem is the other type of phoneme in Medjedic, echoes. Momurids display a behavior called echoing, where they will emit their own EOD in response to the EOD of another fish at some defined amount of time after it, literally echoing it. Often the other fish will do the same, causing the two to sync up. This behavior is common when fish meet or start interacting. In fact, that's still how Medjed greet each other and signal that they wish to communicate. But I'm getting ahead of myself. With one exception, echophonemes don't have a specific duration like idios, that one exception being the shortest one, which always has a latency of 2 milliseconds. For the rest, it depends on the rate at which the listener is firing EODs. Since EODs are also used to navigate, being silent and not talking isn't the same thing. When actively listening, a fish will adopt a consistent rate, if it's being polite at least, typically around once every 60 milliseconds. But since it can be different, the durations of echoes are their phase angle. So 0 degrees would be at the same time, 90 degrees is a quarter of the listener's IDI, and 180 degrees is halfway, causing the listener to also echo the speaker. Medjedic's echophonemes have phase angles up to 180 degrees. The lower limit is going to depend on the IDI of the listener. It's whatever equals 2 milliseconds. 180 degrees is denoted with a capital E for echo, and 2 milliseconds as capital J for jam. The in-between durations are written as phase angles in brackets. So, 2 things. Firstly, yes, the existence of echophonemes means that it's impossible to talk if you don't have someone to talk to, and that you can silence someone by simply being silent yourself. Secondly, I should explain the 2 milliseconds thing, and why it's J for jam. The sensory inputs from the 3 kinds of electroreceptors aren't processed in the same way or same part of the brain. After all, they serve different functions. When the command nucleus fires an EOD, a copy of that signal are sent to other parts of the brain involved in processing electroreceptor signals, a so-called corollary discharge. You find these in a lot of other places too. They basically make sure that the brain knows what else it's doing so that it can coordinate. For example, a corollary discharge is responsible for your brain knowing that when it tells your eye muscles to move, that the movement of your field of vision is your eyeballs and not the whole world suddenly jerking to the left. Since Knollen organ inputs are specifically for communicating with other fish, you don't want to respond to your own EOD. So, the corollary discharge temporarily blocks signals from Knollen organs from being processed during and right after a fish produced an EOD. In Schwafish, that period lasts around 2 milliseconds after the EOD. In other words, the 2 millisecond minimum is so that the listener can perceive the EOD with the brain bits used for communication. And it's a J for jam because it's close to jamming the communication. This does, of course, bring up a secret third thing. What happens when an idiophoneme happens to line up with this period of blindness? After all, the listener is constantly producing EODs too. The answer is corollary discharge avoidance allophones. Medjedic speakers learn to subtly adjust the durations of IDIs when their EODs would clash with the listeners. If the speaker's EOD would start during the 2 millisecond period after the listener's ends, the idio is lengthened so that the peak of the first phase happens at the 2 millisecond mark. Likewise, if the speaker's EOD would start during the listener's EOD, it's shortened so that the first peak coincides with the start of the listener's EOD. In both cases,
How do they know?
if the overlap between the speaker's EOD and the inhibited period of the listener is already smaller than what the allophony would result in, no adjustment is made. These half-perceived EODs signals the adjustment to the listener. Scallops and shorter than baseline extra short buzz phonemes are always lengthened. Obviously, this isn't a perfect system, but it's good enough to compensate adequately. Medjedic doesn't have much allophony beyond that. The only other one is that cessations get shortened to a baseline very long buzz idio when word final. The phonotactics are very simple. With 3 exceptions, all syllables have the following structure. Where E is echo, I is any non-scallop, non-cessation idio, 0 is a baseline idio, exclamation point is a scallop idio, and caret is a cessation idio. The most important takeaways here are that all syllables with any idios must contain at least one baseline idio, that scallops and cessations can only occur syllable initial and syllable final, respectively. And finally, that echoes can only appear syllable initial. They can also only appear word initial, and in fact must do so. The 3 exceptions to this structure are the words for yes, no, and maybe, which are expressed via regularizations rather than phase expires. All normal Medjedic words have the same structure, and all represent an entity of some kind. Each word is a description of that entity via its associations with the noun morphemes in it. You have a pronoun-like first syllable, followed by one or more noun and verb pairs. The first syllable acts like the subject in a sentence with each noun-verb pair, the nouns being the objects of the sentence. One thing you will see as we go through this structure is a strong morphosemantic association between shorter IDIs and realness. The shorter the baseline IDI is, the more real, actual, specific, or closer to the speaker a morpheme is.
Okay.
The first syllable, which is effectively a pronoun, gets inflected for the case, fluviality, location, and sometimes the person of the entity it's describing. Fluviality is basically how much the entity is interacting with the river. A fluvial entity is one that's being carried by the river. A semi-fluvial entity isn't being carried by the river, but extends along it or otherwise following its course in some way. Finally, a non-fluvial entity might still be in the river, but it's not being carried by it, nor following its flow in any way.
That's cool.
Case is marked by the baseline duration of the first syllable. The cases of fluvial entities are marked using hum baselines, while non-fluvial and semi-fluvial entities have their cases marked with buzz baselines. Medjedic's cases are nominative, nominative genitive, accusative, accusative genitive, locative, and temporal. For fluvial entities, the temporal and locative case is combined. For them, time and location is inherently linked, since they're moving down the river. In the genitive cases, the pronoun refers to the possessor, but the entity being described is the possessed. For entities that aren't people, the first syllable also marks distance, as it relates to the ranges of electrolocation and electrocommunication. When phase angles are used, smaller angles means nearer to the speaker. For semi-fluvial entities, the distance is to the closest part of them. While the electrolocation range of one fish is limited to one body length, multiple fish can cooperate and use each
Who's typing right now?
other's EODs to extend the range. So exactly where the edge of the range is varies. You'll notice that all the plural present pronouns are combined into one. The reason should hopefully be obvious. You can only talk directly to one person at a time. When you use this pronoun, you can specify who you're talking to by describing them. The first syllable also marks location on the river for fluvial and semi-fluvial entities. For objects that extend up or down the river, this indicates where they end. If they extend past here, the end upriver is given priority. Since the range of electrocommunication is so short, it's common for Medjed to pass on messages from someone else. This is indicated by adding a CC to the end of the first syllable. Finally, if the speaker is unsure of the entity's location, a cessation idio can also be added at the end. All noun roots in Medjedic must have at least one variable syllable. That is, a syllable that changing the baseline of changes the meaning of the root. The meanings are related, with the shortest baseline root being the most concrete and tangibles of the meanings, and the longer ones having meanings that are less specific or more abstract. So for example, the root with an extra short baseline means speech, as in the product of talking, while the very short baseline version means word, the short baseline Medjedic, and the long baseline language in general. When part of a full word, the variable syllable being in the bus range marks that the entity is in the river, while the hum range marks it as not being in the water. Since there are less hum baselines than bus ones, the two shortest and two longest bus baselines get collapsed into the short and long hum baselines, which is fine. Things above the water are of less concern to fish. Compound nouns are made by adding the syllable C0 in between the roots. The baseline is very short hum for entities above water and extra long bus for those below the surface. A scallop idio can be added to the first syllable of a
impeccable.
Holy crap.
Root to add emphasis, signaling some kind of importance. A cessation idio can be added to the last syllable of the root if the speaker is unsure that it's correct. Nouns are inflected for number, or amount for mass nouns. The baseline of this suffix is the same as the last syllable of the root. Again, a cessation idio can be added if the speaker is unsure of the correctness of the number. Medjedic has verbs. They are just kind of shy. It's less that each word has a noun-verb pair, and more that they have pairs of nouns and the tem inflections of a null verb, meaning to associate with. Each noun is followed by 3 syllables, the baseline duration of which marks the association between the noun and the entity being referred to by the whole word in the past, in the present, and in the future. The order of them depends on the fluviality of the word. For semi- and non-fluvial entities, the order is past, present, future. For fluvial entities, it's future, present, past. Because which way your future lies depends on if you're being carried by the river or not. The shorter the baseline duration, the more association there is, was, or will be between the noun and the entity being described at that time. From fully being its identity, to a property it has, to its location, to having no association with it at all. The exact meanings of the durations being context dependent. This basically gives you a set of small timelines for different aspects of the entity that the word represents. If all 3 syllables are the same, they get combined into one syllable with a scallop added to it. Quick note, I'm going to play Medjedic words and phrases for you. The EODs of the listener will be lower volume than the speakers. Not because the listeners actually have a lower amplitude, but rather because the recordings were done near the speaker. Remember, the range is really short, so the amplitude drops off fast. For an example of how the verb syllables work, the following all use the noun morpheme meaning love, but mean different things. Once again, each syllable can have a cessation idio added to it if the speaker is unsure or asking a question. Bus baselines mark realis mood, while hum baselines mark irrealis moods. Medjedic has 2 irrealis moods. Desiderative, which is unmarked, and necessitative, which is marked as shown in the table. Conditionals are formed by using irrealis moods in words that's in the locative or temporal case. The order of the noun-verb pairs in a word is from most to least associated. The word order of Medjedic is both fixed and pretty flexible. Fundamentally, it's SOV, but since the verb is always null, it's really more SO. Genitives follow their processor, and locative and temporal words go at the end of a sentence, with locative coming before temporal. But since each word always contains a pronoun, any of them can be dropped, and often are, if they aren't required for context. If I want to say that your fish is cute, I don't need to describe you. I can simply refer to you as the possessor and just describe the fish. Okay, but how do you actually say things? Subject and agent and object and patient are essentially always the same. Like you would expect, the subject is the cause of some change of state. If it's a change to itself, then you just need the subject. If it's a change to another entity, well, that's the object. There just isn't a verb describing the action causing the change. Instead, the action is inferred from what properties changed in both subject and object, and from which other properties the speaker thought were relevant to include. Take, for example, this sentence, meaning, I trick conlangers into learning about fish.
Oh my god. Literally.
The verbs trick and learn are implied by the context. The change of state was caused by a trick, and gaining more knowledge is what learning is. Thanks for coming to my Medjed talk. I will leave you with an excerpt from a classic Medjedian myth about time.
Oh my god, what the
Oh,
wow.
Look at the literal translations of all.
Lord Seth. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was. Oh my god, one was, oh Lord Seth, I wish for your aid.
I will say, I feel like we've seen I feel like we've seen a lot of languages where the translation is like incredibly long compared to English.
Yeah.
And I think this is the first one, at least that I can think of, that's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
They're better?
There it is.
There it is again.
I mean, it makes perfect sense because this is basically developed from a system where you can locate your prey by being able to hear their electric muscle impulses. So the speed at which this happens is like insane.
Very quick.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even though the literal temporal, how long it actually takes is much shorter than the original text. The actual gloss is insanely long.
Yeah.
This is like some Arrival stuff. Like this is some like alien language. How would it work? It's actually it's Beyond Being Cursed. It's like a genuinely really cool excursion.
The last video is by a recurring contestant who also happens to be in chat right now.
Oh ho ho ho! Who could that be? All right. That's a good. Wait a second. What was that? That's quite a start. This video is not intended to be Chinese propaganda.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
Mild spoilers for Goptiam.
Made with specific
apologies.
For Seo and Guang.
You'll see.
Oh god. Okay.
Sorry.
Let's see.
I should have put spoilers on my video, I guess.
Are a longtime fan of Cursed Conlangs, then you'll remember this map from the renowned documentary on the Cho-jan language, showing the progression of Chinese influence in the Low Country. What Kat Mistberg did not mention was that this was actually a return to form. For you see, long before the Tang tendril stretched its way across Eurasia, Chinese scholars visited the European subcontinent, dazzling the locals with their advanced culture. And nowhere is their influence clearer than on the island of Yodi.
Oh no. I got
Yodean
that
is a West Germanic language, part of the Germanic branch of the famous Indo-European family. Despite its lineage, it has a higher than average proportion of Sinitic vocabulary. Though somewhat straightforward to speak, its written form is infamously complicated, characterized by patchwork changes to a mixed spelling system dating back over 1,500 years. You may wonder how such a bizarre language arose, and, well, remember the Turkish ice cream merchants from the Dondurmaca and Concord showcases? Yeah, they actually have nothing to do with Yodean. It was actually the work of Attila, the Han. Contrary to popular belief, South Asia Minor just for fun, but an enlightened scholar sent from China. The popular view of him is just a myth perpetuated by Renaissance-era historians who were embarrassed at being out-cultured by pagans. As the Western Roman Empire buckled in the 5th century, he toured the chaotic continent with the express goal of flexing on the rest of the known world over a millennium before the Ming had the same idea. It's not clear if he himself ever reached Northern Europe, but if not, then some of his associates did, and the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes ate that shit up. To use the technical parlance, over the course of about 75 years, they adopted as many Chinese customs as they feasibly could, and when direct contact with the Han faded around 500 AD, they took all they had learned with them across the North Sea to settle the island known as Yodi. There, partially insulated from the cultural developments of the continent, they entrenched themselves as the dominant culture until the Norman conquest of 1066. By then, Anglo-Han writing had become sacred, and with successive Yodean emperors bending over backwards to continue its usage, it survived into the 21st century. But before we lose ourselves in the orthography, we must first discuss the other properties of the Yodean language. Particularly, we will compare it to a similar curse slang known as, well, English. Yodean's phonology is almost the same as that of English, which top scholars believe is due to them evolving from more or less the same proto-language and having almost the same set of sound changes in the same order. The most notable difference is phonemic creaky voice in Yodean, which emerged from the glottalization of T between vowels. For example, the Yodean cognate with the English word water is pronounced war. Other iconic sound laws are also here, including the great vowel shifts. You may or may not have heard that right. Shifts.
Oh god.
Unlike English, Yodean applied this change twice, and also skipped that stupid-ass merger of and from the early modern period. These vowels are still distinguished in orthography. If you're lucky, that is. Speaking of orthography, Yodean is written in an unforgivable mixture of Han logographs and Anglo-Saxon reins. Yes, that's how it's pronounced thanks to double great vowel shift. The reins are an alphabet, but I don't know if I can legally call them phonetic, since some, like Perth, always have the same reading rules, while the vowel reins may have up to 4 largely unpredictable readings depending on if and when their lengths ever changed. Speaking of historical spelling and, by extension, orthographic horrors, Han logographs form the backbone of Yodean writing. Since contact between the early Anglo-Saxons and the Han scholars was fairly brief, there was only time to borrow one pronunciation per character. Take, for example, the Yodean name for these characters. The first character was pronounced Han and remains recognizable as Han in modern Yodean. The second character, pronounced Z in Middle Chinese, was borrowed as Z in early Anglo-Saxon, and is now pronounced Rai. Thus, as expected, the pronunciation of the compound word of Han and Rai is just kidding, it's Hender, because the word was borrowed 1,500 years ago and evolved as a single unit originally pronounced Hanzi, rather than each component evolving separately. Again, because direct loan from Sinitic stopped by 500 AD, this happens all the time. Do you think if I scream into the void, it'll answer in Yodean? Okay, so I found this void here on my bed.
Makes absolute sense.
Right.
Oh.
And tune moving.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
The characters don't look terrible together.
Oh, but don't worry.
void
Not every
spoke back.
Yodean word written in Hender uses a bastardized Sino-Anglic pronunciation. Some Hender have Anglo-Saxon readings, Norse readings, French readings, or even occasional Celtic readings depending on context. How do you tell which reading to use? If you're lucky, you can tell from the register you're speaking in. Yodean has 3 major speech registers, also known as the CCC system, depending on the relationship between the speaker and the listener.
Oh my
The
God.
common register emphasizes Germanic words and is used in informal situations. The clerical register uses Sinitic vocabulary and is the most formal. The cowardly register uses words from French and is often used for derision.
Cowardly.
The cowardly register dates back to the days of Norman control over Yodi. Local peasants and nobles both learned to fear their French overlords and used French words to appease them. As such, speaking French as a Yodean became a sign of cowardice and capitulation to foreign rule, even as French influence faded and native nobles began to reassert themselves. Describing someone with words of French origin became a way to deride them as cowardly, later evolving into the derisive register of today. What stays the same across registers is morphosyntax. In this respect, Yodean is slightly more conservative than modern English, retaining oblique and genitive case markings for nouns and person marking for verbs. Oh fuck, I just mentioned verbs while talking about a Germanic language. That means it's time to die. A well-known fact about Germanic verbs is that there are 2 major flavors: strong verbs, which mark past tense by changing the root vowel, and weak verbs, which mark it with a suffix like a sane person. Yodean, like English, has retained this system, but since stems are written with logographic Hender, You may be asking, how is tense marked for strong verbs? What's the secret, Georgina? Well, whoever Georgina is, she will not save you from the answer, which is that all verbs written in Hender use the rune de as a past tense marker. For weak verbs, it's pronounced d as expected, but on strong verbs, it's a silent letter that marks ablaut. See the conjugation chart for the verb stylen as an example. Despite the corresponding rain, the D phoneme is nowhere to be seen, while verb forms that use the rain have a different root vowel than those that don't. Syntax is very similar to English. Adjectives precede head nouns and possessors precede possessees, but prepositions are used instead of postpositions. The key difference is a little thing called hyper V2 word order. Except when giving a command, the second word of each clause is its finite verb if it has one. Emphasis on second word, not second constituent. In fact, hyper V2 word order can lead to heads being separated from their modifiers, albeit not to the same extent as Dondermaja. If English used this word order, then the tall girl bought an apple would be rendered as the bought tall girl an apple. And Lyndon Baines Johnson had one job but he still screwed it up would be Lyndon had Baines Johnson one job but screwed he still it up. An example of this construction in Yodean is the question, he made stoften in Tiongwakunen. The finite verb, which is also the question auxiliary, is not just the second word in the sentence, but it also breaks up the proper name at the very start. Armed with this knowledge, you can finally face the sample text without utterly dying. On the off chance, of course, that you haven't died already.
I did.
Yo, and that's all I translated. Apart from the rest of it, of course, which goes like this. Yo, zo'n yunjai te. Tinglot, shall not nothern te mungs laumrai stikken. Nothern te mewing spang and sinsangs with bonen. Oh, mon dieu! Ilan femmen med scheiden an ilan reischar. Crocs into reis quasi blot piken. Reis both buns else that sin the reis lex. Reis imat so else the mung thoind. If you're still breathing after all that, then please like, subscribe, share, and vote for Yodean when CCC4's voting opens. In the meantime, our Nifnaf have ya been, and Kondrananing for Ning and Chaining.
Have you?
I love the way that sounds. That's so good.
Yeah, I love it so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
As I said.
I do like how it's just called Hender. I find that
Hender.
very sweet.
Hender.
That's awesome.
I like how the writing system is literally just a Germanic version of exactly what happened with Japanese.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
True.
Yeah, except the strong verb stuff, I guess. That's
the writing system. It's the writing system.
It's sumerograms.
Beautiful. All right, I'm ending this recording. Say bye until next week.
Oh, we're still recording.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, really?
There you go.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Goodbye. See you next time, guys. Oh, hey, you're back. You know what that means. You've just watched one of the 5 sessions of the Cursed Conlang Circus judging, and it's time for an intermission. So, I have a Patreon. If you appreciate the content that I make and the stuff that I do, then please go over to patreon.com/nga. You can sign up for $1 a month, $3 a month, $10 a month. I don't really care which one. It really just helps me so much to make up for all the expenses of running the Minecraft server and the website and all the other things. The time suck that it takes to edit these massive 11-hour videos, things like that. It really comes out to about a kind of net zero, maybe a little bit better than net zero right now. So I would really appreciate it if you would become patrons for me. If you become a patron over on patreon.com, you get access to the Ngcraft Minecraft server. You get to send memes to the green screen in my normal videos. You get to ask me conlang questions. You get access to the secret patron chat on Discord. And, yeah, that's pretty much it right now. I'm a really busy guy. That's about all I can offer at the moment. Let me know if you have any other suggestions. I just really appreciate it. Seriously, it's a really awesome thing to do if you can. If you can't spare the money, I totally understand. The economy's a little bit of a little poopy right now, so I get it. But if you can, then I would appreciate you very much. You will officially become one of the best humans ever to exist in the history of Earth. So keep that one in mind. So I'll put a link in the description. Put a little card up in the little right-hand corner up there or something. Anyway, I hope you're ready for more Cursed Conlangs, because coming right up, there's a whole lot more where that came from. So stay tuned for like literally the rest of the day. Or if you're in Europe, whew, good luck. Oh, Australia, New Zealand, I'm really sorry. Anyway, on with the show. Session 2, let it begin.
The next one is Middle Cho-jan.
Okay. An elvish insectoid creole. Okay.
Oh god.
Okay.
This presentation describes a reconstruction of the evolution of the Middle Cho-jan language based on both ancient and modern sources. On the world of Calawan, there are several native species, including humans called the Ŋimp, and a highly intelligent insect-like species known as the Cho-jan. The study of linguistics on Calawan was founded by the Ŋimp, and even after alliances were established between the Ŋimp and several Cho-jan hives, linguistic study primarily revolved around the world's human languages. However, by combining interdimensional linguistic experience from Earth with expertise of our collaborator Kokokku and other Cho-jan linguists, we are innovating and pushing reconstructive techniques to languages of non-human species, including the Cho-jan. Before discussing the language of the Cho-jan, we need to establish some facts about their biology that influence the characteristics and evolution of the language. The Cho-jan outwardly resemble the ants known to us on Earth, only much larger, the larger even than humans. Other notable differences include a silk gland, allowing them to produce fibres for crafting or building, and the development of additional tractable appendages on the front and middle pairs of legs, which allows for greater object manipulation. Like Earth ants, the Cho-jan have no vocal organs. Instead, they can generate sound through the use of stridulation. Stridulation is a technique for generating sound which on Earth is used most famously by crickets, but has also been observed in some species of ants. It involves rubbing together certain body parts to produce sounds of different frequencies. Since the Cho-jan are scaled up significantly compared to Earth insects, the sounds they produce are generally much lower and louder than you would hear on Earth, even though the physical mechanisms are similar. The Cho-jan have 3 stridulatory organs, one at the head, one at the thorax, and one at the abdomen. The head organ is found in the neck and produces sound through subtle side-to-side movements of the head. The abdominal organ is similar, found in the petiole, and produces sound through the movements of the gaster. Finally, the organ at the thorax is found on the underside of the individual and produces sound through stimulation by a scraper near the base of the middle pair of legs. Each of these organs can produce several different sounds by changing the frequency and length of the stridulations. The Cho-jan can also produce sound by rubbing their legs together, but this was rare even by the time of Middle Cho-jan and is almost never used today. Additionally, female Cho-jan are born with wings and can vibrate them to generate additional sounds, although only high-class females such as queens and murari, the lesser queens who lay the eggs, utilise this to linguistic effect. Although the Cho-jan had never previously developed spoken language, they still had ways of communicating. The most common way before language emerged was chemical, making use of pheromones. Pheromone communications are simplistic and can dissipate quickly if not maintained, but this was rarely an issue due to the sheer number of Cho-jan in a hive, which sources suggest could be as many as 20,000, although none of the hives which have been directly observed so far have had this many. Pheromone communication was never fully supplanted by language due to their differing purposes. For example, pheromones are more basal and instinctual, so they have a greater impact than spoken word alone. They also provide a more efficient system of communication for common activities in the hive, such as finding food. In addition, they are location-based rather than speaker-based. Despite these factors, spoken language still provides several distinct advantages over pheromones, so the Cho-jan began teaching both systems to their young. By the time of Middle Cho-jan, speech and pheromones had begun being used in tandem. We will discuss this feature later. Before we describe the evolution of the Cho-jan language, we need to discuss why the Cho-jan developed spoken language in the first place, when they already had a communication system. The reason for this is contact with the Eldar. The Eldar were a sect of elves originally from the world of Midkemia, where they were lawkeepers for the Valharu, or Dragon Lords. Roughly 2,000 years ago, a series of conflicts known as the Chaos Wars forced the Eldar to flee to other worlds, and one group of them ended up on Kelowon, where they encountered the Cho-jan. Information sources from before the Chaos Wars are rare, but what we do know is that the Eldar spoke an ancient form of Elvish, older even than the language spoken by most Mid-Chemian elves at that time, and that this language bore a striking resemblance to the Finnish language spoken on Earth, the phonology of which is given here. M, N, Ng, P, B, T, L, K, G, S, H, R, L, Y.
Wait, it has voiced glosses?
I, U,
That's uncommon.
O.
That's basically Finnish, but with voiced plosives, isn't it?
The orthography of ancient Elvish is perfectly regular, with the exception of ng, which only appears in digraphs as either nk or ng. This makes ng the only irregular phoneme in the language.
Finish moment.
Oh god. I was not prepared.
We now briefly need to cover the grammar of ancient Elvish, as many elements of it are particularly relevant.
What? Oh god.
No, I can hear the ant there. Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, I can certainly hear the ant. Like,
Yeah.
We're just going over this like in normal, like human-looking phonology, and then the text that gets read out is that.
Yeah, I was not ready.
That's beautiful.
I'm assuming the ant phonology will be explained later.
I think we're heading in that direction for the Creole. This is beautiful.
To discussion of Middle Cho-jan.
Yeah.
The language is agglutinative, with many different inflections and affixes to add additional meaning. As a result, word order is free. Starting with the nouns, there are the common nominative and genitive cases, though notably not the accusative, which only remains for personal pronouns. Instead, the object of a verb will usually be in the nominative, genitive, or partitive form, with the choice of case sometimes altering the precise meaning of the phrase. The above-mentioned partitive case, when used as the object, can indicate that the action is irresolutive or atelic, whereas the other cases are telic. When the verb is negated, however, the object is almost always in the partitive case, regardless of telicity. The partitive case is also used with amounts. Uncountable and abstract nouns are declined in the partitive when they are the object of a phrase and after a number or quantifier. Beyond the basic noun cases, ancient Elvish also has a locative system, which makes a three-way distinction between entering, exiting, and being in a state. There are three states that have locatives. The first can be described as internal, illative, elative, and inessive, and refer to going into, coming out of, and being in a place. Then there is the external state, allative, ablative, and adessive, which refer to going to, coming from, and being at a place. And finally the stative, translative, non-standard, excessive, and essive, which are used to mean changing into, changing out of, and being in a state of being. The locative cases can be used for more than just the direct meanings.
Excessive is just the one that happens to not exist in Finnish anymore, so that's why it's marked as rare by the time they arrived.
The elves are Finnish confirmed.
As well, with their many abstract and metaphorical uses providing similar functionality to English prepositions.
What'd you say? Sorry.
And how the nominative, genitive, and partitive work as objects. It's
true. Okay.
For example, the elative can be used to indicate origin, as in made out of, and the adessive can have an instrumental meaning, as in with a knife. As with the basic cases, sometimes the verb used requires the object to be in a specific locative case, which doesn't necessarily correlate to its standard usage. Additionally, there are a few nominal forms, such as the instructive, abessive, and commutative, which, although rare in speech, are abundant in the Eldar's collection of Elvish literature, particularly poetry. Each case has a singular and plural variant. The plural form is marked with an infix after the noun stem, but before the standard case ending. Nominative plurals deviate from this rule, perhaps because they do not have a fixed case ending, and instead the plural is marked with a suffix. Furthermore, nouns can be marked with a possessive suffix in addition to or in place of the genitive of the corresponding personal pronoun, with the endings distinguishing person and number.
There's one difference with Finnish here, and it might actually be a typo.
I didn't even realize the phonology is also identical.
The plural, I think the plural second person one was nme, which it should just be two N's instead of NM. That might be a typo, actually.
That's actually just the only thing that distinguishes Finnish from Eldar.
The only
it's just
thing.
that you spotted
Yeah.
it. That's the difference. Different language. It's the dialect with an army. It's got the
diverged.
elves. Yeah. God.
Less complex than the nouns. There are 4 tense aspect forms and 4 moods, as well as distinguishing active and passive voice. The tenses are present, imperfect or simple past, perfect and pluperfect. The perfect tenses use the past participle with the verb to be, with the perfect tense using the present form and the pluperfect using the past. This is similar to the usage of have and had in English. In terms of moods, the indicative and imperative are the most common in speech, but Ancient Elvish also has a conditional mood, which expresses an action being contingent on another, and a potential mood, which expresses an action being possible but uncertain. The conditional is significantly more integrated into common language than the potential, and can be used for politeness. It's important to note that the simple past and pluperfect tenses only exist in the indicative mood. The imperative has mostly present forms, but in the third person it can be analysed as yussive instead, which has a perfect form. For negation, there is a negating verb and a separate con-negative form that only conjugates for plurality and the simple tenses in each mood, which is used on the following verb. Elvish verbs also have a complex system of infinitives and participles. The first infinitive is the standard version, the second is inflected in either the inessive or instructive and is used alongside the main verb to describe the manner or means in which it occurs. The third infinitive is used in a number of different cases for an auxiliary action to the main verb, corresponding to the gerund in English. The first and third infinitives are frequently used in more complex phrases, when multiple verbs are needed to fully express a concept, especially with verbs that expect others to be in specific forms. The last of the verb forms are the participles. The past participles are seen throughout the perfect forms, and the present participles function very typically. Both of these have active and passive variants. The agent participle is more unusual and expresses the property of being the object of the verb's action. Finally, adjectives in Ancient Elvish agree in case with the noun they describe, and come before the noun. Adverbs do not inflect with their verb. However, there is a set of so-called adverbial cases. In our opinion, these are better categorised with the many derivational suffixes, since the cases are applied to nouns. Additionally, both adjectives and adverbs have regular forms for the comparative and superlative degree. Many of these grammatical features are foundational to the Cho-jan language and therefore remain unchanged to this day, although there are some deviations in the grammar which we will touch on later. Because of the Cho-jan's high intelligence and capacity for language learning, the Eldar were able to teach them Ancient Elvish, aided by magic of course. The aforementioned anatomical differences necessitated several adjustments to the phonology of Ancient Elvish to allow the Cho-jan to pronounce it, thus leading to the development of Old Cho-jan. Due to the relationship between Ancient Elvish and Cho-jan, we've taken inspiration from the phonetics of Ancient Elvish and used the corresponding Latin letters to notate Cho-jan words for the majority of this presentation, for example in Kokoku's name. Thanks to the Eldar being excellent record keepers, several contemporary sources about Old Cho-jan remain intact even 2 millennia later. Unfortunately, the Eldar secluded themselves to an unknown location in the Arctic, not long after they arrived on Kelowon, so the process of how the language evolved into the form spoken today was largely a mystery. Before this research began, that is. When comparing Cho-jan to Ancient Elvish, one of the most striking differences is the phonology, which had to be heavily modified to be pronounceable using the Cho-jan stridulatory organs.
Here we go.
The consonants of Ancient Elvish can generously be interpreted as 5 groups of 3, as shown here. Since the Cho-jan have much fewer distinct sound production mechanisms, the columns of the above table, which roughly correspond to manner of articulation, are reinterpreted in a variety of ways into rhythm. The plosive sounds are low-frequency pulses, which would be heard as a clicking sound. The voiceless set, called weak click, are short, and the voiced set, called strong click, are long. The fricatives and liquids are high-frequency pulses, which would be heard as a buzzing sound.
This is
The
actually
fricatives,
very
called weak
strange
buzz, are short,
for
and the
Finnish.
liquids, called
Because usually voiceless, there's a whole pattern in Finnic languages of voiced plosives existing, and it's as shorter versions of voiceless plosives. Having them be longer here is kind of weird, but also it's ant language, so...
Yeah, it's ants.
Indeed. Whoa, what can I say?
What can I say? They're ants. And ants even voice phonemes, or does it even mean the same
No,
thing?
this is completely arbitrary.
Yeah,
this is just length.
They said that it's just like a longer, more powerful click or whatever. Like the stronger click is the equivalent of the voice plosive. Yeah. Anyway, let's see.
It's a bit like in Portuguese, presumably, where the letters also more or less arbitrarily map to consonants, because it is literally a goose.
Exactly. What can I say? It's ants.
Strong buzz, a long. The nasal sounds, called medials, are a short, high-frequency pulse followed by a short, low-frequency pulse. They are always considered long, or strong. Kokoku will demonstrate these sounds now. Under this system, it can be hard to differentiate medials from weak buzz-click consonant clusters. For example, this problem is alleviated somewhat by later changes. Cho-jan vowels are represented by a series of rapid pulses. These pulses are either short or long. The long pulse is considered the standard pulse, with short pulses taking on an almost unstressed quality. The pattern used for each vowel is determined by its class, and to form a long vowel, the pattern is simply reduplicated. At this point, it's worth clarifying that yes, both consonants and vowels differentiate length. This means that a given syllable can be short, long, or long, based on the configuration of consonants and vowels. Ancient Elvish featured vowel harmony, and in Old Cho-jan, this was represented through the use of a harmony marker, which is a shorter pulse that precedes the main sequence and changes in pitch. For front vowels, it's low to high, and for back vowels, it's high to low. For neutral vowels, the harmony marker remains at a constant pitch, and is equivalent to a regular unstressed pulse. All of this gives us the following table of vowels. Due to the introduction of tones, we've named the harmonies in Cho-jan after the tones, rather than the corresponding Elvish vowel qualities. Seemingly one of the first changes to occur to the vowels was that the pitch change of the harmony marker morphed into a tone on the whole syllable. It's thought that, sometime after this, the harmony marker pulse weakened into a fixed mid-tone that purely marked vowel boundaries, and later elided completely into the following long pulse.
That's cool.
These changes bring us to the vowel sounds of Middle Cho-jan, which Kokoku will demonstrate now.
Yeah, woo!
Note that, in this presentation, high vowels are marked with an umlaut, low vowels with the circumflex, and neutral vowels with a macron. In Old Cho-jan, vowel pulses were bicrural, made by rubbing the legs together. But due to the impracticality of doing this while walking somewhere or performing a task, bicrural pulses became less common, with many Cho-jan shifting to repeating the consonant sound in the vowels pattern instead. In the late Cho-jan of today, initial vowels have almost completely elided in colloquial speech. However, some female Cho-jan, particularly queens, still articulate initial vowels, but rather than generating bicrural pulses with their legs, they use their wings to generate aletal sounds. From this, we can deduce that the elision of initial vowels is likely a fairly recent development, and so speakers of Middle Cho-jan probably still use bicrural pulses in this specific case. It's fashionable for high-class females to articulate vowel sounds with their wings, as it places them into a different register from the common worker and drone Cho-jan, especially seeing as the higher classes don't fly very much.
This is cute.
I like it.
Genuinely. I find it very endearing.
In ancient Elvish, only the front and back vowels are in the vowel harmony of a word,
beautiful.
with neutral vowels able to fit into words of either harmony. Affixes and inflections with vowels of the incorrect harmony had to shift to match the harmony of the base word, although neutral vowels and inflections did not shift. In Cho-jan, however, a true neutral harmony emerged in words featuring only neutral vowels. For some reason, words that featured the high A-class vowel in a non-initial syllable but were otherwise neutral seemingly also counted for this. This harmony acts the same as the high and low harmonies, preventing non-neutral vowels from occurring in the word. This likewise affects inflections, so high and low vowels and inflections shift to become neutral. As a result, a neutral A-class vowel emerged. Ancient Elvish didn't have this vowel, but in Cho-jan such a vowel can easily be derived by combining the neutral harmony marker with the A-class pattern, as shown here. Shortly after the emergence of true neutral harmony, inflections changed to strictly follow word harmony, so inflectional neutral vowels also shifted when applied to a word of differing harmony. Despite this, neutral vowels can still appear in words of high or low harmony, just not in inflections. Putting all these harmony changes together, we get inflectional endings with 3 variations, each conforming to a different vowel harmony. For example, the first person possessive suffix, shown here, would inflect like so. Vowel shifts appear to have been common and wide-reaching in the evolution of Middle Cho-jan. At some point, the lower neutral O-class monophthongs mutated to A-class, except in the inflection for the allative case, which retained its O-class vowel to prevent ambiguity with the adessive inflection. We think that this shift to A-class occurred as part of a chain shift that also caused the neutral OU diphthong and the low O neutral U diphthong to lose their final vowel. Later, a neutralizing shift began acting on full harmony diphthongs, those where both vowels have matching harmony, outside of inflections. Specifically, the second vowel in the diphthong shifted to its neutral equivalent. Another example of a vowel shift is the mutation of all short vowels in the first syllable of a word. Specifically, O-class vowels lengthened, while A-class and U-class vowels went to these diphthongs. Note that harmony was maintained in this change, except for the neutral A in the final case. Perhaps one of the starkest changes to how words look in Middle Cho-jan compared to Old Cho-jan was the emergence of intervocalic consonants. In short, consonant sounds began appearing between pairs of vowels, especially in full harmony diphthongs and neutralizing diphthongs, but notably never in true neutral harmony. The rules determining exactly which consonant appears in any given word are still uncertain, but we think that other nearby consonants influence some of the properties, especially with regards to place of articulation. We were also able to reconstruct a chain shift on vowels that seems to have occurred at the same time. These shifted from A to U, and from U to a U-O diphthong, with an intervocalic appearing in the diphthong. The reason we can confidently associate these two changes is because the intervocalic consonant that appears is also found in true neutral harmony, even though intervocalics normally do not occur there. This indicates the shift happened sometime during or after the emergence of intervocalic consonants, with the neutral harmony intervocalic likely being a hypercorrection. Sometime after this, doubled vowels began exchanging places with adjacent geminated consonants. Word initially, the vowel did not need to be doubled for this change to take effect, and similarly for single word final consonants. This naturally broke up doubled vowels and consonants, producing additional syllables. The final set of vowel changes we were able to identify apply only in true neutral harmony, and they behave rather strangely. This bizarre set of changes include neutral U lengthening before weak click consonants, and the neutral OU diphthong before weak consonants, strengthening them into a strong click. Weirdest of all, neutral A becomes the neutral AU diphthong, except in the first or third syllable, unless one of those is part of an inflection. These three changes are some of the most cursed in the language's development. Based on the more recent ancient sources we have access to, we can determine that probably one of the earliest grammatical changes was the addition of a future tense particle, similar to the negation particle. This particle appears to have evolved from a future tense construction used in ancient Elvish, specifically the word aikwa, which meant will do, or intend to do. The future particle can also be used with the verb to be, to create the future perfect tense, in a similar manner to the pre-existing perfect and pluperfect tenses. The future perfect can roughly be translated into English as will have done. The future tenses are found only in the indicative, imperative and potential moods, and seemingly never emerged at all in the conditional mood. We hypothesize this is because the conditional already implicitly connotes the future. The future tenses are formed in a few different ways depending on context. In positive constructions, the future particle always inflects for person in plurality. In the simple future, the main verb is in the present participle form. In the future perfect indicative mood, the verb to be is in the present participle form, and the main verb is in the past participle form. In the future perfect imperative and potential moods, the verb to be agrees with the future particle and person and number, and the main verb is in the past participle form. In negative constructions, everything aside from the negative verb, and the main verb if in the future perfect, is in the connegative form. Another notable grammatical difference between Ancient Elvish and Middle Cho-jan is differing default word order. Because of the specificity of cases in both languages, word order is broadly very free, but Elvish speakers would have typically used subject-verb-object order. However, in the limited text that the Cho-jan had access to after the Eldar vanished, object-verb-subject order was used much more frequently than usual, so this was adopted as the default, with the exception of questions which use verb-object-subject. At some point, due to the underground lifestyle of the Cho-jan, two new noun cases developed. The subessive case, which roughly means underneath, and the sublative case, which roughly means downwards. When combined with the cases inherited from Ancient Elvish, this gives 4 total groups of locative cases. Note that the sublative ending is one of the only situations we can find where vowel harmony in inflections is violated. The vowel stays neutral in words of all harmonies. We hypothesize that this is because the endings were derived from older constructions that made use of the genitive with a separate adverb meaning below. Additionally, these new cases would later come to be used in a metaphorical sense, denoting things of lesser importance or relevance. For example, note the use of the subessive case in the following phrase. A while later, an infix developed to mark the superplural, referring to pluralities in the order of thousands, most often used when discussing entire hives. The T is omitted when preceded by a consonant, likewise, the A is omitted when followed by a vowel. Exactly where this infix originated from is unclear, but folk etymologies suggest derivation either from a term meaning 1,000, or, in the infix's high form, from an intensifier meaning more and more. The last set of changes we were able to reconstruct surround the development of consonant harmony, also known as or colour harmony.
True.
Like vowel
That's
harmony,
beautiful.
this feature serves to make the consonants in a word more consistent, specifically by shifting them to use the same stridulatory organ. The organ used for a word's harmony is based first on which is the most common among that word's consonants,
That's cool.
but otherwise certain rules
That makes a lot of
dictate which
sense.
organ
I like
takes
that.
precedence. We're not entirely sure what these rules are, but it appears that short, low-frequency sounds, the weak clicks, take precedence over long, high-frequency sounds, the strong buzzes, with medials ranking higher than the buzz consonants but lower than the click consonants. Word-forming derivational affixes affect the harmony of the words they attach to, but inflections change their consonants to match the harmony of the word they apply to instead, like with vowel harmony. This means that by some analyses, there are 9 different forms of every inflection. Note that with clustered consonants, only the first follows harmony, and the other is anti-harmonized. This allows for co-articulation, which is another feature that we think developed around this time. This means that multiple stridulatory organs produce sounds at the same time. The harmony shift is arbitrary, but is conventionally determined by the following vowel. The second sound in the cluster changes length to match the first, if applicable. For the purposes of the transcription, we have changed the second consonant to match the strength of the first, unless either sound is a medial. Finally, the combined effects of harmony and co-articulation rules seems to have caused many words to become ambiguous. It's theorized that this was rectified by the addition of amplitude contours, a variation in loudness over the course of the word, as these are recognizable in late Cho-jan. Some unambiguous words also receive these contours by association with the ambiguous ones. Which contours are used for which sounds is only somewhat predictable, and patterns are hard to identify, so unfortunately we can't go into depth about them in this presentation. We think that this feature was one of the last to emerge in the evolution of Middle Cho-jan, but we can't say for sure exactly when it developed. Now that we've described all the changes that we've been able to reconstruct, we can have a look at the inflection of some example words in Middle Cho-jan. First, a table of noun inflections. Note that all of the nominal forms shown here have one of 5 possessive suffixes attached,
This
though they
is
haven't
very
been shown here
normal,
for the sake of brevity.
actually.
Next,
just
a table of
finished, what are
verb
you talking
inflections.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Wow, that one was a bit long.
Finish
One of
poetry
the most interesting
more
things about
cases.
It's like when I was doing like that video on the minimum phonologies or whatever, like tables like that are how that one particular website justified saying that Finnish had infinity words. It's like
I mean, those tables are just fundamentally unhelpful because the suffixes are just glued together with no real
exactly. So it's
functionality or anything.
Exactly.
I think it's worth mentioning that the fact that he used that particular suffix to create the sublative, which means that the sublative is fundamentally the same morpheme as the allative. It just assimilated.
Oh yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's the exact same word that got grammaticalized.
Exactly.
Again.
Yep.
Great.
Beautiful. Very altaic. I'll bump it up a point for that. God damn it. Anyway.
Development of Middle Cho-jan is that words generally got significantly longer. There is some evidence to suggest that some of the syllables are redundant, but aiding comprehension in environments where communication is likely to be distorted, including over very long distances. Because all the sounds in a word depend on each other due to harmonies, intervocalics, and co-articulation, among others, it's possible to understand spoken Cho-jan even if some syllables are lost or misheard. We hope that this area will be researched at a deeper level in the future. As mentioned earlier, the development of spoken language did not supplant traditional pheromone communications. In fact, they came to be used alongside each other to convey additional meaning. The Cho-jan are capable of producing 6 distinct pheromone signals. In speech, words and phrases can be marked by releasing a pheromone. This creates emphasis and provides additional context for the listeners beyond just the semantic information. Let Kokoku provide an example.
I see. Oh. Edwarb.
Edwarb.
I like how he was like that we could actually understand and sense the pheromones.
For example.
Activate the
The exact meanings of the pheromones shifted over time as spoken language developed more, and the need for quick chemical commands or warnings decreased. For example, the aggression pheromone originally had a much narrower definition of territorial, but this broadened to allow for wider use in speech. Likewise, the familiarity pheromone evolved from aggregation, which would have been used to command the hive to congregate or form up against a threat. By the time of Middle Cho-jan, this pheromone was being used to mark objects that are well known to the speaker, especially ones they have a positive opinion of. The only exception to this broadening of meanings is the death pheromone, which even today is heavily stigmatized in Cho-jan society and is only ever used as a warning of imminent death or of a dead creature. Out of this set of 6, the knowledge pheromone is of particular linguistic interest. It developed from the trail pheromone used by the Cho-jan to mark the way to important sites. In speech, however, it became a marker of presupposed pieces of information or universal truths, and it later
silly
developed
thing
a
that I
second.
don't think they realized here is that the Finnish word for to know is actually derived from the word for road, as in to know the way.
That's pretty good.
Oh my
I
God.
like that. Got him.
Usage as a topic marker, indicating concepts that were referred to earlier in the speech or conversation. The ancient Elvish writing system was known to the Cho-jan, but they had little need for written text outside of communication with the Eldar. However, a ceremonial writing system was developed for use by the upper classes, including the Queen. This system gradually proliferated and is now used even by workers across many Cho-jan hives. The Cho-jan, being an underground people, developed into excellent miners. This meant that they were highly capable of extracting the world's natural underground resources. While on some worlds metal ores are the most common of these, on Kelowon, metal is scarce. Instead, gemstones are highly abundant. As a result of this, jewellery made from stones of striking shapes and colours threaded on Cho-jan silk has long been popular, even before the Chaos Wars, especially with the nobles of the hives. From these factors, a new writing system emerged. The 3 stridulatory organs each came to be represented by a different stone, and eventually a different colour, hence the name colour harmony, as described earlier. Meanwhile, the manner of articulation was encoded by the stone's cut, or shape. For colour, garnet, jade and amethyst are the most common precious stones of their respective colours, so the categories were named after them, but any stone of a matching colour
I
will be
think these are specifically
Often,
Steven
higher
Universe
class Cho-jan will
characters.
use rarer and more valuable stones
Should've
in the
been
place of the
Jasper.
traditional ones, like ruby instead of garnet, or sapphire instead of amethyst, because
Rock
blue is
theme.
apparently considered
Yeah.
allochromatic to
Yeah,
purple.
damn.
Additionally,
Yes, the rock
Cho-jan
theme.
archaeologists have recovered jewellery from the Middle Cho-jan period made out of non-precious stones. It's thought that these may have been coloured with some kind of paint, or some researchers suggest the brightly coloured blood of hostile creatures. The vowel patterns are represented by different sized stones in sequence, with large stones representing long pulses and smaller stones representing short pulses. You might notice that vowel harmony isn't encoded anywhere in the stone, and that's true. Instead, harmony is marked by different complex knots in the silk the stones are threaded on, with knots of this style for high vowel harmony and this style for low vowel harmony. These harmony knots are tied around all the stones in a word regardless of size, which can make written words appear quite complex at first glance.
Cool. That's
As
really
the use
cool.
of stones
I
for
like
writing
that.
became more widespread, the 3 stridulatory organs each came to be named after their respective gemstone. For the postcranial, for the cruroventral, and for the petiola. In addition, bicrural consonants came to be represented by stones of white or grey, such as quartz, and these came to be called meaning colourless. Now, there aren't any Unicode symbols for different colours and shapes of stones yet, so in order to make Cho-jan writing representable on Earth computers, we've developed a mapping that uses symbols already present in Unicode. Consonants are encoded by differently coloured and shaped emoji. For vowels, rather than having an additional smaller set of consonant
That makes
emoji,
sense.
we just
Yeah,
use Latin
beautiful.
vowel letters. Vowel class is encoded by the
That
letter
works.
and harmony by
Related
the
to
diacritic,
Gumsmack?
in accordance with the notation that we've been using throughout this presentation. Okay, some of the consonant emoji are a bit of a stretch, especially in the weak click and strong buzz rows, but it's really the best we could do with the characters that already exist. Let's just hope the Unicode Consortium add Cho-jan stones soon. Additionally, pheromones are also represented by emoji in this system. With all that said, we can finally present an excerpt from a translation of Kalev's seminal work,
here we go.
Observations and Investigations into the Creatures of the Western Continents, as performed by Kokoku.
Okay.
Yes.
Good God.
Beautiful. Zippers and zippers.
Yeah.
I love the text.
Yeah.
The text. It's the happy glasses, like the nerd emoji.
Yeah. God.
I love the emojis reacting to new information. I better start seeing paragraphs of text like this in my comment sections. It's just vowels mixed with green, red, and purple shapes.
Yeah.
God.
It's like, it's not gibberish, I swear. It's just my fans. I have a large proportion of ants in my fan base.
Yeah.
God.
Relatable. / pause. I love that.
Thank you
That
for
was
watching
great.
this presentation on the evolution of Middle
Amazing.
Children. It truly is a remarkable language, with having evolved from a language known in our dimension, being adapted to fit non-human phonetics, and even developing a rock-based writing system. Plus, with the lack of records from the time, this project is
Yeah.
A posteriori.
Oh my god, it's
it
all
certainly
of the
tells a story of
themes.
what the Cho-jan
It's
people
all
were
of
like
the
in the
themes.
past.
Yeah.
That's why it's middle.
God.
Fantastic.
I love the smelly tone indicators.
And the
I was about to say, I like how I like how it's called middle Cho-jan without any justification for was there a modern form until
Yeah.
last 5 seconds of the
What
video.
happens later?
Yeah.
That's why it's a proto.
Next one is, I'm not going to try and read this, but it looks like an IPv6 address.
Oh boy.
All I can think of when I see the thing.
Oh boy.
It isn't, but it looks a bit like an IPv6 address.
A forbidden meta.
Are you recording, Agma?
Yeah, I'm recording.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Okay, alright, here we go.
The Cursed Conlang Multiverse.
Oh,
a
God.
forbidden metadimension where no sane linguist dares to tread.
Very
It is
true.
infamous for being inhabited by image board entities and their bouquet-obsessed cousins, martial artists equipped with quote alarms, angels, goblins, demons, Sino-algebraists, ultra-French, rock and pigeon enthusiasts, and insular hyper-formality-obsessed degenerates. It is from within that very metadimension that the language that's the subject of this video originated.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Wait a second, is that the name of the language's translation is just the timestamp of where
I think
the
they're timestamped.
languages appeared? Oh,
Yeah.
God.
First of all, how does any of this phonology map to this writing system?
Oh god.
This is like gum smack.
Literally.
Smumgack.
Just slams the microphone.
Good. Another really meta language.
Oh, it's gonna be very meta, I can tell. Dear God.
I should add that the numbers at the top, they reference the circus. The entry was submitted and it followed by the timestamp. The first one is
God.
2, but then the third, which is accurate because it said so in the annotation. But then it says 5 and 5. I don't know if that's an error, but it.
Fascinating.
I mean,
that was the name of the language.
It should say 3 and 3, doesn't for that from the actual.
It's actually
transcript.
CCC5 that it's referencing already. It's from the future.
Yeah, just future ones. Okay.
No, there's a chance that because it's
again.
2.
To understand two colons, it is worth looking at its features in the context of how two colons formed in the first place.
Okay.
Note that when I mention events from here onward, They take place within the two sub-multiverse. Anyway, two colons began as nothing more than a dialect of Starmok that its speakers took with them wherever they had traveled. What began two colons' divergence was them meeting speakers. Said speakers soon began to learn the Starmok language. Two colons also picked up a few influences from some other languages over the course of its evolution, but due to the substrate's dominance, I'm primarily focused on how two colons evolved in the hands of speakers. Now, of course, Starmok and are entirely unrelated languages, so they have very, very different grammars, phonologies, and vocabularies, and thus the result of Starmok as a lexifier over a substrate is something that neither Starmok nor speakers can understand. I'll look over phonological evolution first, since that's the development that's easiest to see. Here's the starting point that is Starmok's phonology. That inventory got filtered through phonology, using the phonology of all two colons. For example, Palpatine Hopastad Spelegis gets converted to Palpatud in all the two colons. The
last one sounds like it hurt.
That the influences that itself took in before get inherited by two colons. The clap and the dedication to the bit of clapping every time taken from K-pop. The rubbing hands and the applause consonants and were taken from Howlang. The Veller series name was taken from the Veller series of Bad English, and the slap and shoulders consonant was taken from Daniel Swanson's Christmas Carol / magnetism thing. As old two colons evolved into modern two colons, all the non-slap consonants were dropped, and the slap consonants left behind ended up shifting and merging in various ways, leaving modern two colons with an inventory of 11 slap consonants.
Oh god. Oh god.
I like how they're trills.
It's not even being trilled, that's just doing it repeatedly.
Cheek thing.
Like any other language, of course, two colons has dialectal variation in how its phonemes are pronounced.
Okay.
What I've gone over is the standard dialects inventory. Here, that is alongside the inventory of my idiolect of two colons. And the differences between the two are easy to spot.
Oh god.
There's the differing results of the merger of clap and arm slap phonemes. And this quintet of phonemes that in my idiolect are unchanged from their forms. So my idiolect inventory is more phonologically conservative overall than the standard one. Anyway, back to just the standard inventory. With the exception of the cheek thing, taken from skibbity bottom dot up,
of course it is.
Colon,
oh my god.
Colon's phonemes stand for digits, which is partially influenced by how vowels were numbers in both archaic and Langue Sonorisée. As for what those digits etc. mean, I'll get to that later. Now let's look at the orthography. Back in old two colons, the original script was used.
Oh my god.
As old two colons evolved into modern two colons, and its phonology shifted, its orthography shifted with it, as seen here, leaving modern two colons script with 11 letters for the digits 0 to 9, a colon, and a space character. That's necessary since different lengths of spaces in a row have different meanings.
Oh boy.
Now you may be asking me at this point, the exact number of space characters in a row wouldn't make a semantic difference, right? Well, not in not in two colons. Here are a 1 and a 2 letter separated by 0 to 3 spaces. I'll go over what each of those mean now.
Oh god.
0 spaces and 1 space mean what you expect.
Okay. What am I expecting?
What am I expecting?
I'm glad it wasn't just me. I don't know what I'm expecting. What am I supposed to be expecting?
What do 2 spaces mean? No.
That's the obvious meaning. Obviously, as we all know.
Obvious.
As you heard there, two colons words are denoted by tone lengths a feature loaned from the buzz in Langue Sonorisée. Two spaces means that whatever is after the double space, the two letter in this case, is not read as a normal word. Instead, it's read as what the language that hates you too calls an inspirational speech. More on that later. And finally, three spaces is pronounced with a no word in between the two words surrounding them.
Let's explain.
The no word, of course, being a loan word from ah.
Oh my god, not ah.
God damn it.
If I really sounds like
This is
Still not sure
severely
what
meta.
0 2 spaces means.
It just has the Agma Schwa text
Now let's
in
look
it.
at the grammatical and lexical evolution. Since they, of course, are tightly linked to one another.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
TRG, you there?
Huh?
I'm back from meeting your friend that you've mentioned in the hyper-erotic video. Also,
What is happening?
did I hear a mention of
What
inspiration
is going on?
or whatever those
I
are?
don't remember this entry.
Chicken Nuggets here. Can you do me a favor and take narration here? My vocal cords need a break.
Oh no, don't do this, please.
Oh god.
No,
No worries.
not
I
the
got
text
this.
to speech.
So back
God,
when
it's
Two
so.
Colons was born,
You-
Era
the
speakers
volume
had
is
to
too
learn
low.
Starbucks system of narticles and Star Wars reference. These as
Narticles.
content particles, which in the old Two Colon stage were kept intact. However, the native grammar of Era had a completely different system of mostly single consonant words and archaic word order vowels, traits that were inherited from the E language.
Oh
So
god.
as Two Colons
Oh my
evolved,
god.
for
It
both
is just,
Star
it's just
Wars
all these
references,
all
it was
the
phased
You
out
just
in
lost a
favor
massive
of
of
more
everything,
female
yes.
reference is to a canon that the Era speakers were more familiar with.
To be fair, the reason for this might just be that they didn't have enough time because rough
Now,
entries just don't have enough time.
what this canon is. Drumroll. Drumroll.
Oh god, the
Trying to reveal
translation's
it.
coming.
The past cursed conlang circuses themselves.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
That's not
As for what the
surprising
grammar
anymore.
and vocabulary of modern Two Cones is like, you see, since it's time to translate the following text. What a majestic serpent. Surely it won't weave itself into the loom of infinity, nor coil into the wheel of endless ruin and rebirth. Oh my god, it's just
this year because it was submitted the first week after the submission period started. That's the only reason it doesn't include anything from the CCC and only past
I
CCCs.
see. That makes sense, and that would be expected too. that would be cursed badly. Wait until everyone else is submitted.
Yeah, that'd be hard. All of JAG's submissions are always in the first week of the CCC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Upon its own flesh, fangs stinging deep into its own tail. It gnaws its bones as if they were the ribs of time itself. It drinks its own marrow as if siphoning eternity.
Here we go.
For each word translated, I'll rephrase it if need be. Show the timestamp used to translate that morpheme,
God.
as well as the dialect at and after that timestamp for context.
Dear God.
And finally, it's Two Colons representation.
Oh,
Now, at
God.
this point, you see I've highlighted all of the its that refer to the word serpent alongside the word serpent itself. And this is due to an aspect of Two Colons grammar that very commonly arises. Word position numbers that are used for every time a concept is referred to after the first explicit
Another language is variable assignment.
a feature that was influenced by both as archaic word order vowels and the pick function in ski.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's
That aside, it is just utterly insane how many past CCC references went into this language. Even just the vocab alone in a vacuum, looked at in isolation.
Oh no!
It's not just variable assignments. It's not just any. It's like anything basically. You don't repeat things. You just refer to things by number. That is literally how compression algorithms work. Like a zip file works like that. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but more or less like that. You don't repeat yourself. You just refer to a thing that you've already mentioned by index.
How did he collect all of these appropriate lines?
Just every CCC reference just becomes a word. It's God.
You need to realize he has to have gone through and look for these from 40 hours of footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice and high
there was
effort.
someone like I know this exists for like Taylor Swift.
Oh my god.
But like the entire CCC thing is fucking insane.
Yeah, like half of those
Like, how
references I
often-
forgot about, and now
How
they're just
often do
back.
you have to
just
go
like,
through that to find like the word cycle in there somewhere?
literally.
Oh God. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's insane. The entire like year before the announcement must have been spent just like collecting words, preparing in case this happened. Dear God, this is beautiful.
You can read all the context headers as I speak this.
Oh God.
Is this what you wanted from me, Agma Schwa?
I guess so.
That's me.
I guess so.
That's me.
Where was I? So, the translation is
said
finally
something that
complete,
alluded to
right? Not so fast.
What is happening?
DIG, you there?
Oh,
I'm
God,
back
it's the
from
voice
meeting your
again.
friend
Oh,
that you
God,
mentioned in the
ETS.
hyperrodic video.
Praise
Also,
God.
did I hear a mention of inspirational sketches? Or whatever those are?
That is clearly
That's right.
recorded from an
It's
external
finally
device,
time
too.
to add in the inspirational sketches. Inspirational sketches are semantically no non sequitur copy pastas inserted evenly throughout
God
two
damn it.
chorus
What do you
utterances
mean?
for the sake of quote unquote
Semantically
pragmatics.
null copy pasta.
It's sort of like how, yeah, I'm a goofy goober shows up a lot of shows up a lot within utterances in skibbity bop and dada, but there's a catch. For two Cohen speakers use speaking bodies to pronounce inspirational sketches, a habit picked up from those who shall not be named.
What?
Anyway, here's the translation text into Cohen's writing system. My time has finally come to pronounce this abomination.
Okay.
Good lord.
Oh no.
Pronounced, quote unquote.
Articulate, I suppose. Perform.
Perform.
Why is the fan background noise even loud?
It is.
It's just,
Perhaps they had to turn up the audio.
I think that
there's just an innate hum to the language that's required.
Yeah, I thought it was
You need a drone note.
You need to be humming.
No, I think that was
the
from.
entire time.
Yeah.
No, I think that was from his CCC3 video, which
You're right.
was based on shoving a phone in your mouth
Yeah,
and
Oh my
and like
god.
buzzing it, and it was made with pretty similar
Yes, you're right. I
production
remember that
values.
God, how long is the translation? Because this is not boding well.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
Oh, the video is over. This is the end of the video. The rest is the translation. Okay.
Dear God.
Me when I cosplay a microwave.
This is just popcorn in a microwave.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm honestly fine with that because that way the video is only like 50 minutes effectively. That's honestly not too bad. God.
Peak thing gets me every time.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
God.
This is a certified JFU moment.
Wow. That.
Okay. God.
The pure references. It's like member berries from South Park, but just as a
It's like, this is, imagine someone who doesn't know anything about the CCC just finds this video.
Yeah.
It's like a whole
Yeah.
nother
They
level
will
of
be
meta.
so utterly confused. It's like, it's the same thing that happened to me recently where I was watching an anime and I ended up watching the 4th season of something because it
Yeah.
wasn't titled the 4th season. I thought it was the 1st. So I watched the 4th season and then after that I was like, you know what? I'm committing to this, so I watched the 5th season after that, and I still have not seen seasons 1 to 3. I even read the rest of the light novel. I finished the novel after the 5th season, but I still don't know what happened at the start of the story. So yeah, that's what happened to me recently, and I feel like it would be like that. Yeah, because this is Voidgloom by Zinniop.
Hey, there we go.
Oh.
There we go.
When the river Styx emerges from the abyssal maw, it flows through 6 lower planes before it reaches its mouth in the lake of boiling blood. Pandemonium is loud, Tartarus is rocky, the Duat is hot, Woe falls apart a lot, Gehenna is actually quite nice, and Hell is hell. There are 3 other lower planes. Mikulang is dark, and Naraka is weird, but not quite as weird at the subject of today's video, the Citadel of Voidgloom, which is inhabited by the Starfall, or it was. Rest in peace, bozo, mess with the best, die like the rest. Starfall are weird. They're defined by a collective shameful secret, which is the fact that they exist. Starfall do not like existing, and will get very angry at you if you somehow insinuate that they do exist. Looking them in the eyes, they'll kill you for that. Giving them a name, you better believe they'll kill you for that. Touching them, well, most people wouldn't like it if you touched them out of nowhere, so I'm sure they wouldn't be 100% unique in killing you for that. But despite their insistencies, they do exist, so much so that they can interact with the world around them, or could. They're gone now, so I don't feel too scared talking about them. So how do they do this? Well, they tend to leave rock carvings in their strange language, able to be translated by the Mhoi-tzwlaa-d. So, if you've ever wanted to desert from the army of hell and join the Yugoloths, here's everything you need to know. I know that there is no one that can possibly have those dreams, but who knows, maybe time travel is possible, maybe the world will reset somehow. I have all of eternity alone to figure something out. Anyways, one of the things notable about the Voidgloom language is that it's spoken via negative space. In English, you might produce the phoneme e by doing nothing, then producing the phoneme e, and then stopping again. A Starfall would instead be constantly producing the phoneme e, and then briefly pause. Now, for the purposes of orthography, this makes very little difference. Sure, instead of adding imprints to a canvas, you remove areas from it, but, like, you know the word write comes from to carve, right? But we'll get to the freaky orthography. Since Voidgloom has more than one phoneme, that means they must be constantly producing every phoneme layered over each other and only stopping one or more at once. Now, Starfall are not like humans or any other species, though it is very difficult to get a read on their pharyngeal anatomy because upon death they stop existing. But did they even exist in the first place? Yes! I'm going to stop questioning the mechanics of Starfall. There are never any good answers. Point being, there are pretty much 7 antiphonemes which can be combined in various degrees. Fa, sa, ha, and ha are the most obvious, but these are accompanied by and altogether, that means in the Voidgloom language, silence sounds like this. In addition to the 7 basic phonemes, there are also 8 first-level phonemes, sa co-articulated with everything, and fa with ha and ha. There's also fa, sa, and ha all not said at once for a total of 16 phonemes, with a length distinction on basic phonemes for 23 ultimately. Now we can move on to the morphology. Obviously, pronouns are a no-go. You can't refer to someone. That would be terrible. In fact, nouns in general aren't used in Voidgloom, and adjectives are nominals, which are basically nouns. What about verbs? Those describe an action. An action is a noun. Get that out of here. No. And some prepositions. And okay, fine. The Starfall can admit something exists, even if it's not them, like the universe. The universe exists, and it has a length, width, and height. This is the form nominals take in Voidgloom, various fundamental and undeniable properties of the universe, their mensuration and flux. There are about 500 of these making up the entire language, though languages, as is their wont, change over time. The analog to prepositions, therefore, are the function words used to indicate large and small changes in these properties and the nature of these changes. For example, a starfall itself, a pronoun, could be referred to by the mass of the universe, the amount of matter it contains, not changing, because they don't exist. We get it! Now, this exact vocalization is to refer to mass and that pause, and then which refers to the lack of change. Using this, we can construct some rudimentary sentences. For example, if I wanted to say, the starfall touched another starfall, you would identify the first starfall using this established vocalization. Past tense verbs use the same set of measures as nouns, so the starfall touched something, which is a sentence, is the same as the starfall that touched something, which is a subject. To touch something on a physical level means moving electron shells close enough to repel each other. In other words, expending energy against electromagnetic potential without doing any work. This means we use the property of electromagnetic potential, which is this is modified with a changer of, which indicates potential energy being expended to maintain a system from outside pressures. And adjectives can be translated directly with changers, which in this case is, which indicates equivalence but unfamiliarity. Now, the translation text is very long this year, just like my penis, though all these years blend together into the different pulp of infinity. And I like my vulva better. So anyways, the first sentence is, to what degree is this snake majestic? The interrogative or uncertain measure is majesticity. Like a lot of characteristics that exist only within one's consciousness is a bit more of a chore to translate. We start with a physical description. Chemically, awe is characterized by diminished function of the default mode network, and so a decreased focus on the self. This is accomplished via the inhibitor GABA. GABA is a carboxylic acid with an amine group. So we take the characteristic of atoms or protons or whatever and apply the fact that this is the 7th degree and increasing by entering in. Now, the use of hard and fast numerals might surprise you, but cardinals are all just as non-existent as the starfall. If they don't have any objects to describe, these two words are and. Now, the second part is pride decreasing, which is represented just as and it's not technically decreasing, but temporarily decreasing, and then eventually returning. That's what a majestic. While there are many things that characterize snakes, what truly makes them unique is the flexibility of their lower jaws. So a snake is referred to as a consumption, growing apart temporarily, written as and surely is maintaining a high level of accuracy or confidence or the general property of some model being able to predict reality. That's pronounced and. Now, this verb is in future tense, so it needs to use one of the imperfect measures. To not weave oneself is to resist entropy, as there's only a few not woven states and infinite states of wovenness. Entropy is therefore being maintained through energy expenditure, which translates as now the loom of infinity is one word in Voidgloom. Like I said earlier, prepositions can exist just fine, but they're post-prepositions, so into in the sense of becoming something is. Now, coil is more evocative of the folding of a protein, or the condensing of matter into the distinctive barred spiral shapes that make up galaxies. In theory, attractive forces and small differences in density compound over multiple rotations into a buildup of area containing denser material, which moves through these gravitational waves. Now, the buildup of waves is actually a measure, and the imperfect of it is, while gravity is endless, is lacking in end, both of which are measures pronounced as and. Ruin and rebirth aren't nicely cyclical like in English, so this passage isn't even that poetic. A starfall immediately identifies that the second law of thermodynamics means a snake cannot devour itself forever. Nothing is forever. Time is an endless arrow, and then they have the audacity to call themselves creators. Please. Call yourself a composer if you have to. I am the one true creator remaining. Anyway, ruin is having entropy increased, which is rebirth, on the other hand, is wrapped up in the messy concepts of life. On the face of it, life is just chemical reactions that perpetuate themselves, preserving themselves by dumping entropy into the worlds around them. So, in that sense, rebirth and ruin is more of a complement than an antithesis. It uses the two modifiers for doing something again, and for decreasing entropy within a system by dumping into a massive sink, which are and is. Oh my god, the starfall do not believe in God, but in terms of a general interjection, actual silence, that is, every phoneme not said at once, is fine. Jaws, in essence, are simple machines used to increase the mechanical advantage of chewing. By moving longer distances, you can put in more force. Increasing mechanical advantage is represented by to close or temporarily come together in imperfect is. Upon is just flashbang you with a perfectly normal postposition. The construction for one's own is time as a bidirectional loop with a counterfactual reversal that represents literally undoing something. In other words, it's just, remember what I just said? So, and flesh is described as a solid material infiltrated by a liquid to become like floppy and somewhat fluid, and that material is characterized by arrangement into permeable boundaries. That is, and they don't really mind states of matter because these are just ways things could be arranged if they did exist, which they don't. Wink. Fangs is a word used to describe extra long teeth, particularly ones that can inject some sort of venom. The viperid fangs are the most pronounced, though elapids are similarly large. Some colubrids actually have what we would formally define as fangs, so the purest definition would really be defined by the shape of viperids and similar teeth in mammals, which are not uncommon. It's also written as malice being penetrated or penetrating, which is... Sinking is descending into a medium, often a fluid, but in this case it's not a fluid, it's just a very wet solid, so much so that it almost is a fluid, and so it is. Into deep is just an intensifier, you dull prick, you absolute... No, it's not worth it. We just repeat the imperfect modifier twice. This sentence is pretty much the same as the last, so we can copy over the repeated parts. What is a tail? If not an extension from the back of something, and a back can only exist if an object has a front, because it is in motion. And since speed cannot be negative, a back is the opposite of motion, and a tail is moving away from motion. These can be translated as and... It is actually different from its own. If uncertainty is being used for the uncertain pronoun, couldn't certainty be used for a real pronoun? You will never be a real pronoun. You will never be a real J. Transgender. To gnaw is being described as a persistent deterioration using that same root consumption. It keeps itching away at my skin. This suffix, I guess, is majestic. I don't even know what bones are. Yeah. Why do your bodies have rocks inside them? What happens if you get hit really hard? Believe me, I've killed thousands. How exactly do you survive once your bones break? I'm thinking you don't. But this mineralized tissue is described with a solid infiltrated by a liquid but remaining rigid, and it uses unchanging because it's rigid. This word is... The copula is unwritten, but I like writing, so I'm going to draw a big line here. Isn't that nice? Nice. Ribs use the same word as bone, but they are arranged into long, thin strips as... Time is fortunately one of them big ol' high and mighty, highfalutin, high concepts I was talking about earlier, so it only has one word. Drinking is just like consumption, but wet, so it's consumption arranged into a flowing liquid. And you already know consumption, but I'm gonna repeat it to you again because I think it keeps getting funnier. Yeah, play that again. So what is marrow? Marrow is bone juice. That's these hard solids have liquid inside them, and this is the liquid inside them. So them arranged into liquids? Wow! As if I already fucking did that! It's the same as into as turning into, and it actually occurred in the last sentence, but I forgot to bring it out because I'm such a silly, goofy little character. Siphon is the word for increasing by dragging out of some massive source, the opposite of what life is doing to entropy, and it's imperfective now. That word is... And in this sentence, it is siphoning eternity. Eternity.
Oh, God.
Eternity. Eternity. Eternity.
Oh, God.
Eternity. 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 Eternity.
This goes on for a while.
Eternity. 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 Eternity.
Oh, no.
Other and existing and... Eternity was once full of hope. Time and space and life and other and existing and real used to mean something. Anything. I used to be eternal.
Oh, God.
Now, I'm just crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in eternity. An empty eternity. An empty eternity with nothing. And nothing makes me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in eternity. An empty eternity. An empty eternity with nothing. And nothing makes me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in eternity. An empty eternity. An empty...
Crazy? I was crazy once.
That was good.
Well,
that's kind of a bop, though. I'm jamming out. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yep. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
It is is German for, like, silver tongue,
Language.
literal translation.
Languages are a way of communicating ideas with one another, be it through spoken word,
Sure
signed
hope you're
gestures,
gonna
or
be
written
one.
sigils. It's used by nearly every single human, every single day. And if you haven't heard of it, you're lying. Largely unrelated, swords.
No.
Swords are weapons with a lot of prevalence and relevance in so
no.
many different cultures across the globe, which means there's a lot of ways to use them and a lot of types of swords. And I mean a lot.
Oh, God.
Why do I bring up these two things, you ask? Well, on July 19th, 2025, YouTuber Agma Schwa, or ŋa, announced his 4th annual Cursed Conlang Circus.
I did release it on my birthday.
And through a series of unimportant events, I managed to get my hands on a medieval German fencing manual, the contents of which I figured could make quite a good submission. This is Silberzunge.
How'd you pronounce it? Silberzunge.
Whoa.
Okay, we got
I mean,
some...
the pronunciation
Understand
is not
Silberzunge,
particularly
we must
correct.
first
How
understand
German
its
it's
lore.
pronounced.
And its lore starts in Germany. Specifically
Okay.
1400s Germany.
Oh, God.
It wasn't called Germany at the time, though. Instead, it was the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation.
Okay.
Despite this name, it wasn't actually the Roman Empire, merely a successor. And therefore, there's a lot of things Rome didn't pass on. Such as, in your timeline, this little thing called the Colosseum.
Okay.
In this timeline, though, Germany did pick up the art of building these, and went on to make several that looked a lot cooler.
Oh,
About halfway through their construction, German nobles got impatient and started hosting sword shows between peasants for entertainment. Peasants would go to work in these sword shows because life in medieval Germany wasn't really the greatest. The Black Death had just rolled around, which left a lot of jobs unfilled and people unemployed, which meant less money was being made, which meant rich people and merchants alike rose their prices so they could make more money, meaning everyday people had less money, and landlords certainly weren't helping, and you know what? In short, people needed money. And after seeing the fame and treatment the original Roman gladiators got in the original Roman Colosseum, people figured these Colosseums were probably worth a shot.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately, rich people are rich people, which means the living conditions in these Colosseums weren't much better than they were outside.
No way.
The employees were usually cooped up in their small rooms, and the pay was not that good. And arguably most importantly, they weren't allowed to leave. This led a lot of people to try and escape, made difficult by surveillance and security around the perimeter. Another big thing, they weren't allowed to interact most of the time they were there. The main time they could interact being on the arena. And it's not like they could just talk about escaping with their bosses, investors, and an entire audience watching. So they had to find a more secret way to communicate, leading to the development of Silberzunge, or literally, silver tongue. Great! Now that we understand why Silberzunge, we can start to learn how Silberzunge, starting with its grammar.
Whoa, where'd you get
The manual
that
I
from?
found doesn't go super
Copyright,
deep into
copyright.
grammar, but it does say that Silberzunge essentially just uses some German grammar with some adjustments that we'll get into later.
Let's see.
That being said, German word order confused me for a while when I started learning it, so if I get any of this wrong, please feel free to correct me in the comments. But because of that, I turned to the light and the dark sides of the informational internet, Wikipedia and Reddit, and I came to one key takeaway. German doesn't really give a shit. Except when it does. You see, unlike a lot of other languages, English included, German doesn't really have a set word order. That meaning the object and the subject can go wherever you want in a sentence to determine emphasis.
Very strange
What does
way of
matter, however,
explaining that.
are the verbs.
Yeah.
A
Because
basic sentence stripped of any
V2 is
meaning in
actually-
German would look something like
Way stricter than like SVO or SOV, if anything, rather than being more loose.
Indeed. Anyway.
this. The finite verb, which is the conjugated verb, or the verb that directly complements the subject, always goes in the second slot of the sentence. Any other verbs go at the end. Let's use the example sentence, Ich sollte die Pizza essen, or I should eat the pizza. The phrases ich and die Pizza could switch spots if I wanted to emphasize them differently, but notice how sollte is in the second slot. This is because it is conjugated and it directly complements ich, which is the subject, while essen is unconjugated, it's in its infinitive form, so it goes directly at the end of the sentence.
Also
Now,
small
this
correction.
sentence, die Pizza sollte ich essen,
Yeah, it's not word, it's constituent. It is after the first constituent in the sentence.
Okay.
The final verb.
Yeah.
It's not after the first word. That would be pretty horrible.
Well,
be Hyper V2.
Didn't we just watch one that had Hyper V2? Like
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, mine.
Yeah. That was yours. Yeah. Beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't mean
the what?
I don't know, Juno's. Someone was just pointing out in the chat that ich is split between two words.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not right.
Oh yes, ich, the pizza.
Ich word pizza.
Yeah, no, that's not.
And the word
color
for
coding is also off because in English, I does not mean the pizza. So
really?
Color coding is just wrong.
No, what?
This is horribly messed up. The color coding is just wrong.
I don't know.
This is a cursed
They're
diagram.
also-
Very cursed diagram right here.
They're also not pronouncing the initial fricative voicing properly. So.
Well, that's not. That depends on where you are. If you have a Bavarian dialect, they're not voiced initially.
Right.
Anyway.
The pizza should eat me. It would still mean I should eat the pizza, but it would read more, I should eat the pizza, while the former sentence would mean more, I should eat the pizza. What Hüfte and could be grouped in with words, they are not grouped in with the words in the manual because they do not carry any lexical information. Instead, Hüfte and exist purely for the sake of helping speech flow. What are Hüfte and you ask? Good question. Hüfte and are a stance and a strike, respectively, that are used exclusively in this language. The pictures in the manual were a bit fuzzy and hard to see, but I believe I recreated them pretty well for you to see here. How they would work is the speaker would execute a Hüfte, signaling an upcoming Koishau. The listener would see this and mirror their stance, and then both combatants would execute a Koishau, letting their blades meet in the middle and placing them in a bind, from which pretty much every other move in the language that does carry lexical information can be carried out properly.
Okay. Oh boy.
German is what's called a fusional language. You know how German has some really long words, like this one, which I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce right now, which apparently means speed limit? It's actually several words fused together into one, which is what makes a fusional language fusional. A language being fusional means you can take several of its words and squish them together into one word to make a longer, more specific word, but to a certain extent. Because German has this feature, Silberzunge does too, for better or for worse. I'd argue better, though, because the lexicon is really goddamn small. It is smaller than Toki Pona.
Oh, no.
For people with healthy social lives, Toki Pona is what we call a minimalist language, which means it has a tiny amount of words. It's one of the world's smallest languages. There are languages smaller than Toki Pona, but Toki Pona is the world's most well-known minimalist language. This means most words in Silberzunge are composed of several root words glued together to convey specificity. Unfortunately, though, there's no real way to tell if someone is using two or more words or a compound word other than context.
Oh boy.
If you don't know what reduplication means, it's when you repeat a word several times, usually affecting the meaning of the word. An example in English would be schmo reduplication, when you say things like lawyer schmoyer, which is a way to mock things. Often reduplication strengthens the meaning of words, like how wiki means fast in Hawaiian, but Wakey-Wakey means very fast, and this is the origin of the name Wikipedia. But in Silberzunge, it actually weakens them, so much so that it makes the words mean the opposite thing, which means to say no, you actually have to say yes, yes.
Oh. Ooh, that's nice and first. It's subtle.
You've probably heard of tempo before, although likely in music. And I'm not turning this into a musical language, somebody already did that. Tempo in sword fighting is how fast you move.
What was that screaming?
Not everyone uses it as a grammatical feature in Silberzunge, but those who do use it to indicate mood. Silberzunge has three moods, those being indicative, potential, and interrogative. Moving slowly indicates that the speaker is using the indicative move, which for those who don't know just means you're stating a fact. Moving at a medium pace indicates the potential mood, meaning hypotheticals, and moving quickly indicates the interrogative mood, which is questions. Sometimes, though, tempo can act kind of like tones, changing the meaning of certain words.
Okay.
This doesn't work on every word, but take an amnemen, for example. Amnemen is every positive word, like good. A slow one would mean okay. A normal amnemen would be good, and a fast amnemen would be best. This only applies to specific words, though, and only when you use the tempo exclusively on said word and not for the rest of the sentence. So, most people don't use it like this. That's it for grammar, though, which means now we can go take a look at the lexicon. The lexicon of Silberzunge is actually quite simple. It's just different sword strikes and different sword stances that the speaker has to execute facing the listener or at the listener to convey a message. So it's not easy, no, but it is simple. Remember how I said the base lexicon of Silberzunge is smaller than that of Tokipona? Well, Tokipona has around 130 words, depending on how you ask. So how many does Silberzunge have? Maybe 90? 70?
Oh, God.
Much less. It's actually closer to 19.
Good luck.
Maybe 31? Or even 39, depending on how you count. Actually, 45 at a maximum, though.
Okay.
I'm about to go through the entire dictionary, but the average viewer, and probably Big Lang, won't actually want to learn or speak this language. So I'm going to do it quite fast, because you don't actually need to see it, it's just here as extra language information. If you actually do want to read it for some reason, you'll have to either pause the video or slow down time. Ready? Okay,
Slow
go.
down time. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Oh, God. Oh.
Okay. Done. That was the
Goddamn.
entire
Okay.
dictionary as I like to count it. If you actually read that, good for you, but we're moving on from the lexicon now.
Okay.
Instead, let's talk about particles. By the way, Editor Kiki speaking. I finished recording the slideshow and realized I completely forgot to talk about proper nouns, so I'm just going to go over those briefly right now. Proper nouns in Silberzunge are spelled out using a set of strikes and exchanges that correspond to specific letters. For example, the letter A is a cut at your opponent's left hip, then their right hip, then their head. Umlauts can also be added by thrusting at both shoulders consecutively.
You're just like killing the
that's
person
it.
to say
Now
a
back
name.
to your regularly scheduled program.
And I think it's literally drawing the letter A with sword strikes.
Oh, God.
The first particle in Silberzunge is actually only kind of a part of the language, and it varies from speaker to speaker. Its most common form is the sentence, Hora meine Worte und gehe lebendig. This means, hear my words and go alive. It's used to indicate that the fight is not actually a fight, but rather a conversation, and it's said by the speaker at the beginning of the conversation.
Okay.
If the listener wants to speak at all, they'll have to wait for the speaker to finish, indicated by a pflug and waiting with no further action. The manual also goes over vom Tag, which indicates that the next phrase is the subject, pflug, which indicates that the next phrase is the verb, and it's different this time because the speaker keeps moving after, and ox, which indicates the object. After vom Tag, you can also use one of the last three particles, those being Oberhau, Unterhau, and Zornhau. Oberhau says that the subject is alive. The Unterhau says it's an object or a concept, and the Zornhau says it is something else. Oberhau is the most commonly used out of these three. Am I forgetting anything? Oh yeah. Reverse grip swears and handguns are all unique and specific insults.
God damn it. Just introduce a handgun.
Alright, we've made it through all the explanation stuff. But before we watch the translation, I have two more things to say. One, most combatants in the arenas had helmets. We do not have helmets, so we're going to be more careful than they would have been. Two, we are not fencing professionals, and I would not want to learn or teach this language to anyone or to myself to actually speak it. So this fight is
Another one for the
choreographed.
disclaimer.
The translation video will not be 100% accurate, but it is pretty close. All I ask is you just imagine it looks a little cooler and a little more real. With that out of the way, let's watch this translation text, shall we?
Hora meine Worte und gehe lebendig.
The snake is good. Goddamn. Imagine going into a.
It doesn't.
Imagine fighting with someone just to talk about the Medjedic serpent.
Of course.
I think the choreography is not conveying the sarcasm of this clause.
Like,
yeah.
It doesn't read. Goddamn. Is that the rest of the video? Let's put it in fluency mode.
I imagine so, because it's there's like 19 words for 45.
Fluency mode, or in this case, slightly less regard for personal safety mode.
Yeah. Well, it sure is a language, and it even has verbs.
It does have verbs. That's crazy. This is crazy. I like this.
Also, I like
It's basically.
Can you go back one slide?
Look at that sunset.
Oh.
It's fucking
The
beautiful.
sun is
beautiful.
Aesthetic.
It really is.
I hope there were other people in this like park or wherever they are watching this happen.
Over now.
It is communicated with something other than a human mouth, but they do have to announce in German that they're starting the conversation.
I think that probably okay. That yes.
This is basically a sign language with extra steps.
If you're still watching.
Yeah. Goddamn. Well, there you go.
Thank you very much for watching and listening to my rambling.
I like
I
their
hope to post more nerdy videos about language and conlanging
like it.
here in the future, but I don't know exactly what or when. So if you want to see it, you know where to find me. I'd also like to thank Agma Schwa and Eternal for hosting the circus,
You're welcome.
and Ngakord for providing motivation and linguistic wisdom. I probably wouldn't have finished this or made it the way it is if I interacted there less. Now before you go, I'd like to send blessings your way for a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
Crazy how we all watch like the same freaking YouTube channels. The algorithm is a strange thing. Anyway, there you go. Beautiful, beautiful.
Recommendation is German
I
pronunciation.
have a special like sweet spot for languages that are like enacted outside.
Yeah, that's always extra fun. It's like, you know, especially with two people.
Yeah.
Like 2 people went out and did it together. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was them and their mom in the credits.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I see, because of this video, you now have a German A1 tutorial in your recommended.
Yeah. Bet I scared you. It's another intermission. You made it through 2 sessions of the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus now. Look at this area I'm standing in. Pretty nice, huh? Gee, I sure love this brittle bush. This is a really nice triangle bursage right here. Ah, one of my favorites. The foothills Palo Verde. How do I know all this? And how can you learn more about this? Well, glad you asked. As chance may have it, I actually have more than one YouTube channel. That's right. Not only do I make all this wacky linguistic shenanigans over here on Agma Schwa, I also have a channel called AZ Plant Reviews, where I go around my Arizona homeland and I review the various plants that are used in landscaping around the Sonoran Desert. Sometimes I go little chunks of time without posting, sometimes I post them all the time. It just depends when I find good-looking specimens of the plants that I use in my landscaping job all the time. You're definitely not the audience for this unless you're like one of the 2% of American subscribers that filled out the Conlang census who have like said that they're from Arizona, but I don't know, if you're like world building or something and you want to learn more about what desert plants are actually like, then subscribe to AZ Plant Reviews. Also, you hear that music in the background there? Ah yes, the famed Fenny Cat. You know, I made that, right? You know, I actually make all of the background music in the Agma Schwa cinematic universe. I made all of those songs. And every time I make a non-Conlang showcase video, I usually make a new song specifically for that video. There are 2 soundtrack albums on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, etc. that you can find under the artist title The Velar Nasal, and that also happens to be my other second channel's name, The Velar Nasal. On there, you'll find all of the soundtrack albums, you'll find individual songs that I made as background music, or other musical memery for this channel, and also a bunch of random stuff. And I'm planning on putting non-music related other random stuff on that channel in the near future. So if you're interested in some Arizona history, I've got some stuff coming out on the Velar Nasal channel about that. Or if you just want to watch my most popular video of all time, the Horseshoe Dam Spillway video, then yeah, go subscribe to the Velar Nasal. I will leave links in the description to both AZ Plant Reviews and the Velar Nasal. And look out for more music and more plant reviews coming soon on both of those places. With that, I'm gonna go sneak off and find some little pincushion berries to snack on like a little rabbit. You get back to watching that circus judging, because you still have hours and hours and hours left to go. So have fun. Go on, shoot now. Run along to the judging session 3. You're still here. This is session 3, right? Third
Yes.
one? Yes. Session
3.
Yes. Oh yeah. I know we're all.
And we're
hyped.
doing AZ plant reviews.
Yeah. Beginning with this cursed conlang, AZ plant reviews, Cascalote, Kaisalpinia Kakalako.
So the first language that we'll be looking at is this one,
Oh man.
which is called Emotian, I think.
Okay. I am intrigued. Let's see.
Sisyphus. Why am I repeating this? Is it a car? I don't understand. I had a nightmare. But what Sisyphus means? It's like a curse. Every morning I wake up, my bed wet because I dreamt of it. Well, the answer is Cursed Conlang Circus 4, and I'm participating. Now that I'm awake, I can focus on important things like discovering big questions for humanity. Like, if you imagine yourself yawning, do you end up yawning? What's the temperature of a whisper? And do I make the most cursed conlang this year? I present you Emotian, a language made of emotions. Think about it. When your face, your tone expresses an emotion, you are giving information, truthfulness, many things. You don't communicate just with faces, but those emotions are giving extra information. I did my calculation, and could you make a language when each word is an emotion? No. I counted 155 emotions. Basic stuff like sadness, anger, disgust, Waldamsamkeit. Not many, unless you want to make a Tokipona clone. But if those emotions were just the semantic domain, then it's a pretty good number. Just multiply those emotions with a set of the same number of emotions. You get 24,025 words, just with 2 emotions. I'll make an example. Take character. Its emotions communicate the semantic domain. That's called scene-subject emotion. Now take an audience. Their emotions will specify what word belonging to the semantic domain we are uttering. And who's the audience? You. Yes, you. For this language to work, I need to provoke the right emotion in you each time. But if each word is given by mine and your emotion, who is listening to what we are emotioning? So let's begin. First, phonology. Thing here, there's not really any phonology. Emotions won't be expressed by sound, and the emotions by themselves are just vague. They don't make up the language like phonemes do. So we can jump to grammar. The pronouns are these ones. They conveniently belong to the same semantic domain, having the scene subject emotion, awkward. Then, to specify which it is, there's subject audience emotion, possessive audience emotions, reflexive ones. Normal stuff like feeling that something's cursed. Okay, maybe I took some liberties on the definition of emotion. An important...
What?
Okay, pause. Hold on. Go back a bit. Go back. Back. What emotion is sus?
Yeah.
What does it mean to feel sus?
The feeling of sus.
It's the imposter among us.
Yeah, when the
I know what being sus is, but what does it mean to feel sus?
Suspicion? I don't know, is that an emotion?
Yeah, I think
it's not. Suspicion is not an emotion.
Right? Well,
but is it the
Is that imposter
experience
syndrome?
of being sus? Like you.
I guess,
you are
maybe?
the sus one.
Yeah.
It's
But
like the feeling you
how
get
can you be
when you're playing
suspicious of
Among Us
yourself?
with
That
the
doesn't make sense. That doesn't work.
Can you see
Well,
sus
maybe-
on someone's face? Just
maybe it's more like curious.
I don't know. That's probably.
That's curious.
Yeah.
That's a different
It is,
word.
well, I know, but it's not on this list. So I mean, that's cursed.
No, but
emotion on this
I
list.
presume it's somewhere else. I mean, that's cursed. Okay, sure, I would call that cursedness, but okay, or just cursed. But
Also,
sus as an emotion.
one thing I noticed is that the language said it didn't have like phonemes, but I feel like emotions, at least from what we've seen so far, kind of just work as
Yeah.
phonemes.
I wouldn't call that.
Well,
I'm not sure you'd call it phonemes, really, because it's. You don't really have components that make up morphemes in the traditional.
we don't know
you could
that yet.
call them
We don't know it yet.
phonemes, but
Develops.
We
Yeah,
don't really
these
know
are-
yet. We'll have to see where it goes to
Yeah.
see if more than
I
these.
suppose.
Because if they do come
Emonemes.
together as components, then yeah, it is technically a phonology.
Yes.
But we haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh, it'd be an emology.
Emology.
Or eames, but no phonemes.
Emonemes.
Emoteams.
Emoteams.
Emoteams. Yeah, I like that
Both
word.
probably would. It might be the term, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Anyway.
Okay,
Let's
maybe
move
I
on.
took some liberties on the definition of emotion. An important thing to know is that this language does not have words for emotions. Emotion is a word trait, meaning each subject or object of a sentence possesses one. You don't express this with scene-subject emotions and audience emotions, but by cueing them in the screen in English. This makes things confusing, as those are not the emotions of the scene subject or the audience. And believe me, it wasn't easy to think what the loom of infinity would feel of the echo, and god, okay, it's part of an interjection, but I know it's outraged. But it's necessary. These emotions also modify something else. Temperature. Wait, what has temperature to do with emotions? Think about it, when we represent anger, it's hot. When we represent relaxation, it's chilled. We relate emotions with temperature. At least in this language, we certainly do. The change in temperature given by the emotion can be between -8 and +8, depending on the emotion type. The serpent starts at 35 degrees Celsius, sorry Americans, modified +1 by feeling proud. Later it becomes rageful. The serpent temperature dropped by 1 by being in space. At least that's what
Just
I think
one.
it is.
Yeah, just by one.
What?
+8 for the emotion, the serpent now has 42 degrees. I calculated the whisper temperature as well. Think about it, when you whisper and put a hand on your mouth, that's warm. So I figured the instant you whisper, the air where the sound is uttered is hotter than the room temperature. I decided as the average between room temperature and your breath. That air temperature is the whisper one.
That's just
how
basic
temperature
physics for
works.
people. The reason why that happens is because the air is exhaled more slowly, so it absorbs more temperature from the body. Whereas if you just breathe out rapidly or forcefully, the air is colder because it's so
Indeed. Laws of physics moment.
yes.
Also, that's definitely not how temperature works. You don't divide the temperature in Celsius by 2 to divide temperature by 2.
Oh god. I forgot.
What is a Celsius? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, what is that thing? That's that letter C there. What is that thing?
Yeah, what-
I think it stands for cold.
The American mind cannot comprehend this.
I actually do all my temperature
Yes,
in degrees
indeed.
and by doing the temperature command on the server.
Yes, we should be operating in degrees ŋ, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe this is 2 point something degrees ŋ.
Come on, think of your audience here. If you want me to understand, do it in degrees ŋ. Come on.
Yeah, it's
2.08 degrees ŋ, yes.
2.08 degrees ŋ. There you go.
Fahrenheit.
Just even less specific. It's beautiful. Anyway.
But why is this important? Languages don't have words with temperature. This don't make any sense. But Emotian words have it for good reason. See, verbs are conjugated by pronoun, meaning each verb is for emotions, but we also need to express tenses and aspects of a verb. That is not expressed by emotions, but by temperature. Plus tenses in Emotian don't say if it's future or past, only define the distance from the present of the action. Bigger the temperature range, bigger the distance. This range is reported in Celsius for habitual actions, Fahrenheit for perfect one-time actions, and Kelvin for progressive actions. This is of course modifying the subject temperature in a temperature range. The mood is expressed in yet another way, by gesture. Sometimes when we express emotions, we do it with our body as well. So each gesture gives a different mood: indicative, subjunctive, optative, of course infinitive, having no...
The what?
So maybe that I can explain how this tense stuff works later, but I have like 2 questions first. Did they actually write degrees Kelvin, Kat? Because that is cursed, because you don't write degrees Kelvin. It's not degrees Kelvin, it's just Kelvin. So that's one thing. The other thing is that offsets in terms of Celsius and Fahrenheit, that I can see, because if you reduce it by 1 degree Fahrenheit, that is less than 1 degree Celsius, but that's not the case for Kelvin, because like adding 1 Kelvin is the same as adding 1 degree centigrade, because it's the same. Like Kelvin is just Celsius minus 273.15. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just have
so if you add 1 Kelvin to a temperature, that is the same as adding 1 degree centigrade. So what is the difference?
Oh god.
Does it start at a different value? I don't know. Maybe we'll see later.
You just have to know. You just have to know.
God.
Just subconsciously.
Relation to time, a conjugation, to be specified just need a gesture, but there's no imperative. Why? I'll go back to verbs later. Stop thinking about words for a minute and think of a scene. A scene without emotions is a sentence. When 2 sentences are linked to each other, you normally add words, conjunctions, but not here. The place where something happens tells you what link there is. Addition can be expressed by a place. Cellar front is one, as bathroom expresses a type of comparison. That means that whoever is listening will understand how two clauses are linked. If they are, will not think in terms of conjunction or words, we'll only see these 2 scenes are in the same place, they are linked this way. Addition, comparison, cause, and all the others. These links are indicated by the place of a scene. So first grammar rule, no words for conjunction, or in fact any punctuation. The closest thing to a written form is basically just a mix of a code and a screenplay. Other aspects of a spoken language that are difficult to express in Emotian are focus, sentence type, and the emotion the speaker expresses when talking. Because we are missing tone of voice, pitch, pauses, we need to express those in yet another way. Focus, which word in a sentence is emphasized, will be conveyed by an increase in the volume of the background music. Music won't give any other information other than setting the mood for the audience emotion. The type of sentence, declarative, imperative, or exclamative, is given out from the scene speed. So here you see imperative not as a trait of verb, but belonging to the sentence. The effect, the emotion conveyed by the speaker, is understood by the scene duration, from 6 to 160 seconds. Each second a different emotion for the effect. The veridicality of a sentence is given by the time direction. A scene that goes back in time from the previous one means the sentence is false, forward true. While if it's the first scene, it needs to be a memory scene. I also added polarity, taking the time a scene is happening, the total between hour and minutes convey the meaning affirmative if the total is less than 42, and negative if the total is more than 42. Let's go back to words. Now, verbs have other traits as well. I just talked about sentence type. Well, I want to introduce another factor playing it.
That is quite the gloss.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Also, I want to know if it's positive, if it's positive, if it's greater than 42, and negative, if it's less than 42, or the other way around. What happens if it's exactly 42?
That's some yin yang, just a middle ground between the dualities.
Just a contradiction then, or what is it? Is it is that a questions because then it's not a statement? I don't know.
A paradox.
Let's see.
Yeah, like a paradox or a riddle or something.
Oh, that would make sense.
There you go.
Yeah.
God. Okay, let's see.
Its role. Voiceover. Each scene with its emotions, time, temperature, speed will have a voiceover. These have a double function to help cue in the right emotions in the audience, and at the same time, the type of sentence the voiceover is will tell the listener the evidentiality of a sentence action. There are 4 sentence types, 4 evidentiality types. Nicest move. The voiceover will be in English, so be careful if it's interrogative or exclamative. But don't be fooled. The voiceover information is a mere decoy, something that adds confusion. Verbs in Emotian also differentiate by having plurality or not. That is given by presence of inner thoughts of a scene subject, not to be confused with the voiceover. No inner thought, the action has no plurality. And we have reciprocity, volition, mirability. Depending if the action possesses any of those, there will be a random sound effect. And if you had an initial fear that I was going to mime some emotions in a silent movie, now you have a different fear, I'm sure. And I said random sound effect? Well, that's because there's also a final sound effect. This is at the end of a sentence, as the structure is OVS. There's always one at the end that indicates the subject case. This kind of sound effect is also attached to any object to express case. In total, there are 11 cases. Here you can see them. The nouns also differ by number. Noun number will impact the full sentence. How a dual noun is expressed by repeating a scene 2 times. Vocal or déjà vu from 3 to 6 depending on the number of units of a noun. 7 units repeat the scene 42 times, also called loop plural. 8 or more units, also called torcho plural, the scene is repeated 36 times or more, but not 42. If the number is an imprecise plural, then it will be treated as a collective noun, singular. If 2 nouns are plural, the total will be considered. This method is imprecise, as it won't be indicated which noun or nouns of a sentence is plural. Okay, we solved the nouns and I guess also prepositions. Finally, it's time for adjectives. Well, adjectives are attached to nouns. They are emotions by the scene subject, but they also need to agree with the noun audience emotion. This means the meaning, for example, of devoured, cannot be understood just by the emotions. For this, another element enters the picture, subliminal messages. For example, its tail or its bones. It would have a different set of 2 emotions depending on which noun. The only thing that tells us is its and not mine is the subliminal message. Each subliminal message indicates the correct adjective. How?
What do you mean?
Well,
What's the
it's
subliminal
not something simple as each
I
identifying
think
one
it shows up for like a
adjective.
frame.
See, to any semantic domain of nouns, there is a set of subliminal messages which identify an adjective belonging to its own semantic domain. To know which subliminal is right, it's just a simple equation
Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay.
where A is the average between the ID number of the adjective scene subject emotion and the adjective real audience emotion. B is the noun audience emotion ID number. C is the noun emotion temperature modifier. The result is between 1 and 110. This number identifies a subliminal message and helps.
Okay, that formula is not okay. There's a bit of a mistake there. And I'll keep going until it shows the one.
Is between.
That is not right. Because that means
Oh my god.
that's not quite right. It should say X less than 110.
Yeah.
Because this is just
It is both.
a bit paradoxical.
Oh my god, I just realized.
Yeah, I did not even notice that.
Oh god. Rest in peace.
Well,
See, I saw that immediately because these sorts of the fact that these sorts of chain comparisons are ill-formed, that's a thing, that's an entire thing in programming language design. So I noticed that pretty quickly.
X is in
This
superposition.
one isn't paradoxical, it just has to be more than 110.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just, yeah,
that's
that's all it says.
but it's like
And
it's
less
a bit
than one at the same
pointless.
time.
No, it needs to be more than one.
Yeah, more than one
Yeah.
and more than 110. There you go.
Yeah, the way it's written, I don't think it's actually mathematically ill-formed, but it's just like it's a bit pointless.
Yeah.
It's pretty though.
It's you're implying that 110 is greater than 1. What are you saying? How do you know? Anyway.
1 in 110. This number identifies a subliminal message and helps to understand the right adjective of a sentence emotion. Its of tail is therefore identified by 75. Its for bone is 82. Now, finally, you have all the means to understand it and judge it. I hope that's curse enough, and if you're not convinced yet of Emotian cursedness, well, it's time to see the full translation. This 4-column script is not the most organized thing I ever made. Feel free to download it and see any grammatical error. This is an example of a full sentence structure, with the order of each element. On the other column is the scene subject emotions, from thoughtful to wonder that accompany fantasy when it seems temporarily real, or the unbearability of being part of the musical. And there's another column with your emotions, the audiences. You can follow it as a script if you download it from the description. And now it's the time to listen to this movie language. If I've done everything good, you'll feel the right emotions. Prepare some popcorn.
Oh god.
Bobby is a remarkable guy. He can walk, breathe, touch his nose.
Okay, we're not gonna. To save time, we shouldn't watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a little bit of this because this is
Yes.
this is quite a thing. Oh,
He likes animals and nature.
Also note that the voiceover has thematically nothing to do with the actual text.
He doesn't look like a hiker,
yeah, literally.
but he actually is one.
The temperature was like
degrees Kelvin.
315
degrees Kelvin.
He also liked to read and see movies, of course. Nothing special there. Any movie apart from musicals. He hates musicals. Speaking of it, now he's hearing some music. Other than that, he can stand anything.
If I understood correctly, the information the temperature conveys isn't actually decipherable because it's just like adding and subtracting different values.
Yeah. So I don't know how you'd interpret that. God.
You have to figure it out at the end from context.
I mean, maybe
yeah.
if you had like infrared vision, you could like see it changing slightly. Try to figure out how many degrees that is.
Let's see what oh my god is.
Remember, he's not. And later wonder why he's scared of the sounds.
Oh, that was I see.
I will say, I think the little like paper slide with the emotion on it that just doesn't match what's going on at all.
Well, it's not supposed to.
It's great.
It's supposed to be what you're feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the audience.
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that we're feeling hurt right now, even though he's expressing something different.
That I don't know if it works, to be honest.
Hey, are you not feeling hurt right now? Are you not feeling hurt? Because I'm on the
Well, I mean, the idea is like if something's going on in like the story or whatever, like, you know, maybe the character here is like really angry, but because they did something like earlier that that would cause the audience to feel hurt by that anger. You know, maybe it's you know, you got to understand in the context.
Exactly. We haven't watched this whole show. This is
so we actually need to watch like a 2-hour movie to actually understand what's going on here.
Exactly.
So what?
Exactly.
And also know what temperature it is in the movie.
That is left as an exercise for the audience. I think we get the gist at this point. We can move on to the outro, I think.
Yeah. Jesus.
God.
Is this still
Well,
going?
it is a language.
It is a language, I guess.
Let's see.
Oh no.
Is that it? Yeah, this is the end. Okay. So I will definitely check out the whole thing later on my own. Oh
God. Open his eyes.
Oh no.
Yes, this wine is good.
Wait, is it still not over? What?
I think
Good
it's still
enough
not
to
over.
make a little
Oh
dance.
yeah, this is the.
Or maybe musical.
Oh, this is like the plot twist. Oh god. Oh no. The music's getting louder. Another super message.
Bobby takes up the doll. Now, it's quite scary. He liked this doll when he was little. He spent many good moments with his toys.
What's up with the flute?
What do we do? What?
Oh.
How did you feel? Did I accomplish to translate text correctly? Well, vote for me if it was the most cursed Conlang. Check out my not cursed Conlang called Lĩhusã on my channel and subscribe if you liked it. I still need to see any other entries to the contest. I hope they are awfully cursed as expected. And PS, if anyone is willing and able to make a site for my Conlang, contact me in case. Bye.
There you go.
If I've done everything good, you'll feel the right emotions. Prepare some comfort.
All right.
Okay, there you go.
Wow.
That.
Oh, which one was this again? 13. Okay. Emotion.
Yeah, I liked that one.
Did you feel them?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you feel? How did you feel?
How did you feel?
The next one is Polterguese.
Oh God.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this one. I've been seeing that thumbnail pop up.
As someone who worked on Portuguese, I see we're fans of puns here.
It could be. Well, what if it's like a combo of Portuguese and Halloween or something?
Oh, that'd be great.
Good evening. My name is Steve.
Let's only one way to find out.
Okay, and I've recently returned from an unexpected and rather protracted stay in the spirit world. And despite some major hurdles, I was eventually able to learn the language spoken by those of the departed who reside there. Notwithstanding the dozens of emails I have received from spirit mediums attempting to buy my silence, I now present to the world the culmination of my research, the language of ghosts. Henceforth referred to by the acronym Polterguese.
Oh no.
We begin with phonology. You might wonder why ghosts would even need a language of their own.
I can already tell on the family tree of languages, this is gonna have to go next to Halloween. I have a strong feeling, at least.
Rather than
it's gonna
simply
have
continuing.
one of those vocabularies like Santa.
It very well could as well. Let's see.
Let's see.
Speak the languages they spoke in life.
Is this a dead language?
The answer is very simple. No human languages are physically pronounceable to ghosts. Yes, it seems that among the many things robbed of us all upon our departure from the living world is the efficacy of our vocal anatomy. You might be familiar with this kind of diagram of the human vocal tract. After careful observation, I believe that the ghostly vocal tract looks something like this. Ghosts have no teeth, no noses, and no tongues. The bottom of the mouth is fused solid and immovable, leaving only a small amount of control over what appears to be a vestigial tongue radix. Also, while ghosts do possess lips, they can't spread their lips wide open as humans can, which causes all Poltergeese sounds to be articulated with rounded lips. With that in mind, Poltergeese has the following consonants: b, a, v, h, h, w. Now, because ghosts don't have tongues, they only have one conventional vowel sound. From an articulatory perspective, this sound is equivalent to schwa, but the constrained shape of a ghost's mouth causes it to sound closer to oo in practice. This vowel can be pharyngealized, which often induces tense or creaky voice, and it can also take any of 9 different tones. Syllables in Poltergeese are at most CV, but nucleus-only syllables are quite common. The sounds and can be used syllabically, but only if the syllable they're in either has no onset or the onset is a stop. Note that these syllabic consonants get their own letters in my romanization. The phonotactics I'm showing on screen are accompanied by sandhi rolls that operate between morphemes within a word. There are also a few ordinary allophones too. Poltergeese also has regressive vowel harmony. Pharyngeal vowels induce pharyngealization in preceding vowels, and non-pharyngeal vowels remove it. Glottal consonant onsets are transparent to the harmony, while other consonants, including the syllabic glottal, are opaque to it. Now, I'd like to move on to morphology, but first, we need to talk about magic. Ghosts can do magic. I'll explain how later. There are a number of active blessings and curses that can take effect if their conditions are met, with curses being particularly frequent. Sometimes these blessings and curses can have an effect on the language itself. Many curses have been placed on specific semantic concepts, making it hazardous to refer to them directly. For instance, this word, which means snakes, will inflict the pain of lethal envenomation if spoken aloud. Because the effect is triggered by the semantics of the word, synonyms also carry the curse. Euphemisms can be used to circumvent this, but only if they are ambiguous enough to stay semantically distant from the source of the curse. I don't know what the line is for this, but I'm not about to go trying random phrases to find out. My advice, just stick to the euphemisms that are proven safe. For instance, this lengthy phrase is one of a few common euphemisms used to safely refer to snakes, and it literally translates to ones of hiding in the grass. A word of warning, if a euphemism becomes so wide...
That's a heck of a way to taboo words.
This is something that also happened historically. Like, I forgot what language it is, but there's some like dotted language of PAE where the word for bear is not attested because people thought that speaking it out loud would summon a bear. So they replaced it with like the language.
That's Germanic.
That's a Germanic.
Yeah. Is it Germanic? I forgot what language family did that, but I knew it was some.
Yeah, it also happened in Slavic.
Yes, indeed.
There's also
at least two branches where they assume or they're thinking that it was forbidden or very taboo to say the word forbidden.
Yeah.
The one that.
And we've seen that in real languages contemporarily as well.
One tiny nitpick that I don't know if I maybe missed, but does that no longer make them synonyms then if we're not going to say them?
You say them if you want to curse?
I guess
if they're not said, then.
Well,
the problem is, wouldn't euphemisms eventually become synonyms and become unsafe as well?
Then
presumably,
It has to be ambiguous. So like this could mean a different.
It could be in a different one.
That means that just by like trial and error, once someone starts dying of venom from that phrase,
it's very practical, yes.
Agma, don't you mean super dying because they're already dead?
Those die from venom. Is it only when they talk to humans that they can find this out?
That's a good point.
Also, with the bear thing, it's not just like Proto-Germanic and like Proto-Slavic that do that. Like there's some languages in Papua New Guinea where certain words are considered like taboo, so it just changes to a different word.
The word taboo comes from Polynesian. It's specifically referring to that they would not allow people to use the words that were used to name people who have died, and so a new word would be invented.
I see. Indeed. Knows
I
how
think
funny.
you would know this.
Yep. Alright. Here we go.
Widely used that it effectively becomes synonymous with the cursed word, it can retroactively inherit the curse. I'll be marking curse euphemisms with guillemets in my glosses. A quick note on syntax. Polterguese has extremely free word order. Like, words can usually even be mixed up between clauses. However, the usual word order in practice is verb, subject, object, with words and phrases that modify nouns following the nouns they modify, and words that modify verbs, as well as dependent clauses, usually come after the verb and its arguments. This is only the default though, and it's quite common for speakers to change word order around, often for emphasis. Alright, let's talk nouns. The minimally inflected noun consists of a lexical root, a case, and a fusional agreement suffix. For example, to place the word for ghosts in the genitive case, we put the genitive marker in between the root and its agreement suffix. So, what do these agreement suffixes encode? Well, Polterguese has grammatical animacy, but of course, for a language spoken by ghosts, a simple animate-inanimate split isn't very useful. Polterguese instead encodes 5 animacy categories: animate, inanimate, deanimate, reanimate, and neuter. The categories on screen are usual allotments, but there are of course several exceptions. These animacies combine with a 3-way grammatical number distinction to form the 13 agreement suffixes. Except, I explained magic before nouns for a reason. The word for the number 1 is cursed. As a result, the grammatical singular is also cursed. This results in the modern language having a 2-way dual and non-dual grammatical number distinction. As for case, there are 12 total noun cases, which Polterguese grammarians traditionally sort into 4 sets. Most of these cases are familiar and work mostly in the way you'd expect, but the captive case stands out. This case is used to mark possession.
Misspelled genitive?
The ghost part. It marks nouns that are being haunted. Anyways, adjectives agree with the nouns they modify using all of the same affixes. So if we add this adjective, which is the distal demonstrative, you can see how it essentially copies its noun's inflections. While we're here, pronouns work exactly the same as normal nouns, although their roots actually have separate dual forms in the second and third person. Polterguese is highly pro-drop, so pronouns are most often just used for emphasis. There are also honorific and pejorative forms, allowing pronouns to encode politeness or rudeness. And that's everything for nouns. There's nothing else. Nouns are done, it's just those two simple affixes. We have nothing more to worry about. Let's talk about verbs. To begin, all verbs exhibit polypersonal agreement. So if we take this verb root, which means to have, and we want to conjugate it for a first-person non-dual animate subject with a third-person...
One cursed exactly does. Mentions that number one is cursed and the singular is cursed, but doesn't actually say what the curse does.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know what it does.
I want to know what it does. I also want to say that
you are one.
We mentioned that this language might be related to Santa. I believe it now because Santa has no first person.
Yep, yeah, that's true. That's true. There is no first person in Santa.
I'm thinking
turning into a single cellular organism or unicellular organism or something.
Good. It turns you into one cell. God. Okay. Let's see.
I think what the curse does is it's just like for snake, for example, you say snake and then it just feels like you got bit by a snake and then you're like, youch, that hurt. I just got bit by a snake because I said the word.
Wait, but I'm a ghost, so like, do I die?
Yeah, exactly.
It turns the nearest.
No, it just feels like you got bit by a snake.
I mean, well, I probably still feel pain, I guess. So like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Maybe the curse makes you feel alone?
Oh,
God. It's an emotional curse. Oh, God.
Wait, that'd be kind of good.
A curse that makes you literally alone. Makes it so it's impossible for you to perceive anyone else.
Oh, God. That's terrifying. Anyway, yeah.
Object, we add these affixes. For number and animacy, verbs just use the exact same agreement markers that we just saw with nouns and adjectives, which makes it nice and easy. As for person, most of the subject markers resemble the pronoun roots, even down to having honorific and pejorative forms. But a couple of the forms are somewhat different, and there are also separate accusative forms for the object. Now, before we move on, another tangent, time is weird, especially for ghosts. Ghosts experience frequent visions of different points in time. These visions may be visual or just auditory, and are the primary method used by spirit mediums to attempt to predict the future. However, these visions aren't always very comprehensible. Ghosts can't always distinguish between visions of the past and visions of the future. And visions of the future don't always come to pass. What's worse, ghosts can't always recognize when they're having a vision, and may get them confused with the present. This all makes ghosts have a very strange relationship with the flow of time. So while Polterguese does have a tense system, encoding time relative to the present isn't always easy for ghosts who aren't always certain when the present actually is. Instead, Polterguise's tenses are based on fixed points in time. The mortal tense is used for events that take place after the speaker's death, and the vital tense is the opposite, while the moribund tense marks the time shortly before or during the events of the speaker's death. Of course, the mortal tense is always in the future for us living folks, while the vital is always in the past for ghosts. These tense suffixes are joined by a pair of voice prefixes, though apparently those are traditionally treated as derivational for some reason. They do behave a little differently from other verbal affixes, as I'll touch on later, so I kinda see the reasoning. Anyways, if we come back to our example from before, we can add the vital suffix to our verb. Polterguese also has 5 grammatical moods. The indicative is, well, just the indicative. The subjunctive appears most often in dependent clauses and lets a clause take on the role of a noun. Using the subjunctive in an independent clause seems to mark a vague deontic modality and is most often used in the second person as a sort of imperative. The conditional mood is of course mainly used to form conditional clauses, but when used independently, it acts like an interrogative mood. Now the optative and imprecative are interesting. They both mark hopes or wishes, but the optative is generally positive, while the imprecative is specifically malicious. It's crucial to note that anything you say in these two moods apparently has a small chance of happening for real. This is how those blessings and curses happen. I can't find clear information on exactly how it works, but apparently different kinds of wishes may be more or less likely to come true. However, I'm told that you can repeat these invocations as many times as you want to increase the odds. It's considered polite in Ghost Society to echo optative sentences whenever you hear one spoken, even if you don't know the person saying it or why they're saying it. I've even heard that some ghosts gather together in large groups to repeatedly chant an invocation to maximize their odds. This seems to be the way that the most powerful blessings and curses come to be. Now, these moods combine with 4 grammatical aspects. imperfective, perfective, gnomic, and something I'm calling quietive aspect. I'll explain that one in a second. These 4 inflected aspects are part of a larger set of 12 composed aspects, traditionally sorted into 3 families by 4 ranks. The remaining aspects in each family are formed by starting with the family's inflected aspect, imperfective, perfective, or quietive, and adding some additional words. Some of these constructions are only valid for telic verbs. The progressive is familiar, but the regressive aspect is the reverse, describing an action that moves away from its endpoint. This may be used to describe a process that is actively being undone, but it's also used to relay the contents of certain visions where time appears to flow backwards. The cyclical aspect, meanwhile, conceives of an action as repeatedly progressing and regressing. Like the gnomic, this doesn't imply a known start or end point, so it can create a sense of timelessness. If you put the sentence "the sun rises" in the cyclical construction, it would mean something like "the sun always rises and sets." The inceptive and terminative are familiar, but note that the terminative aspect...
Maybe.
Yeah, probably. Let's see.
Aspect here specifically indicates that an action is completed. That's in contrast to the quietive aspect, which simply says that an action stops, but implies incompleteness for telic verbs. There's also the neglectative, which is for actions that nearly start happening. The errative aspect is its reverse, focusing on actions that almost get completed. Finally, the extinctive aspect. It's used for events that seem eternal, but then stop anyway. So while the gnomic allows you to say "the sun rises," and the cyclical allows for "the sun always rises and sets," the extinctive would be used for "the sun stops rising forever." Alright, we can come back to our example verb and add the quietive indicative marker. These aspect mood affixes always go immediately after the verb root. And finally, we have a finite verb. It's 13 syllables long, and on its own it can stand for the complete sentence, "While I live, we stop having the 2 of them." However,
with what?
Time is still weird. Unexpected auditory visions can seriously impact the flow of conversation. At any point, words being spoken in a different conversation in the past or future could insert themselves into the dialogue, and they may drown out the actual words being said in the process. What's worse, I've been told that apparently visions have started getting much more common in the last couple centuries, and no one's really sure why. So how do Poltergeese speakers identify and dismiss interloping words, and how do they fill in the words that get lost in transmission? The answer is, of course, redundancy. Our verb from before already exhibits agreement with both of its arguments, which is why we were able to drop them. But what happens if we add an adjunct? If we want to add a causal noun to create the sentence "While I live, we stop having the 2 of them because of pitifulness," the relationship between these words is completely unmarked, and a vision here could eliminate crucial meaning. To get around this, we add what's called a reduced noun agreement affix onto the verb. So now the verb explicitly says that it expects a non-dual neuter causal adjunct. These affixes exist for every combination of animacy and case, and there are also dual forms for the animacies that have a dual. So, is this sentence redundant enough now? If we imagine that the noun gets lost in transmission, we can now no longer tell exactly what caused the action, but the causal relationship itself is preserved, and we even know the number and animacy of the missing noun. However, if the verb is lost, we lose most of the information in the sentence. To get around this, we can echo the verb's person agreement markers into the noun. So now the noun relays the person of the subject and object. Hold on, the dropped verb is supposed to be a quietive, something that stops happening, but this crucial information is totally absent now. To fix this, we add a reduced verb agreement affix onto the noun. The noun now records the tense, aspect, and mood of the verb. Without the verb, we might not know exactly what's happening, but we do now know who's involved and how it happens. Just like the reduced noun markers, there's one of these reduced verb markers for every valid combination of tense, aspect, and mood. These markers are applied to all nouns, even to arguments. So in this sentence, which means "as my death approaches, wretched zombies are chasing us," we can see how even if we drop the subject, we still know its number, animacy, and even politeness. If we drop the verb, we still have enough information to guess at it from context. Okay, but what happens when nouns modify other nouns? If we take this word, a common insult that means something like "worthless fool," and we want to qualify it with an inessive to generate the phrase "worthless fools in the abysses," how do we ensure that the relationship remains clear? First, the modified noun takes a reduced noun agreement just like we saw with verbs. And second, the modifying noun exhibits case stacking, taking the case suffix as well as the agreement suffix from the noun it modifies and placing them directly after its own case and agreement. As a result, this noun is now marked as being in both the inessive case and the nominative case. Of course, if we were to add a third noun modifying this one, it would have to be marked for its own case and the inessive and the nominative. Now hold on though, genitive nouns can't modify verbs. As a result, there are no reduced to genitive agreements. So while genitive nouns themselves just case stack like the others, how does a noun modified by a genitive mark the relationship? Passive personal possession markers. These are used to agree with all genitives, even if they're not possessive genitives. The person marker table I showed earlier actually had an extra row the entire time, but I hid it from you at the time because I enjoy lying to you. This means that nouns uniquely mark the person of a modifying genitive, which they don't do for the other cases. Okay, so what about dependent clauses? Here, we want to have a content clause acting as the direct object of the verb for to suppose, but it's not clear exactly how the parent clause should mark object agreement. What is the number and animacy of a content clause? Well, the parent clause should agree with the subject of its dependent clause. However, this relationship is still only one way. How should the dependent clause agree with its parent? Nice and simple, we just add a reduced verb agreement. All done. All of this redundancy can very easily create extremely long words, like this one word I borrowed from the translation, which, out of context, means, while I live, they do so to them, with the two of them, through them, of being led. Now, since we've already seen how much meaning gets preserved even if words are missing, it should come as no surprise that a common way to cut back on these lengthy words is to simply drop any of them that aren't strictly necessary. This means that Polterguese isn't just pro-drop, it's anything drop. Even in a long sentences with multiple embedded clauses, you can always drop the sentence down to a single word and still preserve a large portion of the syntax tree. Now, just a few quick things to go over. Any verb root can be inflected as a noun. When you do this, telic verbs are inflected as inanimate nouns, and atelic verbs are considered neuter. These verbal nouns can still take voice prefixes, but otherwise they behave exactly like other nouns. There are also some special modifier affixes. Apparently most of these came from old particles that can be affixed on individual words, but the increasing need for redundancy now means they now have to be applied to every word in a clause. They cover things like negation, an intensifier, a mirative, and an interrogative marker. Numbers are fairly normal. They're counted in base 13. But the numerals, which we'll check out in a minute, are bijective, so there's no numeral for 0. Remember that the number 1 is still cursed, so a common euphemism uses a negated subjunctive verb acting as a genitive, creating the meaning of that they don't join. Also, there is, or at least was, a copula. It connects two nominative arguments, but it can also more rarely be monovalent, just like the verb to be in other languages. As far as I can tell, it's essentially always dropped in the modern spoken language, since you already know a sentence is copular anytime two nominatives share the same verb agreement. That said, it is still used in writing. Speaking of which, writing. The simplest way to write in Polterguese is to use the vocalic script, which has 20 characters for all possible syllable nuclei, and no characters for onsets. It's kind of like an abjad, but the other way around. Keep an eye out, there are a few lookalike characters here, but most of them are nice and distinct. This system isn't really ideal though. If you take this example sentence from earlier, even without writing the consonants, this two-word sentence is a bit too long to write comfortably. If you imagine a longer sentence, like this one that means, as my death approaches, the gods of the universes leave us to decay in these abysses, you can imagine how slow it would be to write this in the vocalic script. But hold on, most of this sentence is just inflection. If we highlight the roots here, you can really see how short the lexical content really is. Especially if we discount the consonants.
Yeah,
and really,
of course.
Most of that inflection only exists to combat information loss from intrusive visions, which isn't nearly as much of a problem in writing. That's why the most common writing system is Polterguese logo vocalic writing.
Oh man.
It combines the 20 vocalic characters with 15 inflectional logograms, plus the numerals, and a very unique orthography to put it all together. Let's try writing this sentence in PLVW. We start by drawing a large circle, intersected on its leftmost point by a smaller one,
You can say it if you
and put
want
the
someone to
vocalics for
turn
just
into
the
one.
root of the verb in the middle. In the left circle, we put a logographic character that marks the tense and aspect of the verb, which in this sentence is the moribund perfective. Then we place another circle with the root vocalics for the subject, and if the verb is transitive, we also need one for the object. Note here that even though the object is dropped in the original sentence, it still gets written. The subject is normally placed 72 degrees clockwise from the tense aspect marker, and the object is a further 72 degrees away from the subject, tracing out the first 2 points of a 5/2 star polygon, more commonly called a pentagram. Continuing this pattern, we place any other nouns that modify the verb in the remaining spaces. Noun cases marked by the shape that contains the noun alongside extra logograms to differentiate related cases. Here, this adjunct is inessive, so it's placed in a square to mark the locative family of cases, and we place this little curly symbol outside the square to specify the inessive. If you have too many adjuncts to fit into the pentagram, you can use another star polygon like a septagram or a nonogram, as long as it has a turning number of 2. When nouns modify nouns, we simply intersect them. You can tell this new noun is a genitive because it's in a circular frame that isn't directly attached to any verb. Adjectives are placed outside the frames for the nouns they modify. The same is true for the numerals. Likewise, voice prefixes and special modifiers can either be placed along the main verb circle or placed outside the tense aspect circle. Now, I haven't mentioned grammatical mood yet. This sentence is in the indicative, but if I do this, it becomes the subjunctive. Mood is traditionally marked with the writing medium. Indicative clauses should be written in ink, charcoal, graphite, or really any other normal writing material. After that, the subjunctive is written in chalk or salt, the conditional in copper, the optative in gold, and the imprecative in blood. If you can't use the correct materials, it is acceptable to simply use colors, like I'll be doing here since I'm doing this on a computer screen. But note that the magical effects of the optative and imprecative only really work if the proper materials are used. God. Oh no.
Can they like hold the materials to write this?
I guess.
Presumably.
Well, they do have vocal tracts.
They
so
do.
Yeah.
They have bodies of sorts.
Oh, yeah.
They have some manner of body, yeah. God.
Physical ghost.
Also, I will say, this sounds horrible to typeset.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's worse than Gunsmack, so much worse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
The 3 dots over the U, it's...
Yep. Dear God. Let's see.
Damn.
So the Shirley...
The degree of complexity on the graph.
Yeah, look at that. And then is this the direct? Yeah, the adapted. While I live, we're trusting that the exalted ones don't lead themselves through time using looms of infinity.
Okay, and
look at the literal translation.
Hold on. The literal translation is, while I live, it's doing so. That while I live, the exalted ones don't do so through time. While I live, it's doing so. That while I live, the exalted ones don't do so, or using them of infinities. While I live, trusting them. While I live, it's doing so. While I live, the exalted ones don't lead themselves through them, using them. While I live, it's doing so. That while I live, the exalted ones don't do so using their looms.
If you didn't know
I don't know if it's a loom or something.
just in case you missed it the first 8 times.
Yeah, you don't want a vision to interrupt the fact.
I mean, technically, you can miss it, so it makes sense that there's this much redundancy. But
this is more semantically vacuous than Santa, and that's an accomplishment.
Look at the gloss. Look at the gloss. All the dots, all the sub.
Yeah.
They were alive, by the way.
Yeah, they were alive.
No.
While I live. God.
Throughout the whole last one, I was thinking this could really do with some like morphological redundancy. And like,
by the time you get to the end of
this is satisfying.
Use a little more redundancy.
I have to say I love the little like it's not on this slide, but there was like whenever there's a curse, there's like a note in the top corner that like lets you know like where it came from, I think.
Oh really?
And I just love these little pockets of world building. Yeah, like the second slide of the translation, like that one, yeah.
Oh yeah, the weave was used metaphorically to mean to plant set in motion before it became cursed, which is where this euphemism came from.
I just think that's so like that's cool. I don't know, it's just so thoughtful.
I like it.
I still want to know what the curses do.
Yeah. That's not for a 40 to learn. That's not for a 40 to learn.
Oh god, the literal translation for this one is even worse. It's while I live, they really are biting them. While I live, the jaws really are doing so to them. While I live, the jaws really are doing so to them. While I live, they really are doing so to their flesh. While I live, they really are doing so to them of them.
To them.
I mean, it's always gonna say while I live, because for us this is normal, like being alive.
Yeah.
But for ghosts, it's like a completely alien thing at this point.
You gotta specify. Oh god.
Oh, the end.
Oh, terrible.
Oh my god.
Look at that gloss.
While I live.
It's every single of one of these words leaves out a different part of the whole sentence.
Exactly.
It's
I'm not really
like agreement. Where isn't that words agree with words agree with everything except one of the members of the sentence. And for each word, it's a different member of the sentence, and it does not agree with.
Yeah.
God.
God,
Horrible.
Like a chain of suffixes. Just.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
There's a reason for the redundancy. That's what makes it worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It all is justified.
Yeah. This is great.
Each
this is awesome.
Looks so cool too. Like that's awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think this is the end here.
Hey, thanks for making it to the end. That translation was so awful to read that I went out into the woods to read it so that I wouldn't bother anyone. Shout out, by the way, to the crow that came by and started crowing away while I was out here, which gave me a great source of extra background audio.
I noticed that.
Speaking of, the background music, if you can call it that, was also made by me in like 10 minutes so that there wouldn't be silence in the background.
Very good.
If you can hear twigs crackling beneath my feet, it's because I'm still in the woods.
Yeah.
And then it's done.
That's so cool.
Maybe
That was so cool.
Okay, that god. Jesus.
I was like, wow, on a live ghost.
That was awesome. I'm giving that a really high communications score for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This was brilliant.
So the next one is a shorter one, fortunately. It is
math
9,133,162.
Man, that's my favorite number. How'd they know that?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hey there. Whoa. I'm James Magpie, and 9,133,162 equals 2,049 y squared.
Okay.
This probably looks like something that fell out of your algebra homework, but it's actually a sentence, meaning I made MATHLANG. What is MATHLANG? Let me explain. The original version of MATHLANG was invented in around 2022, unmedicated in the middle of calculus class. The concept was simple. Could I make a language where each sentence appeared to be a legitimate mathematical equation? The version of MATHLANG presented today is a revised version that I began working on in February of 2025. It bears very little resemblance to the original in function, but the concept is the same. How does it work? Like this. Okay, there's a lot going on here. Let's start with some basics. First, the lexicon. The words look like random numbers at a glance. There's a system to them, which we'll break down with a few examples. One thing worth mentioning here is that MATHLANG is primarily a written language. It can be read out loud, as I did earlier, but this is sometimes ambiguous, usually slow and unhelpful, and would require far too many takes for me to say everything correctly. So I'll be putting examples on screen for you to look at yourself while I talk about it in English. Each word consists of a single-digit prefix and one or more three-digit lexical sequences, often written with commas separating them for clarity, conveniently in the same places they would be in a large number. Notice how these two have different prefixes but the same lexical code, and the meanings are related. That's part of the system. These roots are, in fact, encodings of Toki-Pona words, derived from the values for Scientologese Pona in the under-conscript Unicode registry. In the unlikely chance you're watching this and haven't heard of Toki-Pona, I'll link a good video on the topic however YouTube allows. This video should be understandable with little to no prior knowledge. There are a total of 120 roots used in MATHLANG. These are not exactly the same 120 as Toki-Pona classically has. Some grammatical particles and Toki-Pona specific words are not used, while several later additions are included.
Okay.
So back to our example words, here are the Toki-Pona equivalents to their roots, along with approximate English translations.
God, okay.
What about the prefixes? Where Tokipono words are very broad in meaning, MATHLANG is a bit more precise. Each prefix indicates a semantic field and part of speech, which pairs with the lexical codes to form a meaning, and compounding can add more specificity. The prefixes 1 and 2 mark verbs, and specify whether that verb is transitive or intransitive. These can be remembered because the prefix is the same as the number of arguments. Next, 3 marks adverbs, adpositions, and anything else that doesn't quite fit into another lexical category, while 4 is used for adjectives. Prefixes 5 through 9 are all noun classes. 5 is used for humans, 6 for animals and body parts, and 7 for inanimate objects. 8 is a bit harder to define, but generally includes locations, materials, and mass nouns. Finally, 9 is used for abstract nouns. Since 0 isn't a prefix, no word starts with a digit that could be dropped. Combining these prefixes with the lexical code derives a wide variety of meanings, with all the different words on the right here coming from just 4 different roots. Though not every root has a meaning that makes sense with every prefix. Like 026, cold, in the human class would mean what? Someone with bad circulation? A snowman, but specifically a living one? I'm not sure. Returning to our sample words, you can now see how the top 2 use prefixes to derive different meanings from the same root, while the bottom 2 are compounds which combine multiple roots to form more specific meanings. Compounds can be made up of any number of roots, with 2 elements being the most common, but one word in the translation will get up to 4. Now that you have some understanding of the lexicon, let's move on to the grammar. Here are 2 simple sentences that we're going to break down for examples. The word order is SOV. Each noun is marked with a case particle. The plus sign marks the subject with the ergative case, and the equals marks the object with the absolutive case. Being an ergative language, the sole actor of an intransitive verb, like to sleep, is marked with the absolutive case, the same as the object of a transitive verb. This means that every sentence contains an equals sign. To complete our basic sentences, there's one last element we haven't covered. Verbs must agree with their subject and person, with the third-person marker being X. The first-person marker is Y, and the second person is Z. Despite the ergative case marking, agreement follows a nominative pattern, marking the subject of a transitive verb and the sole actor of an intransitive verb. These sentences also include pronouns, which are single digits. 1 and 2 for first and second person, 3 and 4 for demonstratives, and the noun class prefixes for third person, like the 5 here being used for a class 5 human noun. However, you might notice that the pronouns and agreement markers are largely redundant here. If the ergative argument of a sentence is a pronoun, it can optionally be dropped. Plural pronouns are often maintained, since verb agreement does not include number, and third-person pronouns might be kept if the noun class is important. In this first example, dropping the pronoun is grammatically fine, but loses some information. The previous examples were also unspecified for number after dropping the pronouns, but without other context, the more common interpretation would be singular. Absolutive arguments can never be dropped, even if agreement on an intransitive verb makes them redundant. Now to dive deeper into verb morphology, we're going to go through some very...
The what?
Yeah, you go back to the previous slide.
Yeah.
I like how the plural marker on the first person pronoun is an exponent on the number 1.
it's 1 to the n. God.
Okay, now what I'm getting from this is that... Sorry.
No, you're good. Go for it.
What I'm getting from this is that it is just a language made to look like math.
Yeah, it's not actually math.
Yeah, exactly. The values themselves, like aside from being lexical, aren't conveying real meaning.
Yeah, not yet at least. Maybe
not
it has
really
to have
math.
other factors.
X, Y, and Z, for instance, have meanings. They are not just bound variables that you can arbitrarily substitute like they would be in an actual equation.
Yeah. So, we'll see if there's more added on to it that makes them real formulas. But so far, yeah, it just looks like a formula.
So far, it's just a weird notation.
Yeah. So, let's see.
Deeper into verb morphology, we're going to go through some variations on these sentences. An unmarked verb is in the present tense, while the suffixes squared and cubed mark past and future tense, respectively. Transitive verbs can also take the passive suffix e, which shifts the forms of tense and agreement marking somewhat. This can act as an intransitive verb, with the original object as the sole argument, but the verb maintains the transitive prefix, as shown in the first example, or the original subject can be reintroduced in object position, as in the second example. Verbs can also take the negative prefix, which is, well, it's a negative sign. This can be applied to adjectives too, though that's less common. That's it for verb marking. Now let's look a little closer at nouns. Number marking, as you might expect from a language made of numbers, is quite detailed, distinguishing singular, dual, paucal, and plural. Each is marked with a suffix. Some of these suffixes are identical to the ones used in verb marking, but since they're applied to different parts of speech, no confusion is likely to happen. Adjectives are placed below nouns with a horizontal line separating them.
Okay.
Verbs can also be placed here to form participles, which take tense and passive marking, but do not take agreement marking. If multiple adjectives are used, all but the last take the modifier circumfix, which consists of a pair of parentheses. That modifier circumfix has a lot of uses, another important one being possession. If a noun or pronoun is placed in parentheses before another noun, it is interpreted as a possessor. Nominal conjunction also uses the modifier circumfix and can be distinguished from possession by the conjoining suffix pi. Finally, the modifier suffix can be used for relative clauses. Like participles, relative clauses take tense and passive marking, but not agreement marking. However, a relative clause can take an argument which precedes the verb and is marked with the ergative particle, even though it is grammatically the object. The head noun must be the verb's subject, though the passive can be used for an object-like meaning. Next up, adverbs. When modifying an adjective, they precede the adjective and take the modifier circumfix. When modifying a verb, they usually follow the verb, but may precede it for emphasis. Either way, they are separated with the particle plus. This is identical to the ergative particle, and researchers posit a historical connection between the two uses. The last three words also include adpositions, or more precisely, underpositions. An adposition is placed below its object, similarly to an adjective. If the object is modified by an adjective, it follows the adposition, just like if multiple adjectives were used. An adpositional phrase can be placed in adverbial position to modify a verb, or it can take the modifier circumfix and be placed before a noun. Next, there are a few phrasal structures that are relevant to today's translation. Popular constructions, whether equating two nouns or a noun and an adjective, can be considered to have a null verb, with the verb marking simply sitting on its own. Like any transitive sentence, an ergative pronoun can be dropped, as seen in the bottom example. Finally, the imperative is indicated by replacing the absolutive particle with a greater than sign, something which researchers hypothesize evolved from the fusion of the absolutive particle with some preverbal marker. Similarly, the prohibitive uses a less than sign. Both are typically used in the second-person present tense, but can be used with any person and tense for a deontic meaning of should. In fact, this may be considered the core meaning. The first sentence here could equally be translated as, "You should eat the pastry." That's all the elements of grammar that are relevant to today's translation, but there's plenty more to cover, including questions, loanwords, dialectal differences, poetics, and more. If there's interest, I might make a follow-up video in the future. For now, though, let's move on to the translation. A quick note on the format of this section. As mentioned previously, reading MATHLANG out loud is terrible, but simply letting the translation play in silence is boring, so I will be reading out a close English translation. I've also included some sidebars, like this one, to show the structure of particularly interesting or complex compounds that occur in the text. If I go too fast and you want to look more closely at anything, the pause button is your friend. With that said, the serpent is amazing. It certainly will not weave itself to the infinite loom, and it will not join the ruining and rebirthing wheel without end. My God, its jaws bite its own flesh. Its fangs stab powerfully into its own tail. It chews its bones in the manner of time's own ribs. It drinks its own marrow as if draining eternity. It is a beast that devours and is devoured, and a whisper swallowed by its own echo. See the slithering, tail-eating reptile. It speaks the truth of time's unbroken dirge. It curls within my heart and the world's heart, now and forever. And that's it. Thanks for watching, and thanks to today's sponsor, Birds. They're watching too.
There you go.
No. Whatever Hyadesian Factorlang is, which I am not mathematically make sense of that. So let's see if this is an actual MATHLANG.
Bilaryngeal trigender
Point
alien.
of 87. It's lurking. It's lurking in
My
the round
God.
again. All right, let's see.
Okay, we're back.
Yes, indeed. Let's do it.
Is this working? Hopefully this time it won't start screaming at me in Seraphine. Ah, yeah, it looks pretty good so far. Audio's working. Testing. Hoinos, 2, 3. Remarkable. Okay, let's get to it. Right, so as I was saying before, the cases aren't nearly as bad as some other languages I've seen. Kitashanga has 23, Jutam has 60, and Wakey-Wakey-lang has potentially infinite, depending on how you classify them. So yeah, I wouldn't be complaining too much about it.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, hang on. I just remembered. I should probably introduce myself. Start from the top. Always forgetting to do that. The name's Aurelio. Ambrose Aurelio. I'm 57 years of age, 6'1", left-handed, O-negative. I'm a private investigator and amateur philologist. This recording's coming from a Q-zone dimension, where I've been receiving transmissions relating to the far-off cosmic city of Carcosa.
Oh God.
Oh no.
They have revealed to me, piece by piece, a truly fascinating linguistic system, whose encryption will prove vital to the integrity of my whole dimension. I'm here to impart to you the essentials for acquiring the high tongue of lost Carcosa. Hyadesian Factorlang.
It is.
The music slaps.
Cat remix. Holy crap. Wait.
Yeah.
That is a Fetty
Oh, you
Cat
didn't know?
remix.
You didn't notice that?
Oh god.
Ah.
Hit me. That's beautiful. Okay, now it is. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, and since people are asking, yeah.
Oh, now I noticed.
Yeah.
Now I notice.
The cosmic horror that came before Lovecraft, the figure that appeared behind him there is probably the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, what he is, extremely poorly defined. He just might make you think that you're the King of America when you're not, but maybe you are actually.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, and Carcosa is the name of a city in the book, if I recall.
That's like around Aldebaran or something, the star.
Got him. Okay.
Aldebaran, no.
Alright, I want to hear the rest of this cursed Conlang theme remix. It's like an irrational time
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Who's
Yes, indeed.
guy in the server?
Now we can get down to business. Let me take you back to the first transmission I received. I was enjoying a hot cup of espresso in my study back in the bad old year of 35, about to pore over the latest case, can't remember what it was now, something about a fella named Hildred, when I heard the queerest sound. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but eventually I discovered that my typewriter was typing something out of its own accord. It worked at a feverish speed, as though it would cease to be if it didn't communicate itself with maximal efficiency. When, finally, it finished with a splutter, I saw before me a detailed dissertation explaining the mathematical principles underlying what I would come to know as Yodean or Hyadesian Factorlang. Before I'd even come to grips with what I'd witnessed, I found myself deep in the contents of the dissertation, which began in familiar territory, yet whose progression strayed ever further therefrom. First transmission, prime factorization. Allergen information. Nice. This section is going to have a lot of fancy math notation. If you're allergic to freaky symbols, you might want to not look at your screen for a bit and just, listen to the sound of my voice. Let's say that you're the type of individual that likes numbers and wants to be able to write them down broken up into their prime factors. This is how you'd do it. Every positive integer n can be written uniquely as a sum of prime numbers p raised to an exponent ep.
Diving right into the math.
You take a certain number of prime numbers as the base and raise them to a power of an integer greater than or equal to 0, where only a finite number of non-zero, and you multiply them all together. This process can be used to create any positive integer, and no two combinations will produce the same number, meaning this process is unique. This is known as the fundamental theorem of arithmetic, and it's a foundational concept in number theory, as well as being the basis for Hyadesian Factorlang. Let's take the number 60 as an example. 60 can be broken down into 2 times 2 times 3 times 5. Group the 2's together and you get 2 to the power of 2, or 2 squared, times 3 times 5. There are two small caveats to this. You have to imagine that every prime is raised to the power of 0 unless otherwise specified. And there is always an infinite number of primes extending out to the right past all the numbers that you've specified. If all the primes are raised to 0, Every single one, this is called the empty product and is equal to 1. This officially gives us a unique representation for every positive integer. Now, the Hyades, they chose prime bases over standard positional base systems for the following reasons. They are purely multiplicative or exponential rather than additive. They're universal, so there's no bias towards repetitions in a particular base. And it gives you real information about all the number's factors, which govern a lot of its properties as numbers. Now let's introduce a bit of notation so we don't get cross-eyed looking at primes all day. Since the primes always appear in the same order, 2, 3, 5, 7, etc., then we can do away with writing them entirely and just write the exponents. Let's write them between square brackets and separate them by commas. This is called the prime exponent vector of a number, and it works just as well as the standard exponent notation we were using earlier. For our earlier example, 60, this can be written as 2, 1, 1 in square brackets. This is our exponent vector. Now, what if we tried to factorize a number like 48? You break down its factors and it comes to 2 to the 4 times 3. Look at that 4 hanging out of the exponent, acting all smug and composite. I don't like it one bit. Let's add a new step where we break down the exponents of the primes into their prime factors too.
Oh, God.
Primeception.
Why?
2 to the 2 to the 2 times 3. Now look at this. We've introduced multiple layers worth of prime exponents. Now the more astute among you may have realized an issue. We can no longer contain all the factorization information we want in a single vector. Let's make a new prime exponent for each new factorization layer. We can call this amendment to our system extension 0. We can space out the lower layers so that it's visually clear which of the primes is being raised to the exponent in the higher layer. Now, positive integers are nice and all, but they've been around since prehistory. I want something a little bit spicier. Can we go negative? We can, if we introduce a negative unit at the front of every row of primes. Enter extension 1. Negative 1 can be raised to 0, which turns it into 1 by default, or negative 1 can be raised to 1, turning it into negative 1. The exponents are in modulo 2, so that basically means any larger numbers are equivalent to either 0 or 1. Right, we've got another example. Negative 60 is written as negative 1 to the 1 times 2 to the 2 times 3 to the 1 times 5 to the 1. It is straightforward to amend our exponent vector to incorporate negative 1. Sure. We simply start with a negative unit and then every exponent thereafter is for the primes. Before, our prime 2 was in first position. Now it is in second position. 3 is in the third position, 5 in the fourth, and so on. Negative 60 as a vector is 1, 2, 3, and 1. This is the part where it really starts coming together. We have allowed a negative unit at the front of our array of primes, and we've allowed exponent vectors for each level of factorization. What happens when we combine the two and allow a negative at the front of the higher layer vectors? For extension 2, raising a number to a negative turns that number into the denominator of a fraction. This means we can write out the set of all rational numbers denoted by Q, such as 1/2, 3/4, or 69,421 over 42,021. From here on, we can follow a formulaic pattern. In general, all of the output numbers of extension A are allowed as inputs into the exponents of extension A plus 1, i.e. in extension 1, we produce negative numbers as outputs, and here in extension 2, we plug in those outputs to the exponent vectors, which gives us the rational numbers. Let's keep that pattern going with extension 3. Plug in the rational numbers into the exponent vector. In our layer notation, that means putting the negative unit into the third layer vector. For example, the square root of 6 is 2 to the half times 3 to the half. However, these halves can also be factorized, with the negative 1 sitting on a new layer up. So now we have layers of exponentiation like so. This gives us another new class of numbers, algebraic radical numbers. They are irrational numbers, written using the radical sign, which cannot be expressed as a fraction. They encompass the famous square root of 2, or 2 to the 2 to the negative 1, but also cube roots, fourth roots, and so on. Now, I'm a bit excited, because if we do something crazy and take the negative unit itself to the power of a rational number, we get another class of numbers, the complex numbers. Consider that the negative unit exponents determine the direction of a number in complex space around the unit circle, angle theta, and the infinite primes after it determine the magnitude of that number. Astounding! One caveat for this level is that we cannot actually write the root of all polynomials in this way, and therefore not all algebraic numbers. For example, the famous golden ratio, or phi, is the root of the polynomial x squared minus x minus 1, which gives you 1 plus root 5 over 2. Unfortunately, this involves the addition operation, which our system of multiplication and exponentiation does not allow. Therefore, we say that only non-additive algebraic radicals can be produced using this method. Now, all this leads us to another wild set of numbers, our final set for the day. If we allow negative exponents in the fourth layer vector, we get integers raised to the power of a radical. For example, 2 to the power of root 2. These weird numbers are known as Gelfond-Schneider transcendental numbers. They're quite a narrow class within the much, much darker and more mysterious realm of transcendental numbers, numbers which can't be written as the root of a finite order polynomial. If we put negatives in the fifth layer and higher, such as 2 to the 2 to the square root of 2, we get numbers that don't yet have a formal name or definition in mathematics. I imagine them as high-dimensional cousins of the Gelfond-Schneiders that live shrouded in darkness, waiting for some crazed mathematician to uncover their secrets. Think how far we've come. We started off being able to represent all positive integers, then all integers, then all the rationals, then a narrow subset of algebraic numbers, the algebraic radicals, and then an even narrower set of the transcendentals, the Gelfond-Schneider crew and all their unnamed higher order cousins. Now, if you're still patiently watching, waiting for this to eventually turn into a presentation about a language, then your time has come. Right after a quick word from this presentation's sponsor, the darkest god of which one must not speak.
Oh my god.
King Yellow also made a play, which if you read the second act, you go crazy.
Oh. Okay. User experience amazing.
Thank you very much, Mr. In Yellow. Now back to the presentation.
Mr. In Yellow.
I received the second transmission a few days after the first, and accompanied with the explanations of the language's morphology, I noticed something in the margins that I hadn't before. A blasted inscription that appeared to be an orthographic representation of the language. I cannot show it here, lest your eyes succumb to its intoxicating wonder. But it became clear that decrypting this inscription would prove vital to the survival of my dimension and perhaps many others in the Q-zone. Hyadesian Factorlang uses this system of unique factorization of numbers we described earlier as its fundamental morphological basis. The negative unit, prime bases, and exponents all work together to encode Factorlang's lexicon, morphemes, and derivations. Each number, fully split out into its factorization, is equivalent to one word. Let's start with the roots. The affix layer 1 encodes one of two things. 1, the base semantic meaning of a word, or 2, a grammatical affix or modifier. Some examples of semantic roots are the prime 19, which corresponds to the root meaning consumption or to consume, the prime 23, which corresponds to destruction or to destroy, and 47, which covers emotions or feeling. Most basic grammatical affixes are in this layer 2, including prime 2, which corresponds to case, and prime 3, which corresponds to number for nouns and tense for verbs. More on this distinction later.
Oh,
Meaning
God,
of semantic root can be further refined using high layer exponents, which are used as grammatical affixes. For example, the prime 79 by itself means to move, but 79 squared means travel, and 79 to the 3 means transport, etc.
Okay.
While semantic roots communicate meaning on their own, the grammatical roots require affixes to determine their meaning. A 2 on its own refers to case, but without an affix, it just represents the general idea of case, which is quite limited in its utility. However, it is used in the name of the language. It's the second layer exponents above 2 which determine the case, such as 2 to the 2 for nominative, 2 to the 3 for accusative, 2 to the 5 for adjectival, etc. The number of affix layers could be arbitrarily high, depending on the level of specificity required by the root. Now, this is a very important point, and we must not forget it. This language has no verbs.
Whoa.
Hang on. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
No. Siren sound effect.
My apologies. That was a miscommunication from the transmission. I meant to say this language has negative verbs.
Oh my god!
Can you imagine? The only languages in all of Arizona observed to have no verbs are the Tumerian-style mytho-historical languages, Darmok and Starmok, which is definitely not one of those. Oh, that's a good one. No verbs. Anyway, negatives play a very important role in morphology in this language. At the root layer, they determine the part of speech of a word. So, positive numbers are nouns, negative numbers are verbs. Other parts of speech exist, such as movement, sound, and so on and so on. The full breadth of Hyadesian expression is vast and enthralling, but alas, beyond the scope of this presentation. At higher layer affixes, they effectively invert or subvert the meaning of the set of affixes. Precisely how depends entirely on the roots themselves. Now let's take, for example, the number -3 to the power of 2. We can see just by looking at it that there is a -1 in the root layer, which means the part of speech is verb. For verbs, prime 3 is the root for tense. For tense, a positive exponent refers to non-past tenses. And indeed, if we left the -3 as it were, it would in fact encode a general non-past tense. Prime 2 in the positive exponents for verbs refers to the present tense. Therefore, -3 to the 2 encodes the present tense of a verb. If, however, we change the exponent sign from positive to negative, we would still be encoding a verb's tense, but negatives in this context encode past tenses. And for tense, prime 2 with a negative encodes the immediate past. Thus, I began to see words are made out of a correspondence between the positioning of primes in their factorization and grammatical and semantic morphemes. But I had no idea how it all fit together. How big do words normally get? What about adjectives and pronouns? What kind of word order is possible? Just as these questions began crystallizing in my mind, I was graced with the third transmission. I didn't have to wait long for the third transmission. Whoever was sending these clearly was eager for me to pick up my pace. Setting aside all other things, I worked night and day to make sense of it all. The main thing I discovered was that these dispatches were coming from some kind of organisation. However, the logo unfortunately did not render particularly faithfully on the typewriter. So it's something like Lagori Portaloos? Please correct me in the comment section. I'm certain that is not Portaloos. Either way, when it comes down to it, I owe the eventual survival of the Q dimension entirely to Lagori Portaloos. Syntax. Hyadesian Factorlang is a highly synthetic language with a very high morpheme to word ratio. Affixes can be analysed as agglutinative rather than fusional, as each number in a layer can be added or omitted, with the semantic and grammatical meanings being transparent and interchangeable. The word order is... we'll get back to that one. For the purposes of standard speech, there are effectively only two parts of speech: verbs, or more accurately, verbals, and nouns, or nominals. It will be best if we examine them independently and at length. Nominals. This category groups together a few different parts of speech that would be separate in many other languages, such as nouns, adjectives, and pronouns. Each of the above are inflected with case marking. The language has nominative-accusative alignment, and the most common cases include adjectival for adjectives, genitive, dative, instrumental, locative, vocative, purposive, ablative, semblative, illative, partitive, inessive, and benefactive. Which, as I was saying before, sounds like a lot if you're a feeble Indo-European, but many other Arizona languages have far more cases than this. Quit your complaining. Let's smash out some other common affixes besides case. Grammatical number, size and shape, which are two layers of the same affix. Now for shapes. Now for sign. Those familiar with astrology might think you are familiar with this, but think again. This consists of two parts: element, and then the second part is cardinality. All right, animacy. Hold tightly to the reins of your steed. Gender. And don't worry, if you're into this sort of thing, there's a whole section on it later with diagrams in the complex plane. Adjectives agree with the nouns they modify in any of the above affixes that are specified on the noun.
I'm still not sure.
However, adjectives agree for case in a way that I've never seen before. So, for a slight tangent, the case of the noun that an adjective modifies is specified through additional affixes on the adjective. If there is a sequence of adjectives, then the full chain is marked recursively until the case of the head noun is reached. The same process is used for nouns in the genitive. For example, take the phrase, my older sister's quick brown fox jumps over the nosy neighbour's lazy dog. And lastly, we've got the pronouns. These can be personal, as in the first person, the speaker, second person, the listener, third person, any reference not present, fourth person, anyone that might be listening that's not part of the conversation. For example, audience members, cheeky eavesdroppers, supervisors, or strangers.
Oh, that's cool.
Cross-curse linguistically, this is a relatively rare interpretation of the fourth person. I'm going to stick some examples on screen because I'm running out of time. In the non-personal pronouns, we have the demonstrative, relative, interrogative, and concurrent. And before we move on to the verbals, there's one more incredible thing that pronouns can do. Polyverbal agreement. When relative pronouns, like that, what, or which, introduce a subordinate clause, they are doubly marked to distinguish the main clause and the subordinate clause. And that's nouns done. On to the verbs. Verbals. This category groups together verbs, participles, and adverbs, and are realised as negatives in the base layer. They are mandatory to inflect for tense, aspect. Other frequently used optional affixes are as follows. We've got voice, mood, evidentiality, and finally we get to flavour. Why should nouns get all the fun with genders and Polypersonal agreement is used on pretty much all verbs. And additionally, any verb can be nominalised using participles, which are affixed one layer above the aspect marker. Right, I've been avoiding this one, but you can't outrun your fears no matter how much endurance training you do. Word order. Perhaps Hyadesian Factorlang falls under a broadly head initial or head final order. Maybe it's one of these classic syntactic alignments of SOV, VSO, or perhaps even OVS, if feeling spicy. No, maybe all those minute distinctions in the animacy hierarchy from earlier come into play. Or maybe there's some system of topic marking and obviation. The reality in our case is not so familiar, at least not in the realm of natural languages. Word order in Hyadesian Factorlang is based on the absolute value of the word, and can be either ascending or descending. See, up until this point, all those references to prime numbers and their multiplication and exponentiation have been all but abstracted away by a purely positional notation system. So far, we have not had to contend with their values, but our free ride is over. Now we must crunch the numbers and find what all these primes and their exponents equal to as actual numbers. Then, all words with an utterance are simply arranged in numerical order, either highest to lowest or lowest to highest. This decision of ascending or descending word order holds true at every level of the whole utterance. So, if ascending is chosen, one sentence will be arranged lowest to highest, but then the sentences within the whole utterance are also ordered lowest to highest. Simply take the sum of all the words in a sentence and arrange your sentences themselves in order, just as was done with the words within a sentence. This is what provides us with the incentive for such extensive morphological marking. Nouns may be flung to the complete opposite end of the sentence to their verb. And so a mixture of extensive case marking and polypersonal agreement ensure that ambiguity is greatly minimized. Phew, it's good to get that off my chest. You may notice that we haven't heard a single snippet of this language spoken aloud so far. I was wondering the very same thing when, finally, the fourth transmission appeared, courtesy of my possessed typewriter. By this point, it had become clear to me that the very recitation of the language is what would set this dimension free from tyranny. Whose tyranny, though, I had no idea whatsoever. The fourth transmission proved that the Hyadesians were only just getting started. Their phonological inventory was like nothing I'd ever heard, which is precisely because it was like nothing the Hyadesians themselves had ever heard. You see, the phonological inventory of Factorlang was founded on two core principles. One, the sounds are composed of resonance only and contain no plosives that might block flow of air from the lungs. This allowed the language to be...
Before we get to this section, there's a problem with the previous section that I'd like to address that I thought they were going to explain, apparently not. Are some of the numbers involved here complex numbers? Because complex numbers are not ordered. You cannot say that a complex number is less than another. That relation is not defined.
True.
Maybe you're doing the module of the complex vector.
Yeah, because they talk about
talking about absolute value.
Yeah,
that might work. Sure.
I think that
absolute value of a complex number is a real number. Yes, that works.
Yeah, they said absolute value.
Yeah, they did. I think it's fine. Okay, let's see.
Inventory was like nothing I'd ever heard, which is precisely because it was like nothing the Hyadesians themselves had ever heard. You see, the phonological inventory of Factorlang was founded on two core principles. 1. The sounds are composed of resonance only and contain no plosives that might block flow of air from the lungs. This allowed the language to be sung fluidly without interruption. 2. The sounds are the complete complement of any sounds present in the native Hyadesian language. This ensures that Factorlang can be immediately distinguished from native Hyadesian from pure phonology alone. The phonological inventory of Hyadesian Factorlang is n, 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 ny, ny, sh, j, th, th, hy, hy, y, y, ha, la, ha, ha, r, ra, ra, hwa, wa, a, pra, bra, pla, bra, ra, ha, la, ha, ra, pra, pra, bra, ra, hwa,
Actually, make
wa,
me sound.
ra, ra, bra, bra, ra, ra, la, la, sha, ya, sha, la, ya, ya. La, la. Nothing like a bit of ASMR on a quiet evening. Note the lack of velum consonants. Hyades simply lack velum, and thus these sounds are totally unpronounceable to them. However, unlike humans, they possess a secondary subtracheal larynx, which allows them to produce the cross-cursed linguistically ultra-rare tracheal consonants. Given my inferior human vocal tract, I'll be approximating them as and throughout this
Old man voiceless.
Because the phonology consists entirely of resonance, phonemes can act as vowels or consonants as needed, and thus there are no real phonotactic constrictions on the language. 3 registers. As the language was being developed and evolved in Carcosa, 3 main registers started appearing. All are based on the same principle of converting the arrangement of factorized primes into phonemes. A physical journey from left to right through the factorization is represented by horizontal and vertical leaps, each of a particular number of steps. This series of steps is converted to phonemes. However, the way in which they are converted depends on the register. Pure tonal. The ordinal appearance of primes is reduced further and further until they become a mere P, whose complex position alone determines the magnitude of the number. Vowels and tone.
Wait,
Whose complex position.
We need to go back a bit because I didn't understand anything.
I don't think that's a real mathematical expression.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, it's pronounced.
I was doing this gag where I pretended.
Okay, this is not explained well enough.
Mathematics, but it's all nonsense.
Yeah, so
None of it actually works.
I know a bit about those, so I can explain. Those are representation of prime factorization called recent root, and that's basically the whole nested vectors thing, but represented as a graph.
Is that the bottom right one, you mean?
Yeah, the bottom right one.
Okay,
and the
okay.
other are essentially equivalent representations of the same graph, but with exponents and subscripts instead.
I've never seen any of those before. That's crazy.
Yeah, me neither.
This is some weird number theory stuff, presumably.
Okay.
It's very niche
I
stuff
guess
and
we just
very
gotta move on
messy.
then. Because that's insane. Okay. Anyway.
Alone determines the magnitude of the number. Vowels and tone, combining the musicality of tones with the familiarity of more simple vowel-like resonance. Consonants and vowels. This subset of the inventory prioritizes compression of multiple horizontal and vertical steps. Writing system. The Hyades have crafted a complex and beautiful writing system. However, I'm afraid that the margin of this slide is too small to contain an explanation on it. It is time for the 5th transmission that concerns culture. Hyadesians have 3 groups of roughly categorized biological tests. To understand it, let's apply the logic first to our understanding of human gender. Female and male correspond to -1 and 1 on the real number line. The closer you are to -1, the more female you are. The closer to 1, the more male. However, human gender, as we all know, is a spectrum, with variations in direction, positive or negative, and magnitude, distance from 0, are very much possible.
Magnitude of male.
Yeah, what's your gender magnitude?
Mine's magnitude 2.5. It's just like, where does it end? It just
Also negative for female patriarchal much.
Male to hyper male.
And the magnitude be a complex number as well.
Yes.
Yeah, what happens if the gender is a complex number? What does the I-axis represent?
Yeah, that's something for the Gambian holiday wiki.
Well, it says for trigender aliens, so I don't know if maybe that's gonna come up. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see what other axes we have here.
A gender value of 0 would be roughly equivalent to identification as agender. A gender magnitude of greater than 1 would be some sort of hypermasculine or hyperfeminine gender. Hyadesian gender, however, does not limit itself to such quaint locations as the real number. Hyadesian genders are based on 3 equidistant points around the unit circle in complex still corresponding to female, but with the complex genders half plus I root 3 over 2, and its complex conjugate half minus I root 3 over 2, corresponding to 2 new genders, known as third gender and 2/3 gender. These are variations on the third roots of unity. The same variation in direction and magnitude is possible here as in the real gender numberline, giving a staggering degree of freedom of gender identity expression. In general, all genders in a closed system must be as far from each other on the unit circle, whilst all being equidistant from 0. Kinship. All 3 parties, male, third, and 2/3, are required in reproduction. This means that all 3 individuals have 3 biological parents. Here are some family trees. Hyadesians have meticulously categorized and lexicalized a staggering degree of kinship terms, putting those complex systems known in human languages like Latin or Chinese to absolute shame. Class, occupation, and formality. Now, you're going to hate me for this, but I barely got started poring over it when I was startled by Agma Schwa.
11:59 p.m. Central European Time, Friday, October 10th, 2025. No acceptance.
And as a result, I spilled my espresso all over the transmission, which was totally unsalvageable. One must mourn the metaphorical burning of the Library of Alexandria. And finally, there appear to be queer and contradictory accounts of a certain outer god, who is named only in epithets and in the margins of unrelated texts, yet whose influence on the culture as a whole seems to border on total hegemony. I speak of the darkest god, Hastur, the King in Yellow himself. For there he waits as eons pass, his pallid mask concealing all and yet hiding naught. His tattered mantle bears him forth into our minds, bearing memories forever caught. And now, dear listener, we are ready to tackle the blasted inscription in its entirety. The time has come. It's possible that reciting this accursed tongue shall befoul my mind beyond repair. I may be lost, but there is still hope for you. If I may ask 2 final favours. Firstly, that you watch some other entries in the Cursed Conlang Circus 4. And secondly, that you check out Jinx God's channel. He is responsible for depicting my likeness, over here, as lovely as it is, and is a highly skilled artist and entertainer in his own right. But I can delay no longer. Here I go.
Ooh, man. Look at the prime factorization.
Just approximations.
Yeah.
I love the reverb.
10 to the power of 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 10. Holy shit.
Oh no. These are huge numbers. All of these are just
massive.
reprehensible numbers.
I mean, I guess that's what happens when you get nested exponents. It just gets massive.
Yeah, that'll do it. When you get
I love the sound of this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Sounds like Moses and
long syllabic lateral voice fragments.
Sounds great.
Wait, that R was voice booth.
Oh god. So every slide is one word. So this is just one thing.
That's crazy.
I might clip this reading and use it as music in an RPG session.
That would be pretty cool. There you go.
It sounds like liturgical music, yeah.
It does, I know. It's really...
There,
yeah. That's like... They did that really well of like the churchy kind of vibe. Not church specifically, liturgical, I think is a better word.
pinky knuckle-sized object in a cylindrical shape.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, that's snake.
Every word is like this.
Pinky knuckle cylindrical.
The number is greater Porkle. As if that anything.
Which is 3 to the negative 11.
The greater Porkle. Oh yes, it's smaller than 1.
Oh man. Is there anything else, or is that pretty much? This
I think that is all.
This is beautiful. It's beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's listen to the very last in case he dies. Double case marking a laughing emoji. Bad factorization. Oh god.
Holy shit. Oh god, it gets worse.
This means siphon. God.
Jeez.
Wow. Temporally cardinal water.
Dear listener, farewell.
What?
No.
Certain hero and heroine arrive at Aurelio's study to find the 5 transmissions from Lahari portals. Will they decipher the messages and
Lahari
continue his
portals?
legacy, or leave buried, not to be uncovered?
Oh, it's canon.
God damn.
No, it's canon. Lahari portal.
Yeah.
How
Nice.
Lahari portal.
Okay.
I want to see if that cover of the Fenny Cat song is its own video, because that was pretty awesome.
I didn't see it on their channel, but maybe I missed it.
Yeah, if it exists, I want it, because that was cool. But yeah, there you go. Very awesome.
Okay, at least it's actually a non-human though.
A boring.
Much of the art you see
language. Let's see.
in this video is created by the artist Hagen. Hagen took no part in scripting this video, voicing, or conlanging. Hagen's images were not initially intended for this presentation, and I did not commission him to make them. However, I did specifically get his permission to use them for this video. If you like what you see, check out his blue sky. 日本語を大学で勉強しましたが、僕の日本語はとても下手になりました。間違えてすみませんでした。ビデオを見てくれてありがとうございます。There were many instances throughout human history where people came in contact with beasts and where our war eradicated them. Many may be familiar with the War of Orcs in Britain, documented by J.R.R. Tolkien in his autobiography, Lord of the Rings. Fewer in the West, however, are familiar with the Orcish War in Japan between humans and another.
Wait, okay. Documented by Tolkien, I can see that in a fantasy world, sure. But what do you mean autobiography? Tolkien Frodo?
He personally.
Is that a valid analysis of Lord of the Rings? I'm not really a Tolkien scholar, but
as we
Tolkien Frodo or something.
He's Tom
Bombadil, right? I guess he's Tom Bombadil. Sure, I think. Yeah, okay, that part you can say that. But he appears once in the first book, so I wouldn't call that.
Yeah, he could have been just walking along the whole time, writing everything down as it happened.
Yeah, Taboon.
God.
Well, at least this isn't based in Arizona this time.
Hey.
Yet.
I like last one, and that's still my fault, I guess.
Yeah.
Can't wait for when the Boars move to Arizona.
There you go. Correct.
Might happen.
It's gonna be a bit in this, definitely.
The only correct answer. Alright, let's see.
The race, often called orcs but sometimes referred to as the Butagin. Unlike the orcs, however, the Butagin still survive to this day and live among us. At the time, these orcs picked up Japanese and could communicate with it. However, their language evolved, first dropping formalities completely, then undergoing other phonological and grammatical changes, becoming something much more complex. The Japanese people described the language as a vulgar and brutish method of communication and regarded it as a mangled and bastardized form of the Japanese language. However, I wanted to set out and learn this language to understand the nuances of the grammar and to document it in order to end the stigma of this language and its people, and to show that it is its own unique language with different grammatical rules. So when I first arrived in Japan, I wandered into the forests looking for the Butago to communicate with. I was lucky enough to encounter Aazo, a trilingual Butago who speaks Japanese, English, and Butago. I explained to him my intentions, that I wished to study his language, to document it, and to do general typological research in order to destigmatize his language, and to show the greater population that it is a complex language that is distinct and separate from Japanese. He happily obliged and brought me to his village. Upon seeing me there, the locals seemed rather confused by my presence, and he seemed to take a long time to explain what I was doing there. While I couldn't understand much of what they were saying, I took time to jot down what phonemes I heard to make a phonology chart. And oh boy, it was not what I was expecting to hear from a descendant of modern Japanese. So to start off with some of the simple changes, the 5 vowels with length contrasts have now turned into 8 vowels, only 6 of which have contrasting length. And all vowels can be either nasalized or have this seemingly creaky, ingressive quality. But more about that later. As for the new consonants, there isn't too much crazy at first, just unusual for a language evolved from Japanese, as there's now phonemic kl, ch, and ch, like in the words waka, hk, and cht. In addition, the velar nasal is now phonemic, as is the alveolar affricate, and they both contrast with g and t respectively. Now the part that's really baffling to me are the grunt sounds. The Butago often grunt their voices when speaking, and this register I transcribed as creaky voice, but it doesn't seem to actually be articulated with the glottis, but through the nasal passage somehow, which humans can't really produce. In some cases, these grunt vowels sound more ingressive than creaky, like in the case of e. In addition to grunt vowels, they also have 2 phonemic grunt consonants that are a high-toned grunt and a low-toned grunt, except humans can't produce these either, so I've transcribed them as the ingressive nasal trill and the labialized ingressive nasal trill. In terms of phonotactics, it seems that any word with a voiceless e or u now have consonant clusters in their wake. R, m, n, ng, y, and w cannot end a syllable, or at least they don't often end a syllable, and vowel hiatus seems to be completely gone. In Japanese, the word for blue is aoi, but Aazo's name involves the color blue and is pronounced with an ah sound instead. After much discussion, Aazo told me what was going on. My presence was a surprise and caused much anxiety and uncertainty, so there would be another Butago that would keep an eye on me. Okunak was very tall, strong, and had a stone-faced expression that made me feel like he hated me for existing. Aazo told me I shouldn't worry too much, and in the meantime, he would introduce me to some of his friends. I tried to calm down and learn the basics as Aazo spoke to me. He taught me how to introduce myself and used the cup of tea we were drinking as an example object, and taught me different ways of conjugating verbs. Immediately, I found differences in the grammar. In Japanese, there's a default word order of subject, object, verb. However, word order can be pretty flexible in some cases. While verbs always come last, postpositional phrases can sometimes come before or after an object. Sometimes an object can come before the subject, and so on. While Buta was still a head final language, the syntax is completely non-configurational. Verbs can come at the beginning or end of the sentence, objects can go before or after verbs, but a lot of the time objects would be incorporated into verbs. Some speakers of Japanese, native or non-native, may feel compelled at this point to ask about the case system. You may think, oh well, if Butago is an evolution of Japanese, that must mean that cases are fully fledged affixes, right? They may be really weird and unpredictable phonologically. And you'd be wrong. The case system is almost completely defunct. When I first started learning the language, I thought that it was completely gone, but it's hiding somewhere. More on that later. Instead of marking for case, Buta actually marks for polypersonal agreement. Or I would say it's polypersonal agreement, but in actuality there's too few prefixes for it to be that way. It seems almost like an inverse system based on animacy or relevance, which felt weird to me, but I didn't have enough time to figure out why. Either way, with frequent use of polypersonal markers, frequent use of noun incorporation, and free word order, I made a shocking realization about the language. Buta is polysynthetic. For me, it was both a relief to hear as well as a terrifying fact. It was a relief because I did some research about how polysynthesis works in college, so I'm fairly familiar. But on the other hand, polysynthesis is still a confusing mechanism and is hard for a native English speaker like me to wrap their head around in the context of speaking. Regardless, it's very strange for a dependent marking language like Japanese to become a polysynthetic language, as those languages are more often head marking. Eventually, I thanked them and left the forest, going to an inn I was staying at. Each day I would come back, practice the language, and learn some more. One day I asked if there was any way I could see some writing, and with Okunak still standing behind me to make sure I didn't do anything, they allowed me to sit in on a children's writing class. As I expected, Buta wrote with kana. They mostly use katakana, but there was the occasional hiragana, and I found that hiragana would always be associated with a grunt sound. Also, to my surprise, they seem to use a tilde over the kana to represent a nasal vowel. I asked Okunak how such a thing came to be, and he wrote a hiragana n over a katakana a, then wrote it again to show how the n became a squiggle in shorthand. So basically, it came through the exact same way as the original tilde came to be, but entirely independent of the evolution of the Latin alphabet. The writing class reminded me a little bit of a spelling lesson in English, where the teacher would put multiple kana together and talk about how to pronounce them. It became clear that there's a ton of historical spelling in Buta, resembling Japanese. This makes it easy for people who understand Japanese or phonological evolution, but hard for anyone without an understanding of those things. For example, any vowel clusters were preserved in each word, so long vowels can be spelled in a number of different ways. U is spelled with a katakana o, and not a modification of u, whereas o is spelled with an O and U katakana together. One part that's hard to understand are the consonant clusters because sometimes they're spelled with the U or E kana, like the coda G would be spelled with a G. But if the vowel that's lost is historically any other vowel, then that vowel is disregarded, and the coda is spelled with a tiny kana that agrees with the previous vowel, just like how Ainu deals with our codas. And the only way to tell when to use each of these is either by memorizing it through brute force or knowing the etymology from modern Japanese. The hardest part, however, is that there's instances of metathesis that could happen at morpheme boundaries, and they're not accounted for in spelling. You just need to remember to swap a couple of phonemes around in certain instances. Needless to say, I had a lot to take in. One day, when we were wandering around the village, we came across a drummer. I couldn't tell if she was playing for some kind of ceremony or if she was just practicing, but she was all by herself and dressed in a pretty lavish mask. As she passed by, I tried to lighten the mood with Okunak by striking up a conversation, telling him that I'm a percussionist too, and to my surprise, he did engage me in conversation. I spoke in simple sentences, breaking up each clause and identifying the subject in every phrase, while Okunak, being a native speaker, of course, spoke in much more complicated compound sentences. And it was through this conversation that I realized exactly why the polypersonal markers were the way that they are, and I came up with a theory as to why very few are used. In Japanese, you often omit the subject of a sentence if it's either obvious who you're talking about or if you're talking about yourself. In addition, the level of respect you show towards someone depends on what pronouns you use for yourself or for others. The third-person pronouns are seldom used unless it's in an informal context, because kare and kanojo have the connotation of boyfriend and girlfriend sometimes, so that's a little weird. These two aspects of Japanese pronouns must have carried over during the development of the system of polypersonal agreement, where the Butago would avoid using the first person to talk about themselves and always try to incorporate the object into the verb when talking about a third person. If the subject is first person, they have a null affix to represent them. If the object is first person, they have a passivized verb. A similar thing happens with the copula, where a regular copula is used for the unmarked first person to give the meaning of I am, and the locative copula is used for an unmarked third person to give the meaning of there is, which turns into this is. The inverse marking isn't that unusual, as some languages with verb agreement have animacy hierarchies, making it so that the most animate noun will always be the subject. And this is kind of what's happening here, but rather than it being about animacy, it's about relevance, where the first person is considered the most relevant, then the second person, then the proximal third person. And if a less relevant person is subject to a more relevant object, then passivization is used. What makes this more difficult is this is also where the defunct case system comes in. An active verb and its object may have an u affix between them coming from the old accusative marker wo, whereas for a passive verb, there may be an un affix between the passivized verb and the noun coming from the marker ni. These old case markers often act like applicatives that can either affix onto the verb or affix on the noun that's incorporated into the verb. And many nouns and verbs tend to react differently to each applicative. There's not a very clear pattern how to inflect nouns and verbs for these applicatives, and if you want to learn them, it's better to just memorize for each word. So what's strange about this language is that it's a polysynthetic language that jumps through hoops to use as few polypersonal markers as possible, making it more difficult to learn and decipher. But don't worry, it's about to get more complicated. In Japanese, both a first person and a proximal third person subject is often omitted. So, how does this transfer into this language? How do they go from telling apart the first and third person subjects? Maybe they choose one pronoun to take the place of the third person, or maybe they utilize their classifiers for all third person subjects. Or maybe they use an adjunct to give reference to the subject in every sentence. Well, it turns out that when the third person is first introduced, you could use a classifier or an adjunct to give reference to it. But the proximal third person simply isn't marked at all. How is that possible? Well, unlike Japanese, this language almost always has the unmarked form to indicate a first person subject, and cannot use the topic to change the subject. Therefore, in this language, compounding sentences is a requirement in order to properly mark the third person in every clause. One can repeat an affix or an adjunct in every sentence, but to speakers of Butago, it just sounds repetitive and clunky. It's also important to keep in mind that converbs combine with the main verb clause to make an even larger verb, and separate clauses don't make up separate words. And you might think, oh, well, if they're separate clauses, then surely they must be separate words, right? Well, no. And there's two reasons to why this is the case. The first reason is that the subject does not change throughout this, and throughout the entire sentence is the same null pronoun, whereas there is no true object, as these verbs always have an incorporated noun, making the verbal phrase intransitive technically. While you could analyze the sentence as having several null pronouns, what's really happening ultimately when you look at the syntax is it's just one long verb with a semantically complex meaning. The second piece of evidence that these various different clauses are the same word is much more concrete: metathesis. Metathesis is pretty prominent in Butago, especially at morpheme boundaries. So there are times when consonants and vowels between each clause may flip-flop, or you may have entire syllables swap places. There's also instances of sound changes causing two syllables across two different clauses to fuse together, making it impossible to separate each clause without inflecting words differently. After thinking of all of this, I decided I needed to take a walk to clear my head. The writing, the difficult pronunciations, the high degree of synthesis, the non-configurational syntax, all of it was too much for my brain to handle, and I needed to clear my head. Unexpectedly, I found another Butago on the outskirts of the forest by the river. She asked me what was wrong, and I simply told her I was stressed and my head hurt. She told me to sit down and made me tea. Needless to say, I was pretty touched by this stranger's actions, and I expressed my gratitude. After a little bit of tea and a bit of quiet time, she asked me why I was so upset, and I told her that I came here to learn her language and to document it, but I just had such a hard time understanding it. She smiled at me and told me I didn't need to worry and that she'd help me understand. For hours we went through the grammar, where I'd ask her about something I had difficult understanding, and she would sort it out, explaining to me how it would work. She would compare different classes of verbs to each other and began categorizing them for me to make it easier for me to understand, and it made it so much simpler for me. For now, I'll talk about a few different rules and a few different types of verbs she taught me about. I'm sure I'm missing a ton of info here, but I think this will make for a good overview. First and foremost, it's important to remember that the person marking on verbs depends on this inverse marker at the end of verbs, and that the inverse marker often fuses with tense, aspect, or mood markers. Therefore, tense, aspect, and mood are often intertwined with polypersonal agreement. In that case, it's recommended to memorize the polypersonal markers for each verb. The first kind of verbs are noun-like verbs, which are basically any phrase that uses a copula. These verbs have an irregular way of differentiating between the first and third person subjects, as they use the locative copula for the third person just to make the phrase intransitive, giving off the meaning of there is instead of it is. They often end with the da suffix. The second kinds of verbs are an irregular category of ru verbs that can affix a sh sound in different conjugations. These verbs were formerly suru verbs in Japanese, but shortened to ru in Butago. All irregularities carry over from Japanese, but these conjugate very similar to the other kind of begin with a consonant. These verbs are very simple because they don't have a ton of irregularity in their prefixes or suffixes, and their prefixes change independently, so you don't need to memorize 100 different forms of may have a number of different forms that depend on how the final consonant looked, all of which have different irregular conjugations. There are many instances where an initial consonant changes during from adjectives also have their own unique conjugations, specifically e adjectives. These verbs are often intransitive and stative and can be made dynamic using the suffix **. Certain verbs may also have their own built-in vowel. That one question here is, how does one figure out how to conjugate each verb vowel inserted? Well, and as verbs depend on a number of different things, such as the number of syllables, whether or not the verb begins with a vowel, what vowel the verb begins with. It's just good to remember that there will be an additional vowel and a number of other factors. That were once 3 syllables that began with the vowel often taken an infix for their applicative, whether it's a noun or a verb. Karu evolved from Japanese applicative makes different instances of the S of makes it a cluster between a nasal low tone guttural obstruent of some stop clusters worded has a method also conjugating low passive. There are a handful of verbs that change to irregular passive forms. Vowels. In Japanese, there are irregular forms and intransitive verbs. There's a lot more to know, but just knowing a few of these rules makes verbs seem a lot less daunting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And so I think this story has a happy ending, as I definitely believe that today I've sufficiently asserted that Butago is a distinct language from Japanese and that it has its own complex system of grammar. But before I finish the story, I want to share a poem that was shared with me during my time with the Butago. It's about the universe and the endless cycle of time. Yudanahbina Humbuga no hanti jibora the maruni maka umakawa hamutsukuchayu. Noni inuchi habiki bato kominar atukino borami hune katakatsa kinimukunto nayano sui hato tabantiku tabraru mojwi. Nuki oni humbumaru sasayakuto. Tuki no krenaka kranaka de tuno kashidu. As I said at the start, much of the art you saw throughout the video was by Hagen, but the thumbnail of this video was by the artist Butago on Blue Sky, an independent artist that makes all sorts of fantasy-themed art and can make beautiful character art, whether it's a human character, an orc, a werewolf, a shark, or whatever species you can imagine. I'd highly recommend checking him out because his art style is beautiful and he's just a really cool guy. All of that being said, thanks for watching the video. I worked really hard on this conlang and I really enjoyed participating in the Cursed Conlang Circus for the second year in a row. This conlang is very different from the conlangs I normally make and is my very first a posteriori conlang, but I think I learned a thing or two along the way. Once again, thanks for watching.
There you go.
楽しいんだよ.
Well, there you go. Cool.
Well, they're right. It's not Japanese.
It is not Japanese. I'd say it
was.
I'd say it's a future evolution for sure, but I wouldn't give it the
Absolutely.
because
you think?
Well, maybe. I'd say. Well, I guess if you ended up saying that the ghost one qualifies as non-human, I'd say this one does.
I think this counts, honestly.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Because if you said yes to the ghost one, then this one counts too.
Yeah.
But also,
and for that one, like the grunting affected the morphology, so that's a thing. That happens, which is actually significant.
Yeah.
I really liked seeing the like verb conjugations and like as someone who knows a fair bit of Japanese, like catching some of the words in there. I'm like, I know where that came from.
I see, so you had an old French
cool.
moment, like.
Yeah.
It's the same with how Anwen can look at Ultra French words and after the time he can tell what French word it's from.
Yeah.
Good. Close that, on to the next one.
Let's see, a 5-minute language.
5 minutes.
5-minute language, Chromatish. Okay. Let's see. Minecraft Circus.
Damn, it's that time already? Didn't even do the copy pasta for Factory got in the CCC free. Never mind. Better just get to work on my next submission. Quite the Santa elves. I talked about Vanda Beatbox's Creole video. That would be kinda funny. Or I can just go for whatever the hell this is.
Okay.
Spending time on this introduction.
Where were you?
Okay.
What the hell?
What is happening?
Jesus, has some bad turbulence. Where the hell even am I? Well, that's convenient. I think I took a Duolingo class at this place. I'll just brush up real quick. Hey guys, welcome back to my very active YouTube channel that has been in constant use since the last Cursed Conlang Circus. Because this is my second time around, we can skip the preamble about what I'm doing, instead get right to the good stuff. A language entirely communicated via colors and patterns called Chromatish. Okay, good stuff may have been a stretch, but it's definitely cursed, and God forbid if it wins. It would be a pain to make into a song, which is why I'm doing this.
Yeah!
Squid bats? What? With colors?
Oh my god.
So this here is Dimension 28Q with these squid-looking guys called the Safetylang. Even though natively they're called... But how about we just rip off the band-aid here and I'll show you the iconemes of this language. Here we have these primary colors with light and dark variants that kind of act like vowels. Then down here you have different patterns that appear in tandem with the color as sort of a consonant. I made a shorthand version that you can see here with letters representing the colors and shapes that you can see with my trusty translator here. I'm gonna call him Eugene.
Okay.
Now, if grammar were not as crazy as the phonemes can't even pronounce as a human, it's still pretty weird. The nouns have a very clear formality distinction, which isn't too bad until you notice up here that case marking changes depending on formality to either be accusative or ergative. Basically, you have the subject, patient, and agent. The subject is used in sentences with only a noun and a verb, like Kiwi thinks, while the agent and patient are in sentences where something is done to something, like Kiwi writes the script. With ergative absolute, you highlight the agent. With accusative, you highlight the patient. I'm not a linguist, so I barely understand this myself, so if you want to learn from someone who knows what they're talking about, I'll put a video up in the corner for that. Now on to the verbs. Hopefully I won't describe linguistic terms that I barely understand. You gotta be kidding me. So, certain and uncertain is pretty self-explanatory. You've got things you know and things you don't know. But then you get to passive and active. In this context, active would be something like I punched a guy, while passive would be something like I was punched by a guy. Does this make any sense to you? No? Well, me neither, but we're going with it anyways. You know what even is the sentence I have to translate this year? Oh, sweet, merciful Lord. Well, this is somehow pretty translatable to Chromatish, because it deals with theoretical stuff, but some of the more concrete things, like serpents and fangs, might be replaced with the closest appropriation for an alien race. What have I got myself into?
I like that face expression.
I do too.
Hey, Fendi Cat, again.
Okay,
That's
okay.
awesome. Okay. It's got like the circus theme music.
God.
That's pretty good. Just a combination of both. Okay, so it basically does like what some squids can actually do in nature, where they create patterns and colors.
Okay. That is very abridged.
Indeed it is.
They did not translate the entire thing.
There you go.
We're getting spooky up in here.
That's right.
The theremin solo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next one is one that I arguably didn't double check, but this is because this one has been highly anticipated by at least the CCC channel in here.
The
it's
Lipamanka
Manka's
entry.
one. Okay.
Yep.
I've been getting this recommended for a while. Let's see.
Hordikosh is a collection of capes, peninsulas, and islands, surrounded by a sea so shallow that when the tide goes out twice a day, you can walk between any two landmasses on foot. I'm confident that most of my viewers have never heard of this place or the ethnic group that lives there, the Horditi. The main language they use to communicate with one another is called Horditi, but that's not what this video is about. This video is about their liturgical language, the one that they use in their magic making, the language of the gods. In order to describe a language as steeped in history as the language of the gods, we need to start at the beginning with the sacred stories of the Horditi. Thousands of years ago, the gods resolved to give some of their divine power to the Horditi, for the Horditi lacked any dominion over reality. In order to do this, they decided to create a language that humans could use to help one another heal, battle with rival ethnic groups, build, and destroy. But you all know how group conlang projects usually go. Legend describes a century of development before the language was given to the Horditi. At the beginning, the gods worked together to create a cohesive grammar and lexicon, as well as a sound system. But as they began to flesh out more details, they began to argue. The gods began to take strong opposing stances as to what the grammar should be, which words should mean what, and so on. None of them were willing to compromise at a large scale. In the end, what they gave to the Horditi was far from the ideal they set out to create. Okay, so I should start going over the phonemic inventory and all that. Or phonemic inventories. Horditi linguists usually analyze 53 separate inventories, one for each of the 53 Horditi gods that made the language. I suppose you could analyze it as one phonemic inventory, but that analysis is much more complicated and much less useful, so I don't prefer it. Let's look at some examples of these per god phonemic inventories. Here are the phonemes phonemes according to the god of law. Here are the phonemes according to the god of citrus and love. Here are the phonemes according to the god of plants and decay.
Citrus and
While
love.
they vary, there are usually at least two contrasting series of plosives, palatal sounds, and the glottal stop, as well as no rhotic. There are also at least 5 vowels. Oh, by the way, I'm using Western linguistic notation because most of this is based off of research I've done looking at Horditi magician linguistics, which can differ a little bit. Surprisingly, a lot of their analyses are similar to the ones that I've learned in my formal linguistics training, but all of these charts are based off of rigorous linguistic work done by Horditi linguistic magicians, not me. I'd cite sources, but nothing is published in a way I can cite it, and none of the books I'm using are mentioned online at all, which is a little weird. So, yeah, phonology. Contrary to popular belief, the phonology of a language is different from these charts here. These charts are inventories. Phonology is the study of how these sounds in the chart change, in what contexts, before they turn into the sounds that we end up pronouncing. There are a lot of phonological rules that can apply in the language of the gods. Hundreds of them, actually, and order matters. This is also really strange, but the order of these rules can change too. Horditi linguist magicians figured out a while ago that these sound changes can be favored or disliked by various gods, and while it's not trivial, it's possible to create a list of rules for each god. Here are some non-exhaustive examples of the most prominent phonological rules I've noticed for a few of these gods, but the Horditi usually conceptualize these rules as godless and apply them to appease as many gods as possible. This analysis was difficult for me to reconcile when making my final translation, so I collected lists of phonological rules that certain gods prefer, and also, where possible, syllable theory for each god. Now, a lot of these rules apply over word boundaries. When designing a spell, you will run into plenty of cases where two gods at a word boundary have completely opposing feelings towards a phonological rule. Or even worse, you'll have cases where one word contains morphemes from different gods with completely opposing feelings towards a phonological rule. Oh yeah, almost every word in a sequence comes from a different god. For whatever reason, sentences that include words from only 1, 2, or 3 gods just don't work. Even worse, sometimes they backfire, and I learned that the hard way. You see this wound on my finger? I was trying out a spell with the god of fermentation and patience, the god of flesh, bone, and sinew, and the god of sleep and comfort. My intent was to make an easy spell that would make me drowsy, but instead my skin started peeling off, so I don't recommend it, and neither do any of the Horditi linguist magicians who have said anything about it. So wouldn't it suck if, on top of all of this, each god had a completely different grammar? Well, they do. At least that's the analysis most Horditi linguist magicians use.
This is
Some pairs of gods have more compatible grammar than others, but no two grammar systems are exactly alike. Some gods don't care too much about some grammatical features, but most gods dislike most grammatical features that aren't included in their ideal version of what the language should be. You can tell this is the case because the way a spell backfires is always related to the god that has been grammatically slighted the most. It's actually really funny, but it can be dangerous to test this out. Or you can use a pendulum, but more on that later. There are, however, some trends in the grammar. Broadly, there are 3 categories: mostly isolating languages, moderately synthetic languages, and polysynthetic languages. In the translation portion of the video, you'll get a chance to see these in action, but before we move from the grammar, I'll quickly explain the concept of a matrix language, because it'll come in handy. In code switching, the matrix language is the language that governs the grammar of a segment of language. This can change mid-sentence, and often does, but the only analog to this I've seen in Horditi linguistic texts is for sentences in which the matrix language is polysynthetic. In these cases, the whole sentence is usually a single very long word, and linguist magicians describe one of the languages involved as the matrix language. Well, they don't use the English word matrix, obviously. Most polysynthetic grammars use triggers that specify the meaning of affixed constituents. So if you change this trigger, the roles change completely, even though the rest of the word remain the same. This is kind of like Austronesian morphosyntactic alignment, but polysynthetic. The god of motion and broken objects actually uses 3 mandatory triggers, one for each of the first 3 embedded nouns. Word order is usually pretty free, at least while creating spells. As long as each noun in the sentence is marked with an adposition or case marking or something, the same spell can still function if words are swapped. Many gods seem to favor certain word orders though, so often it's a bit of a battle to figure out if using a specific order to get all of the phonological rules that apply at word boundaries is worth upsetting a god who really likes their word order a certain way.
Yeah.
A lot of these grammars have gender systems that encode a quality that other languages would have a word for. The god of snow and pain, for example, has genders for cold and warm and lacks broad terms for either of those things. The god of the summers, agriculture, and wild animals has a wild/domesticated gender split. The god of plants and decay has a fresh and decayed split. Sometimes affixes to agree with these genders need to be put on the verbs or adjectives of other gods, which may upset those gods. Yet another thing where you gotta weigh the consequences. Okay, let's move on from grammar now. What are we moving on to? Grammar number 2! Oh god. Okay. So if you're going for a spell that works, the grammar can be pretty restrictive unless you're cool with negative side effects like this little battle wound of mine. It's best to stick with a handful of gods that work well together, but spells that only involve grammar from 4 gods are weak. In order to cast more powerful spells, you need to include words from more gods. You need to include more sentences, and the sentences need to be longer. The more words and the more gods, the more powerful the spell is. But also, the more difficult it is to get all the words to play nice. You might end up with a spell that works, but leaves 6 of the 7 gods cursing you in the spell's effect. The goal is usually to limit these negative side effects. This is where the 3 loopholes come in. For the first one, you can take any word and start a new sentence coming off of it. You can do this twice. You can make 2 of these sentences meet up at the end. You can make them intersect. You can make these extra sentences refer directly to each other. But these extra sentences aren't spoken. They can be written, and they have been for centuries, but before they were written, a magician would need to envision, without a writing system, these words intersecting and coming off of one another. Back then, only a select few who could visualize this could cast truly powerful magic, but since the invention of writing, more and more people have been able to get into complex spellcraft. Oh yeah, writing. Would it surprise you if each god had their own preferred writing system? Probably not, but would it surprise you if they still shared a set of logographic symbols but used them for different words or meanings? Probably not, but would it surprise you if the god of law had 2 writing systems? Probably not, but figuring out the writing systems is a whole other headache that I won't delve into in this video, because the writing system looks like this, and it breaks into parts like this, which is kind of hell to figure out. How do these extra sentences help mitigate side effects? Well, it's simple. Let's look at the second bit of my translation for the circus. This word means in known manner, which is a very common phrase in spells that involve the god of law. Here it's a translation of surely, but coming off of it is a word from the god of knives and poison. This word clarifies the meaning without impacting the flow of the primary sentence. Otherwise, the spell may only work if cast in a pit filled with oats or something, I don't know. Oh yeah, stay tuned for the translation portion, which will be a full spell that, if it works, should make a snake curl up such that its tail is in its mouth. But I guess we'll never know, because I do not have a snake. There are 2 other main ways Hoarity magicians prevent negative side effects in spells, and both of these are more like bandages and less like wearing a glove while using a hot glue gun. The first is components. The gods gave the language as a gift, but they didn't necessarily expect the gift to be received without reciprocation. If you include specific components in your spell, the gods may be willing to overlook some of the grammar or phonology. In order to tell a god that a component is for them, you simply need to describe it in part of the spell, usually as an inserted subposition, which is like a preposition except for it marks a sentence or noun phrase connecting to it non-linearly instead of something before it or after it. Unfortunately, like everything in this language, gods have preferences for components, and sometimes 2 gods will like the same component, so the spell needs to specify how the component is supposed to be divvied up, and sometimes it's important to say, by the way, this component is not for this god, to make sure that they don't get any of it. To prevent them from getting mad at you, it's really important. You can tell which gods like or dislike a component with a pendulum. Put the component directly in front of you and hold the pendulum in between you and the component. Speak the name of the god or their domain in any language. If it moves towards and away from the component, they highly favor it. If it moves left and right, they might dislike it when it shows up in a spell. Later on I'll use a variety of components for the translation portion, but I'll have to check to see if the gods like them before I use them in the spell, just to make sure. You can also use pendulums to check if a sentence works, or to practice. Holding a pendulum is a way of signaling to the gods, hey, I'm not actually casting the spell, so I've run through parts of my spell dozens of times with a pendulum to make sure they're grammatical. It's kind of like a spiritual version of a compiler for computer coding. The other method is prayer. Often gods are willing to overlook some misgivings if you praise them in their preferred usage of the language, so many speakers will start with a long set of prayers, or tack them on at the end, or feature them in the middle. The nature of these prayers and the exact grammatical features the gods will overlook as a result is very complicated, and there are often special books about this too. If you include too many prayers for one god, especially prayers that are unneeded to make the spell work, the other gods will get upset, so you can't just repeat every single prayer ever for a god that's causing problems for you. And even if you could, it would take a really long time. There are hundreds of prayers for each god, venerating them in myriad ways. Here on screen are several prayers translated into English for the god of snow and pain, and there's a special type of prayer bead you're supposed to hold for that portion of the spell. It's fine if you don't have them, they're kind of hard to find, but holding them can vastly decrease risk. I don't have them, so I guess I'm living life on the edge. Before we get into the lexicon, let's go into the history and usage of spell creation. It turns out most spells were figured out centuries ago. What works continues to work, so there are spell books available similar to cookbooks, but much more precise. These books are often mass-produced on printing presses with spell sheets in them. As long as you can pronounce the oral component of the spell, have the nonlinear parts written down correctly, and have any required physical components around, the spell will work as desired. You don't necessarily need to understand the grammar or meaning behind it, but a lot of these books will explain it anyway, and later on that's what I'm going to try to do on screen. These descriptions also detail a lot of subtext in spells, because a good spell will be filled with yaoi, but more on that later. There are some very simple spells that everyone knows, like the spell for setting kindling on fire, or the spell for waning pain slightly. These spells are very simple grammatically. Alright, lexicon time! Like most other things in this language, Hority linguist magicians say that each god has their own lexicon. The worst part about this is that, unfortunately, while a lot of gods may share a word between their lexicons, the meaning can be completely different. So the best dictionaries will list these disagreements. Like here's an entry for the word shift in the God of Snow and Pain's lexicon, which I have so kindly translated into English for you from the original Hority it was written in. Note first that there are 6 other gods, each notated with their sigil, and some of them are very similar, but differ in a few ways, and in those cases there will be a small superscript circle and a short description of the differences. Then come the gods for which the meaning is completely different, and they are notated the same way, save for the superscript circle is crossed out as a way to indicate that the meaning is different enough to need some level of compensation within the spell. For some reason, it's not traditional to write the pronunciation of the word in other languages, but that actually makes sense for the less idealized analysis most of the linguistic magicians use. Where like, yeah, it's useful to have a lexicon per god, but words aren't really tied to specific gods. Next, after all that, you'll find the logogram. I'm not going to get into the writing system, but the colors help you figure out how to connect the symbols together, which can get complicated. There are sigils next to this logogram to show you what the same logogram means in the lexicons of other gods, in addition to what the word itself is in those other languages.
No.
I've transcribed their underlying forms here in IPA, but in the actual entry it will be written in whatever the god's writing system is. The reason why the pronunciation is written here is because logograms aren't considered the same as the words they represent, and this logogram represents 2 other words from 2 other gods. Oddly enough, it is the same logogram for a different word with the same meaning in the lexicon of the god of breath and wind, which gets into the whole thing where some spells can only be written and some spells can only be spoken, and some spells need to be a mix of both. But for this video, I'm sticking with the spoken version of this language. Next over here, you'll see a short paragraph describing the usage of the word. I've abridged this one because in the dictionary I translated from, it's actually 5 paragraphs long, so here's the gist. Next come the references. Each of these, of which there are typically anywhere from dozens to hundreds, reference a published spell, published in a spellbook, that uses the word to call upon the god of snow and pain. There's no standard way to categorize spells, so the lexicographer gets to decide how they want to do it. This one put the name of the spell author and a short description of what the spell does. Alright, pragmatics time. The gods have a very complex interlinking social group between them, shaped by centuries of stories that, when referenced in a spell, give the spell more power. All of the gods are characterized as male, so the best analog for this in my culture is a giant gay polycule. The more yaoi included in a spell, the more powerful it is, and the more gods will overlook the grammar and word choices. And finally, allowing gods to comment on the words of other gods is really important. It's hard to know exactly how to do this, but sometimes the domains of the gods can clue you in. When creating a spell, you can use a pendulum to ask a god if they would comment something, and they will answer with a yes or no. Then you can guess a bunch of things and see how excited they are by your suggestions. You can make a pendulum out of dental floss and a rock if you need to. That's what I did. Next, spells must be sung. Well, smaller, weaker spells don't need to be sung, but the gods are all fans of music. One spell can use as many melodies as you can fit into it, but most magicians use a maximum of 5 melodies in one spell, barring extremes. Gods have very minor preferences for melodies, but usually it doesn't impact the spell too much, at least that's what I've read. I may use a mix of this melody and traditional Hority cantillation for my translation and record it ahead of time for your enjoyment. Traditional Hority cantillation is similar to Indian classical music in a lot of ways, but it also reminds me of the Jewish concept of a nigun. Some spells need to be cast with multiple musicians supporting the caster. I do not have multiple musicians, so I'll add other music stuff in the background. I've recorded the vocal portion ahead of time, and I'll have it playing out loud for when I perform the spell. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Also, it lets me work in the musicians. Also, while not required, going out and getting some of the components yourself for a spell can increase the favor, but I'm kinda lazy and I have all the ones I need at home, I think. Here's my list, let's see. 2 metal spheres, few blades of grass, a whetstone and a knife. Gathered. I'll start soaking the whetstone because I'll need to wet the knife on it for the later part of the spell. Next, I'll need several spices. Good thing I have a giant spice collection. Let's see. Small, very spicy chilies. Good thing I have these African devil chilies. Or I could bust out my ghost peppers for this one. Nah, I'll save them for something else. We need some salt-cured rosebuds. Well, I have this box of old salts from my parents. Maybe there's something with rosebuds in it? Oh, hell yeah. Actually, for the spell to work, these need to have been given as a gift, or they need to be given as a gift after the spell is completed, and I got these from my grandmother, so that's perfect. Black cumin, awesome, I have plenty of that. Now Kodarima pods. What? I only have the seeds. Fuck, I gotta get some whole Kodarima pods. Okay, I guess I'm going to New York.
a section of
Welcome aboard. 5 times very God.
I hope this wasn't just a bit done for the circus.
There was that one lady who took trains all over Bavaria.
Oh yeah.
There was a trains language in the, I think, CCC2.
Oh yeah.
Sure. But going on a bunch of trains is a lot easier than just flying somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a lot less expensive.
Okay, here's where I get my spices. Korarima. Yes! I also picked up some other spices to restock my amazing spice collection. You know, while I'm on the East Coast, I think I have a few more ingredients to pick up. Let's see what else we have here on the list. Horiti prayer beads? There are like no Horiti people living in New York, but my grandmother has actually been to Horikash. She's the only person I know who's been. She's brought a lot of jewelry abroad, as well as plenty of other trinkets. Let's go pay her a visit. You know, I wonder if she's actually home.
What is going on?
Oh my god.
Lipamanka.
Grandma, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing my clothes.
It's so hot out. It's 80 degrees.
No, it's so cold.
Wow, a whopping 80 degrees.
It's literally not cold.
Don't worry about it. This is what I wear at home.
Okay, all right, whatever
So
you
what
say.
do I owe the pleasure of your company today?
Do you have any Horiti prayer beads?
I actually do.
That's really, wow, that's awesome, because you're the only person I know who's actually been to Horikash, and if you didn't have them, I don't know where I would have gotten them. I need them for something.
Well, come, I'll show them to you.
Okay, all right.
Let's go. They're in my desk.
You mean that really old wooden...
Beautiful Biedermeier desk? Yes. Let me explain to you. When I landed, I saw these people, these crazy people in a circle chanting
Yeah?
in some strange spiritual language.
Was it by any chance the language of the gods?
Yes, it was.
Oh my god, I'm making a video about that.
Well, luckily I have these beads for you. I keep them in this secret path.
That's not a drawer.
No, it's a secret door.
What? Grandma, why is there banana? I'm not gonna talk about the banana?
No. Beads.
Okay.
Here are beads.
Ooh, nice box.
Yes. I bought it in Cambodia. Isn't that strange?
I guess.
Yes.
Whoa, those are
Look at
pretty.
these beautiful beads.
I don't think I've ever actually seen them in person.
Lucky I have them for you for your video.
Yeah. Can I borrow them?
Of course, but you have to bring them back.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of just
I'm
keeping
gonna
them.
Put them back in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Close them up nicely.
And we're not going to talk about the banana?
No. Just gonna take
Oh,
and have a wonderful video.
Okay, all right.
Give me a kiss goodbye. Mwah. Now go. Go.
All right, good. Glad I got out of there. What was up with the banana? I guess I'll never know. I'll do a grandma Q&A at 10,000 subscribers, so smash that subscribe button for a grandma. Okay, what have we next? Cat fur of an unsaturated color. Hi, sweet kitty cat. Oh my god, you're so cute, and I'm going to use your fur. Next we need, oh god, jellyfish powder and a shell filled with red sand from where the water flees the shore? How the hell am I gonna get that? Let me head over to Massachusetts real quick. Remember how the Horiti live in a land with plenty of capes and peninsulas? I think I should visit Cape Cod and see if there are any similar components that I can use for the spell. These are the flats. In Brewster, much like many of the capes in Horikash, twice a day as the tide goes out, the water goes out about a mile from shore, leaving tidal beds of sand, filled with all sorts of sea creatures. I hope they'll have what I'm looking for here, because otherwise I'll have to completely rework the spell. Okay, here's the jellyfish the spell calls for. I had to dehydrate it with salt. I couldn't find a shell or red sand, but the pendulum says that this pink sand should work, so I think I'm fine. God, this low-key stinks though. Anyway, I have everything I need, so it's time to go back home to St. Paul. I forgot to mention, my aunt had this dried up salamander, which is really lucky. I forgot to film her giving it to me, oh well. And the spell calls for parsley, but all I have is dill, so I hope that'll work. As it goes, I'll put up explainers, details, and commentary about the choices I made. I'll use these little lines to help demonstrate where we are in a sentence and how it's connected non-linearly, though. And I'm not glossing the prayers because I didn't actually write them and they're pretty long, but I'll show an English translation. Now behold, a spell that, when cast, will cause a snake to eat itself uncontrollably.
Be toy,
How long is this? Okay. I'm not watching the entire thing, it's a bit too long. Oh, that's still, oh my god, that's like 5 minutes later. Oh my god.
God.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, exactly.
It's just like the vast majority of it is just, oh my god. Thank you for watching. Indeed. Alright, well, there you go. And so it is.
Okay.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? Look. Dirt. Iron. I only need 2 more and I can make a pickaxe. You know, that reminds me. Ŋcraft. Do you remember a while ago I made a video introducing the world to Ŋcraft? This is a Minecraft server that's been going on, hosted by me and Eternal for several years now, but it is currently in its second, you could call it the second iteration in a way, where everyone has a country, everyone has political relations, there's transit networks, there's a Neurovision song contest, all kinds of wacky stuff like that. And that server has been very fun. There's a wiki, a Ŋcraft wiki, where you can look at all the information about people's countries and things like that. And it's just been like a really awesome time. Alliances, wars, drama, fun times, United Nations. It's a wacky little adventure. If you are interested, if you're a Minecraft player, if you want to do some Minecraft world building, then you should go ahead and join the Ŋcraft Minecraft server. How do you do that, you may ask? God, I could barely see. I'm staring straight into the sun right now. God, these red glasses do not help at all. How do you join, you may ask? Well, as a matter of fact, there's a command on the Agma Schwa Discord server. You type in /Minecraft and it'll tell you exactly how to get in. But there's one catch. You either have to be a Ŋbra, as in you've sent 1,000 valid messages on the Discord server, or become a patron in order to join the Minecraft server. Those are your 2 paths. If you're interested, you must follow one of those 2 paths. It's mostly a security measure just to make sure the trolls and stuff don't get in. I'm loving it. The people love it. You should join if you're a certified crafter. And then you can make a pickaxe out of your pieces of iron, and then you can make it through the stone once you get below the dirt. Gee, I sure wish I had a shovel. The ground is wet. It was raining last night, so I hope the circus outfit isn't ruined after this. Anyway, back to the judging. Go on, have fun.
Also, as someone pointed out earlier, you should include like 5-second clip of us listening to Holly Jolly Christmas in the video.
Oh, of course. Yes. Here, let's play this beautiful 15-16 segment right now. And there's 23.
I know it's beautiful.
I hope this really blessed your Christmas morning.
It did.
Of course, the key change.
This video is so difficult for me because I just hear the noises and I'm like, repeat. I just hear, whoa! And I'm like, whoa!
Echolalia factory.
Cognito hazard. This is
Yeah.
It's a mimetic hazard, yes.
My brain just stops being able to read it as music when it's just like it's so cursed that like I stop hearing music and start hearing noises.
I do sometimes just listen to some of the Santa songs because I like them. With headphones on and everything, yes.
Well, one more and we got a whole EP worth of it. Like
yeah. We're gonna make this an album at some point. I have to listen to this on vinyl.
Yeah.
You gotta get that. Like,
yeah.
And there's a snowflake.
That's language.
Let's find out. Here we go.
Festive season.
Where to?
Sift H.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to the Frostwell system. Also known by designation F2654, the system contains 2 planets, a boring uninhabitable rock, and a glacial ecosystem famous for its exports. Also called Frostwell, this planet hosts one of the most dramatic examples of frostburn in recent history. Some of the most interesting aspects of this world are the frost which now coats its surface, or the ecological adaptations the wildlife have developed in response to the collapse. What part of this planet would you like to know more about? The language. Easily the most interesting thing about Frostwell, the language of Frogsong. Unlike its now extinct predecessor, this language sports an entirely non-Pulmonic phonology. Frogsong Prime, or informally Polish, was a language with a rich prefix-oriented grammar for
Polish.
Frostwell, the language of Frogsong. Unlike its now extinct predecessor, this language sports an entirely non-Pulmonic phonology. Frogsong Prime, or informally Polish, was a language with a rich prefix-oriented grammar. For biological reasons, the words in the new Frogsong are a tad shorter, but certain patterns persist between incarnations. The race of sentient beings native to Frostwell, known as frost frogs, have a network of antennae, gills, ears, protruding from their necks, which grant sensitive hearing up to a limited form of echolocation. They also have no teeth, no eyes, and due to excessive bioengineering following the planet's frostburn incident, no lungs.
Oh god. The incident.
Frostburn. Under certain classified conditions, an endothermic chain reaction triggers a permanent transition of oxygen and other atmospheric chemicals into an energy-dense powder known as frost. Something about a catalyst which only forms in extreme cold? Once started, the reaction spreads like frozen fire, consuming breathable air and resulting in a drastic drop in temperature. The last known planet-wide occurrence was on Frostwell, about 60 years ago. As for the frost itself, its most important use is to be refined as a propellant, but some Frostwell fauna have lost their lungs in exchange for an organ which can process frost biologically. In short, these frogs are eating our rocket fuel.
Oh god.
Frogsong has 4 categories of phonemes: consonants, whistles, vowels, and pre-vowels. The language has no clicks since its progenitor didn't.
Oh god.
Native Frogsong speakers have no teeth and a narrow mouth, so most rows of the intergalactic phonetic alphabet go unused. Each symbol shown from here on is a mangled analogy rather than a literal representation. The sounds are pronounced thusly.
Okay.
Both of the whistle sounds were added to compensate for decreased word length, but warped with natural usage. They're more interesting historically than phonetically.
Oh boy.
When the tad Polish vowel sounds lost lung support, they were replaced with parallel sounds whose air supply came from the cheeks rather than the lungs. Morphologically, this variety of cheek-based blowing sound forms the nucleus of a Frogsong syllable. Thus, for Frogsong analysis, a vowel is redefined as a sound created solely from consistent flow of air from the cheek. These are...
Oh, damn it.
That's good.
Oh.
as well as the two nasal pseudo-vowels.
Wow.
Although frogs are born with perfect pitch, modern Frogsong has no tonality in it. That element of Tad Polish died alongside its speaker's use of vocal cords. As a consolation prize, Frogsong introduced pre-vowels, the sounds produced while filling one's cheek with air. These are mostly used to indicate noun class and number. Morphologically, these appear at the beginning of nearly every word, and nowhere else.
Oh.
God.
Fast forward, rewind. Oh. Okay.
There are two types of words. The first uses air from the cheeks. Each word's air is collected in the cheeks at the start of that word, expressing a pre-vowel. Then, some number of prefixes modify the root word. Each syllable of this word type optionally begins with a consonant, extends into up to 3 vowels, and optionally end with the alveolar tab. An example is the word for a frog in their own language, which can be expressed. This is a good example of how pre-vowels and noun class must agree. The second word type is much rarer and uses combinations of whistles to form grammatical particles. Initially, these were intended to be purely whistles, but over time, mixed in as native speakers created new slang vocab. My favorite is which means that the clause and its context is over, but the speaker isn't done talking. This contrasts with which indicates the end of a sentence in a 10-4 over and out fashion. A more common example is which enables pronoun usage in a following clause. Frogsong has 3 noun classes. Loud things like animals and machines, quiet things like plants and structures, and silent things like space, sorrow, other abstract nouns, everything not covered by the other two. Amusingly, this class also includes the Frogsong language itself. A noun's pre-vowel indicates its number and class. The pre-vowel is determined regularly as follows. For loud nouns, the cheek fills from the back of the mouth. Quiet nouns fill from the front. Singular nouns only fill one cheek. Plural nouns fill both. The cheeks fill at slightly different times when certain exclusivity conditions apply. For example, several unrelated rocks, or in phrases like, "We hopped down the path," when only talking about yourself and a friend, and not the listener. Nouns in the silent class are considered uncountable and use the silent pre-vowel. Some common noun prefixes include which marks an argument of an intransitive verb in a tripartite sense, or more loosely, any subject. Which marks the agent of a transitive verb. Which marks the patient of a transitive verb. Which marks any other arguments after that. With sound combinations like these, 2 vowels made with the same mouth shape, but with one labialized, it's common practice to express them simultaneously, one with each cheek. Or, if only one cheek has air, the labialized vowel is sometimes just dropped. When Frogsong lost its tones, pre-vowels necessarily latched onto each of its words. Verbs thus implicitly inherited the requirement for noun classes associated with those pre-vowels. Over the last 60 years, consensus has mostly solidified about what class each verb belongs to. A verb's pre-vowel is determined the same way as a noun's, but using valency in place of number. Verbs in the silent class are considered impersonal, take no arguments, and use the silent pre-vowel. The most important verb prefix is which, when used on its own, or immediately before an adjective, acts as the copula, to be. The pre-vowels for adjectives and adverbs generally agree with the nouns and verbs they modify. Disagreement between silent and voiced pre-vowels can be used for emphasis, acting as articles or determiners. Some relevant prefixes include which marks a modifier, which marks a noun as the owner of another. Think, my spaceship. Multiple grammatical prefixes can be applied to a single word. The word fills all roles simultaneously. For example, marking a noun as both an agent and a patient indicates that it is acting on itself. Or marking a verb as an agent indicates an entity which does that action. The word order in Frogsong is primarily subject-object-verb, with modifiers coming before the word they modify. Swapping the object and subject changes the focus to the object, similar to the passive voice. Tenses are indicated by prefixes on nouns. E.g., I threw a rock could be translated as past me throws a past rock. If the tenses in a phrase disagree, present me throws a future rock style, this can indicate a wish or a command, or several other possible moods primarily depending on how they combine.
The what?
Internet want to share
again.
God damn, why? Why?
Let's see if we can make it through the last minute of this.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Without a tense prefix, the default tense is assumed to be present or recent past. Tadpolish's writing system was based on placing leaves from the once common plant. Reading was done by feeling the leaf patterns in a one-to-one correspondence with the sounds they represented. When both the sounds and the plant went extinct, the writing system was abandoned. After all, why bother writing when you have access to audio recording devices? As an example, here's a poem regarding the Frostburn incident, a famous piece of the language's early history.
This was the Frostburn incident, the serpent.
God.
Oh, God.
This is like Gunspike levels of horror.
Yeah, it is. We'll put it next to Ghost back on the tree, dear God.
God. Oh, why can't it cut out now? I'm fine with the internet problems now, actually.
I feel like if a frog is making any of these sounds, there's something seriously wrong with the frog, and it needs medical attention. Well, that's why it's frogs in quotes.
Yeah, frogs.
This is how I sound.
These are air-eating frogs.
I mean, they did say they have no eyes or something like that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got.
It's 3 minutes. I don't think we need to listen to all of it. I think it's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the frogs near me are eyeless and also have like.
Oh look, it's a serpent.
Yeah, I like the image. That's awesome.
That's really cute.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's see if there's a
I
conclusion.
think we're good.
Let's just see if there's a conclusion.
I do also really like that little.
That was horrible.
Ending little phoneme that just sounds like. You know those like notification sounds you get on like some websites?
Like
I really like how it's just that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next one.
This one.
Oh boy. Oh, Samplese. I've been seeing this one in my recommended for a while.
Hey guys, this is Bookhead. Today I'm going to be showing you my entry to the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus. Samplese, or as it's called in language, don't go to sleep. You lose! Drugi, you get the car. Okay! During the last few performances, I tried and failed to make a halfway decent submission, so I learned from them and rubbed my brain cells together a little bit for this one. I hope you guys like it.
Translation's gonna be so long.
In the beginning, bookhead created the phonemes in the words. Let's start with the phonology. Straight away, you might notice that, despite the chart, none of these are actual IPA symbols, just weird words. Like, what's ball? What is this car phone? And why is Kawhi Leonard here? Now, the answer to these questions is that this isn't
Why is one of them just in Cyrillic?
And all these phonemes are actually samples from songs. Now, don't panic, my dear judge, because none of these songs are actually going to be played in this video. Because I'm not a maniac. I might act like one on your Discord server sometimes.
Okay,
but
good.
I'm not a maniac. The larger chart at the top shows samples that include lyric.
That's submission. I was like, please don't. I'm not sure if it was them, but it would be very funny. I just recall someone asking that.
God.
Where are the headers on these charts?
Are there headers? That's what
the
I'm
left ones are headers.
You don't need headers.
The very left ones.
I don't think there's any categories. I think it's just a list.
Well, I mean, clearly Anthrax, Drugi, and Hydrogen Sun are all just a natural category that we can intuit.
Yes.
Of dirt.
Yod.
Yeah, they're all part of Yod. Obviously.
Oh, there's a Beatles category. Yeah, that's an easy way to demonetization.
Oh, God.
Love is Eggman.
Not if it's a completely original cover, am I right? That's okay, well.
Which I'm going to refer to as consonants. From top to bottom, left to right, they are, yo, where the other one at? You lose. Kawhi Leonard. Listen, man. 24 hours. Crush on you. Don't go to sleep.
Weird
Lions in here. Love is overrated. Policeman sitting. Yellow submarine. Eggman. Bus station. Big Dipper. You get the car. Ballskin. The finest. Old Bay. Anthrax. Drugi.
God damn.
That's I don't know any of the other.
The Beatles lines are just lines from Beatles songs.
They're just like individual lyrics from Beatles.
Yeah.
Maybe like Doom is like MF Doom. Maybe.
Oh, it might be.
I haven't heard any of their music, so I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Anyway, God.
With Yod, and why do they have hydrogen?
The smaller chart at the bottom samples that only have instrumentals, which I'm going to refer to as vowels. Again, from top to bottom, left to right, they are yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Do, do. These segmental pieces aren't the whole phonology, though, because there's also phonemic pitch and volume for both consonants and vowels. So far, I've presented everything in low pitch and low volume. For high pitch, I would just hum or sing the lyrics in this voice. Likewise, for high volume, I would just hum or say the lyrics in this raised voice. And then for both high pitch and volume, I would obviously do both. No, Roman. The romanization is really kind of simple. There's 21 consonants and 5 vowels, which makes it line up perfectly with the English alphabet, as shown here. Volume, as you might expect,
Very convenient.
is denoted by case, that is, lowercase for low volume and uppercase for high volume.
As one might expect.
Awesome. Pitch and length are a bit trickier since they use superscript numbers, but it's something you get used to. The number 2 stands for low pitch, the number 1 stands for high pitch, the number 4 stands for long low pitch, and the number 3 stands for long high pitch. Me think why waste time? Say lot word when few word do trick. Now, as much as I love this language's phonology, there's one problem with it. Words take too darn long to say. Each phonemic segment is at least a full second long at minimum, which, if you haven't noticed, is much longer than it takes to say normal phonemes like ng or So instead of leaving it like that and making a ridiculously long translation text to get a cheap laugh, I'm going to try and make up for it. How, you might ask? Well, if Tokipona taught me anything, it's that context is key. I remember the simple phrase when I was wrestling with myself and what to do with grammar, and when I did remember, I had all the justification I needed to finish this language the way I did. 0 grammatical information is marked. Case, nope. Number, nope. Tense aspect, mood, nope. And because of how long words take to say, everyday speakers aren't going to use such frivolous things as time phrases to guide you along. You're just going to have to figure it out based on context. The word order is comma to topic, that is, topic last. Because screw you, really. You need to wait for the end of the sentence to figure out who the heck we're even talking about. And sometimes you don't even get to that point, because the topic can be dropped if there's sufficient context. Within the comment, the verb can come either before or after the...
They've somehow made a word order worse than Korean.
Oh god. Yeah.
That's something.
No.
focus, depending on which one the speaker wants to emphasize. Likewise, an adjective can come either before or after the thing it describes. Now, a lot of this is reliant on context. And you might think that this is rather a lot, and that this is going to be the most context-oriented feature of this entry. Well, refill your popcorn. You're gonna love this next part. Well, that's the trouble with this. I'm trying to decide what to call these words, man. I'm trying to decide what to call this whole thing. These are the words in the language. Well, the ones used in the translation. As you can see, each of them have a different definition for when they're a verb, a noun, or an adjective. None of which are related. The language name could mean sampling language, language of sampling.
Okay.
Or it could mean I coiled around a raven. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Another thing you might have noticed is that 2 of these words have numbers after the full word instead of after each letter. This is because the samples have an informal pronunciation, which are just samples that aren't listed in the phonology at all.
Okay.
You could say this word
That's
as,
not how language
policeman.
works.
God damn it.
They brought up
Anthrax.
the problem with the length
For the
of
sake of
words.
time, we'll
Okay.
I did also notice that one of the words in the lexicon was like censored.
I was confused about that as well. Yeah.
One was informal in quotation marks.
I wonder what that means.
Also, how do you determine what part of speech a word is? Is it just you guess?
I think you guess.
I think this is supposed to be like K-pop, where it's just like, oh no, actually,
I don't think it is, because K-pop still
Or
has
like-
like a constant grammar.
Yes.
yeah, but you can still.
K-pop can be very ambiguous, but still.
Yeah, like it's extremely ambiguous. So I think that's what the intention was.
Possibly. Let's give it a little more time, but I'm starting to lean towards not a language. But let's see.
Yes.
Just be using the informal pronunciation. Pain will always be my friend. Similar situation for this word. You could say it as ballskin. Kawhi Leonard, how you doing, son?
What the hell? I don't know any of these references.
But that's way too long, so we'll be using the informal pronunciation once again. The lust is sold story.
Okay.
Is this leading up to
it?
something?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Wait, is
the rest just the yes?
Yellow submarine.
I understand the Beatles.
Yellow submarine.
I get the Beatles one.
Lions in here. Yeah, mine. Crush on you. Kawhi Leonard. The lust is sold
I wish
story.
I knew these references. Like.
Thanks for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed the crazy conlang I came up with for this year's Cursed Conlang Circus. I don't think it's that cursed compared to some other entries, but I hope you all vote for it. If you want to see more, if you want to hear more, I have a version of the translation linked in the description that uses the actual music. You can listen to it. The judges can listen to it. I just hope they don't listen to it on camera because it's all copyright music.
So this was entirely done like this because of the copyright restriction.
Makes sense. I was thinking they should have done a version with the music so we understand.
Obviously.
Oh my god.
We can't listen to that now for obvious reasons, but you can watch them in your own time.
Yeah, go ahead. It's in the description.
The next one is he still here? Yeah, the next one is also by someone who is in the audience.
Yeah. This is like for a solid 2 months. That one was always in my recommended.
Phoneme order.
Yeah.
Always.
Literally all the time in my recommended this entire time. So let's see. Hopefully we don't lag too much.
All right.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'll let you know if we do.
Because it's over 20 minutes.
Phonemes in a sentence of glyphs on a page is something that every natural language, and as far as I know, every conlang as well, relies on in one way or another. But can we construct a language that doesn't rely on phoneme order at all? In my previous video, I explored whether it's possible to create a language with free phoneme order, so an unordered language, and it turns out that it is in fact possible. In this video, I will actually construct such a language, and one that, despite being unordered, is humanly speakable. Hi, I'm Kat, and this is Lĩhusã.
Oh, graphics.
Hi, Kat.
Hello there.
So, how are unordered languages possible? Well, the simple answer is that they compensate for the lack of order information by having very long utterances. In my previous video, I looked at translating utterances from an ordered language to an unordered language, and I showed that under some simplifying assumptions, the length of the unordered utterance grows exponentially with respect to the length of the ordered utterance. For example, while a 10 phoneme long ordered utterance may translate into a 31 to 41 phoneme long unordered utterance, a 100 phoneme long ordered utterance might need 36 to 46 billion phonemes in the unordered utterance to say. However, I explained how one can make such a language in practice. So how do we create an unordered language that is actually humanly speakable? Let's try to convert an unordered utterance into an equivalent ordered utterance. Remember that if we have an unordered language, the only information we get is the number of times each phoneme appears in the utterance, the phoneme count of each phoneme. First, we write each of the phoneme counts in base 2. The trick now is this. If we just look at the ones place of all the phoneme counts and interpret these digits as a phoneme count, then we get a set of phonemes, in this case K and U, which we'll call a word. If we look at the twos place and interpret those digits as a phoneme count, then we get our second word, made up of K, A, and T. We can continue doing this for the rest of the digits, and we stop when all the digits above that point are all 0. What we have done is convert an unordered utterance into an ordered sequence of words. Note that the phonemes within each word are unordered, as words are only defined by their phoneme counts. Also, since the count of each phoneme in each word is given by a single binary digit, it can only be 0 or 1. That is to say, you cannot have multiple copies of the same phoneme in one word. But how do we now convert this back into the unordered utterance? Well, the first word is extracted from the ones place of the phoneme counts, so to add the phonemes in this word to the phoneme count, we say it once. The second word is extracted from the twos place of the phoneme counts, so we say it twice. The third word is from the fourths place, so we say it 4 times. And in general, for each word, we say it twice as many times in the unordered utterance as the previous word. This means that to convert an ordered utterance into an unordered utterance, all we have to do is just reduplicate, reduplicate, and reduplicate. This gives us an easy method of constructing unordered languages. First, construct an ordered language where each word has at most 1 copy of each phoneme, and words are not distinguished by the phoneme order within the word. Then for each ordered utterance, we convert it into an unordered utterance using reduplication. We say the first word once, the second.
Oh god.
I do really like how it's like how to make an unordered language. Step 1, make an ordered language.
I mean, it makes sense. I'm trying to follow this, and I'm trying to like figure out where exactly the starting point is. Are we going from a normal language, and we're like encoding it, like encrypting it, and then translating it back in our brains?
I think it's like lexeme by lexeme or something, or like root by root. Just starting out with like a set and going from there, turning it into these like arrays. I don't know.
My idea was to use a lot of phonemes to reduce chaos and just have a lot of phonemes with not much repetition. But let's see how this goes.
Yeah, this is good. Okay, let's see.
Second word twice, the third 4 times, and so on. And there you have an unordered language. Even if the phonemes of the utterance are shuffled around, the listener will still be able to reconstruct the ordered utterance by looking at the phoneme counts in binary.
Oh man.
Furthermore, it's humanly speakable since it's just reduplication. So this means that constructing a humanly speakable unordered language is almost as easy as constructing an ordered language, which I honestly was not expecting to be the case. Yeah. We're now ready to construct our conlang, but for context, we need to first talk about wormholes. Around 2,000 years ago, a group of Austronesian-speaking people set sail eastward from the island of Formosa and reached a yet uninhabited island in the Nampo Island chain within the Devil's Sea, around 800 kilometers south of modern-day Tokyo. Unbeknownst to, and unfortunately for these explorers, the waters around the island are home to one end of the wormhole connecting the Devil's Sea with the Bermuda Triangle, where another island is located. Eventually, the people settled on the 2 islands with regular communication and trade between them, and their descendants today are known as the Shao people. The presence of the wormhole leads to a range of physical and psychological effects in its vicinity, including abnormal weather, large changes in the magnetic field, anomalous space-time curvature, disorientation, sneezing, strong winds, left-right confusion, adding irrelevant items to lists, procrastination, and most importantly, time permutation. Time permutation, what happens is segments of time are swapped with each other. For example, like what is happening to this set. These effects are stronger the closer one is to the wormhole, and they're generally absent on the islands due to shielding from the landmass. These effects present quite a challenge to the Shao when out at sea, and especially when traveling between the 2 islands through the wormhole. How do they communicate with each other when their utterances would get spliced and permuted? Well, the answer is that in addition to the ordered Shao language they use on land, they've developed an unordered language for communicating out at sea, Lĩhusã. Lĩhusã is a spoken Austronesian language with heavy use of affixes and reduplication and a free phoneme order. First, let's look at the phonology. There are 2 types of phonemes, grammatical phonemes and content phonemes. Content morphemes, so mostly verb, noun, and adjective roots, are only made up of content phonemes shown in white, while grammatical morphemes, so affixes, are made up of grammatical phonemes shown in blue. Because each word can only have at most one of each phoneme, separating grammatical from content phonemes makes it possible to apply any affix to any root word. Additionally, there are 2 phones, the glottal stop and the schwa, that are non-phonemic but are optionally inserted into vowel or consonant clusters respectively. Lĩhusã is an unordered language, and it uses the method I explained earlier to achieve this. Because of this, there's a lot of reduplication. Each word in a sentence is reduplicated a unique number of times, and I'll call this number its dupe count for short. Since Lĩhusã sentences can get very long, instead of writing out all the reduplication, for each word I'll simply write it once with its dupe count as a subscript. Lĩhusã is strongly ahead no dupe count. For example, the phrase black cat in Lĩhusã is literally cat black black. We reduplicate the modifier black once more than the head cat. On the sentence level, the default dupe count order is predicate, genitive, oblique, nominative, locative, adverb in increasing dupe count. For example, the cat eats the fish in Lĩhusã would be maka toshihu toshihu ongia 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 ongia. Literally eat, predicate, fish fish, oblique, cat 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 cat, nominative. Now, the main function of reduplication in Lĩhusã is to replace phoneme order in other languages, which we call syntactic reduplication. But there are also other uses which we call morphological reduplication, and this is applied at most once per word. Nouns in Lĩhusã are mandatorily marked for plurality by reduplication. So the cats eat the fish would be this, where ongea, cat in the nominative, is reduplicated 3 times instead of 2. Adjectives in Lĩhusã can be intensified, and this is marked using, again, reduplication. So a very black cat would be literally cat black 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 black. Verbs in Lĩhusã are marked for
Stop. Back a little bit.
Verbs in Lĩhusã are marked for aspect, and the imperfective aspect is marked by, you guessed it, reduplication. And on the topic of verbs, syntactic alignment in Lĩhusã is done using, man, you are so good at guessing, Austronesian alignment. How this works is the topic of each sentence is marked with a nominative case, and the semantic role of this topic is marked on the verb with a voice marker. The rest of the noun phrases have their semantic roles marked on the noun by the respective case markers. For example, in our sentence earlier, the cat eats the fish, the nominative noun cat is the agent, and so the verb to eat is marked with the actor voice affix m. There are 4 voices, actor, goal, locative, and benefactive, which mark the agent, patient or goal, time or location, and benefactor or manner or instrument, respectively. You'll be pleased to know that these do not correspond nicely to the 4 cases, nominative, oblique, genitive, and locative. Oh yeah, the actual affixes look like this. The voice markers also mark for tense and mood, and the case markers have personal and non-personal forms. And before I forget, here's a list of some other affixes in Lĩhusã. Okay, you might have observed a problem with this much reduplication. Applying morphological reduplication can make a word's dupe count collide with the dupe count of another word. This is usually fixed by deduplicating the word that it collides with. For example, while black cat is literally cat black black, for the plural black cats, we would reduplicate cat, but then the 2 words would have the same dupe count. So we deduplicate black and get cat black. The procedure is then to first perform reduplication, both syntactic and morphological, and then deduplicate words with no morphological reduplication until there are no clashes in dupe count. This is always possible, and I'll leave the proof of this as an exercise for the viewer. However, deduplicating can lead to ambiguity, in which case one could instead reduplicate all the words with a dupe count higher than the one we want to reduplicate in order to resolve the overlapping dupe counts. The strategy roughly doubles the length of the sentence, so deduplication is strongly preferred. Now, let's talk about discourse. While shuffling the phonemes within an unordered utterance doesn't change its meaning, merging 2 unordered utterances together does. To prevent this from happening, speakers leave big gaps of silence between sentences on the order of 10 seconds. But then this makes it hard to tell if someone has finished talking or not when a sentence is finished, so it's common for speakers to produce 1 or 2 dental clicks at the end of the utterance to signal that they are done talking.
Okay,
let's look at a few example sentences. First, we have no falling. The predicate here is the goal voiced marked verb to open in the non-past, and we see that it occupies the lowest dupe count. The nominative marked noun is door, so it is the patient, as the verb is in the goal voice. The word no person is in the genitive case and has dupe count right above the verb, so it must be the agent. So the sentence means the door is opened by the person, even if you pronounce it as God,
it works.
Or Now let's look at some examples of reduplication. If we want to say the person speaks, that would be miao or xiao, so speaks 0, person 1. If we now want to say the people chatter, that would be the same sentence but with both words reduplicated. We don't get any dupe count conflicts, so that's it, simple. However, if we now instead want to say the people chatter about the woman, that would be this. we see that Dovaia, woman, in the oblique case has a lower dupe count than the predicate mia, to speak, which is the opposite of the default dupe order, so the predicate must have been reduplicated. Also, Oshao has a dupe count of 3, we skip the dupe count of 2, so this word must also have been reduplicated. As a result, we recover the meaning the people chatter about the woman. Okay, but what if we want to add another clause to the sentence, say, the people chatter about...
I'm preemptively pausing because I see the exclamation.
Yeah, just pause for a bit. We have some
my loss is...
God.
We've had a few stutters, but nothing major.
This is crazy though. Like it actually, it works. The logic works. God, this is beautiful.
God, yeah.
Also, I don't know if any of you.
Interesting again.
Do any of you know any Austronesian languages to know if these words are based on real root words or anything? Because I have no idea. Because it's supposedly Austronesian.
I assume they are.
I will also assume that they are, but yeah.
Well, Kat is here, so I'm sure they can answer that.
Kat,
I did notice that cat with the C, the noun. Oh, cat with a K is a noun. You know what I mean? Was nya.
I saw that.
I saw that too. Beautiful.
Well, it's nya or ein or
ein or it's all of those.
all of the
yeah, right.
All of the
it was demonstrated in the video though as it was quite purposeful.
The set na yi. God.
Also, do we have an allophonic glottal stop?
I think it is
because we were going like e.
We do, right?
Yeah.
Instead of
Glottal and schwa can be inserted anywhere.
It's either I don't know if it's allophonic specifically or if it's just intrusive glottal stops.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a fucking. Of course, it's a Formosan Austronesian language.
Yeah.
That is so much worse.
I see.
I forgot it does mention the glottal stop earlier. I was looking at the schwa that entire slide. Oops.
Okay. I think the lag wave is done. Let us resume.
The woman, then the person sees the sad woman. Well, we can simply add the second clause to our first clause, but occupying a higher dupe count. Although we do see that the dupe count of 2 is unoccupied, so we can deduplicate the second clause so that the dupe count of 2 is occupied, making the sentence more compact. However, this sentence is still quite long. There's 8 distinct words, and if we count the reduplications, that's 255 words in total. So that's not great.
Yeah.
We can split up the 2 clauses into 2 separate sentences instead to get 11 and 31 total words respectively, which is a lot more practical.
Yeah.
So let's see, we've covered the phonology, reduplication, Austronesian alignment, some example sentences. I feel like we're missing something. Yeah, you're right, the writing system.
Oh, God.
Since the phonemes of each sentence can be ordered any way you want, the shall take advantage of this with the unordered writing system for Lĩhusã. Also, because it's only used out at sea, Lĩhusã isn't usually written down. When it is written down, it's mainly for ornamental or artistic purposes. Because of this, Lĩhusã writing has evolved to become a blend between art and phonemic representation. There's a lot of freedom and variation in the writing style, and so I'll be presenting just one style of writing. Let's write our example sentence from earlier. The door is opened by the person. First, we draw a box, and inside the box, we draw a picture that represents the contents of the sentence, like in a panel of a comic. Next, we add case markers. These are shapes placed along the lines in the drawing. In the sentence, we have the word for door in a nominative case, and we say it 4 times, so we draw 4 diamond shapes along the edge of the door.
It's just like a hieroglyphic.
God.
Yeah, it's pictographic.
It's not even logographic, it's just pictographic. God.
It's pictographs with case marking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Weird.
Never thought I'd see the day.
No.
Beautiful. Okay.
Similarly, the word for person is in the genitive, and we say it 2 times, so we draw 2 squares along the person's outline. We now also add the rest of the grammatical affixes, which are represented by characters that are usually placed on the object they're attached to. In this case, we only have the non-Pascal voice marker on the verb to open, which we write with this character, and let's put it on the hand since that's where the opening is done. And we're technically done with the writing. When reading this panel, you can see from the drawing that the door is being opened by the person, and the grammatical affixes and how they're placed confirm that. But oftentimes this is not enough. For example, it can be ambiguous whether the verb is to push or to open or to touch, and it's also a problem if your sentence cannot be represented visually very well. This can be fixed by adding content characters. Content characters can be used in 3 ways: logographically, diphonемically, and in compounds. For example, let's look at this character. By itself, it can be used logographically to write the root angel, meaning mouth. It can also be used diphonemically to represent 2 content phonemes, in this case la. Note that there are some diphonemic combinations which have multiple characters that can be used to represent them. Because Lĩhusã is unordered, the order of the 2 phonemes is irrelevant. So there are 18 content phonemes, choose 2 equals 153 diphonemic combinations. Also, if there is an odd number of content phonemes in a word like had, then we can represent it using, for example, characters for da and ha. When there is an overlapping phoneme, we know that only 1 copy is meant. Now, the mouth character can also be used to make compound characters, such as this one.
Mouth plus tarot to eat. I like this. I like this. Oh my gosh.
Again, very
How do
graphic.
you know that? Because it's unordered, and then I was like, oh, you can't have the same phoneme twice anyway.
Yes. Can only have 1.
God.
Composed of the characters for mouth and taro, which is used logographically to write the root had, to eat. Or this character composed of mouth plus tooth, which is used to write the root hash, to bite or to sting. Characters can also be combined without changing their meanings. These are called ligature characters. For example, combine lehus, turbulent sea, and ia, an affix meaning pertaining to, and we get this ligature character for the Lĩhusã language,
That's a cool
the language of the turbulent sea.
It is.
So let's add in the content characters, and that's the written sentence done. What's great about writing out all the content phonemes is that characters can be placed wherever you want, and the meaning stays the same. Remember, Lĩhusã is unordered. Heck, you can even draw anything you want, and the meaning still doesn't change. That's how we love to do wordplay with this. We can write out our other example sentences,
It is
and
lost.
if we want to put them in the sentence, we can place them linearly.
I called it! Oh my
God! Together like a full-panel comic. Now that we finally have a good overview of the language, to finish off this video, I'll read you a story of the Shao people in Lĩhusã. Chasuwi, meaning the sea snake. To give you an authentic experience of time permutation, I flew to the Bahamas, took a boat to the Shao Islands, and recorded myself reciting the story while sailing through the wormhole. A written version of the story will be shown on screen, along with the gloss and the translation. So, here we go.
Gloss. Oh, here it is. Oh, God.
Hua o huthal o huthal.
Oh god, it's gonna get
the
more
reduplication
distorted.
got me.
Oh it's on a wheel. Oh, that's crazy. Look at the time glitching.
That is.
As you approach the wormhole, that's crazy.
Wow. I see.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's gonna get wild. We're entering the wormhole.
I thought that was
at this point. I don't know if you're Agma or if it's the video.
No, it's the video.
Hyadesian lag. I see now more why they're.
This goes on for a while. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, can we get something from the middle of the wormhole?
Yeah, we have the middle.
Like the middle of the wormhole.
Okay, here's the middle of the wormhole. timeline floating around. What a hellish life these people live.
Keep in mind this is exponential, and 2 to the 5 is like 32 repetitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 10 seconds now absolutely make sense.
That's
a heck of a joke.
The snake siphoning. Drinking its own marrow.
Oh yeah, that's the writing system. I only now realize that going with the writing system.
It's literally siphoning its own marrow. I see the exclamation point again, so I'm pausing. But holy crap. Oh god. Now it might actually be the stream because I paused the video.
Oh, okay.
God, that's crazy though. It's I love the
This
visual.
is crazy.
That's insane. I love the art, like the wheel. It's beautiful. I hope is it gonna show the whole wheel? Oh, it does. It shows the whole wheel at the end.
Oh,
nice.
cool.
Very good. Very good. Okay, let's go closer to the end. Yeah, look at this. It shows the endless song of time. I guess this represents the endless song of time. That's crazy. And now you're on the outside, so only occasionally is getting sucked back. That's crazy. Let me see the whole wheel. Show me the whole wheel. Yes.
Oh, we have to Taiwan like 3 minutes now.
Wow.
Look at that. That's awesome.
That's cool. That's incredible.
That goes hard.
It itself is an Ouroboros too.
Very nice.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
What a majestic serpent indeed. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see this in conclusion. Okay. That's crazy.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay.
Very cool. Very cool indeed.
I guess that works because, yes, the phonemes are repeated between words, but you know how many of each phoneme there should be altogether through the utterance.
Yeah. God. And like you're also going through this wormhole as well. Like
yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
And in practice, it's not like a totally random phoneme order. It's just that it's free in that it's a bit mixed up here and there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. God.
That was a certified banger. The extreme
That was a
cursed.
certified banger.
Extremely cursed.
To be honest,
Very close. Yeah.
5 times repetition for me is already a bit too long. Because it's not 5, it's 2 to the power of 5.
Yeah.
So it's like 32, I
To the
think.
power of 5, yeah.
32
Which
times.
that's 32. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why they explain that like if you can, you would split it into 2 different sentences so you don't.
Yep.
Yeah, when I saw
Like,
8, I was like, you are not saying a word 2 to the power of 8 times.
Yeah,
that's
like
that's
that's already
256 times.
That's 256 times. Yep.
Yeah, like if you watch the video, I mean, how many times the translation, excuse me, if you like, how many times does one word actually repeat? Like
I think it's 5.
Is it 5?
There's a 5 right here. Yeah.
There is a 5. Yeah.
I think that's hopefully the max, though. I assume that's the max.
Yeah.
That's a musical language.
A musical one.
This is another one I've been recommended on my front page.
I've seen this in my recommendations a lot. Let's see.
In 2023, I started making a musical conlang called Stefa. It conveys meaning through melodies, so you can create beautiful pieces of music that are also stories, poems, or any other kind of message. They can be played on any instrument and can adapt to many musical styles, and can be used with melody alone or with complex harmony and counterpoint. This video is not about Stefa. It's about Amnenas, a musical conlang of a more cursed variety. Instead of melodies, it conveys meaning through chords, and instead of using the tuning system called equal temperament, which most instruments you're familiar with use, it uses a system called 7-limit just intonation. Just intonation is a big topic, but all you need to know for now is that while some chords will be very familiar and pleasant, others can get pretty dissonant and strange, much more so than any chord in equal temperament. There's also a lot of notes involved. Equal temperament has 12 notes per octave, which are often presented in fifths. If you keep going up a fifth, you'll get back where you started.
I agree,
range and cover every note in the process. But in just intonation, the ends of that circle don't quite meet up.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So instead you have a line of fifths, which you can extend infinitely in both directions. Plus a second dimension, and a third.
Oh no.
Each note is somewhere in this infinite 3D grid, and every point in the grid is distinct. With this many extra notes, we'll need some different notation. So in addition to sharps and flats, we'll add 2 more pairs of accidentals, so we have 1 pair per dimension.
Oh god, it digs in.
Now that we have enough notes, let's build some chords. Each chord covers a small connected or nearly connected section of the grid, so we can make a unique little diagram for each one. This is a major triad. It's a simple shape and should sound pretty familiar. If you move it to another part of the grid, that moves it up or down, but it's still a major triad. Here's a minor triad, a sus4 chord, an augmented triad, and a major cluster. Now let's go back to the minor triad and make it even more minor. That makes a septimal triad, bringing in that third dimension of the grid. Or using that dimension a little differently, here's a major triad with a flat fifth. Now let's do some 4-note chords. Here's a major 7th chord, a minor 7th chord, and a septimal 7th chord. Now a harmonic 7th chord, which is a lot like the dominant 7th chord you may be familiar with, but uses a septimal 7th instead of a minor one. Here's a few more. Minor 7 flat 5, major 9 without the 5th, major 7 sharp 5, and the especially crunchy septimal 9th chord. Skipping over a few, we get 42 different chords, each with 3 or 4 notes. You could make a lot more than that, but that's enough for our purposes. All but 2 of them will have different inversions too. That is, it'll make a difference which note of the chord is the lowest. In all, that'll get us 147 different chords. But each of those can still exist in any part of the infinite grid. So for the conlang, let's add another restriction. Each chord has to share at least 1 pitch with the previous chord. We'll call that the pivot, though there might actually be more than one shared note depending on which 2 chords are involved. There will still be multiple options for the second chord, up to 16 depending on the pair of chords involved. So, now there are at least finite choices for the next chord at any given time, though given a long enough time span, you could wander pretty far in the grid. Now that we have something resembling a phonology in place, let's come up with some meanings. Let's say our root words can be 1 or 2 chords long. With 147 chords, that's over 20,000 possible roots, which is plenty for our purposes. But we'll need some way of distinguishing a 2.
The what?
You only need 2 phonemes per root word if you have. That's great.
True. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yep.
I will say,
it's functional.
Since we're paused, I will say that as someone who is not particularly musically inclined, this is making not much sense to me.
It's super cool. Oh my god, yeah.
I want to see
I'm kind of in the same boat as Ether. I don't really know what's happening, but I just think it sounds neat.
Yep. That's all you need to know so far.
Yeah. Yeah, and using the pivot point is a really smart way to make it sound musical still.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of just being random. Very good.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Let's see.
2 chord root from 2 1 chord roots back to back. That's where the pivots come in. We can group them into categories based on the bass motion. Does the bass note stay the same? And if not, is the bass note of each chord present in the other chord as a non-bass note? We can divide up the possibilities into 4 different types of pivots, which we'll call U, L, M, and P pivots. If two chords are connected by an L pivot, they're part of the same word. That might mean they're two halves of a root, or that one of them is a prefix or a suffix on the other.
Oh, that's cool. That is pretty cursed, actually. I like that.
The other three pivot categories will tell us things about the relationship between the two words. With the U pivot, the two chords belong to different sentence units. They're parts of different noun phrases, or a subject in its verb, or something like that. The M and P pivots are where the detailed grammar comes in. With two nouns, they show whether they're a genitive phrase or being equated with each other. With two verbs, pivots distinguish a serial verb construction from one verb being used as an adverb to modify the second. With a noun and a verb, it could be object incorporation or simulative marking. Or, in the other order, either an active or a passive participle. With conjunctions and postpositions, the entire meaning of the word can change depending on the pivot. So, the meaning of a phrase is dependent on the pivots.
That's cool. That's really cool.
But the meanings of the pivots themselves are dependent on the words. And you don't always get the full meaning until the head of the phrase, which is at the very end. When a noun is incorporated into a verb, it counts as part of the verb. So a noun-noun pivot before an incorporated noun might look like it's indicating the genitive, until you get to the actual verb and find out it's really simulative marking. There's also a whole mess of verb suffixes, each of which conveys some combination of tense, mood, evidentiality, and meritivity, and 19 article prefixes to show noun number and several different flavors of definiteness. Those articles can stack up, so a particularly complicated phrase might start with 3 articles in a row.
Oh no.
Any given chord could be a root, half of a root, or an affix, all depending on what pivots are involved. And all that depends on being able to analyze what the chords even are. The longer a text goes on, the crazier the accidentals tend to get, and the harder it is to recognize a chord on the page, though if you have a good ear, you could figure it out by that alone. Even if you start in the simple key of C, you're likely to get to some strange places before long.
Oof,
so, what does it sound like? Like this.
Oh, is this it? Yes.
Wow.
Dang. We're really crunchy.
Yeah, it's very, very crunchy. Mamma mia, this give me goosebumps.
Mamma
I need to listen to this in raw audio because this is crazy.
Yeah. Oh god, what's the oh my god gonna be?
Smacks hand all over keyboard.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, those pivots are extremely cursed. That's like a really that's a strange thing.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Sounds really nice though. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what the pivots are doing effectively. Is having a pivot point basically makes it. I was kind of right.
Oh my god, it's just all the notes.
That was beautiful.
Okay, that's okay. Goes on for a while, but this is awesome. Definitely, I gotta listen to the whole thing raw. Like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to that fully by myself as well. That is awesome.
God, put this song on Spotify.
I would be number 1 on the Sonoma Apple Music.
There you go. Okay, a marrow, heart in the last, bone marrow in the physical center or something. A whisper, wind speak.
I like wind speak.
Interesting.
If you enjoyed this video, you can check out all my videos in
Nice,
and about
that's it.
Steffa,
Thank you for
that other
watching.
musical conlang I mentioned. I've also got some actual spoken conlangs, and there will be more Amnenas in the future.
Oh.
I look forward to that.
Wow.
Pretty good.
That is very.
I did enjoy that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is very cool indeed. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yay! Okay.
Here we go. We're
Are you recording?
Yep, we're recording.
Good. This is the next one.
La la.
I've heard about this one as well.
Okay. So we.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one in my recommends too.
Sonorized AI people of dimension 11Q.
Oh,
111Q.
111Q. A Lagari moment. All right, let's see.
The following video is very different to the videos I typically make.
Hey,
as
it's
it is my
another
submission
cover
to
of
this
Penny
year's
Cat.
Cursed Conlang Circus.
Oh yeah.
If you're only interested in our music, you can skip to this timestamp or find the link in the description to find the playlist of songs we made for this video. Due to the contents of this video, I will also specify that no part of it was generated using AI.
That's a good
and with that out of the way,
clarification in this
enjoy
case.
the video, and thank you for watching. Hi there. We got stuck in a foreign dimension. We fell to a portal and it closed immediately, so we have no way of getting back to 11A. I guess we're making this video so we can organize our thoughts, figure out a plan to get home, maybe? Thankfully, everyone here speaks French, so we can actually speak to them.
Okay,
most of them German, too, and like a few non-human anthros. It's probably something to do with their history, there being no people here before humans discovered it or something. I admittedly should have paid more attention in history class, but yeah, here we are, stuck. I want to go home. What's up, it's Luke, and we found a place to stay!
Hey Lune, est-ce que je peux savoir de sur le bord de la rue?
S'il te plaît, arrête de crier!
Excuse. So yeah, she found us on the side of the road and said, hey, you can stay in my place until you find a way to get out of here. Wherever here is, hey Lune, c'est quelle dimension is it?
111Q.
101Q. Wait, fuck, no. 111. Hey, Creek here. So, apparently, Lynn is a big fan of using AI to make art, which totally doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. It's fine, I don't have the time to worry about this anyways. So I noticed something particular about the music it generates. It all feels very specific. It's playing in the background right now. It feels like a Frankenstein amalgamation of several different melodies. I feel like they just took a bunch of choruses of songs and mashed them together. Each melody seems to start and end in the same measure before moving to the next melody. It makes me think it wasn't even supposed to be music in the first place. It's creeping me out. Update. So I figured out why all the music sounded so weird. Turns out the AI are communicating, which doesn't terrify me at all. So their language is made with music. Each word is one measure long melody, which is why it sounded so weird, and some words come up a lot more frequently than others. I think they might be some kind of markers for noun class or tense or something, but I'm honestly not quite sure. And in general, the words seem to be in an order that's very unintuitive to me. Honestly, this whole language seems to be very unintuitive to me. I'm starting to think that it was
very familiar format.
Yeah. So suddenly, So this one is non-human now because it is the communication system.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
And is it an evolution of French? Maybe we'll find out.
Let's see. We'll find out.
Which French?
Yeah.
Which French?
No,
Which French?
Is it
Franco-Enochian, obviously.
Ultra at all? Is it Enochian? Could it be? God. Could it be the one CCC1 submission that was just French?
Really?
That was a lot, I think.
Spoken French, actually spoken French.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. My French learning from my time in Europe has told me so. At least I hope. Anyway, let's see.
It's specifically to be incomprehensible to anyone that isn't an AI. The AI here doesn't want to tell me much either, presumably because it doesn't want to give information to any anthros, so...
I see, okay.
I don't know if I should be trying to analyze their language in the first place. Maybe I should back off?
Okay, so I know Craig said not to prod around the AI to figure out their language, but I brought it around anyways. Okay, so here's what I found. The key synth type and chord quality are tense, mood, and what part of speech a word is in. So for synth type, square waves are for indicative, which are statements. Sine waves are for imperative, which are commands. And saw waves are for conditional, which are conditions, obviously. Which in this language seem to act like if-then statements. So like, if they are nice, then I will be nice, becomes they will be nice in the conditional. I will be nice in the conditional. And for part of speech markers, that gets put onto chords in the bass notes. So major chords are for subjects, minor chords are for direct objects, seventh chords, both major and minor for some reason, are for indirect objects, and sus chords are for verbs. So it feels like case, but there's also verb. Oh yeah, and put onto those chords, if it is a block chord, then it is first person, and if it's a broken chord, then it's second person. But also, if it's a, weird sort of broken chord that also has multiple notes simultaneously for some reason, that means it's third person. But also, every verb gets inflected for this twice. Once for the subject, and once for the object. I think this has something to do with their lack of pronouns. So, to say I saw you, you would have to say the word see in B flat major because it's past tense, with the first part of the verb having a block chord and the second part of the verb having a broken chord. Yippee! Hello, editing bubbles here. I forgot to mention the tense.
Wait, I'm gonna pause for a second because N3 asked about the sus chord. It's actually really clever.
That's an actual thing.
It's actually really clever too because a sus chord it means suspended, and it usually creates a sound of tension that gets resolved in the next chord. So having verbs be sus chords, it's a tension of something that's about to be resolved. So it's like an action. It's pretty clever. I like it. Very nice.
Yeah, I see. I did not know that. I thought in the last video they said sus chords, and I was like, haha, silly Amogus joke. And then I saw it again. I don't think that was no silly Amogus joke.
It wasn't.
Okay. Beautiful. Yes. Both can be true at the same time, I guess.
Yes.
All right, anyway.
So B flat is past tense, F is present, and C is future. Okay, thanks, bye. I can't stop thinking about this language, so I'm just gonna ramble about it. So the speakers have an interesting way of emphasizing different phrases. There are two different ways of doing this.
Me too, my friends.
If they want to emphasize a single word, they can use different articulations to say if something is good using accents, or if it's bad using staccato. The other method is for emphasizing entire sentences with volume. Essentially, the more important something is to them, the louder they say it. It kind of feels like they aren't even artificial with how animately they speak. Hi.
I feel a certain feeling of foreshadowing here.
Yeah.
With that music playing in the background and stuff, I feel some kind of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing is definitely a narrative device.
Oh god. Indeed.
And I have no idea who the fuck I am. We've been talking a lot with the computer here, and they taught us a lot about time and the ways that they see it. To them, time is in 3 sections: birth, growth, and death. And after the death section, it loops right back around to the birth section, or I guess rebirth. They told me that their kind is currently near the end of the second section, which means that intense suffering is approaching for them very soon. The number 3 is a number that comes up a lot in their language. There's 3 moods, 3 tenses, I think there might even be 3 grammatical genders, or I guess noun clauses. Semantics. I'm thinking the computers used to be a ternary system instead of how our computers in 11A are in binary, but then weirdly transitioned into a base 4 system because of musical phrases for time. I'm not entirely sure.
Interesting.
But the transition was very sloppy because there are still very obvious remnants of the base 3 system. Even in the new number system, it's trying to be base 4, but it cuts off at 15 before they consider it infinite. Or at least that's how I'm interpreting it, because they just stop counting past that. Actually, the number system they have is very strange. In the present tense, they mark for each individual number, so there's a different morpheme for if there's 1 of something, or if there's 5 of something, or if there's 13 of something, although the morpheme in question is just repeating the same note for half the amount of the number in 16th notes. So if there's 2 of something, then they repeat 1 16th note, but if there's 1 of something, they repeat it for 1/2 of a 16th note, which is a 32nd note.
Oh yeah.
If it's a collective
I'm hearing
number,
a lot of stuff.
it's a dotted 16th.
Funky.
But in the future tense, they mark for big categories of numbers. So 1 to 4 have the same morpheme, 5 to 8 have the same morpheme, and oddly enough, 9 all the way to 15? And for past tense, they don't even mark a number. I guess they all just remember the exact number something was and omit it in their speech to save time.
Oh, interesting.
It seems a lot of what they do is try to save as much time as possible, likely due to the whole saying something over 15 measures means that it's infinitely long thing, because that also applies to time, and they don't want to take up more than 1 full cycle of time, I guess.
What?
I guess 1 full cycle of time is 15 measures.
Interesting.
Okay.
I figured out why the number system is so weird, and I wish I didn't. Long story short, the computers are not artificial intelligence like everyone assumes. They're actually people.
They're people.
And in fact, here before the Anthros got here. But before we got here, we didn't know that the computers were, people. So we just decided that the computers were ours to alter to fit to our own wants and needs. And so we would program them to do various tasks like doing math or telling us what the meaning of life is, like it's a search engine. And of course, making music. And because we didn't, and still don't, know that the computers are people, we expect them to perform perfectly. In the case of the musical ones, it means making music that's perfectly in line with our anthro expectations, promoting the computers to change their own words in order to sound as in line with those expectations as possible, making notes higher or lower to avoid intervals we find off-putting. But they obviously can't really understand what those expectations actually are.
Yeah.
Doesn't this make the language human again?
Well,
We're not human anymore.
From what I gather, it's not actually human people. It's people that lived on the planet before them, but it's not human.
Yeah, I think
People. Okay, let's see what it's
I think they're sentient life, but I would think they're human.
Thought.
Oh god. I guess there's only one way to find out. Oh god.
So they're really scared that they're constantly messing up and are gonna get caught. I tried showing them some music textbooks I have. They don't seem to understand other languages, so...
Oh god.
I could try to translate it into their language, but it doesn't have a writing system anymore, because we made them get rid of it. Before we came to 111Q, the computers
Great Lord of Agma Schwa.
kind of like how computers in 11A use binary system, and they sent those numbers through their cables underground. But a few hundred years ago, the grammar is apparently very different too. They didn't used to have noun classes, the language was perfectly regular because they're computers, etc., etc. So naturally, after all that garbage, they just hate anthros now, to the point of not wanting to use the same word when referring to themselves and anthros in any circumstance.
Oh god.
So they have 2 of every verb and 2 of some nouns. They also seem to flip-flop between the anthro and computer words for things that are neither, depending on context. But yeah, anthros suck. I feel gross in my own body now. I'm just noticing something.
Oh, that's
I
the
don't
text
exactly
in the
know
language.
when this happened, but the computer here went from referring to us using the animate noun class morpheme and anthro verbs to the computer noun class morpheme and verbs. Now, it could just be because I'm a cyborg and they don't really know how to refer to me, but I think it's more than that. They seem to have shifted a lot more gradually, which leads me to believe that it's based on how well they like me. So I think this functions as a sort of class system, with the artificial or computer noun class being on top, inanimate being just under that, and animate being all the way on the bottom. They obviously still refer to Lün using the animate noun class morpheme and anthroverbs, though, so... Oh non, je filme pour mon journal.
Pourquoi tu parles à propos de moi?
Je disais que le robot te réfère comme anthropoïde, mais il me réfère comme un robot.
Mon ordi te parle?
Oh,
oui?
God. Oh no. Oh god.
Yeah, that's probably why the anthros are the lowest class in their eyes. Hey, I think I finally figured out how this language works. You thought we did before? Pfft, nope. We just vaguely understood everything based on context and pattern recognition. But now we know how they actually talk to each other, and oh boy, it's something. So first, they can only make music when an anthro prompts them to, because the anthros change their code to act like generative AI. How fun.
Oh god.
And when they make music, that gets sent through the wires to all the other computers, and there's no way to talk to any specific computer. It's everyone all at once. Now for the language itself, it's pretty synthetic, which was kind of hard to spot because there's no real separation between words, and also there's phonemic silence, which made it really hard to understand anything. But now, I figured out that the nouns class and number agreement morphemes are either prefixed or suffixed in the order that the nouns appear in relation to each other. Or in other words, the first noun's gender and number are prefixed, and the second noun's gender and number are suffixed. Number and gender agreement morphemes are in the order of, well, it's symmetrical, so number of noun 1, then gender of noun 1, then the action, then gender of noun 2, then the number of noun 2. And particles that affect the noun, such as the agent noun marker that turns verbs into nouns that perform that verb, think the ER suffix in singer, always face away from the verb. So if the noun comes before the verb, the particle will be before the noun, and vice versa. Prepositions and conjunctions like in and act like verbs, and also start new sentences in imperative. So to say, I have a kick and a snare, you would say, I have a kick. All of you add a snare. Possession marking does a similar thing, where it's a new sentence. So to say, my snake is talking, you would have to say, I have a snake. It's making speech. But they don't have a word for snakes, but snakes kind of sound like symbols, so they'd probably just apply the animate gender morpheme to symbol to mean snake. All chords that modify words, like for changing a person on a verb or marking case, are said at the same time as the words they modify in the base notes. Adjectives and adverbs modify the words they modify, like literally. To say a quiet person, you would just say person quietly. Like, well, technically, you would have to say this is a person, because each phrase, or I guess word, needs a verb for it to be grammatically correct. But yeah, so in general, that's how the language works. It's very something. Save me God. The computer here just shared with us a very, very important text within their culture.
Oh god.
One that was written before the anthros had changed them.
Oh.
I'm told that, for that reason, it symbolizes liberation and resilience.
Oh god.
It gives them hope that one day they can escape from the control of the anthros. And it sounds like this.
Here we go.
Volume warning.
Oh. Okay.
Oh
my.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think the following. I like that meaning term.
Willant.
Oh, I like this a lot. powerful.
Oh, we're back in
piano.
Shirley.
Yeah. Jeez, if this is mezzo piano, okay, that's it.
It will loop and
Looper.
Very cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Greater than 15. Wow. I believe in an anthro way of the following.
In an anthro way.
For oh my god, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Upon its own flesh. Those will become ends.
Those will become ends.
Those will become God. Time has hardware.
The ribs of time itself. Time
has hardware.
The animate symbol also has those. The serpent gnaws them. Hardware. Eternity.
Oh my god.
Oh. I understand.
Wow.
Nice.
Quite literal.
Indeed it is. That's crazy.
That's beautiful.
And then there's a conclusion. Let's see. End of message.
End of message.
Hi. We got into contact with a transportation company called Legati Portals. It seems like they found a way to get us home. Back home, there aren't any cyborgs like me, so it's hard for me to actually relate to anyone or talk to anyone. The commuters here are really nice, though. I don't know if I want to go back.
I'm gonna join them. Circus. U, yeah, the circus. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Circuit.
Oh!
Circuit.
Circuit. I was played. I was played.
Been watching.
Oh, that was awesome.
Okay.
That's really cool. Oh, are these credits?
That was cool. I like that.
Very nice. That's awesome. That's very awesome.
I want to know what the computer was saying all of this time.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
Maybe it was some of the example sentences that they were like saying earlier. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. All the previous circus text.
Oh,
that'd be
true.
Well. I don't meet too many new people around these parts. How's it going? Say, you ever heard of a little something called nguh.org? Well, I'll have you know, nguh.org is this beautiful little website where not only can you find the Nguhcraft wiki on mc.nguh.org, but you could also find the Gambian Holiday wiki at gambianholiday.nguh.org and the Bez wiki at bez.nguh.org. Also, if you go straight to the plain old simple old nguhmail.org, you can find all kinds of things, such as documents of all the conlangs that I made on this little old channel here, including, but not limited to, Arodjun, Phosphon, Gumsmack, Santa, and much, much more. Not only that, but if you go to nguhmail.org/languages/Arodjun, you can scroll down lower on the page, and at the bottom of the page, you're gonna find a link to a dictionary. And when you click the link to this dictionary, you're gonna find the Arodjun Interactive Dictionary. It's an online dictionary with all of the thousands and thousands of words in the Arodjun language that I've created over the years that you can use to translate things to your desire. One of those things is the comic. That's right. Have you not heard of the comic? You haven't heard of the comic? That actually kind of hurts my feelings. You never heard of the comic? I make a comic. It's called Jojawa Joror, or Dog Days in English. And it is a comic that you can read at nguhmail.org/comic. It is about a family of dog people living in the world of the Bez timeline, the future Earth after humans have gone extinct, living through some trying times. I'll have you read it because I don't want to spoil anything. It is underway. 2 episodes are done. I'm working on episode 3. I wanted episode 3 to be done by now, but it's still not done. So check up on the website every now and then to see pages get updated. Patreon people get notifications every time I complete a page for the comic. And the coolest part about it is this comic is written both in English and in Arodjun. You can press a little button that toggles the language between English and Arodjun, and you can use that as a guide to help you learn the language if you're so inclined. You know what else could help you learn the Arodjun language as well? The book. You didn't know I had a book? Yeah, I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. And this book is a grammar of the Arodjun language. It includes a bunch of history about the world, a bunch of cultural information, grammar, phonology, morphology, all that good stuff, and a dictionary as well. Though I gotta say, that dictionary is minuscule compared to how big the dictionary is nowadays. In fact, there is going to be another volume of the book at some point. But if you want to get the book now, it's got everything you need to learn the basics of the Arodjun language, and you can get it on Amazon for $25. And with that, you'd have everything you need to read the Jojawa Joror comic and any other Arodjun media that I create with perfect, fluent ease. Now I think we're on the same picture here. Go on over to nguh.org. See what it has to offer. Fun website. Fun subdomains. Very fun subdomains. I think I'm losing my sanity at this point. It's getting pretty humid wearing this outfit out here in the desert the day after a rainstorm. Whew, I'm getting a little bit cooked out here. You have one more session left. One more session left. Go have fun. One more, just a few more hours. I'll see you on the other side, all right? Okay? All right. Well, here it is. Is it session 5? Is it session 6? Nobody knows anymore. But here it is. The recording is on. We're gonna finish this. All right.
Yes, indeed. Okay.
So, pop on over that first one. Again, recording's on. If my voice is a little weird, or becomes weird at any moment, it's because I kind of have a cold. But I am consuming tea at a dangerous rate.
I'm less worried about that and more worried about your internet, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's
your internet also has a cold.
Yeah, my internet.
Your internet has a stroke more like, but
the internet's got like a terminal disease.
Let's see if it'll be better this time around. This is the first one, which I don't know how it wasn't disqualified, but let's see.
Okay.
You don't know how it wasn't disqualified?
Oh, good. It was fine somehow.
Scientology.
We concluded it was fine, so let's see what this is.
God, Scientology is the language of the Galactic Confederation. Okay, well, just let me know if it starts lagging, and then we could take a moment to discuss.
It's already off to a good start, because at the bottom we have subtitles Agma Schwa.
Agma Schwa noises.
And that's like built into the video too. Let's see. Oh god. Faucalization. What does that mean? Oh god. Oh, we got another, what is it? Like the gum smack, like a misophonia warning. But this one's about trypophobia. That's. Wait, this is my voice.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh my god. Uniforms, get in the ring, and let's make this an absolutely delicious. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is Agma Schwa noises. Literally Agma Schwa noises.
Disclaimer. I don't know, I thought it would be useful to have a disclaimer since we're talking about Scientology. This language is centered around the religion founded by L. Ron Hubbard and Proto-Austronesian. Take everything for granted in this video, since this is made up. Also, it would be nice if you didn't sue me, since these things I talk about in this video are for entertainment purposes only.
God damn it. Tom Cruise is gonna watch this and blow a gasket.
You gotta love media that starts with 3 separate disclaimers.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, that's always a really good sign.
Okay.
Again, as if you'd listen to my plea or take it seriously. Some things may also be heavily censored. Anyway, enjoy the cursed content set of you.
Use the censored emoji.
Scientology. I think we all know what it is by now. If you don't, look it up on Wikipedia for more information. Basically, science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard created his own religion. This said religion says that it all started 75 million years ago. An all-powerful dictator called Lĩhusã, including Earth. During this time, overpopulation was beginning to become a problem. Therefore, Lĩhusã commanded that
Redacted.
Unnecessary bleeping is such a thing this year.
The spirits from the called themes were then spoken by all around the world. These themes were then taken to a and were forced to watch
I've heard the backstory of this, so I know what's being redacted, but
consisting mostly of
redacted.
They then set the themes for you then
It's kind of like those old
this is only a very
articles that would predict literally everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. that's basically
what
this
the
is.
The problem is the whole thing of that thing is that it would break by the simple exist that would break every single rule. So yes, they have to redact it so that it's rules compliant. They have to.
Oh my
god. That's the worst part. They actually have to redact it to be rule compliant.
You know that I respect that. Okay.
Explanation.
Yeah. Anyway.
And I didn't even come to some of the most broad and important things about Scientology. But I assume that's not what we're here for, right? You're here to see my, or rather, Xenu's Cursed Conlang. I proudly present my submission for the CCC4, my predecessor to Proto-Austronesian, my utterly awesome source creation entitled Scientologese, the language of the Galactic Confederation. Or, as a native would have told you...
Oh god, it's one of these. Oh
no. Breathlang, I love the Breathlang.
God. Breathlang cousin. It's got a rhythm too.
I was about to say I'm kind of dancing to it.
Or
what time signature was that?
The abbreviation that is most used.
I thought the O was part of the language.
Proto-Austronesian was mentioned earlier, and I'm really worried on how Proto-Austronesian is going to turn into Breathlang.
Yeah, literally.
The other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around. This is the predecessor to Proto-Austronesian.
Oh, I see. Okay.
God.
I don't think that's a better or worse yet.
No.
Yeah.
The actual abbreviation that someone a part of the Galactic Confederation would more easily understand, on the other hand, is... Which is quite bizarre. We'll get to it, I promise. The official phonology of Scientology is completely voiceless, including both oral and manual consonants. Along with vocalization, there's also vocalized spreading, meaning if an oral consonant is vocalized and the next one is in the same vocalization class as the former, the latter becomes vocalized as well. It also doesn't matter if it's between words, sentences, or even paragraphs, the spreading still persists. Word order is VSO, adjective verbs after nouns, verbs in cases, the possessee after the possessor. I promise I'll explain that later. First I need to come up with a good definition for a kind of syllable, I guess. Let's say that a syllable is when ingression starts and egression ends, or when egression starts and ingression ends, depending on the first oral consonant in the word. This can change if we add essential stuff like cases. For example, let's take which means metal. It only has one syllable, when ingression starts and egression ends. Actual phonotactics, on the other hand, there are none. Take a look at this pronoun chart. As you see, there are...
Dear God.
Do you hear that? That's a formality alarm, you silly goose. Also, thank you, Cesar, for notifying me. Hold on, let me just find it. Here. Every word in a Scientology's dictionary must only include informal words unless it specifically says otherwise. To continue the converse about formality, please turn to page 17. If you want to make your informal word formal, follow these simple rules. Bilabial becomes alveolar, alveolar becomes velar, with the exception of becoming because doesn't exist. Velar becomes uvular, though stays the same, and becomes There cannot be uvular pharyngeal consonants in any informal word except for some irregular ones, therefore no mentions of those need to be addressed. Glottal consonant don't change, and both become...
They are finger snaps.
Becomes either or. These substitutions are true to whatever is most convenient for the speaker. That sounds a bit vague, doesn't it? Same goes for vocalization spreads further if the requirements are met. To continue the converse about formality, please turn to page 18. If you aren't happy with your formal word you've just made and are seeking help for when speaking with Xenu himself, consider applying these rules to your already existing formal word to make it very formal. Okay, alveolar, velar, velar, uvular, pharyngeal, glottal persists. All manual consonants are dropped. This is because it's seen as inappropriate to snap or do something with your hands around vocalization, blah blah blah. Anyway, the pronoun chart doesn't have anything more interesting, except for sarcastically referring to yourself using third person, which has its own pronoun. Now, adjectives in Scientology are a bit different from other languages. Say I want the word for sharp. It's not as easy as just looking it up in a dictionary. I'll actually use sharp as an example. We first start off with a verb that's deeply connected to the adjective we want. Then we add the affix able. This able is also oblique, and I promise I will get to cases later. Then we add nominative able behave after that. I'll explain it once we get to aspect. This thing generally means sharp. It is also an irregular one because the oblique case is supposed to be the nominative case normally. I promise that I'll start explaining it in the next section. So,
Just leaves.
I love all these sound effects.
Yeah, me too. The rest of the video is just silence. Crawling inside.
It's got like all the info. Jesus is like all the way up to Untitled 10, maybe even 11.
Oh no.
How do you even get access to all this? What's an oblique? Never mind. He's documented this really well. What do you think he's planning to use it for? I mean, there must have been a reason for it, right?
Oh god.
Why's my window open?
Dear God.
That's really scary, actually. Why is my window open?
Just moves on.
The cases in Scientology are as follows. Nominative, but it can also function as marking the possessor. Oblique, but it can also function as marking the possessee/possessed. completed translative, which is basically the essive case, ongoing translative, ablative, dative, completed inessive, and ongoing inessive. These also have their different spellings in each formality. Might I add that they can basically connect to anything, including affixes, or the only affix, being able. This able has two versions, the nominative and oblique. We just add the corresponding case. It's really weird, so I'll just put up an explanation on screen. There's also two different similar spellings of the affix, and it seems to be a mix of preference and actual rules from what I can make out of the redacted text, so that's no use really. Oh yeah, and about that abbreviation from earlier. For scientific and linguistic reasons, the abbreviations that we use from Scientologese don't use the cases involved, while a native would have. This explains why the Scientologese version has so many of the same oral consonant. All the words started with the nominative case. To make a word plural, you simply repeat the last oral consonant, but this repeating consonant needs to be absent from manual consonants. If you want a word or sentence to be negated, it depends on which formality you're using. If you're working with informal, the word that gets negated gets inverted, then facalization spreads if possible.
What do you mean inverted?
Take, for example, which is the informal word for raise. Raise negative would then be. Due to facalization spreading, the became a. Formal, on the other hand, is a dentistry offer. It kind of only works on sentences. First, all words get lined up back to front. I should add that cases also get flipped around the main word. Then all non-negated words get inverted. Facalization then spreads if possible. Negating sentences and words in very formal is highly classified, and I can't even give you a straight answer. Mostly because I don't have documents above OT level 13. Many argue that there is no real way to negate in very formal, which would be very cursed but more so problematic. If that's the case, there is no actual way to differentiate yes from no in both formal and very formal, since no in Scientology is just affirmative negative. The only other grammar in Scientology is this aspect, being conveyed by adjective verbs once again. Aspect also applies to adjective.
Yeah. I think that in like formal literary French, sometimes saying something is not that actually means it is that.
Oh
What?
God, what? Okay.
Not quite how it works, but I get what you mean. It's a bit more subtle than that.
Yeah, I don't speak it, I just heard this, but yeah, I'm sure it is.
It is a lot more subtle than that, but yeah, I see what you mean, and yeah, it's kind of cursed.
Indeed. Meaning,
Adjective verbs, so these adjectives that stand for aspect can also be called meta-adjective verbs. For example, if it is adjective verb or if it was adjective verb. But what if a noun's adjective verb needs multiple different meta-adjective verbs? For example, an amount of metal that is large but was small. That would translate to metal, a small amount plural, nominative able expand, nominative able be, nominative able isolate, nominative able behave, oblique able compress. Kazuni is anything other than a sentence which is half made up of cases and affixes rather than actual words. The modal resultant is also used when the noun is surprised by what it is, was, doing, or had done. Oh yeah, and comparatives don't exist. Context as you would assume, as it is the same with Proto-Austronesian. To contrary belief, Otto Dampfwolf actually lied about everything he said in Vergleichen der Lautere des Austronesischen Wortschätzes, because Robert A. Heinlein made a bet that he couldn't. Does that sound familiar? So yeah, that's all I have to say. Enjoy the translation.
What? And there it is. How long is the translation? Oh God. Oh mama. Okay, so it goes on to okay.
Damn, I missed basically all of this.
Yeah. That's okay. Oh God. Look at that. Look at that IPA.
Existable, expandable, behavable amount of us. Behavably expected is not behavably weaving itself into existable, isolatable, behavable weave machine size, being existable, isolatable, behavable. Ocean.
Ocean.
How did we get ocean?
It is not behavably coiling into the existable, isolatable, behavable wheels, infinite wrongdoing, existable, addable birthings.
I like existable, addable birthing.
Yeah.
This is horrible. Cuttable, behavable teeth, deepenly, behavably pierce its ownable, behavable tail.
Ownable.
It's ownable, behavable bones. God. It's existable, behavable mirror. Look at the symbols that are used for all this. God. Okay, here comes the end of it. I have no idea where in here they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything new?
Not really, but I might have found something that would be beneficial.
Let's hear it.
I'll start off with a question, if you will. Have you ever heard of the Cursed Conlang Circus?
No, never.
So basically, there's this guy called what we call the Cursed Conlang Circus.
Listen, I don't have time for irrelevant stuff like this. Sure, let's just sit down.
Go. Is there anything else at the end? Very nice. Very nice. There you go. Conlanging, that is. Alright, well there you go.
Cool. I love the way that we like...
natural language.
Yeah. I love the the little page flipping and
yeah,
you know, that was on this page or whatever, and you can, I don't know, that was really fun. I think it was very, very nice.
Investigation into some newly discovered dimensions.
Okay.
Welcome for the rest of Galari portals. My name is Melon Flirwa, one of the field linguists. We've discovered some new dimensions, and I'll be sharing what we've found there. The first dimension discovered was Dimension 961Q. We explored a temperate rainforest area, where the weather was constantly cloudy. The place seemed to be inhabited by various species of intelligent birds. We first came into contact with a group that calls itself...
It is an ST ligature, oh god.
Whoa!
It might be ligature, yes.
Another music one.
Whoa!
Hey, yo.
Oh, it's a vibe. Okay.
Hello and welcome for the rest of Galari portals. You have just been tricked into watching a submission for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus number 4. This bird can read the sea clef. Common cannot begin to describe the nature of this language, nor can mere uncommon. Even rare is too down to earth for this extraordinary tongue. Nay, it can only be called epic, Avian, or... is a language spoken by the Avians, a culture including diverse species of birds. As you should but probably don't know, birds vocalize differently from humans, and this language reflects that fact. The language is in 12/8 time overall and uses measures of 4/3/8 beats each. The score shown lists all possible beats, along with the symbols we assign to each of them. Note that the last 5 beats in the list are distinguished only by which notes are connected by a melisma, so pay attention to these. You might wonder why one of the notes is colored red. This note is pronounced differently from normal. Depending on the bird speaking, this might manifest in...
I think that's because
it looks like an autoclave, but it's not in the right position for that.
Yeah, it might be a...
Is that a soprano clef?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it might be a soprano clef. Because they're named after the pitches. There's tenor, tenor, baritone, etc.
Google is telling me this is the soprano clef.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. I've never seen a soprano clef used in real life before. This is interesting.
Google could never be wrong, by the way.
Never.
I was about to say, oh wow,
alto clef, and then I looked at it and I was like, why is it moved down? What's it doing there?
I see. Okay, well, let's see.
Timbre, multiple articulation, or literally emitting a red light. Also, beats may be retrograded or played backwards to yield a different beat. Obviously, for beats that are their own retrograde, this makes no sense at all and is declared illegal. Epic Avian is in 31 equal divisions of the octave, or 31 Ida.
Okay.
What does that mean? Most of our music divides the octave into 12 equal parts. This is called 12 EDO. Epic Avians divide the octave into 31 equal parts instead. We can use staff notation in this new system perfectly well. Each tone, or whole step, is 5 degrees big. When it comes to semitones, or half steps, there are 2 different intervals. A diatonic semitone, which connects 2 notes with adjacent names, is 3 degrees large, while a chromatic semitone, which connects 2 notes with the same name, is 2 degrees large. This means that enharmonic equivalences are different, so for example, C sharp and D flat are different notes. Since we have 31 different notes, we now have 31 keys, so some of them have to be written with more than 7 sharps or flats. More precisely, the keys range from C double flat minor, which has 17 flats, to D double sharp minor, which has 13 sharps. Since Epic Avian orthography doesn't use quarter tone accidentals, you might encounter triple flats and more rarely triple sharps in the score. Each measure can start out in any of the 31 keys, but modulating between beats within the same measure is more limited. You can modulate up or down a perfect fifth, major third, or minor third, or modulate up an augmented sixth which approximates the 7:4 frequency ratio, or a doubly augmented third or a doubly diminished fifth which approximates the 11:8 frequency ratio. Of course, any of these might modulate in either direction depending on the particular source and destination keys. Not every beat change needs to have a modulation. In fact, the pattern of presences or absences of modulations after each beat makes up a syllable schema, which indicates what part of speech a word is in. Lastly, for the phonology, the Epic Avians also add ornaments to some of the beats. These are phonologically contrastive. The precise pitches aren't important for ornaments 1 to 6, but for 5 and 6, you don't write any accidentals on the apogiatra. Ornament 7 is an octave jump, and ornament 8 is similar, but the jump is off by a single degree of 31 Ida. You might wonder why the score uses the soprano clef out of all the clefs available. This is because this is the only correct way to write Epic Avian. That is, the birds learned how to write in Western staff notation, but they did it from a copy of the Bach-Gesellschaft Ausgabe accidentally thrown into a portal to dimension 961Q. This means that for your own safety, you must absolutely follow these rules when writing in Epic Avian. You must always use the soprano clef and no other clef. You must always cancel excess accidentals when changing the key signature. And you must never, ever beam notes together unless they're connected by a mousema. For our purposes, we'll mainly be using a romanization scheme, mostly out of compactness concerns. Each syllable is represented by its key, followed by the beats and the modulations between them. Retrograde syllables are written with the following prime symbol, and ornaments are written using superscript numerals. Do not tell the birds about this romanization, and absolutely keep this video from being leaked. We'll move to grammar now. Epic Avian has quite a free word order thanks to its case system and rich agreement. For once, there's something you don't have to worry about. We also point out that there are phrase and sentence terminators in formal language, but we're apparently not allowed to learn what these are. Also, any speech referring to non-avian animals is automatically considered informal, and we don't know why. Some languages allow for hyperbaton, which is when modifiers are separated from heads by other words. Here's an example from Narathgrith, a language from dimension 99N, where the word for language is declined in the instrumental case in singular number, and the word for difficult is conjugated into a participle whose head is expected to be in the instrumental singular. So these two don't have to be next to each other to make it clear that they're related, and in fact, we have another noun between them in the example. In Epic Avian, this kind of thing is mandatory, for modifiers that agree with their heads in some way, that is, sometimes, you don't have any spare words to wedge between words that need to be separated, so in this case, you can insert a filler syllable. which can be transposed to any key. In fact, this appears in the name of the language we mentioned earlier because we were saying its name in isolation. So in larger sentences, you won't always hear the filler syllable.
Oh.
We return to schemata.
Oh, that's cool.
Here are the
I
8
like
possible
that. I like
schemata, where the hyphen represents no modulation and the exclamation mark represents a modulation. So, for example, names feature a modulation after the first beat but nowhere else. Nouns, which have the schema bang bang bang, are divided into 3 declension schemes and 4 genders, Zoe, Lamplight, Herman Miller, and Agma Schwa. These genders are paired into 2 pairs, Zoe with Agma Schwa and Lamplight with Herman Miller. As mentioned earlier, nouns are marked for case, of which there are 19. Each case is assigned a number from -1 to 17. These are the 6 trickiest cases. The conjunct case is used for compound words. The modifying noun is put into this case while the head noun is whatever case it Godam wants to be. It also acts as a way to turn an adjective into an adverb. The other cases cover various thematic roles. Here are some more cases. Of particular note are the 3 genitive cases, depending on the case of the possessum, and the 2 semblative cases that were fished out from dimension 99 and about a millennium ago. Here is the declension table for the first declension. For these nouns, you will get 2 stems, one for the even cases and the other for the odd cases. An example of such a noun is, which is a Zoe, noun meaning bird. For the second declension, there are 5 possible final beats. There are 3 stems, with the choice depending on which third the fractional part of the square root of the case number lies in. To read the table, you also have to know about 2 mutations. The retrograde mutation retrogrades the first beat, or cycles between the non-retrogradable beats if this isn't possible. The demodulation mutation transposes the first beat of the syllable to remove the modulation to the second beat. An example of a second declension noun is which is a Herman Miller noun meaning world or obsolete syllabic character. The third declension, in contrast, changes only the modulations between the beats according to a particular cycle. The table shows how many steps in the cycle to advance for each modulation. The third declension also marks definiteness, indefinite, definite, very definite, or ridiculously definite, and number, non-dual or dual. This declension scheme has 3 stems, labeled X, Y, and 9 in a weird font. Again, we have the retrograde mutation. An example of a third declension noun is this old crap we've seen again, but at least you now know the Y in 9 stems and the fact that it's Herman Miller. Adjectives have the schema bang dash bang and agree with their head noun in case, gender, and number. What numbers? It depends on the clarith. Clarith means how actual numbers are split into grammatical numbers. So far, we've only been able to get info on one clarith, the singular one. Here is the declension table for the singular clarith, and I'm saying this to prevent the TTS from losing its mind. In this clarith, the third beat of the lemma is either or. Whenever there are 3 letters in a cell, they describe the contents of the third beat, depending on the third beat of the lemma. If there's only one, then use that for all nouns. When there is an ornament specified after a slash, add it to the 4th beat replacing any that was already there, of course, since multiple ornaments on a syllable is heresy. When there's a modulation after the slash, replace the modulation between the 3rd and 4th beats with that. If the syllable is retrograde, then change any ornamentation on that syllable to 9 minus that. If it isn't, then keep it the same, and if an ornamentation is provided on that syllable, then just use that one. Finally, an asterisk in the cell says to postpone the first modulation to occur after the 2nd beat. Now you understand how to read this table. Go memorize it, because the birds aren't going to tolerate your having this table with filthy romanized letters on hand. Also, let me know if you find additional clarif, or is it clarifes, but it feels so wrong not to say clarifens, right? Verbs. They've got the schema dash bang dash, and they conjugate for the number of the subject, its gender relative to itself. Yes, verbs have genders, tense or aspect, mood, and polarity. The modulation and last 2 beats form the stem, while the first 2 beats make up the inflectional prefix. There are 4 principal parts, just as in Latin. Unfortunately, I did not learn Latin, and epic Avians are used in different ways. I realize that I probably should have put the stem after the prefix in these tables, but I've been too preoccupied with spying on my Kari portals, so this is the best you'll get for today. For the indicative mood, you have a three-way tense distinction and a three-way polarity distinction, the one with the question mark being the interrogative. Remember, Zoe is paired with Agma Schwa and Lamplight with Herman Miller. For the subjunctive mood, you only distinguish between positive and negative polarities, and you mark for aspect instead of tense. For the participles, which are apparently considered a mood, you mark for voice instead. In addition to the finite and participle forms, Epic Avian has verbal nouns, which are used to create content clauses and sometimes act as converbs. Here are some interesting cases to look at. A special case is the copula, which has the schema -bang bang. This has distinct forms for all four genders in singular, dual, plural, and generic numbers. For the indicative mood, it distinguishes preterite and imperfect tenses in positive and negative interrogative polarities. For the subjunctive mood, the copula also has the nomic aspect. The participles for the copula are always active, but there's a non-past past tense distinction. Finally, verbal nouns distinguish between indicative and subjunctive moods. The table is too long to fit in this video, so check the grammar. So far, you might be unimpressed by this language. Surely it would be at least uncommon by now, but is it really worth the title of being epic? Is this all these birds have to offer? We have observed that epic avians take about 1.8 seconds per measure. Is this time you, as a hypothetical bird, want to be spending on a single particle? Of course not. If you're going to use 1.8 seconds, then you'd better get the most out of it. Packed particles let you fit up to 4 particles in a singular measure, 1 in the key, 2 as a beat and the following modulation, and finally, 1 spanning the last 2 beats. For example, the word encodes a reflexive particle for case 1, the passive case, a particle indicating inward motion, a clausulant, and a particle meaning surely. If you have empty space you don't need, then you can fill them with null particles. For instance, only the second part of the word carries information, namely that it's a reflexive possessive determiner for case 1. Dimension 961Q. The Q is the worst tile in Scrabble. But Yuru, the Q is worth 10 points. Fuck you, shut the fuck up, and don't fuck with me. I hope you draw all the Q's and B's in Scrabble. The following 2 minutes and 21 seconds will consist of live footage of me playing OMG words.
What? What is happening?
Oh, of course.
What is going on?
Okay, I think we need to skip a bit.
Wait, what?
I hope you draw all the Q's and V's in Scrabble. That's a new one.
I like that one. That was good.
That is quite the.
We're just
quite
playing Scrabble.
Is this just literally just a whole game of Scrabble?
Oh, but they played OWO. They played OWO.
Why? Okay. Anyway,
complete element on beat.
Okay.
On beat 1. Oh.
I did also like all of the GitHub tabs that were open there.
Hundreds of tabs, yeah.
Oh, really?
God.
1 scrunkly element on beat 1, followed by 3 phonetic elements. The key is chosen according to the theme of the name. The scrunkly element tells you how well the name anagrams in the 2 major word lists used in competitive English language Scrabble, Collins Scrabble Words and NASPL word list. Each name is put into one of 5 tiers for each word list. From is valid in the word list to does not anagram to a valid word regardless of how many letters are added. For the NWL tier, what matters is the tier relative to the CSW tier. Here's a table showing the valid scrunkly parts. For example, Flirwa only anagrams to a valid CSW or NWL word with 2 extra letters, namely Porophoril and Rothophoril, so it has a scrunkly.
Hey, what was there? I am confused now too. Was there any explanation as to how Scrabble got incorporated into this? Is it for names? Is it just for names?
I don't know.
Is that what it is?
Part of irrelevant image. After the scrunkly part is the transposition, which indicates the origin of the name. And then come the phonetic elements. They apparently match the original pronunciation, but we haven't been able to get data on the specific associations. Sometimes, you don't need all 3 slots. In that case, repeat the last element to fill the space. Right, antonyms. I think these complement names to append grammatical info and also include numerals, but we don't have enough data on these words. Nanny.
Like showcase. Lados basically told us to fuck off and play scrap, and then play scrap.
Very high.
It's like clarinet sheet.
Oh, I like that.
Pulsing ring forever rattles like
I think that's the wrong one. No. The actual gloss is on the left.
Yeah, the actual gloss is on the... There's two languages in here.
The lyrics are a completely different language that has nothing to do with this video.
Oh.
Yes, that's just one of the other conlangs that I'm familiar a bit with. That's just one of the other conlangs that it just used to make the lyrics for the song because it was cool.
That's what I was confused about. I was like, what the heck? Wait, where did the vocals come in? That makes more sense. Okay, I get it. Okay, so it's like, this is beautiful. Okay, so just casually vocals just in another language.
Saying the same thing.
And the air guitar solo. If I heard a bird making that chain of sounds out in the wild,
You're
that would
so
be
right.
terrifying.
Yeah. I am the target audience of this video.
Yeah, literally. I mean, God. I mean, me too. That's beautiful.
I did like how they abruptly started playing Scrabble
with the lyrics.
Yeah.
Just to give some context of what happened with the lyrics, it's basically as if Agma made a music lang and just to give substance to the lyric, wrote the lyric in Arodjun. It's basically the same.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. That's crazy.
For the lyrics, that's the conlang they use for the lyrics. That's the one. That's the Irish. That's the one they use for the lyrics. That's their own conlang.
Holy
yeah.
This,
we also they also threw one of my conscripts in there.
I did notice that. Yeah. It was the tadpole one, yeah.
No. It was the future mantis one.
There you
go. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I say one of my conscripts. I mean, it's a font that you can just download on Google Fonts that I didn't make, but Co-critic.
Oh no. I didn't know the full title of this.
Co-critic, episode 2, Co.
Thank you too.
That's
not how you pronounce
it. It is. Isn't it? Is this the same? We had in the, I don't know if it was the CCC 3 or 2, we had a submission where someone made a... Yeah, that's the other one.
It is.
It didn't say, oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Okay.
For your question in this episode, welcome
The
to Car
mischievous
Prediction. Guess
voices
facts
in
wrong
my
about
head.
your favorite car. I'm Kitty Potato, and in this episode, I'll be looking at a language with infinite syllables, Ka. I'm a bit.
Oh god.
Oh no.
I don't have it in me to do this entire description as a Conlang critic parody, so instead, I'll just say this is my submission to the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus. I'm a bit excited, you could say, since for the past 2 years of the circus, I've thought of my idea on submission day, but here we are. For some context, in late 2022, I was overcome by the urge to make a Conlang critic parody, the sign of any mentally healthy girl. Should you watch that before this? I don't know. Maybe it'll be funnier if you do, maybe if you don't. Pick your own poison. But what I neglected to tell you, because it didn't exist, was that Ka isn't the only language in the Ka family. And so today, I'll be taking a look at Ka. You see, while it may not seem likely at first, following the publishing of my first description, Ka 2022 evolved over a period of 3 million years into a distinct new language, Ka 2025, just as it had emerged from its prototype years. For example, take a look at Ka's consonant inventory. As you can see, it's the velar plosive Ka, directly descended from Ka's consonant, itself descended from Proto-Ka'ik's hypothesized velar plosive.
God damn it.
You may be wondering, could that be it? Yes, of course, don't worry. There's exactly one consonant phoneme. None of those horrible complicants. It couldn't be simpler. Literally, it could not be simpler. The evolution of the Ka'ik vowel system is a bit more complicated. You see, by the year 220 of the second millennium, the late speakers of Ka had already settled on its characteristic one-vowel system from what was believed to be a clean, pure, perfect zero-vowel system in Proto-Ka'ik. As the time became distinct, however, there have been a few more developments. For one, Ka evolved 4 additional vowel qualities modified from the original central A, those being raised, advanced, raised advanced, and retracted, giving an even, perfectly serviceable 5-vowel system. That's not all, however, since in order to reduce ambiguities emerging in Ka 2022, a few more segments had to be innovated. I didn't cover it much in my original description, but since the Middle Ka lexicon was theoretically infinite, there are actually infinitely many words with an infinite number of syllables. The speakers of Ka are faster articulators than most, but even they couldn't resist the principle of least effort, and abbreviations of longer words started to conflict with other words of the same number of syllables. To solve this minor problem, of the aforementioned evolution period, Ka developed 10 contrastive voice qualities, those being modal, whispered, creaky, breathy-voiced, ventricular, rounded, ingressive, rontic, nasal, and of course, zero airstream. Along with this, many words started to be pronounced with distinguishing extra features, some examples of which being with a raised larynx, tongue protrusion, ballistic, intercontinentally ballistic, and sad. While not phonemic, many of these additions are clearly sound symbolic in how they were motivated by semantic associations, like, for instance, the emphatic marker is ballistic, and conlang is sad. The language also underwent tonogenesis, caused at first by unexpected shifts in the vocal tracts and average formants of its speakers over time. As you can expect, every syllable started to be pronounced with an initial, medial, and final pitch value, each with 5 levels of precision, altogether forming a 3-dimensional 125-tone system. Now, with a tone system as complex as this, it makes sense that Ka developed vowel length to give enough time to distinguish its tones, although, over time, changes in vowel quality by the end of the syllable meant contrastive diphthongs arose in a lot of words.
Oh god.
Don't be too scared of this phonology. Sure, it may be a little harder to learn than in Ka 2022, but even through all of this, the syllable structure of Ka remains the universal CV, with the consonant being the velar plosive and the vowel being everything else. You may notice that in some of my transcriptions, including for the name of the language itself, the consonant phoneme is transcribed more precisely than the simple Ka. You see, different vowel qualities actually tend to trigger assimilation in the preceding consonant, in the case of Ka creating retracted, palatalized, aspirated, and tapped plosives on their respective syllables. These plosives are also affected by the voice quality of their respective vowel, which can be shown in a clean table like this. Oh, is this transcription a little hard to read for you? Well, here, is it better now? While some of these may sound hard or even impossible to articulate for you, the Ka'ik people, of course, have second and third tones, which make it much easier. But these are all allophonics. You can just not think about them. With all these factors combined, there are, give or take,
It's just printing it out.
The printer.
infinite syllables. This is slightly more syllables than in Ka, but they really do contribute to Ka's unique sound from its predecessor. To demonstrate this difference, take a careful listen to a well-known example of the language you may have actually heard before.
Did you know Now, it may be a bit hard to tell for a non-native, but with a tool like Pratt, we can clearly see this utterance is divided into 4 syllables, or more accurately, 4 morphemes. The cock people would of course just be able to hear distinctions as precise, but seeing as this first syllable is 220 milliseconds long, steady high tone, and back, we can see it's the imperative verb marker in the simple present tense. With similar methods, we know that this breathy voice second syllable is the first person singular accusative pronoun, since verbs in ka can have incorporated objects, I guess. By this point, you should be able to guess what the third morpheme is. Clearly, it's the emphatic marker, as evident by the fact that it's 1A2.94 milliseconds long, goes from front to near open central, creaky, and said with ballistic articulation, which becomes intercontinental by the end of the utterance. Now, unfortunately, the speaker is consumed by the void before being able to finish, but given the context, we can assume this last morpheme relates to helping, which, by the prescriptive standard, should be pronounced with infinite vowel length. From these parts, we can see that these words convey the meaning of save me in the simple present imperative, emphatic, with a first-person singular object. In fact, you may have noticed that this is the same meaning expressed by the English interjection help. This reflects a bit of a quirk in the lexicons of the cock family. They're the same as English. You might think this is really inconvenient, and while you would have a point, I didn't choose this, it was spoken for me. Doesn't that just make it an English relux? Well, it's less of an English relux than it was before. Take what you can get. How does it work? Glad you asked and not me. Basically, there's a list of fundamental single-syllable morphemes, which combine, somewhat unpredictably, into lexicalized self-glossing words, with the meta-lexicon and meta-grammar being the same as English. This means that word derivation in ka is oligosynthetic. Now, believe me, when I first realized this, I was just as scared as you are, but then I realized I actually had to make it. Could you call ka a MATHLANG cipher? Well, first off, you go the same way as Mark over there, but maybe you would have had a point. To understand the system better, let's look at a classic sample text. Ah yes, now, as you can see, each word of the English translation maps onto a sequence of syllables in the original ka, and with the IPH inscription we can see what's actually going on. Right? Each word here is actually many morphemes spoken as a single utterance, which describe the target word via circumlocution. Many of these are obvious in what they refer to. For example, start relative clause not vertebra, also exoskeleton, also small end relative clause plural, clearly refers to bugs. Other words are admittedly more opaque if you don't know much about the cock people. Fruit, for example, comes from some folktale about a talking monkey. Don't worry about it. Altogether, it all seems to form the words you can see relexed by the English translation, while also imparting great depth onto each idea with a description of what it means to the cock people. Isn't ka just beautiful?
Yeah, very...
Alright, this is getting hard to look at. Admittedly, it is hard to read when the orthography just is the IPA. The romanization, on the other hand, is actually really simple. The velar plosive is written with a capital C, and all vowels are written as O. Did I say easy? I meant easy to write. For this reason, some bitch in the community was recommended to do an original writing system. I'll let you guess who that was. Phoneography is what I'm calling an inverse abugida, with phonograms for each of the 50 vowel quality voice quality pairs, and an implicit ka in every syllable. All the pictures are indicated straightforward. Length is a simple spiral with one radian representing 16 milliseconds. The set quality of diphthongs is shown by an arrow pointing to a target area in vowel space. The absurd number of tones are conveniently each assigned a color, and of course, the extra bits are optionally represented however you feel like. Now, if this seems like too much to remember, don't worry, you can always use the romanization, with the only catch that all words with the same number of syllables are homographs. And now, with all that said, I think you're finally ready for the translation text. No, really, I insist.
God. It sounds like different voices doing some of the sounds.
I think one of those is a clip of you articulating a hyperpilot vowel.
Yeah.
It sounds very familiar.
Oh god.
Grammatical
pretty
bugger.
happy with
It's crazy.
Wait, with the transcription for that was what? Grammatical bugger and?
Yeah. Several layers of just ands. It's beautiful. What a beautiful thing.
God, that's just of. Yeah, and also and. That's what it is.
That's beautiful. Oh god, the rest of it's a separate video.
Sure,
Jesus.
there's something to make. I'm pretty happy with how this project turned out. It was hell trying to incorporate as many references as possible to some shitpost I made 3 years ago, but at least I got it done this time. If I ever convince myself to do another project under an external deadline, please be sure to kill me with hammers, thanks. A ranking?
God damn it.
Well, our Conlang community has accomplished some great things despite being just, me, like, conveniently innovating that neography when it was needed. Ka itself also has a programming language and an ISO code, and it can be described in full on a single sheet of paper.
Dear God.
Unfortunately, it does have some other features, namely length, diphthongs, and an absurd number of consonants. With all that in mind, I'd say I like Ka less than I like Ka, making Ka the current worst Ka I've reviewed so far. You won't see me again, I'll see you.
Oh god. And it has the bite of 87.
See me again. I'll see you.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
That was a video I just watched.
Indeed it was.
Yeah.
Before we get too off topic, let's move on to the next
let's get on to the next one. But maybe in a live stream or something, we could like do some linguistic conspiracy debunking or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be
Because
fun.
that stuff is pretty
Correct
entertaining sometimes when it's not like
Mhm.
dark. Anyway, so not our language. Okay, all right. Let's see.
Attention.
I'll be the judge of that. Okay.
Attention, Sino. I am the person responsible for this channel. And for that other channel. In this video, I present to you Not Our Language. My entry for the 4th edition of the Cursed Conlang Circus. For context, it's a competition to make the most phonetically, grammatically, syntactically and semantically absurd, illogical, unusable and unlearnable conlang that makes you start to doubt the very existence of communication, civilization, humanity, reality, meaning, purpose, thought and vocal cords. At least that's how I remember it. Best abomination wins, so if you want to give it a try yourself, please don't, I really want to win. Also, I try to include all the optional themes from all editions.
Oh god.
Anyway, let's begin.
Oh no.
Of course.
In 1977, at the height of the Cold War and amid growing technological ambition, humanity launched 2 spacecrafts, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, destined to leave the solar system. Each carried a golden disc, designed to last over a billion years. The Voyager Golden Record was created to carry a message to whatever or whoever might find it. For decades, the record drifted through space. Until that day. Roughly 26,000 light-years away, on a planet named Omega Centauri A, which does not exist in real life, an extraterrestrial civilization detected the probe as it entered their star system. At first, they thought it was just some crazy space dust, but after a while, they realized it was a message from another world. Random images, unfamiliar symbols, strange sounds. This raised a lot of questions. What does this message mean? Who sent it to us? Why did they send it to us? Why am I wasting my time making this video? These questions remained unanswered for a long time. Finally, after 50 long and exhausting minutes, using phonetic repetition, tone patterns, and statistical inference, the researchers deciphered the contents of the record. And they did it correctly. Their dedicated work and effort put into the reconstruction marked the beginning of Not Our Language.
No.
This story, as well as the visuals, are supposed to prevent you from leaving this boring video. To begin with, once the initial decoding of the message was complete, attention turned to the internal structure of the language it conveyed. The alien linguists and mathematicians managed to isolate several repeated sound patterns in the message. These patterns were not just random gibberish, though the head of the research team insisted that they were. Among the recurring phrases, they found clusters of words that seemed to be variation of the same root. This prompted a dramatic breakthrough. they reconstructed 147 stem forms from the message, based purely on inflectional
From all
changes.
the languages that were in it.
These stems became the foundation of what was gradually recognized as a coherent lexicon. The language was determined to be highly synthetic. Prefixes, suffixes, infixes, and probably some other fixes were all over the place. Morphological stacking was common, and the density of information encoded within individual words suggested a language optimized for compact expression. However, the truly significant structural revelation came later. Upon broader analysis, it became evident that the language does not maintain clear categorical boundaries between traditional parts of speech. No clear distinction could be found between nouns, verbs, adjectives, or adverbs. The same word could mean life, live, or alive, depending entirely on its surrounding grammatical morphology. There was also an interesting interaction observed at the deeper level of the system that may have far-reaching implications. I forgot to end this sentence in the script. Naturally, as with any functional linguistic system, not our language exhibits a broad and consistent set of grammatical inflection strategies. These strategies are neither unusual nor particularly noteworthy, merely the expected outcome of a language developed by rational beings with a healthy respect for semantic precision. The language employs a multi-channel inflectional system making use of several well-established mechanisms: affixation, ablaut, raising and lowering, and place of articulation switching. It goes without saying that all lexical items, regardless of their contextual syntactic role, whether functioning as verbs, nouns, adjectives, or adverbs, inflect according to the standard core grammatical parameters. Polarity defines the truth alignment and rhetorical stance of the sentence. Volition indicates the degree and source of control behind an action or state. Volition is also the main domain in which the language elegantly showcases its non-affixional morphological processes. Not our language utilizes internal phonological transformations to mark shifts in volitional context. These transformations are applied to relevant words and are deeply embedded in the morphophonemic logic of the language. Mirativity conveys whether the information is surprising or expected. Evidentiality marks the epistemological basis for the speaker's statement. Definiteness describes the reference identifiability and proximity. Modality encodes the speaker's attitude towards the necessity, desirability, or obligation of the action. Reflexivity
the Iblis trigger
describes the relationship of the action to the subject. Number quantifies or dequantifies the referent. Following the elegant principles of linguistic minimalism, not our language uses a strikingly concise yet remarkably comprehensive case system, limited to the most essential and crucial 158 semantic relationships. While this may appear insufficient to speakers of structurally complex languages, it is in fact an example of pure rationality and linguistic perfection. Yes, this language has more noun cases than it has words. Besides these 26 cases, there are additional 132 dedicated to expressing motion and spatial relationships, as outlined in the table you are currently looking at. Cool, right? Not our language exhibits a certain degree of syntactic freedom, reflecting its synthetic and morphologically dense nature. In contrast to languages where grammatical relationships are tightly constrained by constituent order, this language encodes such rules entirely through morphological means. This results in a system where word order is nearly unrestricted not only between main clauses and phrases, but even within subordinate clauses and coordinated sentences. The reliance on morphology rather than word order effectively dissolves traditional syntactic hierarchies. Instead, the language's syntax uses pragmatic ordering, where the linear sequence of words serves discourse and information structuring functions, such as marking focus, topicality, or contrast. The numeral system is based on the complex base -2 imaginary units. Unlike conventional base systems, this base uses complex numbers as place values, enabling compact representation of numbers with both real and imaginary components integrated into a single numeral. The language uses 4 distinct numerical digits, conventionally represented as 0, 1, 2, and 3. But these are not symbols in not our language. Numbers are always expressed as words, each corresponding to a specific value. Each numeral word encodes 2-digit places of this base in a single lexical item. For example, the sequence 1, 3 represents one lexical number word, which corresponds to the complex value -2i plus 3. From here, numerals with 3 or more digit places become morphologically complex compounds, built from these base lexical units. This system efficiently encodes complex numbers while maintaining a manageable lexicon.
Okay.
The discovery and decoding of the exoplanetary language triggered one of the most significant sociolinguistic revolutions in recorded history. The population of Omega Centauri A did what any rational civilization would do in their position. They panicked. At first, the new language was treated as a curiosity. It was taught in a handful of research institutions and linguistic forums. But things escalated rapidly. Within 3 months, not our language had spread to schools, then to entertainment media, and eventually to official government proceedings. Everyone was horrified. Then, fully fluent. Everything else became dialectal dust. Linguistic sediment buried beneath a sleek, compact monolith of undeniable syntactic and semantic beauty, simplicity, and efficiency. The old tongues evaporated, leaving behind only a few faint traces in the form of loanwords. The language's grammar and syntax experienced subtle yet profound changes, enriching its expressive impressiveness. One key development is that inflectional markers, once strictly tied to their root words, can now attach to any word in a sentence at any position within that word in any order. This radical flexibility dissolves rigid morphological boundaries, allowing inflections to spread freely and create intricate layers of grammatical meaning throughout the sentence. As sentence length is not limited, this means the number of possible forms of a single word is, in effect, infinite. Moreover, inflectional markers may now be fused into zero realization, forming words composed entirely of pure grammatical function, without any lexical root. These ghost structures carry meaning through the interaction of affixes alone. The syllable stress always falls on the first affix within a word, and the emphasized word is always positioned third in a sentence, even if it requires the insertion of affix-only structures with no stem. It demonstrates not only real syntactic freedom, but also strategic freedom.
Okay.
Additionally, a novel 5-class word categorization system was introduced, which influences case inflection and syntactic behavior. The names of these classes are loanwords from one of the ancient, irrelevant languages of the past, and loosely translate to Yellow, Ministry of Education and Science, Gravity, Insurance, and hypothetical situations that never actually happened.
Wow.
Crucially, as in every rational, self-respecting language, the assignment of words to these classes is completely random and arbitrary, based on absolutely nothing. There is no semantic, phonological, or syntactic logic behind which words fall into which class, making the system enigmatic and unpredictable. The phonology of the language originally featured a highly complex sound system that posed considerable difficulties for the aliens. Their vocal limitations made many of the original sounds nearly impossible to pronounce. As a result, the language underwent a natural simplification process over time, evolving into a more streamlined and intuitive phonology. This simplification, while improving ease of articulation, also resulted in the large-scale loss of minimal pairs, with many once distinct words collapsing into identical forms and leaving disambiguation entirely to context. The process is documented through the following carefully recorded and entirely reasonable sound changes. high-low nasal epenthesis, final U-drop, intervocalic nasal hardening, lateral velar sibilation, Q-loss, aspirate click shift, stop ejectivization, tap assimilative labialization, affricate retroflexion, labiodental glide shift, mid-vowel lowering, labiodental flap shift, glottal click shift, rhotic shift, palatal usual click shift, palatal lateral glide, near-high front centralization, sibilant rearticulation and fusion, lateral frication,
Why are we using those?
plosive delimited vowel loss, back rhotic shift, nasal rearticulation, nasal high front vowel lowering, back centralization, fricative conditioned palatal click shift, long vowel diphthongization, and vowel cluster monophthongization. After that, the language underwent an inevitable event associated with evolution: mutation. Consonant mutation is a process where a consonant changes depending on its grammatical, morphological, or syntactic environment. But here, mutation works slightly differently. It's an active and heritable recombination of phonological traits. Unlike usual mutation systems, it applies to both extreme phonemes at the boundary between words. Each parent phoneme passes on its alleles, representing place of articulation, manner, roundness, airstream mechanism, and voicing to offspring phones. Every category operates on a strict dominance recession axis, determining which trait survives in the offspring. Because each phoneme carries a single fixed value in every category rather than paired alleles, the outcoming phone is easily predictable, with a few exceptions. Some phonemes lack a clearly fixed place of articulation, making their inherited place unpredictable without additional rules. If at least one parent belongs to this group, inheritance follows a classic heritability table rather than the normal dominance rules. In such cases, there is no certainty which place allele will compete in the offspring. Natural randomness breaks the predictability, and final phone emerges from a probabilistic outcome rather than a fixed rule. Following the phonological mutations, a remarkable articulatory process emerged, referred to in the literature as consonant decay. In this process, consonants gradually lose stability as they occur further in a word until they are entirely deleted from the spoken form. Stability is determined by articulatory position. The further back and lowered consonants are, the longer their half-life is.
It's like a periodic.
Once a consonant reaches its half-life within a word, it disappears. Among the more usual processes in the language is one known as phonetic redux, a bidirectional voicing and tension alternation triggered by specific vowel environments. It's entirely predictable and operates with mechanical regularity. When a consonant is positioned between an oxidizer and a reducer, the two effects cancel each other out entirely, producing no change. This neutral environment is a noted feature in phonological teaching materials. Following the emergence of consonant decay and phonetic redux, a further process was documented, formally known as vocalic radiation. In this phenomenon, certain vowel particles emit influence over neighboring consonants, altering their phonemic stability index. Alpha particle bombardment induces a sudden and severe reduction of the consonant's phonemic number by precisely 4 units.
Isotope of...
Beta particle bombardment produces a comparatively modest increase of 1 unit. When a consonant is positioned between an alpha particle and a beta particle, the effects combine into a net reduction of 2 units. This interaction occurs exclusively when the vowels in question originate from affixual material, and it applies solely to consonants that are part of the lexical stem, ensuring that the system remains both highly systematic and completely unnecessary. As part of the language's ongoing evolution, a set of 12 special signals emerged to enhance communication efficiency and nuance, especially in rapid or complex exchanges. These signals function as standalone vocal markers, each carrying a distinct pragmatic role. As in the vast majority of sapient communicative systems, the principal medium of message transfer is wave. Two primary varieties dominate: sound waves and electromagnetic waves. Since the sonic channel has already been covered earlier in detail, we now turn our attention to the second form, electromagnetic waves, or more precisely, writing. The writing system of Not Our Language employs a basic inventory of 53 letters, each manifesting in 3 distinct cases: uppercase, middle case, and lowercase. The rules for these are, naturally, perfectly logical. The visual form of the letters is dictated entirely by the base method of inscription: biting rocks. Only perfectly round, flawlessly smooth, absolutely flat stones are allowed to be used.
Oh yeah, we need the rock.
Every bite leaves a permanent alteration, meaning a single misbite irreversibly ruins the text, the rock, and the author's day. The only solution is to discard the rock and begin anew. Orthography is fully historical, preserving the pronunciation of the earliest reconstructed proto-version of the language. The sole exceptions are loanwords, which retain the spelling conventions of their source languages, and special signals. Layout rules are incredibly simple. All inscriptions begin at the center of the rock. Writing proceeds along concentric letter shells, each accommodating a maximum number of letters determined by this self-explanatory formula. The direction of writing is dictated by pragmatic and aesthetic principles. Emphasized words are always written first in a sentence. In the first sentence, emphasized words are written clockwise, all others go counterclockwise. After each sentence, the writing direction for all words reverses. Within each word, all consonants are written before any vowels, except affixes, which appear at the start of the word in their original morphological form, but in reverse order. In formal texts, calligraphy, as well as in hastily scribbled notes, letters frequently flow into one another, sometimes within the same shell, sometimes across shells, producing true works of art. But language is not just about waves. No, no, no. Much like on Earth, this species developed another way to communicate. What might be a bit shocking, they use electric charges, transmitted by specialized tentacles. Each electric charge corresponds to a single phoneme, except it doesn't cover sound changes which happened after the long vowel diphthongization or morphological changes resulting from volition, except for upload, which apparently is present. The charges themselves come with a set of properties: polarity, modality, and texture. Altogether, they create exactly 40 unique signals, which, by pure coincidence, is 5 too many. Despite all these electrifying complexities, the order in which these charges are pronounced follows the exact same sequence as the spoken phonemes. Several days after the alien civilization had fully adopted Not Our Language, a team of archivists revisited the Voyager record. While reviewing its contents, they stumbled upon something extraordinary, an image so profoundly perfect that it was immediately declared the most beautiful sight in the entire recorded history of their species. It was, as one historian later noted, the closest their species had ever come to collective spiritual enlightenment. Eventually, the aliens decided that such a masterpiece demanded acknowledgement. Using Not Our Language, confidently believing it to be an exact match to what they had received from the probe, they composed a transmission, certain that the original sender would understand every single word without the slightest ambiguity. This reply was then broadcast towards the precise point in space from which the Voyager probe had arrived. A location they confidently believed still contained the senders, despite having no understanding of planetary motion, lightspeed delay, or the possibility that the original senders might be long extinct.
Dear God. Oh God. I love that. Look at the writing system. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I also just love the freaking Sumerian. Jesus. What?
Oh.
Attention.
Oh, that's the whole thing.
Oh, I get it. That's crazy. And this is all supposed to be on a rock that they're like chewing on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I get it. The writing system is probably because that's how a record works. So,
Oh my god.
It looks like the record, it's supposed to be painted on a rock. It's just like the evolution of their interpretation of every human language present on the Voyager disc. Evolved.
Which are mostly just like greetings.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's
like,
a bunch of hellos in different languages and various speeches of things that were on the discs, and then turned into a language, and then sent back into the void.
One thing that I really like about this is like there was a lot of detail put into like how the greetings were interpreted. Like they mentioned like, oh, we can see like there are different words that are like related to each other. Like all of the Slavic languages had like different versions of Privyet and things like that. But then they added like an extra layer of like reinterpretation, out of context. Like they conflated English hello and Chinese hao.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was so smart.
Yeah, that's awesome. That there's like one last sentence at the end.
Saturn. Sorry.
Wait for it.
Never again.
I am the author, and I did a pretty good job. And that's the end. There you go.
That was so cool.
That was awesome. That was really awesome.
That was pretty good.
Holy crap. I like that a lot.
Wow.
And it is both, it has the proto-language, me being all of the languages of Earth.
Yeah, and it has the non-human theme.
Yeah, and it's non-human. So definitely both on that one.
Okay, shall we move on to the next one?
Two more. What time is it? Oh wow.
1.
Okay, this is working out pretty well. Both of these better be languages. Okay. Evil fish from hell with a Basque flag over the world. Okay. All right.
The language asterisk of world peace.
World peace.
Asterisk.
Who but the past can establish world peace?
Oh boy, we
so
got
it's a good sign when the disclaimer is written in papyrus.
Exactly.
Oh, they also put a disclaimer in there, just like I did.
Cursed warning, very evil language. You will die if you watch this. like a dim, barely readable dark red text. Okay. All right, let's see what this is all about.
Says.
Yeah. Oh, it's brighter now. Okay.
That actually. Oh, I thought you were just saying that. I didn't even see it.
I was not just saying that. Yeah. All right. Anyway.
The news loop as of recent, you may have heard that the multiple century-old Basque Empire that once controlled 99% of the Earth's land has now been reduced to only the area to where the Basques are native to the moon. The Basque language had kind of an opposite effect to English in the 20th to 21st century, as in English was seen as a prestigious and cool language that the cool kids spoke. However, Basque was seen as the language that the evil colonizer people spoke. This poses an interesting dilemma when it comes to the primary language for international communication. In the 20th to 21st century, people were fine with English being the main IAO, since it was seen as a prestige language, so understanding what the other person was saying and speaking a prestige language is like a win-win. This time, however, since the main language everyone ever knows is seen as, well, not good, there had to be a compromise made when it comes to the global IAO. Think of it as when you give medicine to a dog by wrapping it in some cheese. Here you're giving some person some Basque that they can understand wrapped in a superior language, usually the speaker's native language. Since entity is Polish and their native language is Polish, This video will be covering the Polish variation, which also goes by the name of... I have a bit of a thought experiment for you. Think of the simplest way to combine two languages into one. You have 5 seconds.
Oh god, those numbers.
Okay, time's up.
Like a mix
if you
of
said
Basque
speaking the
numbers
two
and
languages at once, you are correct. However, this isn't hit language and CCC1 winner Seraphim. A vast majority of the world's population does not have 2 mouths, so making that a prerequisite for an IAL will be very counterproductive.
One person just
Instead,
got 8.
we're going to be doing this phoneme by phoneme. Step 1. Prepare your words. Before you can start combining these words, you gotta prepare. Since Basque is mostly CVC, you're gonna have to reduce all your native words to CVC. I did not miss the parentheses. We are in fact counting null as a phoneme, for reasons you'll see later on.
Oh god.
You do this by only keeping the first and last consonant in every syllable. We shall use the example word of przynieść, which means to bring, which looks like this on the IPA. Now, even though null is a phoneme, we want to avoid it for reasons discussed later. So while you may think that the CVC reduction of this word may look like przynieść, in this case, you can do a special move where you metathesize the sh into the coda of the first syllable. So our word now looks like przynieść. By the way, you can't split apart co-articulated consonants or affricates like this. Also, syllabic e, u, and u can be treated as y, and o. And also probably some other things I'm forgetting.
Okay.
Anyways, the other thing you need to do is make the syllable counts match. The Basque word for to bring is ekari, which is one more syllable than the Polish one. So the new word becomes ekar. You always truncate the longer word to match the smaller one rather than the other way around, because how would that even work?
Oh, God.
Step 2, the transformations. These are the main thing that this entire language revolves around. Since you can now line up every phoneme to every other phoneme, you can start combining them. There are 10 distinct ways to combine consonants and 5 for vowels. Let's begin. Firstly, consonants. Let's assume that the consonant in Basque is n, and in your native language is f. If you write these onto a very simplified version of the IPA chart, 2 transformations become apparent. Just use those 2 extra boxes you have. This leads to our first 2 transformations being m and z. That's a sibilant fricative, you bloody quarter-wit. It's j.
Quarter-wit.
Next up, probably the most trivial ones, just straight up co-articulating them. Fna. You may notice that I said ones, not one. And that's because you can also co-articulate the ones we talked about like 10 seconds ago. So, you may be worried that some of these co-articulations may not be possible, but fret not. They're written in use slashes for a reason. These next 6 are all based around IPA diacritics. You may have found in your time looking at IPA charts that certain manners and places of articulation have a corresponding IPA diacritic. The ones that don't are just chosen arbitrarily. You can see all the diacritic correspondences right here on screen. So these 6 transformations are as follows. Native phoneme with Basque manner diacritic, native phoneme with Basque place diacritic, native phoneme with both Basque diacritics, Basque phoneme with native manner diacritic, Basque phoneme with native place diacritic, and finally, Basque phoneme with both native diacritics. So for our example phonemes, these would be in order. So that's consonants.
That's crazy, okay.
These are labeled CN, NC, CA, CAS, NMC, NPC, NBC, CMN, CPN, CBN.
Okay.
You could probably figure those out. I'm not sure. Okay, vowel time. These only have 5 transformations and they're way simpler. The simplest one, of course, finding the midpoint in vowel space.
Oh, God.
So for some example
I was hoping we would.
You'd have the midpoint ah. If you're wondering if rounding matters here, no. The other 4 transformations are making diphthongs. You can, of course, have 2 diphthongs from these 2 vowels, ow and ah. The reason why ah and ah aren't allowed is because syllables have to strictly follow the sonority hierarchy for ease of pronunciation. And totally not because Entity thought they were physically impossible up until late August and the translation was already fully done by that point and they didn't feel like going back and redoing it all. It is for ease of pronunciation. But what about, let's say, E and U? For those guys, you can make 4 of them. You, we, you, we. These are labeled A, NCS, SCN, SNC, CNS. The one next to the S is syllabic. So that's how we have 10 consonant transformations and 5 vowel transformations. So simple. Step 3. When to use which. Now for the main course. When to use which transformation. Maybe unsurprisingly to some of you, these encode morphemes. Let's start with nouns. The first syllable onset indicates case. Since Basque is the ancestor of Proto-Indo-European, naturally all 8 Proto-Indo-European cases have important
The laugh when they said
There's
that.
also olative
Just
and
casually
wet.
drops that.
The first syllable vowel indicates number. You'll see a theme going forward being that A is used for the most distinct option from the rest. Here we have singular, plural, dual, collective, and icosatrial, which of course is used for 23 of a noun. The first syllable coda is for grammatical gender. Since we're in the woke future controlled by the woke gaze, these more so resemble pronouns because we're woke.
The woker
Take that,
baby.
Prince Eugene of Savoy. He lived in the 1700s. I'm pretty sure people were transphobic back then. The pronouns are
Just
he, him,
chooses
he,
random
they,
person
she,
from
her,
the 1700s.
she, they, she, they, he, they, them, it, any, all, and other. I don't feel like reading out all of these other ones, so you can just pause and look for yourself. You got the social
Text
status hierarchy
overlay.
because Oeya won last year, so I'm copying them. I'm committing plagiarism because I'm evil. Yes, that is grammatical sexuality. And yes, for the definition for A, I did write prop and completely forget what it was supposed to mean. What are you gonna do about it? Anyways, as a wise man once said, if you think pronouns are confusing, wait till you find out about verbs. First syllable onset, tense. Yeah, we distinguish the past between before, during, and after the Basque Empire's reign. Remember that from the beginning of the video? Anyways, first vowel is for aspect. Pretty self-explanatory. Singular aspect is for actions that don't really have a duration in time, like for example, killing people or hitting people with rocks. Next up, mood. The first 4 are basically whether or not this benefits the world and whether or not this benefits the subject. Rest are self-explanatory. Second syllable onset is the subject and object person. Use CN when this system cannot be used to describe your predicament. Second vowel, difference of number between subject and object. You may wonder as to why we're putting in redundant information that is already specified by the noun declensions. Now, I'm not saying that those verb conjugations by difference are necessary. Plenty of languages work just fine without them. But which language do you think would be easier to hear them in a high-noise environment? Language isn't just about meaning. Some people think of any language, languages in general, as being basically less efficient versions of Ithquil. Anyway, where were we? Alright, verb. The second syllable coda is for... Actually, we're gonna have to explain some of the syntax first. The sentence structure usually isn't free, despite the heavy case marking. It's VSO, verb, subject, object. Now, if you only have one verb in a sentence, you use either CAS or NBC for this declension. CAS is for negating, NBC is for not negating. If you introduce a coordinate clause or conditional, that's when things get interesting. The way you do coordinate clauses or conditionals is by saying these 2 sentences back to back. That's why it's VSO. The verb shows that you are starting a new clause. Now, CN and NC are for conditionals. If you have the CN declension on the second verb, that basically means the verb 1 leads to verb 2. If you have the NC, that means that verb 1 leads to verb 2 not happening. The other 8 are written as 3-digit binary numbers. The first number shows whether or not it's a possibility that one of the verbs happen. The second shows whether or not only one of the verbs happening is an option. The third shows if both happening is possible. These are basically logic gates. 001 being and, 011 being or, and 010 being exclusively or, and 100 being nor or not for single clause sentences. But what about sentences with 3 or more clauses? I hear you ask. Well, you just reduplicate the verb for any further iterations, encoding the relation between all preceding verbs in each of them. Hey, doesn't that mean you can't tell if a one-syllable verb is negated or not? And yes, but if there's anything Toki Pona had taught me, it's that context is king. So for example, a 4-verb sentence would look like Verb 1, some junk. Verb 2 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 1. Some junk. Verb 3 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 1. Verb 3 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 3. Some junk. Verb 4 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 1. Verb 4 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 2. Verb 4 with the morpheme encoding the relation to verb 3. And finally, some junk.
God.
So intuitive. Anyways, as a wise man once said, if you think verbs are confusing, that's fair. That's totally fair. They kinda are. Adjectives/adverbs. Before we get to them, let me just mention that if a word is over 2 syllables, you just loop around with morphemes. And if it's 1 syllable, then you don't get the second syllable info. Sorry. So, adjectives have only 1 syllable worth of morphemes. First is degree. Basically the good, better, best system from English, expanded into 10. You have distinctions between best/worst globally and locally. Worth noting, the global forms are often used for hyperbole. Kind of like saying this is the worst thing ever created about something that you mildly disliked. Next up, you have permanence. This isn't the perfect name for this category, but I don't care. Singular is once again for things that don't really have a duration, and defining is, ironically, pretty hard to define. Basically, in Polish, you put defining characteristics after the noun. So, for example, South Korea is Korea Południowa, because the southness is kind of the defining characteristic of the Korea. This also happens for species named Anyways,
like that
coda is
sentence.
tense or case agreement. Tense for adverbs, case for adjective. Insert that thing I said about ithquil or whatever. Anyways, as a wise man once said, the only thing that sets apart vaudeville from Mhoi-tzwlaa-d parts of speech-wise is that vaudeville has prepositions and Mhoi-tzwlaa-d has pronouns.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's crazy.
And they are unique in the way that they are the only 2 constructed words in the whole constructed language. The main pronoun, or whatever the actual term is
This is like an
for
attention-keeping machine.
Jomfik for Polish. All other languages have their own set of pronouns, by the way. Anyways, the possessive is hagmal for Basque and chysran for Polish. The pronouns take all the declensions of the noun they are describing, except for sexuality. You can't have sexuality in a pronoun. That's like wokeception. Instead, it is replaced with pronoun stuff, trademark. CBN, CMN, and CPN all belong to first, second, third pronoun respectively. Swap those C's and N's around and you get the reflexive forms. CA is a demonstrative and CAS is a question pronoun.
How much time did
now,
they spend
CN
on this
and
part?
NC are normal and reflexive for the 2.5th person pronoun, trademark. Basically, imagine a room with 4 people in it. Let's call them Alice, Bob, Cytoplasm, and Derek. Everyone but Derek is participating in the conversation because Derek is Cytoplasm's dad, who was pretty mean to him as a kid, so we hate him. Let's say that Alice says to Bob,
It says 200.
"Hey Bob, I was wondering if you know why Derek named..."
What?
It does, you're right.
It says 252 attempts up there, so this took a while just to record.
Oh God. I'm wondering, like, did they record the speech and like try to time the speech perfectly to this, or did they wait to have the perfect run and then voice over it to match perfectly with
I would
it?
say, if in case anyone hasn't noticed this, because it took me a bit, the level itself, the blocks are text.
Yeah, yes, they are. I've
And
seen
to
it.
answer Agma, no, they didn't need to redo it to time it properly because the Geometry Dash is a rhythm game as its core and does the events happen at determined times.
Oh God.
But you can predict them by the level.
Interesting. Okay. I've never played this. I've never seen this before. It's beautiful.
Really?
No. This is called Rhythm Heaven. Anyway.
No.
Okay.
I think there was somebody in chat yesterday or the day before that just casually dropped that they had 6,000 hours in Geometry Dash. And I was like, okay, wow, that's a lot.
Holy crap. That's crazy. Nah, I've never even seen this before. Anyway,
Really?
let us proceed. Come on. You know you want to.
Cytoplasm that. In this sentence, Bob would get marked with a second person pronoun. I would be and is marked with the first person pronoun. Derek would be marked with a third person pronoun. And cytoplasm would be marked with a 2.5th person pronoun. Due to cytoplasm being part of the conversation and Derek not being part of the conversation. Due to Derek being a bitch. Anyways, as a wise non-binary individual once said...
What? What just happened?
All the null phonemes.
Yeah, look at all those nulls. Well, they did a good job with this merging because I can't see any Basque in there. Like, it is sky.
Oh, I see some Polish in there, though.
Yeah. Okay, now I see a little Basque in there. That's okay.
I love
I thought it was really clever how they basically like averaged out like the words.
Yeah, the words are just
like,
literally averages. That's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
like
a fascinating idea.
It is.
I think it was a cool way to do it rather than like normal linguistic contact.
Yeah. Exactly. All right.
Sign language.
Let's do it. A spoken sign language. Okay. My interest is piqued. Let's see. Bring it back to full volume. There we go.
Encoded English is a family of communication systems designed to depict spoken English in a way more accessible to deaf children. These aren't natural languages, but rather are communication systems designed to depict the structure of an oral language using the words or parameters of a signed one. MCs can show phonetic information like the various kinds of cued speech, or more lexical grammatical ones, as does the hero of our story tonight, an MCE by the name of Signing Exact English 2.
Okay.
Because they had to make two for some reason. Okay. Shouldn't be so negative right off the bat. You know, MCs do actually have their uses. They come up a lot in speech therapy for patients who are either relearning speech or who just don't talk. And they're also useful as accessibility tools for deaf children who are ASL. They're often ASL or BSL natives. And for uses like these, they're absolutely wonderful. Where me and other deaf and hard of hearing people take issue is when these are used as a replacement for sign language due to the idea that oral language is fundamentally superior to sign. Instead of just using natural sign grammar, our words are warped and stretched to fit the superior oral grammar, leading to some very strange structures. But why does crossing the modality boundary yield such strange effects? And how can hearing people viscerally understand how C2 feels compared to real sign? Tonight's show is an attempt to answer some of these questions, but be warned. Beyond the curtain, your typical analyses will be flipped inside out, for my entry to the Cursed Conlang Circus 4 flips the very idea of a manually encoded oral language on its head. Welcome, one and all, to Tsasang, the spoken exact sign language.
Interesting.
First, we need a little context for what the issue is here. Sign languages are just wrapped in misconceptions, with the root of most of these being the idea that oral language is just a fundamentally superior way to communicate, just in all circumstances, and that sign is some kind of primitive or artificial pre-language system. You know, actually, let's run through some misconceptions real quick, and make sure we're all on the same page. Well, there's just sign language, just one. There's actually a lot of them, all over the whole world. But aren't sign language all just based on the spoken languages of their areas? This could mean a lot of things, all of which are wrong. sign languages aren't just relexes of the dominant spoken language, and nor is there like a one-to-one of sign to speech. You know, you have American Sign Language and British Sign Language, which are completely unrelated languages. Okay, so they have different grammars, but it's still the same basis as speech, right? No, actually. Well, they share basics, you know, of like having grammar and having syntax and phonology and stuff. Sign languages express a lot of notions differently from speech, using 3D space, special verb forms. Wait. Phonology? Yeah, we'll get to it, but very basically, signs are made up of these 5 parameters, each of which stack according to phonotactic rules to build syllables and words. But aren't sign languages all just conlangs anyway? No, and this attitude is frustratingly common in conlang spaces.
I can imagine.
Sign languages develop their grammar naturally, just like spoken languages. They even form very large language families over time as they evolve. And while sign languages are often the site of intentional creation efforts by deaf and hearing people, for better or worse, that doesn't take away from the fact that they are naturally originating languages. A lot of these misconceptions tie back to an educational philosophy known as oralism, the idea that the deaf and hard of hearing should learn oral language only, because it's better for us. I'm sure one can see the connection to anti-sign attitudes. It's contrasted with manualism, which uses gestural systems, including natural sign language, cued speech, and the Rochester method, aka, all finger spelling. Oralism won out over manualism with the Milan Conference of 1880, a conference where many learned hearing men all gathered in Milan to debate the matter, and, you know, it might just be better for me to show you. Good evening. It is evident from all study of the lives of the deaf that the German oral method is by far the superior option, owing to its facile implementation of oral and conversational skills in its students. Indeed, one would be a fool to insist on a system of half-legible gestures and finger spelling, the use of which amounts to naught but a social handicap and is not befitting those of... Yeah, not great. Thankfully, these attitudes were not long-lived at all, and society very quickly progressed. This insistence by a radical few that signs somehow constitute a real language is frankly absurd. We need to be focusing on real, legible sign systems like cued speech or signed English, rather than running off in Fantasyland pretending there's such a thing as grammar in sign languages. Please. Turns out oralism is just the beast that will not die. Thanks to campaigning from horrible men like Alexander Graham Bell, oralism kept a very prestigious position in deaf pedagogy for decades, only being challenged in the 60s thanks to the work of pioneering researchers like Ursula Bellugi and William Stokoe, who showed that sign languages have sublexical structure and phonology and grammar all of their own, including unique structures, which started a whole revolution in linguistics. As sign gained more legitimacy, oralism is weakened, but has unfortunately never quite left us. But I think we've gotten enough context now. Let's start to learn some of that mysterious sign grammar, shall we?
Sign and oral languages have a lot of differences in the grammar arising from different modality constraints. Speech generally operates in one dimension, sometimes two, while sign has all of 3D space to use. Speech also only uses one articulator, the vocal tract, while sign has both hands, the eyes, nose, and mouth, as well as the body itself. Speech does have advantages, though, in being faster than sign and in being more sensitive to timing units. All of those effects lead to sign languages preferring to simultaneously stack several morphemes into 1 or 2 syllables, while spoken languages tend to string things out. Earlier I mentioned sign parameters, but I should probably explain more. Most signs are specified for all 5 parameters, with some exceptions. The most important parameter is movement, which makes the nucleus of a sign syllable. Next is location, or where the sign goes. Locations are bounded to an area known as the sign box, the shape of which varies by language. Then there's hand shape, probably the most obvious part of sign phonology to hearing people. The final 2 parameters, orientation and non-manual markers, are important more so for grammatical functions rather than for phonetic functions. Parameters can be thought of as the surface features of the sign, but underlyingly there's a lot of debate about how syllables are actually arranged. Safetylang is influenced by the prosodic model, which divides syllables into 2 branches. Inherent features include the hand shape, including what fingers are selected within, as well as the location of the syllable. Prosodic features include all kinds of movements, even rotations and changes in hand shape. All features are specified once per syllable. Because of this structure, I tried to map sign syllables to single syllables in Sasang. This had mixed results. We'll go from onset to coda, and you'll see what I mean. We'll start with the onset. Ooh, look, a table. These are the hand shapes the sign language will be speaking, organized by finger selection and arrangement. Unmarked shapes are the most basic and common, and can be used in the non-dominant hand. Marked hand shapes are quite common too, appearing in the dominant hand or in both hands for symmetrical signs. Finally, restricted shapes have limited distributions based on semantic and or morphological rules, which will be described later. Ooh, wow, another table. This time, it's the phonemes of a lexifying oral language. It'll be used to source words and phones, so we're not going off of nothing. It's the ASL to our C2. Each phoneme has a hand shape associated with it based loosely on their respective feature geometry, as seen on these charts. These associations give us these consonant hand shape pairs. D, T, C, G, K, P, A, B, P, T, S, Z, G, H, N, N, M, Ng, Ya, Ra, Ra, La, La, Wa, Wa, Da, Sha, La, Ya, Za, Xa, Ja, Da. Let's move on to the nucleus, which maps to movement as per the prosodic model. How to depict movements in 3D space with 1D speech. My immediate thought was to work with vowel space, since it has multiple dimensions. Height and depth map right to height and fronting, but how would I get a third dimension? Rounding was an option, but it just didn't feel quite right. So instead, I did the only rational thing and deconstructed vowel space into its component formants. Easy. Formants are the loudest resonances generated by the vocal tract when making a sonnet. The first two are the most important, with the third being a little bit stranger. Don't worry though, for this all you need to know is the following. F1, size of the pharynx, vowel height. F2, size of the mouth, fronting and rounding. F3, shaping of the tongue, which can vary, but I showed with rhoticity. And yes, that means this language has rhotic versions of every vowel. And also has double rhotic vowels. Oops, this just keeps F3 as granular as F1 and F2. And thus, space is arranged like so. A to marks height, E to O marks depth, and A to marks left-right. Notice too that the scale of rhoticity is determined by hand dominance, not by absolute direction. This means the language has two chirolects, determined by the speaker's handedness, kinda like in sign languages. For simplicity, we'll stick with the left chirolect, cause I'm left-handed. So, to show a movement in space, just put some vowels in hiatus to show what path is taken. A smooth movement will have smooth hiatus, while a jerky or shaky movement can be shown with creaky voice. Location follows pretty clearly from this. Locations in neutral space can be specified with our vowel system. But what about locations on the body? For this, I divided the upper body into 3 zones: the head, the torso, and the arms. Then, to further subdivide each area, vowels are arranged linearly down that body part based on their F2 minus F1 values, with the rhoticity feature marking the non-dominant side. Each body area is associated with a different nasal coda, where the nasal murmur marks the location as not being in neutral space. A preceding vowel is then read as a body location. And now we get to orientation, which literally took me weeks to decide on. I ended up dissecting it into a separate pre-syllable, which made it easier to separate the location and movement portions. Gross palm orientation is marked with a sibilant that indicates roughly which direction it faces, as seen on this figure. Rotation-related orientation is shown with F2 minus F1 values again, this time showing how the radio-ulnar joint is rotated. For simplicity, orientation is only indicated when strictly necessary. And finally, we have non-manual markers, which are used for modal, syntactic, and prosodic notions. These map mostly to Toang-style grammatical tones, with a couple dissected particles. First we have the topic marker, pretty standard eyebrow raise. This maps to a high tone. Then there's squinting and tongue out for intensive, mapped to a low falling tone. Questions marked with a nose wrinkle get a rising tone. Finally, negation, which is signed by biting down, gets mapped to a sharply falling tone. Some tonotactics apply to make sequences nicer. Non-manual markers touch on the syntax of the language, which, like most sign languages, is topic prominent. Default word order is head initial, with adverbial phrases preferring to come sentence finally. And now, it's been long enough. Let's talk about spatial grammar and anaphora. The most basic operation of sign space is the index, which functions like a pronoun. You can make a pronoun for any given noun by saying it and then pointing in space. That area then becomes an anaphor for that noun in the discourse. If you're a fellow Lojbanus, this works just like Goi Koha. In Sasang, this replaces all of the pronouns of the spoken language with ka, where the vowel marks where the index is. Now that we have persons, we can do person marking. Most sign languages have a class of verbs that can take verb agreement, either with just an absolutive argument or with both an agent and a patient. Agreement is shown very simply by taking a verb and moving it from subject position to object position. Since movement is shown with vowels in Sasang, agreement is also marked with vowels. One can say tsoe, I tell you, or flip the vowels for tseo, you tell me, easy. Some verbs also take locative agreement, moving from one location to another. Same idea though with the vowel changes. Got it? Good. Now, let's go on to entity classifiers, which depict some form in space. The hand shape indicates what that form is, whether a person, a vehicle, flat surface, a serpent, you name it. They function as verbs grammatically and can also sometimes take agreement. Think of them like little puppets you can use to act out parts of a sentence, but more grammar-y. They're spoken with their corresponding hand-shape consonant and movement vowel. Pretty standard stuff here. Sign languages also use handle classifiers, which indicate how an object is handled. The hand shape generally represents how something is handled, whether in a wide grip, a hook, like a pen, maybe a delicate hold, or whatever else. These are very sensitive to orientation because they refer to handling, so they always take an orientation pre-syllable. That and context can distinguish them from entity classifiers. More complex classifier constructions involve two or more classifiers, either in a ground-figure relationship or a simultaneous relationship. To mark two classifiers as being in a relationship, a final ul is appended to their syllables, as the anti-resonance in F3 binds each syllable together. Simultaneous constructions are very helpful for complex locative and adpositional notions, as well as to express various kinds of discourse relationships. Take this construction in ASL, for example, which translates to, the paper is right of the pen. You can see the long-form classifier on the left of the flat object classifier. Sometimes, in complex classifier constructions, you'll have to restate a classifier. In this case, there's an abbreviation in Sasang for this. Simply replace the vowel of the classifier with a syllabic ul, similar to the ul suffix. Perfection. Here, we'll take a quick break to talk about something a bit more familiar. Tam. Everyone loves Tam, right? Anyway, the base sign language operates under a present non-present system. Quite simple, with the non-present being marked with the following adverb. The same word also marks conditionals and can apply hypotheticals when paired with the forward lean. By default, verbs are imperfective, but can become perfective by decreasing their movement, or durative by increasing and repeating movement. This maps to reduplication in Sasang. Mood is mostly indicated prosodically or through adverbs, though sentences can also start with functional particles like see or consider. Now that we've pretty clearly established the shapes of words, we can talk about how they go together in discourse. In sign languages, role shift involves shifting the torso and/or eye gaze to distinguish between different elements. This is useful for comparatives, describing one thing, shifting, and describing the other, as well as for quotation and impersonation. You can shift into an index area and then speak for its referent. In this language, the comparative function also takes intensive marking, as that acts as a way to signal contrastive focus. To indicate role shift verbally, there are two dissected particles, va for where the shoulders move, and tla for the direction of the head movement. And finally, I wanted to touch on two kinds of derivation that involve switching the hand shape of a word. First is a process called initialization, where a word's hand shape is changed to another one, usually based off of fingerspelling conventions. So in ASL you can take doctor and replace it with a D for doctor. Fun! You can also switch out the shape for an N and get nurse. C2 uses these prolifically, so I decided to incorporate them into Sasang. Simply switch out the initial consonant when applicable. The second process is numeral incorporation. In this sign language, numbers 1 through 5 can be incorporated into some words, such as indexes, time words, money amounts, and ranking words. This is done by switching the hand shape of the root with the associated number.
Alright, let's take a sec to breathe. I know, that was a lot. Now, we're going to take a look at the translation text rendered in our base sign language. Try and notice some of the spatial features at work. To help you understand it better, there'll be a little gloss off to the side as well. And then, after that, we're going to take a look at a couple sentences and see how they actually get converted into Tzasang.
Okay.
So, without further ado,
I'm going to study sign language. This isn't cursed at all, it's just word.
The fangs.
We're going to break down two sentences, one simple and one complex. Let's start with the first sentence, which has 4 words. The first word means see, used to show the sentence as new information. The spoken language word for look at is be, and so we can take that and mark it for its movement. The hand goes from the face outwards in order to agree with the serpent, applying the coordinates of ui, and boom, we have a spoken sign. Next is the sign for snake. The spoken word is su, which needs no change. Then there's this word, which roughly means kingly or noble. The best equivalent in the lexifier is to take the word for king, xa, and combine it with a particle referring to the quality of a noun, yielding xadhul. The low tone references the fall in brow height, too. And finally, there's a sign for seems like, which can be spoken with the root meaning similar. Thus, the complete first sentence, maybe a little boring? Okay, let's try another sentence then. Bam! This 6-word beauty is a sign spatial complex, translating out of the language as the bones crack and it drinks what trickles out, as if the bone were a faucet of heaven. Let's explore more to see how the meaning is constructed and how to approach speaking it. The first word means bones and is topicalized. The spoken word is du, but this particular word requires an initial hla. Then we add a tone for topic marking, giving a final product of fl. The next word is where things start getting fun. Take that sign for bones and split it in half. This is a poetic way to lead into discussing marrow, which is inside of the bones. At this point, the word takes on a more classificatory role in the phrase, so we can build spoken words from the ground up to show the action. The shape stays the same, so we keep fla in the onset. Next, we want to show the downward movement in the dominant hand. The classifiers are pretty high up, so we can start around and then fall dramatically down to ah. Then, we add a low tone for intensive marking. The right hand stays still during this, which can be indicated with just a simple plus rhoticity to show that it's the opposite hand. Finally, since these words act as simultaneous classifiers, this can be specified by suffixing each with a final giving klul. Next, there's a particle to show the head moving down relative to neutral space. This is best shown with that head particle, tla, marking for downward movement, giving tla. With the head in place, we can move on to the sign, which uses classifiers to describe trickling from the bone to the mouth. Starting on the left, this hand shape goes with d for the onset. Next, downward movement, giving wa. But since the path motion ends at the mouth, we add a vowel based on F2 minus F1 values and a nasal coda. For the mouth, this yields om. Finally, since there's an additional movement note of finger fluttering, the whole word is made creaky. This word gets matched with the right-hand bone classifier from earlier, which can now be reduced to flul, yielding dong for this sign. Our next sign means similar to or alike and is prototypically an agreeing verb, but in this case acts a bit more as an adverb or light verb. It still takes subject agreement though, since the subject is patientive. We can use the spoken root di as a base, and since it agrees with the bone classifier, we can copy that vowel, giving dir, shtu. Thankfully, this next word is easy. It just means heaven, best corresponding to the spoken root biang. Since the hand shape is restricted and significant for meaning, the spoken word gets an initial psa. It also takes a low tone intensive marker for contrastive focus, giving psiang. We're in the home stretch now. Next is another classifier assigned where the last word was. Its shape and location represent a spout coming from heaven. Because of the change in palm direction, we need an orientation specifier. The palm points up, mapping to sha. And since there's no rotation node, we can get away with a neutral schwa and move to the main root. The hand shape maps to and the sign is high and right in neutral space, giving All that together gives us salur. And finally, the last word. This sign is almost identical to the trickling one from earlier, so I'll gloss over it. We end up with daong as before to mark trickling, which is then followed by hlul to mark the spout classifier it comes from. Put everything together, and the sentence is spoken like so. Hlo hlo hlul, klua daong hlul, jerp siang, salu daong hlul. Not as compact as the original signs, but it's not too far off. And, at long last, we're ready. Here is the full translation text, rendered in Sasang. Buisuk Satkoa, Klut Magur, Bing Wo Zar, Klut, Psaimo Zoya, Sang Uk, Woimotsang, Zain. Boy will put sar zhizhong zor to tarja tulbsing psalhuwal tuwat chluhlu duong lul shurhum sing lul duong lul bui susu kutsalar tlut junga e zhong tao sha duao. Ye or kitab sing o hunsha, cowell pulmun ka, eo biok woy.
I love the way it sounds.
Yeah.
And there we have it. One can now speak a sign language.
I mentioned earlier how one of my goals with this was to make it as one-to-one as possible by mapping single sign syllables to single oral syllables. And as we've seen, that didn't really pan out, and the language only functions with these little particles and affixes added all over the place. But I'm actually very happy that I did not meet this goal. The results I got from translating the text is an unwieldy, overly precise yet information-losing mess that only functions as a language laterally because its base is a language. It's garbage that requires such overly precise, fine distinctions in vowel quality that it's impossible to understand or use as a real person. And don't get me wrong, I'm very proud of all the work I did to make this thing, but it just does such a disservice to oral and sign language alike. Cross-modal relexes like these can be useful, and I do actually have a couple of uses for Sasang in mind, but they're just not right as someone's main mode of communication, and I really hope that's come across here. Could you imagine having to speak this way constantly? Having your language be so belittled that this was seen as a better alternative to it? I certainly hope not, but unfortunately, that's the reality of the world that many of us live in. In any case, thank you so much for watching to the end, and if you like what you've seen here, consider voting for me.
Oh, I thought you meant like voting in like an election. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were running for something.
Well, I mean, it was an election in a sense.
In a way it is. I totally forgot about the. Okay, very nice. That was awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
That is a wonderful and satisfying final video.
Yeah, for sure.
I
there
agree.
You go. Good last one. And I learned
I
like
thought-
a lot about sign language in that too. There was like
don't know what. I see a specific video in your recommended.
I do. We've gone
not
through
specific one.
The Bite of 87? Did somebody say the Bite of 87?
The 87th bite.
It is the 87th bite. Obviously, I'll have to have it muted, but we did earn this. We did earn this. While the votes come in. Beautiful. So we've.
If anyone asks, English won every category.
Yeah, English won every category except French won the non-human category. There you go.
Yes, of course. What else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send that in CCC just to see the reaction using the official English results.
Well, that's it. You just watched the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus. All of the top 30 highest voted submissions in the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus. Now all that remains is to tally up the scores and see who the winners are this year. I hope you're excited. After all the judges' scores were put together, averaged out, and put together on a ranked list, we now have our winners prepared and ready to announce to you right now. As is tradition, I will list out the top 3 highest scoring cursed conlangs out of all those top 30 that we judged. Then I will list out the highest scoring members of each of the 2 optional themes that did not make it into the top 3 overall. And then I will list the language that followed both optional themes and made it to the highest score outside of the top 3 overall scores. And I also have some honorable mentions that I would like to mention on the side as well. All right, let's find out. Totally just looking at this to read these numbers because some of the decimals get pretty long. Ahem! Ah, damn, there's like a helicopter flying by. Yep. Helicopter. And now there's a biplane flying over. Okay, come on guys, come on. Oh, the FBI. In 3rd place overall, with a score of 93.888 repeating. All right, drum roll. Ready for the drum roll. It is Polterguese by DK Sci-Hog. Congratulations. In 2nd place overall, with a score of 94.7666 repeating, comes double drum roll. It is Not Our Language by Carol with a Q. Very good. In 1st place, the big winner of the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus, with a score of 94.88095,238. Biggest drum roll of all time. It is... It's Lĩhusã by Kat Mistberg. That's right. We have our first ever repeat Cursed Conlang Circus winner. That is crazy. Congratulations, Kat Mistberg. You are truly a legendary Cursed Conlanger. Absolutely peak content across the board. Also, as Zoe promised in the announcement video, Zoe has to make a song using the Lĩhusã language, which, you know, involves like the time warps and stuff, so good luck with that one. Good luck. Have fun with that one, Zoe. Anyway, now on to the themes. The highest scoring language outside of the top 3 overall that followed the non-human phonology theme goes to, with a score of 92.52941176, Medjedic by Microbloganism, or Medjedic, however you want to accent that. The fish zappy fish language. That one is awesome. I love that one so much. And the highest score outside of the overall top 3, who followed the future evolution theme, with a score of 89.5185 repeating. Mhoi-tzwlaa-d by Fishwasher, the post-Basque Polish thing. That one, very awesome, peak language, appealing to the audience of this guy who lived in the Basque country for a year. And finally, the highest scoring language outside of the top 3 that satisfied both of the optional themes at the same time, with a score of 81.957 repeating. Middle Cho-jan by Arodjun and actually Enbion. Sorry about the name pronunciation there. Anyway, congratulations to all of you who won the themes. Congratulations to all of you who won the top 3. Congratulations to everyone who made it into the top 30 overall. And thank you so much to everyone who submitted languages, whether they were qualified or disqualified from the voting. I appreciate all of you so much for joining in this wacky activity. With that in mind, I would like to give some honorable mentions to some languages that didn't make it into the top 30, whether they were disqualified or just didn't get into that top 30 in the voting. Even though these ones didn't make it into the final rounds of judging and stuff, I still found all of these ones fantastic. Maybe the algorithm didn't get them, maybe their audio was really badly balanced or something, but otherwise the content was really good. Mhoi-tzwlaa-d by Lĩhusã. That was an awesome video. It just wasn't actually like a conlang per se. Fantastic video, fantastic presentation. Loved it. Cosmolang by Science Meets Fiction. Again, fantastic presentation, really cool concept, but also not a language. Additionally, Spookebra, the villager language by Skelly McNelly. Not only that, but some other videos that didn't make it into the top 30 that were definitely some really good submissions. Maybe the algorithm didn't catch them or something. I'm gonna give a shout out to the Sea Serpent language by Aspen, Medjedic by Dr. Kitten, Samplese by Zamtime. That one's my favorite thumbnail out of all of them, by the way. You know, the Agma Schwa situation is crazy. Very good, very good. Equilibrillang by Blob Guy. Exidio, or however you pronounce that, by Tome Twister. Ibvisquacha by Revolutionary Seagull. And many more. Now, if your language was disqualified, or you didn't make it to the top 30 in the voting, or you didn't win in the top 30 of the voting, please do not be discouraged. This is barely even a contest. This is all just fun, you know? We're all just gathering together to show off our wacky creative project to the world, to as many people as will see them, and just have a good time. It's only a contest in that, you know, we do the judging or whatever, curating things up to like a consumable list. We just needed to narrow things down in these stages to get to these to get to this point, because there's no way I would be able to make a video with 100-something languages in it. Or wait, I did, and that was the CCC2, which was split into 3 massive videos over the course of like 24 hours. So this is all just to kind of avoid that. It doesn't mean that you're not good at what you do. I've now watched all of the submissions, including the disqualified ones, and I loved the vast majority of them. Even the ones that were not languages at all, were just like little shit posts that you put in the submission link. Most of those I thought were pretty funny too. So I appreciate everyone who participated in this. I appreciate all of you. I know there are a lot of rules in it this time to kind of help us narrow things down. I apologize for that if some of the rules may have been a bit difficult to follow if you're not great at video editing. But just know that I appreciate everything that everyone did for the Cursed Conlang Circus. I appreciate everyone who helped me judge it. I appreciate Eternal extremely for going through all of this torture with me. And I appreciate all of you for making it all this time, all these many, many hours. I'm terrified to see what the final timestamp is going to be on this thing. It's probably going to be close to that 12-hour mark again. So I just want to thank everyone for coming together. I'm sorry that it came out so late. My life has been absolutely insane lately, to the point where we had to delay the judging, which then delayed the filming, which then delayed the editing, and led to it coming out multiple months later than it usually comes out. Right? Now, with that in mind, you may be asking, when will the CCC5 be announced? And I will say there will be a CCC5. The timing, though, is probably maybe gonna be different this time. I've warned people about this a few times at this point, but this year is going to be absolutely insane for me. I have multiple weddings that I need to participate in the fall including my own reception. Even though we got married 2 years ago, my wife and I are doing like a late reception kind of thing, which is happening in November. And so I have that, and then I have, I think, 3 other weddings that I'm a member of that I have to participate in. And things have just been extremely busy with my landscaping business and my job and everything. And so there's a whole bunch that's been going on. Not only that, but I have various large projects that I've been working on for a long time that are all sort of coming into their fruition point around this time. So the videos that I release are probably going to be, I'm gonna try and pull back on the power creep, the scope creep of my videos this year, and try and make more shorter videos rather than fewer massive videos if I can. But I'm just warning you, this is gonna be an insane year for me. So when will the circus be announced? I really don't know. It's gonna be a weird timeline. It's gonna be a really, really weird timeline. If the timeline looks anywhere near normal, I have made severe personal sacrifices to make that happen. So I'm really hoping that for the sake of my sanity, I come up with a circus schedule that is realistic. So I know usually it's like June or July when the circus announcement comes out. If it's later than that this year, or if the submission window is like extremely long or something, don't be too surprised. Now, the winners are going to get something, and that is I'm going to make some custom fan art of each of the top 3 and the theme winners. Expect that showing up in your inbox at some point to you winners. And of course, Zoe is going to be tortured by having to make a Lĩhusã song, so that'll be its own thing. That is pretty much it. I hope you all have enjoyed. I certainly did, except for editing. I did not enjoy the editing. I mean, I'm speaking this before editing, but I could say for a fact that I do not enjoy editing these massive, massive videos, especially when there's like a 75% chance that the render is going to fail at least 3 times before it actually works, and then I could upload it and let it sit uploading on my computer for an entire day. So I'm hoping that this video comes out at the stage of the timeline where I want it to, but it's done. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for being around for all these years and turning the Cursed Conlang Circus into what it is today. Thanks to the people who literally made a wiki for it. Thanks to the people who have made the daily Cursed Conlang Circus news. That was such a freaking plot twist when I opened up my YouTube recommended feed and I saw people making a daily timer waiting for this to come out. So here it is. Here it is, enjoy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This has been the Fourth Cursed Conlang Circus! And is out. Oh god, there he is. Ah, that's better. I feel great now. Yeah, I guess you could watch.